World's finest, Monte here. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Oh, baby. Welcome to the roast here on the Frisco Friday / non-payday Friday. And I don't even know if it's a 50-cent Friday because we got a whole new crew here. We got Killer Cam back on the board. Killer Cam, whatever he's coming with some heat. That's our own Killer Cam right here behind the glass. We got Big John here. As we say, good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to everybody out there getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is happening? Hey, man, it's a big weekend for the strippers. Holiday weekend, Spadoni.
Yes, sir.
Holiday weekend. Good morning to everybody out there that's going to get their money this week. And Spadoni, my man,
Let's
filling in
go.
for Joe Shasky. I got to say something real quick, man. I don't want to get all sappy here.
Oh.
But Spadoni, I got to say, man, I'm so proud of you, man. This is a full circle moment. I know for you and me, I've known you for a long time since I got here at 95.7 The Game as a promo intern. You were, and you've been the same dude from day one. And I'm so happy to see you get opportunities, man. And you're going to come bring heat, even though you get on my nerves with your sports fandom and the Laker meme and all that stuff. But only we're going to have some fun today.
Oh, we're going to have some fun. Not Draymond, but Austin Reeves. Is he going to return, Bonte? That's the biggest story of today's show. But honestly, I'm so damn happy. And you're right, man. This is kind of a full circle moment for me. And I'm just here to have some fun, man.
No, we're going to have a lot of fun here. We watched a match last night with Draymond Green. Still on the show there with Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, Mahomes, and Travis Kelce. What can't Mahomes do? What can't Mahomes do?
I'm a Raiders fan, and he still can't lose in Vegas, and that makes me very upset. Come on, Steph. You couldn't get me one. Klay, come on, man. Seeing those guys win constantly, it got to eat at Niner fans too, right? Like, come on.
Well,
he's just so good.
Did you see the tweet? Somebody said, boy, this time around, Mahomes and Kelce, they actually have a lead against a San Francisco couple here, or something like that. It was something like they don't need to trail the San Francisco teams because whenever they play the Niners, they trail, they didn't come back in the end and blow them out.
They blew them out last year. That's a fact,
Yeah.
and that was right when Christian McCaffrey came. But man, did you have a good time watching that thing? Because I know you're getting into golf now, so you can really respect how good these guys are. Like the dual sport athletes, it's something truly amazing when you see guys like Steph. Hell, even Klay. I was surprised how good Klay was, and Travis Kelce. My goodness,
dude, his driver was sick. I mean, he hits bombs out there. Klay Thompson's putt, to keep the Steph Curry and Klay Thompson from losing that match was very impressive. Putting is hard, man. I didn't think it was like Steph was explaining to Draymond when he taps his putter onto the green, and I was like, yeah, why does he do that there? Why does he do it? I guess to read the green, or what is that all about?
Some people have their little things where like to read the green, read the lines and stuff like that. Like everyone has their own little setup. Like there used to be this guy, what's his name? Camilo Villegas, I think his name is. Maybe it's another Venezuelan player, but he used to literally go on the ground. They used to call him the spider because he would put his fingertips and feet on the green, and he'd try to read the angles, the slopes, and all stuff. So people have their own little things, but you're right. Putting, it's not very hard, and you know what? Also, isn't going to be very hard for this Warriors team this offseason, Bonte. Mike Dunleavy Jr., he's doing great, right? We got CP3 over here. Bye-bye, Jordan Poole. Think about the pressure on this Warriors offseason, Bonte.
Well, that's
Draymond Green. Yeah. Is he coming back? That's the question.
Well,
it looks like he was having a good time. He's coming back, right?
Come on. Doesn't it seem like it? He's jumping up and down with Klay Thompson and Stephen Curry. He knows he's got a bag coming. Vegas. He's out there in Las Vegas where Summer League's going to take place in the next couple of weeks. So, look, our big poll question on YouTube today. Do the Warriors need to make another splash in free agency? Is that splash Draymond Green? Go ahead and vote right now on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, go ahead, check us out there. Shout out to everybody on YouTube. Over 41,000 subscribers. Good morning, everybody out there on the YouTube chat, Twitch chat, and, of course, the Comcast Business text line.
I don't like being in this B chair, Bonte. It's weird. I'm usually in the A chair. It's the lighting. Something's right. Dibbs was right in Shasky. The B chair, not the most flattering. I'm just going to say that.
I don't like saying the B chair because it makes it seem like I'm the captain of the ship.
No, it's just the first one and then the second.
Listen. I haven't been in that chair in a very long time. I don't even know what it's like.
Dude,
I don't think I've ever, because even when I worked with that one guy who left and went across the street, he was never in studio, so I was always right here anyway.
Well, it's just the lighting, and listen, I'm a pale Italian, I get it, but I look like extra vampire-ish today, but it is what it is.
Well, Dublin Marge,
she's a P1.
Dublin
Shout out
Marge.
to pregame show.
Shout out to Dublin Marge.
Yep.
She's online right now. She goes, Joe, you don't look fat.
Oh, well, that's good. Thank you. I've been trying to watch my weight a little bit.
Because they say the big B chair adds like 15 pounds. So, like, even Guru, who's on the soda diet, SOTAweightloss.com.
Shout out.
Guru, he's like, it makes me a little, chubby. Steiny was saying the same thing. Joe Shasky, he feels a little insecure in that chair. You You look like you're in great shape.
I appreciate it. I try to be, as a father of two, you try to work out as much as you can. But you know what? Shout out the soda, man, because you don't need to work out with that. It's all about timely eating, right,
Yes,
Vonta?
and you take your little walks, your cardio or whatnot. Dude. No weights yet. I can't wait to hit the weights again because you see Cam. Oh. Cam's hitting the weights.
You were just telling me, he's like, dude, I got these Bowflex. Like, I got the power blocks.
Killer Cam guy. That's one technical producer you don't want to piss off around here. Hey, Cam, play the right drop. Oh, wait. I apologize, Cam. I don't want to get my neck broke. No, Cam's out here buff, man. And see, that's the problem. Cam, Killer Cam, Alan Styles, Guru, they always want to wear these little small shirts and let you know that they got the biceps here. I'm wearing long sleeves to cover my little, I don't know, 2-inch pythons. Slender, 2-inch pythons. I mean, Cam's out here stunting with the Marlboro shirt that barely fits just to show that he has guts.
Listen, they're showing the curls for the girls.
I can't stand people like that.
It's all right. Hey, you know what? Rome wasn't built in the day, Bonta. Yeah, that's what I like to say. Rome was not built in a day. No, did you visit Rome when you were over in Italy?
I did for one day. The Colosseum, which leads me to, I saw the TMZ report where Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk are trying to fight in the Colosseum. Did you see that?
I sent it. I did see it.
Oh, yeah, you did send it. You sent it. Yeah, that's right.
I was getting ready for sleep at 10:30, and this thing comes across my timeline. I was like, this is content. Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, Italy, the country of Italy, reached out to these two. He's like, you guys want to fight the Colosseum? Who wants to see this? Really? Can these guys just get out of my life? I don't want to see that. Yeah, you're not Maximus Decimus Meridius, all right? You're not father to a murdered son and a husband to a murdered wife, all right?
Oh my!
Get out of here, Elon.
By the way, I believe it's Bobby Bonilla Day as well.
Oh boy,
where it picks up his 1.2 million and 1.3
Giants playing the Mets today.
The Giants are playing the Mets today.
Coming back.
Oh man! So Saturday, July 1st is Bobby Bonilla Day. So that's coming up here, where Bobby Bonilla hasn't played a baseball game since 2001, but he continues to be paid until he's 72 years old, turning $5.9 million and $30 million thanks to deferred contract with a whopping 8% interest rate negotiated by former agent Dennis Gilbert. Gilbert says, I talk to Bobby on a regular basis anyway, but I really think about him on Father's Day because it's the father of all deferred contracts. Shout out to Bobby Bonilla getting his paper from the New York Mets, who are struggling right now. By the way, we're not going to mention much Giants today. They lost that series to Toronto 2-1 last night. 2-1 game. Vlad Guerrero Jr. went yard. Now he crushed that pitch from Wynn. But the Giants, I'm a little concerned about because they're starting to run out of bodies, Spadoni.
Yeah, I thought it was encouraging, though. Keaton Wynn, he's been very, very good. So they may have not won the game, but they may have a win, if you will. Yep. Keaton Wynn, that is. And I also look at the depth of this team. What's it going to be? Are they going to go for more bullpen? You heard Dave Fleming. He's like, maybe they try to Carlos Ramirez as well. Yeah. Do they try to just reinforce that? Do they go after a big starting pitcher? What's it going to look like? But you're right. You felt like you could have won that series. I'm not going to say should have, because I don't think they deserve that yet. They weren't a playoff team last year. There's no games they should win.
Right.
Could have, maybe. And the Blue Jays, give them credit. They have the best record in the AL in the month of June right now, 16-10.
No,
they're a good team.
No, they're rolling. That lineup is lethal, man. It is treacherous. It is going to be very intriguing to see what they do in the month of July. The Toronto Blue Jays that's been trying to get on the cusp of making the playoffs. They're trying to get there. A lot of young talent there. But the big question, with NBA free agency beginning at 3 p.m. West Coast time, what will happen with Draymond Green? It definitely feels like he's going to be a Golden State Warrior, and we've blown nothing but hot air over the last 6 weeks on this station talking about Draymond Green possibly playing in another uniform. But does Draymond even have a market? Are the Warriors bidding against themselves? And how happy will you be if Draymond Green does resign with the Golden State Warriors? Because one thought I had, Spadoni, watching him, Clay, and Curry, half of it is like, all right, the business of basketball and the way things ended last season, would I mind to change the scenery? Would I mind Draymond Green playing somewhere else? I wouldn't. But on the flip side, I thought, boy, how cool is it that 3 guys who basically have been together for this over a decade, have won 4 championships, they possibly get to go out together. You don't really see that in sports. No. And they get to go out on their own terms and basically write the final chapter of their careers. And what that final chapter look like? Another championship, playoff disappointments, injuries. How will it all end? So part of me is like, you know what? It's kind of cool that they're going to end things. Well, Clay has 1 year left on his deal, so you never know what happens. But at least for one more year, they get to try to run it back. And part of me is like, you know what? I could accept that.
Well, is there any trio that's ever been with one franchise like that? I think of duos, right? I think of James Worthy and Magic for the Lakers, but outside of that, it feels like in today's age, and we're seeing it with James Harden, seeing it with Kyrie, we're seeing it with Kevin Durant, Like the journeyman era, quote unquote, for a star is here. So it's a rare thing. And I think a lot of Warriors fans would actually be pretty damn disappointed to see Draymond go. At the end of the day, after you traded Jordan Poole, you need to re-sign Draymond Green. It would be a disaster if the Warriors do not re-sign Draymond Green. Having said that, what's his market? We'll have Dwight Jaynes on out of Portland. He's going to discuss that. There were some rumors. I don't know if they were debunked or not. He was having a meeting with Dame Lillard. Would Dame want to have that? What's going on with Dame? He feels like he's one of the big dominoes to potentially fall in free agency. They got Scoot Henderson and James Harden, as we just mentioned. That was another big domino, opting in, and he's working with the Sixers to facilitate a trade. Harden in a Warriors uniform?
Well, no. This is where I'm going with it.
Oh boy,
Harden, obviously, and what a joker he is. What a joker. I mean, who would want James Harden at this point? Whatever. He had 21, 10,
he actually had a
6
decent
last
year.
year.
I was actually surprised how good he was last year in the regular season.
He won 2 games in the Boston series, which is good for him.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? He didn't show up in Game 7, but nobody showed up in Game 7.
No, Game 6 was the one they needed.
Game 6 was the one and they blew that one. Maybe it's a 3-team deal. Maybe it's a 3-team deal with the Clippers, Blazers, and Sixers. And Damian Lillard goes over to Philadelphia to pair up with Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey. Harden goes to the Clippers. And who knows who goes to Portland?
Tobias Harris,
maybe to Portland and a bunch of picks or whatnot.
That's interesting.
I could see a 3-team deal with Dame Dollar going to Philadelphia to play with Joel Embiid. That would be a devastating pick and roll. Joel Embiid and Damian Lillard with Tyrese Maxey. That would look good because we know Dame Lillard has heart. And Dame Lillard, even though he's had some playoff failures, you know what? I could see something like that coming to fruition there, a 3-team deal, because Harden is looking for a trade partner.
Aren't you tired of the Dame Lillard stuff, too? Like, I feel like I'm pretty, like, and he's not even here locally. I mean, he's a local guy. Shout out Oakland, California. We love Dame here, but it's like, it's turned into an Aaron Rodgers things almost, where it's just like, dude, are you just moving on or not? Like, you're not winning a championship there. At the end of the day, I know you want to. Like, and all due respect to Scoot Henderson, maybe he will be that dude moving forward, but you ain't winning one in the next 2 years. Not with the Nuggets the way they are. And as far as James Harden to the Clippers,
I mean, come on. Are you taking that seriously?
John told me, Big John in the back, doing a great job. Shout out PG High, but my God, it's team load management at that point.
Yeah,
right?
no,
like I don't. And Howard Beck was on GQ yesterday, a national writer, and he was just like, if the Clippers stay healthy, they're never going
to be healthy.
It's just not happening.
And there's 3 guys who need the ball in their hands.
Yes.
Kawhi needs the ball in his hands. James Harden needs the ball. You ever tried to watch James Harden play off the ball?
Oh, it's horrible. He just stands there.
He just stands there.
He's checked out.
He doesn't have the explosion that he used to have anymore. He plays from the top of the key. Now, he still has a nice little handle. He can still get to the free throw line at time. But once the NBA came in with that rule saying, we're not going to reward you for flopping, James Harden games changed a bit. So nobody fears the Clippers as James. They're still the 5th best team in the West.
Yeah. Which is crazy because I was telling Lucas Alexander yesterday, we were like, isn't it wild just a year ago, or was it 2 years ago now? Whatever it is, 2 seasons. But when they signed John Wall, everyone's like, oh my God, they got John Wall, who no one wanted, by the way. No one wanted John Wall for $40 million, whatever he was making with Houston. All-time finesse moves, by the way. John Wall making that much money. Yes. Pretty crazy. But it was just like, oh, they're co-favorites with the defending champion Golden State Warriors to win the whole damn thing. John Wall, and you know how I feel about the Clippers. I think it was a tremendous mistake for Kawhi Leonard to spurn the Lakers. Maybe my Laker fandom's showing there a bit, but his whole career arc could have changed had he joined the Lakers instead of the Clippers. I get it. Maybe he don't want to be under LeBron James, but that has been one of the more big 3 or big 2 failures in the last decade. If we're going KD and the Nets, then we got to start crushing Paul George and Kawhi over in Clipperland.
No doubt. And it ended in that Western Conference semifinal against the Utah Jazz where Kawhi Leonard tears his ACL. It looked like they were on their way. Heck, you could even say during the pandemic season, they were playing like the best team in the league. They were rolling. They
had double-digit leads on the Nuggets in every one of those games, and they blew every one of them.
Blew every one of them in a bubble. So in that time off, it just felt like they never had that cohesion again once they went down to Orlando. By the way, Michael Scotto, NBA writer and podcast host for Hoops Hype, excuse me.
Sure.
He's saying that Dante DiVincenzo won't return to the Golden State Warriors. He's earned a pay raise. He made double what he could have gotten from the Golden State Warriors. The Knicks are one of a handful of teams when it comes to Dante DiVincenzo. Well, we kind of knew Dante DiVincenzo, was going to opt out.
Yeah.
Why? Because you look at the Warriors situation. Even before Chris Paul, Gary Payton II came into the equation and ate into his minutes. Andrew Wiggins came back and basically ate into his minutes. Dante DiVincenzo really didn't have a stable role here with the Golden State Warriors. Even though he played well last season with the Warriors, I thought he was a really good 3-and-D guy, had one of his best seasons, if not his best season in the NBA, because part of it is he can't stay healthy. You knew he was going to opt out. That was kind of a foregone conclusion after that Lakers series.
And it's pretty disappointing because it felt like DiVincenzo was really starting to find himself late in that year. And then once, Gary Payton came and then Wiggins came back, it just felt like, man, everything was just thrown out of whack. The cohesion that was starting to get there just was gone. And that quote-unquote dark cloud that was lingering over the organization with the JP stuff, it just never felt like the team got to be a full-on team towards the end of the year. And DiVincenzo, hey, shout out to him. Game 6 in the Western Conference semis, he showed up. Like, he showed up. Not a lot of people offensively showed up in that game. Dante did, so I'll always have some respect for Dante DiVincenzo. And he's a Paisan. Come on, Dante.
Yeah, he's a Paisan.
Love the Paisans.
He's a baller. I like Dante DiVincenzo. Best of luck to him in his future endeavors. Look, man, 888-957-9570. It feels like Draymond Green is going to re-sign with the Golden State Warriors. Now, the 408 is saying on the Comcast Business text line, you guys are getting feelings because you got to see dudes play around the golf on TV. Joe Lacob doesn't care about that. He's a tough business person. Well, what are you going to tell Stephen Curry after having that much fun? Hey, Steph, we're just going to let Draymond walk for nothing? For nothing? Now, if you do move off of Draymond Green, ideally, would he agree to a sign and trade? Maybe that's a possibility. But letting Draymond Green just walk, as you just mentioned earlier, and Shasky and I have gone back and forth about this, Joe Lacob doesn't want to take a step back.
No.
Not with Steph Curry still in his prime playing like a top 5 player. That would be organizational suicide to me by letting him just walk and saying, you know what, let's take a short-term step back and really battle in the Western Conference without, let's face it, one of their defensive aces.
Well, yeah, then you just got a guy in Chris Paul who's, let's face it, at this age of his career and his size, like he's not a defensive stalwart. No. So like you're looking at who? Kevon Looney and Andrew Wiggins being your two best defenders. Like Klay Thompson, he's not that guy anymore. He's not the two-way defender. He's okay. Like he's still like probably above average at times, but he's not that dude to lock down the Dames, the Kawhis. He used to be a legit number 1 stopper for other teams, but now he's not that guy anymore. And you lose Draymond Green, to your point, you're basically punting on next season and hoping that you can get another big star in here. And I don't think they're in a position where you can just punt Stephen Curry years.
Right.
And let's face it, this is the first time in the Steve Kerr era with the Warriors they feel vulnerable. Yeah. Like, and you can say, well, Spadoni, they lost Klay, and they had that stretch there where they weren't making the playoffs. Yeah, but you had in the back of your mind when Klay comes back, you might be able to be something again. And then they won the title.
Right.
And then this is the first year with that core 3 with Kerr. They didn't make it to the finals.
First time they lost in the Western Conference.
First time. Like you got to start feeling that if you're a Warrior fan. And Steph, he didn't look good in that Lakers series. Klay did not look good. Right. Draymond did not look good. So there's a humbling aspect to being like, you know what? We're looking up for the first time to the Denver Nuggets and hell, maybe the Lakers, but everyone's looking up to this team, and it's an uncomfortable position to be in.
The thought process is the chemistry becomes better now.
Yes.
And I don't want to put that all on Jordan Poole because that's not all on Jordan Poole. Chemistry was wrecked last year. We all watched that team. They had 2 5-game winning streaks. That was about it. Other than that, it was win 2, lose 1, win 3, lose 2. Lose 3, win 2. It was just a very inconsistent season, and the cohesion on that basketball team, you just knew it wasn't there. It was a lot of individual play. People just started playing like they wanted to get theirs, whether it's Klay, Jordan Poole, Kuminga, Draymond, everybody. It was a wreck. It was a train wreck. And then you have the injuries, and then you have Andrew Wiggins missing 47 games. Yet, I still find it remarkable that they won 44 and made the second round to play the Lakers. Like, they had no cohesion. So the thought process is, okay, you get rid of Jordan Poole, you bring in Chris Paul, which is, it's going to be fascinating and stuff. I wish we had a hard knock version of the NBA, the association or something like that. You just follow around the Warriors.
Chris Paul is not feeling this. Like, you could just read between the lines, and he's like, he'll slowly accept it, I'm sure, but it's a weird adjusting. Like Steph, and him go back, so maybe there's some love, like as a rivalry love there. But the rest of the guys are like, hell, we heard from Draymond Green. I don't like him at all.
Right.
That doesn't change. I'm sorry.
No, that doesn't change. And then I've been adamant about him coming off the bench, and he's going to come off the pitch. And the more people I talk to around the Warriors organization, hell, he may start.
Oh, boy.
He really may start.
Okay.
And I'm thinking, so I don't even want to get the lineup yet because we're not even in October, but that's a possibility where he may start. You heard Mark Spears say, yeah, it would be awkward if he came off the bench. Well, ideally, you think that's the best position for him. Now, you could be in the closing lineups or whatnot, but Looney doesn't deserve to come off the bench. Looney's earned a starting role.
He has.
Andrew Wiggins doesn't deserve to come off the bench. If you bench him, all of a sudden you lose your best 3-and-D guy on the roster. So that's going to be interesting in itself. But 888-957-9570. How you feeling about Draymond Green on the day the legal tampering period begins? 3 p.m. West Coast time. Deals will be flying off the table. Will James Harden be traded today? Where's Russell Westbrook going to go? Where's Kyrie Irving going to go? What moves? Austin Reeves, will he get matched by the LA Lakers? D'Angelo Russell, where is he going? Bruce Brown, he's been sought after by the Denver Nuggets, the LA Lakers, the Dallas Mavericks. A lot of deals will be flying off the table. We may get some breaking news during this show all throughout the afternoon. What moves do you want to see the Warriors make, though? Do they need to make another big splash move? 888-957-9570.
This is like Christmas, so I want to hear everything. I want to hear your Christmas wish list. It could be crazy. I don't care. Like, this is the one day as a fan where you can, like, dream. Like, you know what? Maybe we can get so-and-so. Maybe Joey Lightyears has this up his sleeve. It's similar to the NFL, but I'll say the difference between the NFL free agency period. The team that, quote-unquote, wins the free agency period in the NFL, they usually are trash.
Yeah,
like, they have a lot of money to spend because they don't have the good players signed up already. In the NBA, though, like, they can make big moves with big ramifications moving forward. So there's a much different aspect to this with both those leagues.
Even in Major League Baseball, you see the teams that were making splashes last year, the Padres, the Mets. What are they doing right now?
Diddly.
Nothing.
Diddly.
Nothing.
You better beat the Mets in this series because they are a dumpster fire now. They're going to be sellers probably too. You heard from the owner.
Yeah, no, Scherzer, Verlander.
I like Cohen, by the way. He got a little Joey Lightyears in him, which I kind of appreciate.
He tweets a lot.
He does.
I do like an owner, but you better win when you're outgoing like that.
Maybe don't compare him to Joey Lightyears yet.
But you better win. All right, this segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We want to hear from the roasters out there. Dwight James, Rip City Radio. He'll join us at 8 o'clock. We got shameless shout-outs to 7:45. What's coming up in the game sponsored by Hint Winter. A lot more NBA free agency talk here on The Roast. That's right, folks. We made it. And we're going to make it to the NBA season at some point. We made it to free agency. It begins at 3 p.m. today. By the way, Spadoni, we got Joe Spadoni in for Joe Shasky doing a hell of a job. Big John. We got Killer Cam behind the glass. 30 years ago today. 30 years ago today. I can't believe it's 30 years ago because I was... Man,
that's how old I am.
Yeah,
just literally
30
just
years
30.
ago today.
Yep.
Anthony Hardaway was drafted by the Warriors, traded to Orlando for Chris Webber. Chris Webber signed a 15-year, $74 million deal with a one-year escape clause. He had a one-year opt-out after signing a 15-year deal for $74 million, which was a lot of money back then.
Yeah.
A lot of money. Now, he won Rookie of the Year, exercised the clause, and was traded to the Washington Bullets. And the Warriors were basically a dumpster fire for 13 or 14 years.
Could you imagine something like that happening now? Like, can you think of, like, or even another sport, Caleb Williams, let's say, or hell, Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah.
Actually, Pop, you're retiring. I'm out. See you later. I'm going to the Lakers. I'm going to the Warriors. Warriors fans would love that. But it's just like, that is so wild that they had that back then. Just these certain clauses and stuff like that. Man.
15 years, $74 million.
Can you imagine, like, Twitter, the reaction to that? It's like, what? Like, why would you even, like, entertain that? Like, it's
Right.
just...
That's
malpractice if you're the Golden State
That
Warriors.
is. I mean, it was malpractice. They made the playoffs that year. He got swept by Phoenix. Barkley dropped 56 in Game 3. And Webber was gone after the Warriors started 7-1 that next season. And it was all bad. Tom Gugliotta came over to the Golden State Warriors.
Let's go.
Let's go. Tom Gugliotta, good dude. Comcast Business Text line, 650. Re-signing Dre and trading for Chris Paul does not make us better. We have to make a splash. 650 again. If CP3 starts, you'll have one of the worst perimeter defenses in the league. CP3, Curry, and Thompson would be ferocious. Shout out to Lo Neal.
Yeah, well, if he's replacing Jordan Poole, and that's kind of what we're all thinking, like, there's a net positive there at least. So, listen, I played the GIF yesterday when I tweeted, shout out at Spadoni_Joe for following me on Twitter, but it was the Austin Reeves half-court heave in Game 6, and you saw the Olay defense.
Yes.
And that's the lasting image. Unfortunately, that's the lasting image I have of Jordan Poole. Just not giving anything on defense, because he never did. Chris Paul, although undersized and like 50 years old, he'll give you something. Like, the IQ will be some part of this, and we can get into that conversation of IQ, because sooner or later, it's the IQ, sure. Like, you saw two very high IQ teams in the NBA Finals with the Heat and the Nuggets, but what ultimately mattered most? It was the size, and it was the length, and it was the physicality of the Denver Nuggets, and that is what ultimately won them the series. IQ can get you so far, Bonte, but sooner or later, the physical attributes are going to take a toll, and I think Warriors fans are a little scared with Chris Paul's age and size.
And a lot of people want another big. That's on a lot of people's wish list here. 888-957-9570. Do the Warriors need to make another splash in free agency? So far on YouTube, 113 votes. 82% says yes, the Warriors need to make another splash in free agency. 18% says no. 888-957-9570. If you believe the Warriors need to make another splash, is that splash Draymond Green? Is that splash a guy like Dario Saric? Would he want to come here and play? Danilo Gallinari may get bought out. Kevin Love, Jack Londell from the Phoenix Suns, who actually played tough against Jokic. I'm not mad at him as a backup center.
No, and actually Kevin Love, for that matter, I was actually pleasantly surprised about how well he played with the Heat. I'll be honest, I wasn't watching much Cleveland Cavaliers basketball prior to that. I thought he was washed. I thought he was done. God, he's 34 and has so much gray hair. So it's just like, God, how old is this guy? He's only 34, which is actually pretty wild. But not a bad option. But again, another older guy. How much does he have left in the tank? It's starting to get to the sense that you're going to be starting to get guys that are a little older, a little long in the tooth here on this roster, when you had a lot of young guys to just a little bit ago.
Mason Plumlee's another name.
Steiny loves him some Mason Plumlee.
Yeah,
he does.
Now I'm out on him.
Hey, isn't he shooting left-handed now for the free throw line?
He's a joke. It's a joke. Yeah, you know what? Just for that, I'm out on him. Don't torture Warrior fans with Mason Plumlee and his free throw shooting.
Who was the guy for the Zeller? You want Zeller? Is he
Cody Zeller?
Yeah, with the face mask. And
I'm telling you.
Hey, let it go. By the way, if you're balding that much, just let it go.
No, you got to go home.
Come on,
it's time to go home.
Yes,
it's time to go home.
It's a back shoulder fade that needs to get
go
cut.
home. Yes. It's okay. It's okay. Now, once I start going bald and people tell me to go home, I'm just going to get implants.
Oh, well, dude,
I'm going to pull the Doc Rivers.
If you can get the plugs, by all means, get the plugs. There's no shame here. Like, if I have the money, absolutely. I'm getting a little back shoulder fade on top. It is what it is. I got 2 kids. I got a life. we'll stick with it as long as we can. Shout out Jaden Benny if you're watching.
Right.
Love you guys.
Dude, shout out to Jaden Benny. I love you guys too. Norris, you better be asleep right now. Baby
Dude,
Nora,
she is doing the sleep regression right now. She doesn't want to sleep at night.
Yeah, Nora, get your ass to bed right now. It's time to go night.
She's in the upper percentile of all the things. Like she's 9 months. She's damn near walking. She's doing everything. She's super tall.
Teeth are coming in.
The teeth are coming in. She's got 2 of them on the bottom. She's going to be the athlete of the Spadoni family. Not a lot of them. She could be the one.
She could be the one?
Yes.
She could be the one.
And he's thick. He doesn't have the height yet, but he's thick, so maybe he could be a catcher or something like that. But Nora, she may be the volleyball. She may be the softball player.
No, well, my pops, a couple weeks ago, I brought baby Chaz over there. He goes, oh, son, you need to get this oil, man. Looks like on top you're thin a little bit. I'm like, what are you talking about? What's going on here? I need to go check that out, get a beer, see what's going on there.
Man.
Shout out to Pat, who hooked me up yesterday with the cut.
You look good.
Yeah, I'm holding on for dear life here.
We're good.
No guru waves, but you know what I'm saying? I'm not,
you're in your 40s and you have the great hairline.
Yeah,
dude.
it's not bad.
I just hit 30 and we're fading here. If I can get to 40 and look like
get
you,
to 40,
feeling pretty good.
Get to about 45 and we're all good. 888-957-9570. What does the splash the Warriors need to make? I like Dario Saric, his physicality. He's 29 years old. He's 6'10".
Has a
he
shot.
can step out and hit the three. We saw him against the Warriors last year at OKC, really bully them down low in the paint. He's a bruiser. He sets good screens. I like Saric a lot. I do. As a backup center, I do like Dario Saric. Danilo Gallinari, 35 years old, plays outside. I'm kind of good.
Gets hurt a lot. And I know like the whole injury prone thing. Is it a thing? Is it not? Well, for this team, it has been. Like you need to stay healthy. You just saw the healthiest team won last year. That was the Denver Nuggets. Who got hurt on that team?
Yeah.
No one. Like, I can't think of like one. And they did have their injuries prior to that, but they did a very good job of load managing late in the year.
Yep.
They had the best record wrapped up. They rested Jokic, which may have costed him a 3rd consecutive MVP, but he doesn't care because he won the finals MVP. And in hindsight, he probably still should have won the 3rd consecutive MVP. He was the best player in the league, not Joel Embiid, but it's a conversation for another day.
No doubt about that. Like, the match last night was pretty funny because it felt like Draymond Green was around Steph and Clay, and he talked about on the podcast where he's talking about, I check in with my brothers daily to let them know what's going on every couple days with Clay and Steph, and it feels like it's a foregone conclusion. Now, it was interesting watching him try to chug beers, drinking Coors Light.
Failed miserably, by the way.
Failed big time. It's not his game.
No, it's not. He's not a big. And then listen, like.
He's a Lobos guy.
He's a Lobos guy. Shout out LeBron, Lobos. They were chopping it up. And was Draymond also at the Louis Vuitton fashion show with? I think he was out there. He was in the background. I remember the picture you sent, and I cropped it, and it was really funny.
Oh, well, yeah, ESPN did him dirty. LeBron James and Savannah and Draymond's right there. I was like, oh, that's disrespectful.
Dude, well, ESPN, and I sent the picture yesterday.
They've catered to LeBron so much.
They catered to LeBron, but also the clickbait with some of their posts. Like, there was this because Dennis Rodman said something the other day at the effects that like Larry Bird couldn't play in today's league, and LeBron would eat his lunch, and it was just like a one-on-one scenario. I was like, dude. And then they posted a graphic yesterday. He's like, who was it?
Evan Fournier has more threes than Larry Bird.
He's like tripled them in threes or something. I was like, yeah, because they weren't shooting threes back then.
Yeah,
Can we have some context?
Go ahead. You could have Evan Fournier. I'll take Larry Bird any day of the week and twice on Sunday. Larry Bird would average 30 points a game in this game. He would average a triple-double.
It's disrespectful is what we're doing here. Like, and listen, I'm a millennial. I get it. The whole, like, our generation's better than the old, like, plumbers. And, like, who was it? J.J. Redick saying, was it Paul Silas was playing against, like, plumbers and electricians, stuff like that. Have some respect. Right. Those guys paved the way for you guys, for a J.J. Redick to make $9 million a year. Let's relax, all right?
Now, if Draymond Green was moving on,
oh boy,
do you think Steph Curry will be teaching Draymond Green this golf etiquette? Check this out from the match yesterday on TNT.
Oh.
Mathematically, like my guy Draymond.
The other thing, too, is you watch your shadow. So you don't want your shadow to be in his line, so you just draw a straight line.
Doesn't help when you're 7 foot
It'll turn
tall.
a little bit early, but not a lot late.
I was gonna hit it on that first stuff.
You don't want to get a technical foul out here. Messing out with people's shadows and not replacing your divots and stuff like that. That teaches man some etiquette.
He's just man some etiquette.
Trevor Emmelman there for TNT on the bat. He's like 7 feet tall. He's like, it's hard, but it's true. You can't get in the line of the shadow. And you're learning that, Bonte, because you're playing now.
I'm trying to play out
Shout
there.
out to Golf Spot, right?
Golf Spot. Christian texted me the other day. Shout out to the Golf Spot up there. KP, Big Mike, and Christian. And my boy Eamon from Shirkshan. He was like, your clubs are starting to come in. And and I got the little itch.
Ooh, Srixon.
The Srixons.
Man,
the Srixons.
there is something about getting new clubs or just new, like, hell, I got a new golf glove and I'm giddy. Big John in the back. I know he golfs. I don't know if Cam's a big golfer, but we need to do
Cam's breaking clubs.
He's going Happy
he's
Gilmore.
He's swinging breaking
He's
them,
throwing
dude.
them. I was loving Clay, by the way, with the Happy Gilmore reference. He's like, 5 iron, huh? You're fired.
Yeah.
Shooter McGavin, by the way, all-time villain.
What about him hitting somebody in the head?
Yes. Hey, you gotta be careful. Keep your head on a swivel.
Dude, they were getting on Clay a little too much, man, because Steph Curry was just as bad as Klay Thompson.
He was. I expected,
his drive was rough.
I expected more out of Steph.
I expected a lot more out of Steph.
Much like his performance in L.A., not very good.
Somebody on YouTube said that Steph, Dre, and Clay need to take a pay cut for their performances yesterday during the match.
Tough. Speaking of Clay, like that's an interesting one too, and he has 1 year left on his deal, so I'm assuming they're just probably going to let him play that out. That's going to be an interesting one to monitor as well. Klay Thompson. They're going to keep this core three together, but do you just let him play out this season as well as, say, Steve Kerr? Do you have two things, letting two guys play out this year?
Steve Kerr, Chris Paul, and Klay Thompson.
Very interesting. And then that leads into Draymond Green. What kind of contract is he going to get? That's the big question of today, Bonte.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. What's the money going to look like for Draymond Green? Also, Harrison Barnes re-signs with the Sacramento Kings. 3 years, $54 million.
Man.
I text Katie and D-Lo right away. I said, y'all really took the bait. You really did it.
I'll have my thoughts on the other side here, but I overreacted initially, but I'll explain on the other side.
All right, that's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's.
Now, back to the morning roast with Vontae and Shasky.
Because it ain't no fun.
It ain't no fun.
Draymond can't have none.
No, he wants to have all the fun.
Yes.
You saw him in Vegas yesterday having all that fun alongside Von Miller. Remember, we were talking about what's that back of Von Miller's head?
Oh, dude,
a little patch.
He is a massive human. Like, just comparing NFL players to basketball players, and you said the same thing with Travis Kelce.
Right.
Like, Travis actually played ball, too. Like, he's legit. He could probably have played in the NBA.
Yep.
But looking at Vaughn, and he's only like, what, 6'1"?
6'1",
and he was standing
6'2".
next to Draymond, and he felt like he was 6'5" because he was so massive.
Dude, they were having a ball out there at the Wynn Hotel on that golf course, sipping. What did Kelce say? Travis Kelce goes, man, I'm sweating out all the stuff that I had going on in Las Vegas last night. They were out till like 3, 4 in the morning.
A plethora of beers they were going to have.
Beers.
Yes.
Plethora of beers.
I actually like them, their little shtick, him and Mahomes, and I can't stand it.
Did you see what Kelce said? Because I love seeing the Raiders. I love the Raiders. Because I'm guaranteed 2 dubs and a touchdown, 250 yards.
It hurts because he's so right. And he had a game on Monday Night Football last year, one that went to the wire. That was the Devontae Adams shoving the cameraman game because he was mad after the game. And he had like 25 yards total, but he had like 4 touchdowns. Every single red zone trip, he got a touchdown.
Wow.
It pains me to say that they may end up being the greatest duo, and I know that's sacrilege, Montana and Rice, but they may end up going down as one of, if not the greatest duo in the history of sports.
They might.
They're that good.
It's Montana Rice, Gronk Brady.
Yeah, I'd put
Brady
that one
Gronk.
there. Brady or Edelman even.
Edelman's there. Mahomes, Kelce, man, they're right up there. They're right up there. Tyler Miller, what's up, Tyler? On YouTube. By the way, we're going to have Adam in the City come through for the last 5 minutes of the show. We do this every Friday during the summer months here on the roast. We want to show our appreciation to all our P1s out there, all our roasters out there. So we have them come in and in the week strong. Tyler Miller, did you see the camera catch Von Miller hitting the vape pid? Tried to sneak the vape pid. He blew it out there.
Who was it last year? Head coach in Miami, our guy,
Mike McDaniel.
Mike McDaniel during the playoff game was hitting it against the Bills.
Dude, he needed to relax, man.
Speaking of guy who's living his best life.
Oh, you see him down in Miami at the playoffs?
In Miami, that guy is getting after it.
White capri pants.
Oh, my God.
Well, he is married.
Speaking of hair plugs, he got some of those, too.
There's no doubt. The big glasses.
Oh, yeah.
He's rocking Pradas, Gucci's. He fits that Miami scene.
It's perfect.
It is perfect for him. Von Miller, man. Well, he had diamonds in the teeth, man. Hitting the vape pen. He was feeling himself. He was out there roasted, man. He didn't even talk half the time because he was so baked.
No, he was chilling. Draymond was getting after it though. But you know what? I haven't heard from Draymond a lot too because you felt like after they got ousted, you're going to hear from him on TNT, right?
Right.
But you didn't. I think you think he's trying to promote his podcast more and stay away from the TNT stuff, or maybe it would have been a bad look had he just gotten ousted, talking it up with Chuck and all them. You think that's what it was?
Probably needed some time off.
And he probably would have been, he would have been breaking down LeBron and being like, you know what? LeBron looked good.
Well, also, did you hear Chuck yesterday? It's like, Draymond, don't you got a red eye to Detroit to go get on?
Damn.
Don't you got a red eye? And he's like, Draymond talks a lot for not having a job. We'll get that sound in a second. Chuck was having his fun. By the way, Chuck, the Chuckster, looking good.
Looks very skinny.
He was down to 350. He said he was up to 350. He's down to 292 now.
Must be on that soda weight loss diet, am I right?
SOTAweightloss.com. Can you imagine Chuck sticking to the script with soda?
No. I cannot, but apparently he has. He's looking. I remember he used to do the Nutrisystem way back in the day. Him, Dan Marino, all those old guys.
Right.
Speaking of that, actually, and we're talking about analysts and former sports. You see JJ Watt doing some CBS. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. Who was I listening to? I was driving in. I think I was listening to CBS Sports Radio's Damon Amendolara. He's making a good point. A lot of these guys in these booths, CBS and Fox, getting old. They're going to start like you think of
their pregame show.
Boomer, you think of Howie, you think of either Jimmy Johnson,
Terry Bradshaw.
Very long in the
Jimmy Johnson doesn't even do every week.
God bless him.
He does like every other Sunday or something like that.
Almost into their 80s, dude.
No, they've been the Fox team since it began.
Yes.
Since the NFL moved to Fox, this was like, whoa, Fox Sports has NFL football, the first sport to go to Fox. They've been there. Well, when did the NFL go to Fox? Was it 92 or 93? I think it was 92.
I believe you.
92. Yeah, it was 90. Yeah, it had to be 92, maybe 93. Anyway, they've been there the entire time.
Them,
CBS has had different crews.
Yeah.
They've gone through a bunch of guys there, but Fox has been there.
I know Kurt Menefee was there since the inception. He was but he was a play-by-play guy for a while.
And James Brown was the original there. Then he moved up to he went over to CBS. He fixed his hairline.
That's my dad's favorite joke every time we would watch football, like early 2000s. Oh, it's James Brown, CBS. Every single time, Dad, if you're watching, I feel good. I was like, Dad, it's not funny.
It's not funny.
God
every
bless
single
Bob
time.
Spadoni. And that's where I get my dad humor from. Because
you
met Bob at the party. Yeah.
I met Bob. And Bob, I was like, why does your son 5 minutes into a game go crazy? He goes, well, he kind of got that from me. I think the game's over in 5 minutes. Poor guy.
I wear my emotions on my sleeve. What can I say? I'm Italian. That's just how it is. I talk with my hands. I wear my emotions on my sleeve. It is what it is.
So 1994 is when Fox got the NFL.
There you go.
1994.
1 year old.
Damn. I was 12. This segment is brought to you by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Again, Dwight James, Rip City Radio, 8 o'clock. We got Music Quiz, 9:40. We got Shameless shout-outs at 7:45. Shameless shout-outs.
Can't wait. And we were talking about prior to the break, we had teased like Harrison Barnes, and that was a big deal because the Kings were sniffing around. Draymond, we had Brian Windhorst. He was doing his thing. He's like, well, they cleared all this cap space. Are they going to go after Draymond? That's what they're going to do. And can they still? This kind of signals to me they're not. Does that signal to you?
No, well, Draymond Green and Kyle Kuzma, because they have $18 million left, apparently.
Okay. So well, they were linked to OG Anunoby and those guys over in Toronto. So
if they're going to just run it back to Sacramento Kings for a second, as we do Sacramento radio, I saw the Harrison Barnes deal. Now, apparently, everybody on Twitter is like, man, Harrison Barnes is ski mask Hall of Famer.
Wow.
A finesse god.
Finesse guy.
He's made over $220 million in his
NBA
career.
He's no John Wall finesse guy, but he's up there. He's won a championship at least. I'll give him that. He's up there.
Yeah. He's a nice guy. But, he may be a borderline ski mask Hall of Famer. Maybe not first ballot, but he's in there. Whenever
you start, it's like saying but and then saying so-and-so. He's a nice guy. It's but I'm going to crush him.
And I don't mean to crush him here. But the last 4 games against the Golden State Warriors, he was not good. He actually played for the Warriors, it felt like. Whenever he shot, I would scream, he's with us! He's with us!
Oh, my God.
This guy in the last 4 games against the Warriors, 23 minutes a game. He scored 8 points, 2.5 rebounds.
Oh, boy.
He shot 18% from the three-point line, including that big miss in Game 4 that could have won them the series and gave them a 3-1 lead.
That was
wide open. That was his legacy right there.
That was.
He had a chance to end the dynasty right there, Game 4, and I'm sitting there on set like, oh, my God, he's about to end it.
We talk about legacy games. Like, that was a legit one. That could have changed his entire narrative. If he hits that one shot, Kings probably win that series.
And we're crushing Steph.
And we're crushing Steph. We're crushing Draymond. We're crushing Clay for leaking out that contract situation info right before the series or whatever game it was. And it's just crazy to see how in sports one shot could change everything. And you think of going back to that 73 win season, missing all those threes. What did he make his first one in Game 7 and then didn't make anything the rest of that game? It's just your point. He's a good guy, but paying him all that money, how can you as a Kings fan get behind that when you saw him being the weak link in that series? How can you get behind that? How can you watch Sabonis get his lunch eaten? I was on these airways. Shout out the pregame show, 5 to 6, Monday through Friday. Joe Spadoni. Dude, Kevon Looney was the all-star in that series, not Sabonis. He ate his lunch, and you're going to go and pay Sabonis reportedly all this money? I don't know how you come away with that series thinking that those are the guys you want to build. It's De'Aaron Fox is that dude. Keegan Murray, he started coming on.
He's that dude.
Herder came up short, came up small.
Again, Harrison Barnes, 23 minutes a game over the last 4 of that series. He shot 34.5% from the floor, 18% for the three-point line. Look, Game 4, Harrison Barnes, 9 points, 3 of 11 from the floor, 1 of 6 from the three-point line in 30 minutes. Of course, he had the big miss. Game 5, which was huge as the Warriors go up to Sacramento and win that Game 5. 13 points for Harrison Barnes, only 3 rebounds, 0-2 from the three-point line, 3-6 from the floor. Actually, it was okay. It was okay. Game 6, played 14 minutes, 32 seconds in a big Sacramento win, scored 6 points, grabbed 4 rebounds. Game 7 in Sacramento, he played 13 minutes and 33 seconds, 4 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 0 for 2 from the three-point line, 1 of 4 from the floor.
$18 million a year, huh? Must be nice.
I mean, your 4 biggest games, The Kings go 1-3. Harrison Barnes no-showed. He no-showed. Loyalty to Harrison Barnes. I get that he's been a good vet for that locker room. He's been really good as a professional for those guys. De'Aaron Fox, Malik Monk, Davion Mitchell. But I saw 3 years, $54 million, and I text Kenny and D'Lo right away saying, what are you guys doing?
Paying for the past is dangerous in sports. We saw that set the Giants back for years to come, and their farm system is now just getting back to those Sabian years. And granted, Sabian won a lot, but paying guys for what they did in the past, hell, even the past, you just saw what he did. How do you reward a player like that who's getting older, who just showed he can't score? And what did we learn about that Lakers series when they played the Warriors? You need to score.
You need to score. You need buckets.
If you had Draymond and Kevon, you weren't scoring. And that goes back to Draymond Green. If he will re-sign, that's the big story today at 888-957-9570. They need to re-sign him. But the question remains, is there another big move out there for the Warriors? Would Warriors fans be disappointed? Right? If that was just it, CP3 and Draymond.
Right. Do you need more?
And we have the poll going on right now. And
192 votes, Spinoni. 192 votes.
What's it say?
Do the Warriors need to make another? Do the Warriors need to make another splash in free agency? 192 votes. 82% says yes. 18% says no. 888-957-9570. I want to hear from Dub Nation right now. It's a big day. Free agency period, legal tampering period begins at 3 p.m. Things will be leaked throughout the day. We've seen things leaked yesterday. Harrison Barnes, 3 years, $54 million with the Kings. James Harden opting into his deal for $35.6 million, but he's opting in to help the Sixers orchestrate a trade. He wants to be traded. So what does it look like? Will a 3-team trade with the Sixers, Blazers, and Clippers take place? Will Dame Dollar finally say, you know what, Portland, I need to go. There's an opportunity in Philadelphia. Let me go join forces with Joel Embiid. Harden goes to the Clippers with Paul George and Kawhi Leonard. And then Tobias Harris maybe gets out of there because you heard this underrated soundbite. What he say? He says, casual Sixer fans, they would have traded me for a crumble cookie. How many guys are out there shooting 40% from three, scoring 18, 20, guarding the best player? He was talking it up. So he's not coming back to Philadelphia. No doubt about it. Sixer fans are not feeling him. So what happens today in free agency, but more specifically, what happens with the Golden State Warriors? Do they need to make another splash? 888-957-9570.
Sorry, not to cut you off there, Bonte, but what is a big splash to Warriors fans? Like, because if they're thinking like a James Harden level thing, like that ain't happening. Dario Saric, like, what is it, quote unquote? Like, that's why we hear the wish list. This is kind of Christmas in the NBA. What's the wish list going to look like? What's the trade that's going to be? Because it feels like if that's going to happen, you got to give up to get something. Yeah. Is it a Wiggins? Is it a Clay? Well, I don't think it's going to Clay because they looked way too happy yesterday. I'm being putting too much stock into how happy those three looked yesterday, and it's a cutthroat business. I get that. Is Joe Lacob going to be that cutthroat? Because he talked about it. Well, hey, I want Clay, I want Dre, I want Steph to be Warriors for life. He's discussed it in the past.
He joined us in studio, Shasky and I, a couple years ago, and he said Klay Thompson will be a Warrior for life.
Holy cannoli. This is crazy.
Joe Lacob said that. He said he's going to be a Warrior for life. So if you do make a big splash, it would have to involve Klay Thompson. It would have to involve Andrew Wiggins. It possibly would have to involve Jonathan Kuminga if you want to make a big splash. By the way, if that splash is for James Harden said no to the Golden State Warriors because Chris Paul's here. He doesn't want to play with Chris Paul anymore. No. He wants out on. He got Chris Paul bounced from Houston to go get Russell Westbrook.
Dare I say the only more hated player outside of LeBron to Warriors fans, James Harden.
James Harden's up there.
That's the top three,
James Harden's
it's
up there.
It's LeBron, James Harden, and CP3.
Chris Paul. Yeah, and now we're starting to love CP. I talked myself into CP3. I think it's going to work.
Warriors fans are talking to themselves to all three of those guys. We were talking about LeBron. Could LeBron leave? He's talking about retirement. Maybe he wants to come join his boy Lobos Tequila and Draymond Green. Oh, my God.
Andrew Wiggins, what was he thinking watching Steph, Clay, and Draymond Green? Andrew Wiggins stepped away from the team for 2 months due to personal reasons, but he only played 37 games. His boy was Jordan Poole on his basketball team. Him and Jordan Poole had a great rapport. What if they do make a splash, and it is Andrew Wiggins? And it is Jonathan Kuminga. And it is Klay Thompson. What happens there? 888-957-9570. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HG1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you could also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Go ahead and hit that like button. Smash that like button on YouTube and Twitch. Look, man, we got the poll question up. Do the Warriors need to make another splash in free agency? 207 votes. 80% says yes. 20% says no. I would love to hear from the people who say no. Because what does a splash look like? Can they make a move like a Sarge or Kevin Love and still be there in the top 4 in the Western Conference contending for a championship? I do believe they could be in the Final Four in the West if they make a little move like that, like a Dario Sarge, and you get Chris Paul. Because the thing was with Jordan Poole in those playoffs, and I don't think Jordan Poole is that bad of a player.
No.
I think Jordan Poole could be a star in this league. I really do. The chemistry was off. The guy looked checked out, and who could blame him after what happened last season?
He didn't know his role.
He didn't know his role. His role changed
yeah.
every single week. Facilitator 1 week, scorer 1 week, starter 1 week, bench player 1 week. Am I the 6th man? Am I the 7th man? When am I playing? When am I not playing? What's my rotation? Same thing with Dante DiVincenzo, who opted out and is unlikely to re-sign with the Golden State Warriors. Jordan Poole became unplayable in that Lakers series. Hell, he was unplayable in the Sacramento Kings series. I don't think he's that bad of a player. But Chris Paul, if he does make it to the playoffs and he's healthy,
that's a big if.
That's a big if.
Huge.
Huge if. But if
yes.
he is healthy. You know one thing about Chris Paul, he's not going to turn the ball over. He's not going to take terrible shots. He's not going to force shots. And he will create open threes for a lot of players. Shane Young from Forbes magazine. Shane Young does a great job on
Love
Twitter.
Shane.
Love Shane. He had a nice little breakdown of Chris Paul, what he could bring to the Golden State Warriors in pick-and-roll situations and guys just standing in the corner like a Clay and Wiggins. He's going to create many wide-open shots for guys. He's looking to pass first as opposed to scoring, where Jordan Poole, you could say at times, he's looking to get his.
And that goes back to the IQ portion of this, right? Like Steph Curry, like when they announced the trade and they announced all this sort of stuff, Steph immediately went to the IQ of CP3. He's like, I respect him. He's gritty. He's smart. He knows what to do on the basketball floor. And at this stage in their careers, that's what you need. You need to be on the same page because at the end of the day, they didn't look like a cohesive unit.
Right.
Like that was the thing. Jordan Poole didn't know his role. These guys, Andrew Wiggins being gone for 2 months, yeah, he slid back in, but everyone else had ramifications. Easy for Andrew to go right back into the starting lineup. I know he came off the bench for one game, but they slowly inserted him back. Easy for him, but GP2, Dante, JP, these guys suffered. Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, who was in and out. He was back in the G League and stuff like that. How's this going to work with all these other guys? And to be quite honest, even with the departure of JP, is this quote-unquote dark cloud truly lifted if they re-sign Draymond Green? That's the thing.
Morelli said this yesterday. What I watched yesterday in Vegas with the Splash Brothers and Draymond, their friendship and bond is irreplaceable. You can't shake that up.
No.
And maybe the splash for the Golden State Warriors is just simply letting Moody and Kuminga play more. Maybe you let them play more. And maybe they take that leap. Think about Draymond Green taking this leap from year 2 to year 3, becoming damn near an all-star. Klay Thompson took his leap from year 2 to year 3. A lot of guys in the NBA, they take that leap in year 3 where the game slows down and they get a little run. Now, the worst part about Kuminga and Moody did get to play in the postseason, but he got inconsistent minutes in the regular season. We saw Kuminga come on from February 1st through the end of the regular season, playing 23 minutes a game, averaging over 12 points a game, shooting 45% from 3 and over 50 from the floor, and playing some solid perimeter defense. Maybe it's simply, hey, you got your starting 5 with Looney, Draymond, Wiggins, Steph, and Clay.
Well, yeah. Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say the top 3 guys off the bench, Benoni, Kuminga, Moody, and Chris Paul. And if you're bringing a guy like Dario Saric, a guy like Kevin Love or Jack Londale, all of a sudden you got a solid 9-man rotation, I believe.
So maybe the big splash is already within your system, is kind of what you're saying. So you're giving these guys more minutes. And that, again, this goes back to Steve Kerr. Yep. This is going to be the most difficult coaching year he has ever had to do in his NBA career. Like,
more difficult than last season.
More difficult than last season because
I'm with you.
Because the expectations are going to be there. And if he does not re-sign, this is his job.
Yeah.
Like he's coaching for his job. If I'm Joe Lacob, I'm not giving him another contract.
No doubt.
You just lost after a championship year when you were the favorites. You didn't even make it to the Western Conference Finals. You lost to LeBron James and a Lakers team that was cobbled together in 2 months. How could you go into this season and give him a contract off of what just happened this past year? So Steve Kerr, I'm looking at him to involve Kuminga early. Yep. I'm looking at him to have Moses Moody involved early. I'm looking at these young guys. You need to start playing them because if you're not going to make a big splash, those guys need to be that big splash.
And Joe Lacob was very upset with the youngsters not playing.
Yes.
He did not want to give up James
I don't
Wiseman.
blame him.
Did not want to give him up. He was not happy about giving him up. Jordan Poole may be another reason. We all have that image of Jordan Poole on the sideline, on the ground, turning the ball over, and Joe Lacob just sitting there with his arms crossed looking at him, kind of crazy. But Joe Lacob, what I do know, he's a huge fan of Jonathan Kuminga.
Mm-hmm.
Huge fan. Hell, he wanted him to play in the NBA Finals against the Boston Celtics. Joe Lacob, if Kuminga does not play and get inconsistent minutes this year, Steve Kerr's basically good as gone. Totally. As good as gone. So you got those guys right there, and Kuminga looks like a server's, if not a potential guy who could be a two-way stalwart, right? He could be a guy who can guard the top perimeter player. He's a guy who can handle the ball, and he's an underrated passer. If you go back and watch those games in the post, he's got some nice touch. He's got a nice feel for the game once he gets the kinks out.
And we're thinking of all the guys that are going to improve with CP3 on the court. Jonathan Kuminga is top of my mind. Like this guy, if you work with a guy like Chris Paul, a seasoned veteran, day in, day out, grit and grind, like that's what CP3. We can like sit here and crush CP3 for the antics. Yeah, he gets hurt a lot. I am never going to question his work ethic. Mm-hmm. Like that guy is a grinder. He's from the old school. Like this guy is legit Hall of Famer. We like to rag him and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, he is a very, very smart and capable basketball player. And I think he can get the most out of a guy like Jonathan Kuminga because he's done that throughout his. Think of Blake Griffin, right? He's gotten the best out of these guys throughout his career. David West, going back, like he's gotten the best out of these 1-2 punches. So maybe a guy like Chris Paul is just what the doctor ordered for a guy like Jonathan Kuminga.
No doubt. 408 Comcast Business Text Line. Chemistry was off because Draymond sabotaged Poole for his possible future bag with surgical precision. That can't be rewarded. Draymond needs a new team. Well, doesn't look like he's going to have a new team.
Well, what's the market out there for Draymond?
That's the thing.
And we're going to ask our guy up in Portland Dwight James, like, are they really sniffing around there? Is Lillard going to stay? Like, they just drafted Scoot Henderson. Is is that really like a super team? Like, not really. Like, is that going to compete against Denver? So that'll be interesting. I think of Portland. Who else out there? Like, the Lakers aren't doing it. Like, they're not.
Dallas?
That's interesting. With Kyrie, Luka,
not even Kyrie. Kyrie, we don't know where Kyrie's going.
Is he going to go to the Suns? Like, they tried
He's
this.
He's not going to the Suns, man.
I'll take him on the Lakers. I'll say that.
Oh, I know
After
you would.
What I saw from D'Lo, I'll take Kyrie.
I know you would. I know you would. Kyrie, LeBron, and Anthony Davis would be nasty.
That'd scare you a little bit. The closing minutes.
But you just can't count on Kyrie.
Yes.
Can you?
No.
You can't count on Kyrie.
No, that's the thing. You can't count on injury and just in the mentals. If we're going to keep it a buck, I don't trust the guy.
So you think the Warriors are betting against themselves when it comes to Draymond Green?
A little bit. Draymond, they forced themselves into this, though. They gave Draymond all the leverage when they decided to trade Jordan Poole. It felt like it was them or me, like that, or him or me. Like,
and when
that's
Steve Kerr said we maxed out, and without Draymond Green, we're not a championship contender.
Gave some
Rich Paul, Clutch Sports, Draymond Green's like, oh, thank you, Steve.
Yep.
Thanks for the bone right there, baby.
Thanks. Like that's it right there. And then him going on with his podcast after it, talking about the dark line, chopping it up with Draymond and stuff like that. How'd you feel about that, by the way? How'd you feel about just getting ousted and your head coach is coming on and you guys are laughing about the fact that you caused the drama all season? How'd you feel about that?
I wasn't a big fan of it.
No.
Wasn't a big fan.
I didn't like that either.
Wasn't a big fan of it.
And from the 925 on the Comcast Business Text Line, WTF are you guys talking about not re-signing Kerr? Stupid AF. I think that's a legit conversation.
Well, he doesn't have the contract extension right now.
No.
And he's going into a lame duck season. We've heard nothing about an extension for Steve Kerr. Same thing could be happening with Bob Myers. We don't know what's going to happen with Steve Kerr. We have no idea.
Nope.
No idea. It's a big year for him.
Huge
year because Joe Lacob wants to win. And if he's going to be paying the tax and he wants his young kids to play and get worked into the rotation and get consistent minutes, Steve Kerr's got a lot. It's tough going into a lame duck season.
And if we see more Anthony Lamb or Ty Jerome, and did they give a qualifying offer to Ty Jerome?
Ty Jerome, not Anthony Lamb.
Not Anthony Lamb, but Lester Quinones as well, two-way contract.
Quinones, yeah.
So that's going to be a little interesting there.
It looks like we've seen the last of Anthony Lamb.
Bye-bye. Yeah.
That was playing the playoffs.
Nah, he didn't do anything.
And
people were actually calling for him in the playoffs too.
And the off the court stuff.
Yes, not great. Not great.
All right. The only thing, Bonte, that makes sense is to wait to the end and sign Draymond Green. It keeps his price down. You can see what other plans work out. If you sign Dre early, it controls your other choices. Well, I don't know if they're going to wait on Draymond Green. Draymond Green can call their bluff. Say, hey, I'm taking this meeting with Dallas. I'm taking a meeting with somebody else with cap space.
It's true.
Chicago or something like that. I don't see that happening, but you don't want to mess around because if Draymond Green just walks and you get nothing back, you don't get the salary slot back, and you lose a player.
And it is free agency day. Weird stuff happens. Like weird stuff always happens, whether it's the NFL or the NBA. People get overpaid, and you just saw that with the Detroit Pistons, a team that has been linked to Draymond. They overpaid for Monty Williams. they've overpaid for guys in the past, and that's a little bit of an interest. I don't think he's going to go there, but it's a dark horse because it is interesting. His obviously he grew up a fan from Detroit, from Michigan. We'll get into it on the other side. I know we're up against it.
James Wiseman's far like
No.
All right, with more free agency stuff, salary cap. Bobby Marks had an interesting tweet about how much teams have to spend on the cap this season. We'll get into that here on The Roast, sponsored by Save Mart and Lucky, California.
Your 4th of
Hey, Killer Cam behind the glass is feeling himself right now.
I'm loving it.
He
Shout out
was like,
McDonald's.
it's Larry June. It's a drop. It's a drop. You can see his face when he heard Larry June.
He's picking and choosing spots.
No,
I like Cam too because it actually is very difficult. Like you can get drop happy back there running the board. You can, and then it takes away from the show. Too many voices, but timely drops. Pick and choose your spots. He's crushing it. And the beds. I have my own. You know me. I have my own traditional beds.
Collins
Friday, Phil Collins Friday, 50 cents.
50 cent.
I know you can toss it. Feel free, Cam, to have a Phil Collins or 50 cent. Yeah. I'll show you where they are on the board. But Cam's crushing it, man.
Do your thing, Cam. Trust me. Do your thing. The one part about being a technical producer, I miss it. Was that you could pick your own beats. And so I would have Marty.
It's so fun.
I'd have Marty Lurdy coming back to reggae music, and he would have no idea. I'd play the sick
Marty, not a big Bob Marley guy.
Oh, dude,
Buffalo Soldier.
He's just waiting for the go button.
Oh,
I would have to do this.
He's a pro. He's a pro.
He's just waiting for me, man. He talking.
It was the best.
It is fun.
I remember doing that with Townie. Townie would always have whatever. He'd have to say something about every single bed with the rejoin. So. Absolutely love that.
All right, 510 Comcast business text line. I said Big John this sound. You peep Twitter Bonte, Torrey Craig to the Warriors.
Oh boy,
how do we feel about Torrey Craig?
Will that be a big splash? That's the YouTube poll question today. The YouTube, Twitch, search 95.7 The Game, like and subscribe. What would be a big splash for the Warriors? Say Torrey Craig doesn't seem like a big splash.
Well, so far 271 votes.
On
YouTube, 79% says yes. Yes, the Warriors need to make a big splash. Well, what is that splash? Give me some names, folks. 888-957-9570. What names do you have top of mind that could help the Golden State Warriors next season? Who do you want to see them go after? Who would be a nice addition to them? Now, Torrey Craig last year with the Phoenix Suns, 3-and-D guy, played 24 minutes a game. He's 32 years old as of now, 7.5 points per game, 5 rebounds. More importantly, he shot nearly 40% from the three-point line. Torrey Craig do it for anybody. Torrey Craig, he is 6'7", 221. For me personally, I get they need another wing. Now, what else do you add to that? Is it Torrey Craig and Saric? Is it Torrey Craig and, I don't know, Gallinari? What do you want? Do you want a big splash? Garrick Armstead on YouTube, big splash equals a vet big who could shoot and defend a little. That's it. Is that it?
The common theme I've been seeing is people want a big and defense, but you're going to sacrifice something with that on the scoring end. Or if they're a scorer, they're probably going to be sacrificing. There's not these guys that are perfect players that you're going to get out there. They just don't exist because those guys are getting paid the big bucks.
Right.
Like those guys are the Aaron Gordons, if you will, who just showed out for the Denver Nuggets who won a championship. Like those are the guys that are not out there that you need to compete to win a title. Like that's the team I'm looking at, Bonte, as we go back to the Warriors and their odds next year. And we had Howard Beck on yesterday talking about there's just muddled teams right below Denver. It's Denver, and then there's another tier below. There's the Lakers, there's the Warriors, there's the Clippers, there's the Kings. But it's Denver. That's who you're looking at in this conference. And what do you need to do to combat them? Size, athleticism, IQ.
No doubt.
And who's going to be guarding? Because Jokic, he's going to get his.
He's going to get his.
Murray's the guy that concerns me.
And that's Andrew Wiggins' job.
Yeah.
I believe Andrew Wiggins could do a good job on him. That's an Andrew Wiggins deal. Before the injuries, Klay Thompson used to snuff out Jamal Murray.
He was that guy.
Out. He used to be that guy defensively. I don't know if he could be that guy anymore. Utah Watanabe played with the Brooklyn Nets last season. They call him the chosen one out of Japan.
The chosen one. I like
6'9", and a lot of people here on Twitch and YouTube were, go get Watanabe. I mean, how many games did you watch him play? He played 16 minutes a game last year at the Brooklyn Nets and played 58 games.
I mean, he was just in the G League a year ago.
He's just a guy.
He's just that, Like they're looking at upside there potentially, and I understand that. But at the same time, it goes back to the splash. Like you might have the splash guys already in your system. When we talk about free agents, you might have it already in Jonathan Kuminga. Let me see this youth movement that we're kind of seeing with the Giants, right? This whole youth movement thing with the Casey Schmitz, the Baileys. Like, I want to see that with Kuminga. I want to see that with Moody. And it came back to, this big narrative about letting players fail. Well, I don't think the Warriors and Steve Kerr specifically allowed Jonathan Kuminga to fail in the playoffs. And I think it would have paid dividends heading into this season. Maybe you never beat Like, I don't even think they were going to beat Denver if we're just going to keep it up. Maybe they do. But I would have liked to at least see Jonathan Kuminga get some minutes against LeBron, against AD, like whoever. Like, have some minutes in meaningful games, and he didn't get to do that. That sucks.
No doubt. No, I'm with you there. 100%. You've heard me all along with Jonathan Kuminga. I'm a big JK fan. 510 Comcast Business Text Line. We need to grab Thomas Bryant if Denver doesn't resign. He's a solid big. I don't like Thomas Bryant.
He was solid with the Lakers. I like Thomas Bryant.
He gets inside. He gets inside the paint. He's a tough little player. Thomas Bryant would be the guy. Can he screen? Is he a good screener? Because that's also important for the bigs in the Golden State Warriors system. Got to be able to screen. That's what did James Wiseman in. Didn't know how to set a screen. Wasn't his game. Couldn't hold a screen. Thomas Bryant, can he hold a screen? He's 6'10", 250. 250. He is a big boy, and he's 25 years old.
He's young.
Didn't play much with the Denver Nuggets. They didn't play him at all, really. But with the Lakers, he averaged 12 and 7, shot 65% from the floor. He's not a big-time three-point shooter. Only attempts 1-3 a game, but he shot 44%, and he's a 70% free throw shooter, or he was last season with the L.A. Lakers. Thomas Bryant's not a bad name.
He's not a bad name. No, it's not a bad name. I don't think it's a sexy name, but he was good with the Lakers last year. I watched him. He was good. It was prior to all that trade stuff that went down when the Lakers ended up basically becoming a whole new team with the additions of Hachimura and whatnot and getting rid of Russell Westbrook. But the Thomas Bryant image that lasts in my head is when LeBron James was breaking the all-time scoring record, and you have Thomas Bryant chilling in the paint. Pass me the ball, Bron. Pass me. LeBron's like, no, I'm about to break the all-time scoring. And it's just the lasting image I have of Thomas Bryant. God bless him, asking for the ball when LeBron's trying to break the all-time scoring record. And a loss, by the way. That was just.
By the way, it is a Friday. Shameless shout out, 745.
Let's go.
888-957-9570. And you know the deal with shameless shout outs. If you're new to this with shameless shout outs, you can shout out anybody you want. You want to shout out your dog. You want to shout out your cat. We're going to go around the room and shout out anybody you want to. Your mama, your daddy, your grandma, your grandpa, your baby mama,
strippers.
Your baby daddy, the strippers. You want to shout out the strippers.
Let's go.
It's a big weekend for them. Holiday weekend. Saturday, Sunday. Did they get Monday and Tuesday?
I mean, I know they're family men, but the big three, they're out in Vegas.
They're out in Vegas.
Kelsey was getting after it. He was. Him and Clay, the two single dudes. I don't know if Clay's with some other IG model at this time, but those are the guys that are getting after it. Mahomes,
not my business.
Mahomes, 2 kids. Steph's 2 kids. Hey, as a father of 2, I can talk about it. I don't. Hey, honey, if you're watching, I don't go there, but you know. Hey, no Jay, shame on the people doing it.
Hey, Jay, Spinoni does like this shit. Don't worry.
Oh, boy. They're right up the street here.
They are right up the street. 888-957-9570. Literally right up the street.
Literally.
Boy, I haven't been up there in quite some time. Shout out to the Gold Club. Free chicken buffet.
Great food. Elite food.
The fried chicken is legit.
Great. Yes.
We'll be closer to the Gold Club in our new building.
Oh, that and Fogo de Chao or whatever it is, however it's called.
I'm not worried about the Brazilian steakhouse. I'm trying to save some money.
You're seeing the other Brazilians.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty good. That's
NBA free agency, folks. Get after it. Let's go.
See, at least you play along with it. Shasky would just shut the hell up. He's so scared of Michelle because Michelle's got such a lock on him. She's got Shasky handcuffed. Joe, if you talk about strippers right now, you will be on the couch for the next week.
I've met Michelle once. Like it was a quick hello. I think it was at Baby Chez's birthday at the San Francisco Zoo. But we need to have like a family show get together. I know he's been wanting to get after it. We need to get to all the misses together to see
Michelle
how it's
won't
going.
say anything. She would just observe everything.
Oh, interesting.
And then when we leave, that's when her and Joe get to gossiping.
Okay.
I know how they get down. I love you, Michelle, but I know what's going on with that
the
one.
Gossiping.
She's looking around and she's waiting for Joe to say something stupid, and she just writes it on the list.
Well, Michelle's like Jade. They're both half Filipino, so it's the Filipino side of them. They do.
The Filipinos are gangsters.
Like Italians, we like to talk.
We used to joke in high school. Filipinos are basically black people too. We're all the same. We're all the same. Filipinos are gangsters, man. They are gangsters. Shout out to Jade.
Shout out Lumpia, man.
Shout out to Lumpia.
Yep.
My boy Jonathan Dial and Mama Dial. She just turned 90 this past year. Shout out to Beth Dial. I ran into her a couple Warriors games. We used to go over there to his house in high school, and we sit there and watch football. And his grandma used to make the homemade lumpias and come down. They'd be so fresh and so hot. And just crush. You could crush 50 amongst 4 people in 5 minutes. You just scarfing them.
I call them Filipino taquitos because that's basically what they are because I could just smash them left and right. Chicken adobo, pork adobo, get after it.
Get after it. Shameless shout-outs coming up in 18 minutes. 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations, and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. The match yesterday. Because a lot of people were watching the match looking at Klay Thompson and Stephen Curry go up against Mahomes and Kelsey. Mahomes and Kelsey won the match.
They did.
By 3 shots. It was fun.
Try to give it away a little bit.
Try to give it away. Yeah. I thought they were going to choke it there.
People were trying to say it was scripted, that Mahomes pushed the putt so they can play more. I was like, let's relax. It's not that serious.
No doubt about that. But Ernie Johnson, Charles Barkley. Who's the other guy who does a great job?
Trevor Immelman, former Masters winner. Yeah, South African guy. Yeah, he's very good. He's very
solid.
Good.
He meshes well with Ernie and Charles Barkley.
Yeah, we've had him here on the station a couple times. He's very well spoken.
So the match, Curry was talking about Draymond's locker room etiquette. Here's some clips from the match.
But at least you've had Draymond as a source of constant encouragement.
Oh, you should, if y'all wanted an inside scoop in our locker room, you're getting it full-fledged right now. Full-fledged. 3 more years, baby. Come on, Draymond.
3 more years, Draymond. Come on.
Oh, my God.
3 more years.
They were getting after it. I am curious about how this locker room is going to be.
With Chris Paul.
With Chris Paul. With Draymond.
It's going to be wild.
The egos itself, like we were talking about Steve Kerr having to just manage the X's and O's. The egos involved in this team. Just think about it. Chris Paul, Draymond Green. Steph has an ego. You may not see it a lot. He's got one. Clay for sure's got one. Jonathan Kuminga going to CJ Holmes, our boy at the Chronicle. He's got an ego. Wiggins, no ego. Kevon, not really. There's 6 right there.
No doubt.
God bless you, Steve Kerr. Have fun.
Well, Steve Kerr, it would not surprise me. Steve Kerr said, you know what? I'm going to step away for some health reasons. I need a 2-week break for these boys. I need a 2-week sabbatical.
Just bring Iguodala back,
and then
right?
you get Kenny Atkinson stressing out saying, dear God, what did I sign up for? Here's the match. Barkley talking about Draymond Green being a free agent.
You know, Draymond talk a lot for a guy that ain't got no job.
All day.
The eve of free agency. He ain't got no job. He should be nice to me.
You gotta leave it there. Leave it off to the side.
Maybe you can break some news for us after this putt goes down there, Draymond.
Yeah, Dre, you going to Detroit on the red eye tonight, or you going back to the Bay?
Him and Chuck have such good rapport. I love it's really good. Like it's all love at the end of the day, probably to those guys. But they're so similar of players too. Like they just don't take crap from anyone. They speak their minds. I love their rapport. It's so great.
Well, also, I think later on, Chuck, somebody said something. It was like, man, we should have had. I think Draymond maybe said we should have had Charles out here playing with Steph instead of Clay. Come on, Clay. He goes, Charles can help us win a golf match. Can't help us win no championships, but he can help us win a golf match.
I love that. Shaq always goes to it. It's a little old at this point. He always goes to the rings. Whenever he loses an argument, 4 rings, Chuck.
Right, 4 rings, Chuck. I know about championships, Chuck. You don't know about this. You can't talk about it. I built the statue in Trump. That stuff is unbelievable.
It's today's society. Hey, if you don't have rings, you're not good. Hey, CP3s. But that's going to be the storyline. Is he going to get one?
I'm glad you brought that up because I think these youngsters around here, they look at Charles now and think he's a clown. I remember when Charles Barkley and Big John, you could look this up, Big John, Game 7 against Seattle as Phoenix advanced to the NBA Finals against Jordan in 93. I remember this as a kid. He punked Sean Kemp in Game 7. And I remember Sean Kemp got in foul trouble. He was in foul trouble all game long, and Barkley forced his 4th foul, and Barkley looked into the camera and was like, that's 4. I believe Barkley had 44 points in that game and 24 rebounds in Game 7 and go to the NBA Finals. I think he had like 44 and 24. I'm not even kidding, Spadone.
Well, I watched that Last Dance, and listen, I'm born in 93. I didn't get to really watch Charles Barkley. I didn't really get to watch Michael Jordan. So when I got to relive all this stuff during the pandemic with everyone else, and it was really freaking cool because it felt like, and that's just how it was in the pandemic, because everyone was just watching whatever it was at the time, Tiger King. And at this point, it was the Last Dance. So we were all locked in on Twitter together, kind of watching. It was actually kind of a cool moment.
Right.
But watching Charles in all those videos, he's the same guy back then in the 90s, and he was a damn good player. Like those Bulls teams, they had no one had any shot against them.
And Phoenix did have a shot, and that was one hell of a series.
Yes,
one hell of a series.
Yes.
Listen, Barkley, look at the stat lines, but Charles Barkley gets Seattle. As we're talking NBA free agency, it all begins at 3 p.m. What do the Warriors need to do to make another splash in free agency? Do the Warriors need to make another splash in free agency? We had the poll question up on YouTube, 320 votes. 78% says yes, they need to make another splash. Game 7 against Seattle in the Western Conference Finals, Spadoni. This is an all-timer. I remember this game like it was yesterday. 12 of 20 from the floor. 44 points. 24 rebounds. 19 to 22 from the free throw line in a Game 7. In Game 5 of that series, he dropped 43 and 15. I mean, Charles Barkley was a grown-ass man. in the NBA Finals against Chicago, he had 42 points in game number 2. He averaged 27 points, 13 rebounds, 5.5 assists in those NBA Finals against Jordan. And Barkley said during the last dance, that was the first time in his life where he felt like there was somebody better than him on the basketball court. That was Michael Jordan.
And that's got to be a humbling experience when you are the best at something for so long, through college, through high school, and then you're seeing the guys in the NBA, to realize that you're not the best anymore.
Yep.
I wonder what that's like. And I wonder what that's like for a guy like Chris Paul, he's not at his best anymore.
No.
And he's going to a team where he's going to be, third, fourth option at times,
fifth option
at times. Like, how is that going to work? It's going to be very fascinating to see a guy with this big of an ego kind of maybe get humbled a little bit. And maybe he's feeling that because we've been hearing him talk and stuff like that. He doesn't sound super thrilled. And listen, Chris Paul's always been a little surly with the media. He's never been that guy when it comes to like chatting it up. We see this Cliff Paul, we see the State Farm stuff, and he's chopping it up. But he's not that guy to reporters. Like, he's not that dude. He's a little more reserved and stuff like that. So it's going to be interesting to see how he meshes with these dudes, and specifically Draymond Green, who, as we know, said, I don't like this guy at all. So that's just going to be fascinating.
No, it will be. Let's go to Anthony in Napa. Anthony, what's happening, man? You're on the
first
roast.
call at 7:30. Come on, people. Let's go. It's free agency talk. What's your wish list?
I was trying not to be the first one, but I guess I am. So good morning to you fellas. What's up, Spadone?
What's up, man?
So you guys are talking about how we're going to need to combat Jokic and Jamal Murray. But the sleeper is that mother lover, Aaron Gordon. When Aaron Gordon decided to play his position, as far as I'm a 4, I'm not really a 3-point shooter. I go down low. I can get the easy buckets. He had one of his best games. I think he scored 21. I don't know if it was game 3 or 4, but whichever one it was, Aaron Gordon is sneaky. And I think we have Andrew Wiggins and, of course, Kuminga for him.
Yep.
But you gotta, as a coach, Steve Kerr and I like what you guys are talking about, because maybe he doesn't deserve to get fired, but I agree with you 110%, Spadoni. I can't extend him knowing that he's not going to give the young guys an opportunity to play, because now more than ever, we need the young guys' contribution. Last season, for whatever reason, we all know the reason, things just weren't right. But I think this season is 110% the season where you got to really incorporate the youngsters. And you can't be selfish, and you got to be patient, because it's their time. I think that, when we won the fourth championship, I thought Moses Moody, I'm not going to say he arrived, but I remember in the Dallas series, he was actually given quality minutes. And so it's just crazy to me that Steve Kerr didn't really incorporate the youngsters. And I know maybe they sulked a little bit, but it's like, hey, man, we're ready to play, and you're not and you're not going to play us. I think anybody would be upset. So I'm looking at Steve Kerr this season for sure. I don't think there's a splashy deal. I kind of agree with you guys. Like Vucevic, he got 3 for 60. And I don't know if Vucevic is a $20 million a year player, but I think the sleeper for Denver, somebody we got to watch out for, is Gordon.
No doubt.
I think Kuminga would be the perfect complement to that.
No doubt. Great call, Anthony. And Gordon, and one thing we know about him from San Jose, and I'm happy for him, the Gordon family, we see him grow up here, Archbishop Mitty, playing the SF Pro-Am. He's got a relentless motor. He goes hard all game long. When he was 17 years old, Spinoni at Kezar Pavilion, playing against grown-ass men, it's like, how does this guy have the stamina? How is he banging with 30-year-olds who are strong as hell? This guy's a load, and he came on to those NBA Finals. He really did. They left him open, and they said Aaron Gordon beat us offensively, Eric Spoelstra and company, and he beat them offensively. His game 5, or what was it, game 4, I should say, was iconic with the 27 points, the big threes, the tip-in dunks, the passing, playing off of Jokic. Denver has a complete starting 5 here. Now, if somebody could pluck away Bruce Brown, it does kind of bite away at Denver. Yeah, maybe the Lakers, maybe it's Dallas. Hopefully it's not the Lakers, because that makes them stronger, and all of a sudden they're loading up for the Denver Nuggets. But that's a great point by Anthony. Kuminga can be the Warriors' Aaron Gordon. He can be.
And that goes back to that's our big splash, right? Maybe you're not going to get the next big name like, it's who's out there? James Harden. You're not going to do some blockbuster like that. But you know what? You have the resources with Kuminga, with Moody. Play these guys from
Play 'em.
start to finish.
Yep.
Just play them. They will succeed at one point. You just got to give them time. I'm very confident. What I saw from Moody last year, I was so damn impressed with Moses
He never
Moody
looks
last year.
overwhelmed, right?
Never.
He comes into the game. The lights are never too bright.
20 years old, 21. Like,
20
this guy's looks like a vet.
He's going to
30-year
grow a
vet.
little bit more. He's going to work on his handles. His shot looks pure. Moody will get better and better and better. Will he be a star? Will he be an all-star? I don't know that. But he's a guy you could plug in your rotation and get 20 to 25 minutes a game, and he won't get you killed. That's the thing about Moses Moody. So I do like that call by Anthony there. By the way, Rockin' New Era. Good morning. Rockin' New Era. Rockin' New Era 84. I think we got a new name. It's not Spadoni anymore. It's Spagotny.
Dough? Like
Spagotny.
Oh, Spagotny. That's not bad. I've gotten everything with the Italian last name. I've gotten Joey Spaghetti, Joey Spumoni.
Right.
There you go. There was a nickname in high school. I can't say on air, but I'll tell you to you off air that I had. All guys high school. We get the worst nicknames. It's just how it is.
Yeah.
But I like that. Not bad.
Not
I'm
bad.
wearing the Jordan shirt, so it makes sense.
Yeah, it
he
does
is
make
the GOAT,
sense.
so it is what it is.
Seeing you admit that. Shasky can't admit that.
Michael Jordan's the best.
Why
He's the
can't
best of all
Shasky
time.
admit that?
Like, it's
Why
just, it's
can't he?
okay. Like, and LeBron's a Laker now, so I could even say LeBron, but he's not that guy. He's just not that guy.
Come on.
LeBron's going to be there. That's like probably 1 and 2. And listen, if Steph wins another one, he's probably top 5 there. So that's why I think there's a lot of urgency.
There
You
is.
guys were talking about who needs a title more, and
The
I think
Niners or the Warriors?
The Niners or the Warriors, and I think I was the only one pretty much that said the Warriors because I was like, listen, a 5th for Steph.
Oh my God.
I think it means more than the Niners getting 6. I do, because Steph is our guy here. Let's not get it twisted.
No doubt.
Joe Montana, where'd he go?
Yeah.
He went to Kansas City.
It wasn't his choice,
Wasn't his choice.
It wasn't
but
his
he went
choice.
there, and you know what? He reps Kansas City.
Dude.
Steph, he's the guy in the Bay.
Wow.
That's that dude. He represents the Bay Area.
Check this out. ESPN, and we're going to get to Baker in just a second.
Oh, boy.
Shameless shout-outs,
going on?
888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs coming up in 7 minutes. The New York Post has learned that Jeff Van Gundy has been let go by ESPN. Their top analyst has been let go. Jeff Van Gundy will now be calling games for ESPN next year. You got to think TNT is going to be all over that. They'll have the Van Gundy brothers, no doubt about that. Van Gundy let go after calling games for ESPN for 16 years alongside Mike Breen and Mark Jackson. Apparently, ESPN is letting go of around 20 on-air personalities. Tough deal.
That's tough. That's tough. I hate anyone losing their job. And listen, Van Gundy's taking a lot of flack, but that's the kind of the guy I grew up listening to,
Yeah.
like through high school and stuff like that. Him, Breen, and Mark Jackson.
I don't hate Van Gundy as much as a lot of
No,
people.
he gets a lot of hate.
I get
think.
the shtick.
Yeah.
I get the shtick. Sometimes I'm like, all right, that's enough, fellas. But he does know the game, and he does keep it real. So Jeff Van Gundy, out. Let's go to Baker real quick, Spadone, in San Francisco.
Shameless shout-outs, 5 minutes. Line them
Yep,
up,
let's go.
888-957-9570.
Baker, what's happening?
It's Danker, man.
Oh, Danker,
Oh,
what's
Danker.
happening? Oh, Danker D. Danker D,
Gentlemen.
what's happening?
My bad.
Oh, you're good.
You're all good. We got Big John.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
it's all right.
Big John's doing a lot, man. He's running the pole. He's got Killer Cam back there rapping to him, man. He's a little paranoid because Big Killer Cam, if he steps the wrong way to Killer Cam, man, he got them guns, dude. I'm telling you. Leave Big John alone. It's a mistake. It's all right.
What up? We got Spud McKenzie.
Yes, sir.
We got a good happy Friday.
That's not bad. Give you 3.
So I was just waiting to call. I mean, I'm not going to say any names, but Tay and I, we have a really close friend who's up there with the Clippers, and he could, if he could have Chris Paul for the rest of his life, he would.
Yeah.
And I just really love it because just practice. There's going to be so much evolution to the game that CP3 is going to recognize and develop certain opportunities for guys, and then they're going to get accustomed to seeing it themselves. And I just think it's going to be a huge stepping stone for the youth. And I don't want to blame Kerr, but I really think CP3 has a vision and just a style of play that Kerr never had. And really, CP3 is like a one-of-one. A lot of guys don't have his court vision because he understands. He's like what's his name, Telfair. He knows he's not Baron Davis to anyone, or he's not getting up there as a guard, but he's going to win the way he knows how to win. And I know it gets, it's like a thorn in our side playing against him, but if you can't beat him, join him. Yeah. And when he's on our team, man, I love it because we need that guy. We need that other Draymond who gets under people's feathers, like, an enforcer in hockey, someone who's really just a distraction from the system. So I love it.
No doubt. Good call, Danker. And he's talking about our boy Judd, who works with the Clippers, man. He swears by Chris Paul. One thing about Chris Paul, and, once we got out our feelings Friday, because last Friday was just off the chain. I mean, I get it. I can't stand Chris Paul. I mean, you guys played sound of me dissing Chris Paul,
Hilarious.
calling him an actor.
Hilarious.
We found out. We can put that on the board after Dwight James. And shameless shout-outs. Line them up. Shameless shout-outs. 888-957-9570 for shameless shout-outs. I already got some shameless shout-outs on the text line, Comcast Business text line, and, of course, YouTube. Chris Paul will be a coach on the court. Again, he's going to get this team in the right sets. He's not going to turn the ball over. And, okay, yeah, I know he plays a slower brand of basketball. And it's different, and he's a different player than Sean Livingston. But I remember when Sean Livingston and Andre Iguodala ran that second unit. They didn't just go up and down. They slowed down the game to stabilize it and get things under control. That's where Chris Paul comes into play. And now you got a guy where Sean Livingston never shot the three. And I love Sean Livingston. Shout out to Sean Livingston, who stepped away from the Warriors, chilling with his family. He sent him a text. He's doing great. Sean Livingston had that elbow jumper, that fadeaway from 15 feet. It was awesome. Chris Paul can stretch that out. He shot 37.5% from the three-point line last year.
You're right.
He's very efficient. Again, he doesn't turn the ball over. So for that second unit, and then he could play alongside Klay Thompson in spurts. Maybe he plays with Steph for a couple minutes here and there, and it's Andrew Wiggins. He's going to be fine with that second unit. So after you get out the feelings and we get the hate out our heart, because we got to accept him like we accepted Richard Sherman out here in the Bay Area. We have to.
I mean, he's a Hall of Famer. Like, at the end of the day, like, you can say what you want, but the guy is a Hall of Famer, whether you like him or not. And you listen, the moment he contributes, the moment he backs up Steph when someone's trying to punk him or trying to punk one of the younger players, and he backs them up, you're going to be like, you know what? That's our guy. The moment he does something that wins you a game with the grittiness of Chris Paul, that's our guy. We like him. So, yeah, miss me with the whole, well, I'm never going to root for the guy. No. The style of play will work. Now, for me, when I was a fan and of the Russell Westbrook thing, when he came to the Lakers, stuff like that, I knew right away that wasn't going to work. That was a move it wasn't going to work because of Russ's style of play does not mesh with what LeBron and AD would do. It's going to mesh with CP3 in this system. It will.
What? Should any trade be breaking news today? Should we just use the breaking news sounder?
Sure, why not?
Hit the breaking news sounders for it, Cam.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
All right, here we go. The legal tampering period begins at 3 p.m., but per Shams Charania of The Athletic, the Indiana Pacers are nearing a trade, sending guard Chris Duarte to the Sacramento Kings for draft compensation. Remember, Chris Duarte was a draft pick out of Oregon a couple years ago. A lot of Warrior fans wanted him. He got selected right before Moses Moody, a three-point shooter. He's going up to the Sacramento Kings for draft compensation. Indiana Pacers, give it up on Chris Duarte after 2 seasons. He's going to Sacramento. That could be the first of many, many trades today. I know it's a lukewarm trade. A lot of people are like, Chris Duarte, really? But it's a trade.
They like
things are starting to
percolate
here.
They like trading with each other. Clearly, Halliburton, obviously that big deal, Sabonis and all that sort of stuff. So interesting. Duarte and Harrison Barnes, not the names I think Kings fans were wanting to hear this early.
Oh, no doubt about that.
They were thinking of OG Anunoby. I got it right, thank God.
OG Anunoby.
And
that's
Pascal Siakam.
OG Anunoby is nearing Kirk Cousins levels around here. I'm kind of tired of hearing the name.
He can score and defend, Bonte, and he's big.
He's okay. I'm not gonna lie.
People were linked to what was it? The Warriors wanted they wanted Kuminga for him straight up or something like that. Yeah.
Well, the Warriors. Apparently, they offered Jordan Poole for OG Anunoby.
Oh, that's just Jordan Poole, not okay.
And Toronto said no.
Oh, so there you go.
All right, let's get the shameless shout-outs here, Killer Cam.
It's Friday.
Yeah, I'm a shameless, horrible human being.
Your chance to shamelessly shout out whoever or whatever you want.
I need to shout out somebody. I forget their names. They would know who I am if they're listening.
It's time for shameless shout-outs on the Morning Roast.
Wow, before we even shout somebody out, ESPN has also let go of Jalen Rose.
Wow.
Jalen Rose gone from ESPN. After being at ESPN, it feels like for over, and he's been there a long, long time.
Yeah.
Wow, Jalen Rose been there since 2000. It doesn't even say.
I just remember the early First Take days when it was 1st and 10. Pistol Pete Jr., Skip Bayless and him. That's what I'll remember.
Cold pizza?
Oh, so
little cold
good.
pizza?
So
all right,
good.
shameless shout-outs. Shameless shout-outs here. Spadoni, man, you're filling in for Joe Sasky. You get the first shout-out.
Shout out all my friends and family listening right now, streaming us live on Twitch and YouTube. Search 95.7 The Game, like and subscribe. Jade, I love you. Benny, I love you. Nora, I love you. Bob, Diane, love you. Mom, Dad.
You know Anna's going to hear this and be like, where's my love at? Why are you doing this?
Anna, I love you too. Baby Ches, love you too. I love everyone. Hey, making a dream come true today. I don't know where it goes, but I'm damn happy to be here with you, Bonte, John, and Cam.
Fun.
So we're having a good time.
These first 2 hours have flown by here. Killer Cam, man. Get on here, man. Pop that mic. Let the people hear from Killer Cam.
Shout out to all the friends and family. Shout out to Tanya for supporting me. Shout out to all my loved ones out there.
Look at Cam. Man. So smooth.
He's got a nice voice. He's got
enough talking from you. All right, I'm trying to keep my job, Killer Cam.
Voice.
Hey, Big John, what you got?
So just to clear up real quick, Jalen Rose has been with ESPN since 2012.
Oh, wow.
But
feels like longer. Wow.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Shameless shout out for me. Good buddy of mine that I grew up with, Max Maselli, just got engaged to his girlfriend Kira this weekend. So I wanted to give a shameless shout out to my boy for getting down on one knee, or actually freaking out and not getting down on one knee because he panicked. But they are engaged. So shout out to my boy Max.
YouTube's not fun. Somebody go put somewhere Molly Kira this laughing
about
Jalen Rose. That's not. No, she doesn't have.
Guru's happy because he's the only guy that could compete with his hairline. So.
Oh boy, shameless
Guru
shout
thinks it's fake.
Don't forget, if you want to sponsor shameless shout outs, DM us at Twitter at Morning Roast 957, or you could, what's Joe Shasky's email? Bombard him with his emails. Don't bombard me, or you can go bonte.hill@gmail.com. But you could bombard Shasky's email as well. So what? Put your boy 415 at gmail.com.
Yeah.
Whatever it is. If you want to sponsor shameless shout outs, we'll get to shameless shout outs. Our boy Ralph at Coyote Creek. We're going to go there during training camp, Spadoni. Going to come down with us. Happy 19th birthday to his son Miles. And congrats on completing his first year at U of A. I just saw Miles on TikTok, man. I didn't know Miles was on TikTok. My guy Miles, you better come see me this summer. Better come meet with me. And a special shout out to his wife Susan for their 30th wedding anniversary. No better person to have gone through this journey with. I look forward to the next 30. Much love. 30 years.
30
shout
years.
out to
That's
Susan.
a long time. I'm out on TikTok, by the way. Not a big TikToker. Jade loves it. Now Benny likes it. Bommy, can we watch some TikTok? Oh, what have you done? Come on.
Shout out to my boys, too, last week at the bachelor party up in Lake Tahoe. We got Baby G, Drew Payne. We got Wet Mike Gomez. We got Big Dog City, who's getting married in New Orleans. We got Mo Money, Mo Barton. We got Snugs, Little Gomez. We got him, and then we had Jeremiah with us.
Snugs.
Don't. I should. You know what? The hell with it. He always talks crap about me. Snuggles. That's your name, Snuggles.
Big Snuggie user.
Yeah, Snuggles. How you like me now, Snuggles?
Shout out
talk.
Shout out my guy Mark Failer. I think you met him at my party the other day. Big P1, Mark Failer, pre-gamer. Morning Roaster. He's awesome. Palma High legend, Chieftains. Let's go, Marky Mark. Love you, man.
Shout out to the Sprinkler Fitters local for 8-3. That's B Dorm. B Dorm. Shout out to CCU Water Polo and all the coaches and reps giving their weekends to youth sports. No doubt about that. Shout out to the Oakland Public Recreation Swim League. Get your swim on. That's 510-925-707. Let's go to Luke Man and Vallejo. Luke Man, who you shouting out this week?
What's up, fellas?
What's up, Luke Man?
I just want to say, appreciate y'all, miss y'all. What's it called? Pretty much, I just think we need to go after Jackson Hayes, young athletic big that we can sell on getting his value up, and he can get the rebounds and defend that center position like we need. You feel me? I don't think anyone's talking about him, but I think he could be a big pickup. Appreciate y'all.
No doubt. Appreciate you, Luke, man. Who we got next here on the Shameless Shoutouts? I don't even have your name up, but go ahead, shout out anybody you want to if you're on the line here.
Man, y'all know who this is. Why is y'all playing?
Big Duke, what's up, Duke? Duke in the city.
Why is y'all playing, man?
On,
y'all serious, man? Come on, man. It's your dude, man. You know how we do. We gonna shout out the Bay Area Maniacs. They up there in Sacramento, man, about to play this AAU basketball. My wife and my daughter up there, they about to get it in. I want to give a big shout-out to Local 10. We done lost a lot of brothers this month, y'all. Condolences to all the families out there, man. But you know how we do it, Bonte. And I got a little something for Shaq. I ain't going to do the whole thing because my boy Shaq ain't there, but we're going to go. It's baseball season. Everybody's at the park chilling with Will Clark, and the Bay is deep. And you know we got Sharks and Cake Smith hit the ball cleaned over the fence. Sound like Steph on the court when he splashes it. Hey,
Duke,
I love y'all, man. Shout out to y'all, man. Y'all know how we do it, man. I love y'all.
Duke, before the summer's over, we got to get you in the studio one of these Fridays, live and direct, right here for freestyle for the people. The people want to see you on YouTube and Twitch. Duke, we got to get you in the studio.
Gone.
He's gone, just like that. I'll email him. I'll DM him or
smoke,
something like that. We got to get Duke in here.
Duke is such a legend.
He's a legend.
He's so sick. I love that guy's energy. You know what? There's just certain voices you hear on this show, and Duke is one of them where it just brings you a smile to your face.
No
And
doubt.
he's one of them.
Love Duke. He's a diehard roaster. JB, shout out to the GSW Academy from Thrive City. That's right. Shout out to them. Shout out to Sequoia Billiards New and used tables, Redwood City. I like that. Shout out to the Evergreen Little League All-Stars. That's from Mark on YouTube as well. Shameless shout-outs here on the Morning Roast. Let's see here.
Shout out to all the troops. 510 Comcast Business Text line. Absolutely appreciate you guys. My brother Anthony, he's in the Army. Brother Rob, former Marine. Brother Steve, former Air Force. So a lot of Spadones in the military. So appreciate all you guys and all you do.
Shout out to John and Cyrus at Mara West. That is from the 650 on Comcast Business Text line and the Camille Community School in Napa as well. The 916. A lot of fun shout outs here. With that said, Cam, let's get to the injury report here on the Morning Roast.
Huge. Let's go.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, according to Ian Begley he covers the Knicks for SNY TV. Bruce Brown's expected to meet with the Knicks, Rockets, Pacers, and Mavericks at the start of free agency.
Oh, interesting.
So no Lakers there. That didn't make me happy. Send him to the East Coast, man. That guy's a good player. But look, our friend and Giants insider Alex Pavlovich reported yesterday that the Giants starting pitcher Alex Cobb is set to come off the injury list. It's starting against the New York Mets tonight. The Giants need a win after losing 2 straight to the Toronto Blue Jays. They lost the series, had their 10-game road win streak snapped, their longest road winning streak since 1952. Cobb has been out the last few weeks with a left oblique strain. And Mike Yastrzemski, who's been out with the left hamstring injury, is also doing well and could be available as soon as Sunday for the San Francisco Giants as they try to get back on track. Got to get back on track. Let's go.
They got to beat the Mets. Mets stink. They're a dumpster fire. They're probably going to fire Buck. They're going to clean house. They'll be sellers. The interesting ones to me, Justin Verlander is the guy for me. Yeah. What's it going to take to get a guy like that? Because he signed a 2-year deal. And give me Verlander over Scherzer because Verlander's coming off a Cy Young. Yeah. And it's coming off a career year at 40 years old. There's nothing weird about that. But anyways, he's the guy. If you're going to get someone, that's the dude where it's like you add him to Cobb and Webb. I feel pretty damn good about potentially winning a World Series. No, it's early. It's June. Just saying. Just saying.
The Mets 17.5 back of the Atlanta Braves.
That division stacked. Like that. Like Marlins.
The Marlins went to Boston and swept the Red Sox at Fenway Park.
Arias, dude. If that guy hits 400.
He's carrying that team.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I couldn't name anyone else on the team. I'm not even doing fantasy baseball this year, but that's the guy.
I mean, unbelievable.
And the All-Star starters are announced yesterday. I think he's a starter.
Yeah, he is a starter at second base. The Dodgers had Freddie Freeman. He got robbed by Freddie Freeman. Yeah, no, that was weak. That was weak. Probably the Texas Rangers with a lot of starters. Josh Young at third base. Heim, Seager.
A lot of former A's. Jonah Heim, Sean Murphy, Matt Olson. And
Jonah Heim was an A?
Yes. Wow. But they moved him on for Sean Murphy.
Wow.
Now they got Shea Langoliers batting 200.
Wow. That was the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Dwight James, Rip City Radio, to talk about some of the rumors in Portland. Do they really have a chance at Draymond Green? Is there smoke there with Draymond going up to Portland with Dame Dollar, or would Dame Dollar be part of a package that sends him to Philadelphia, as James Harden wants out of the Philadelphia 76ers organization? We got breaking news, Spado?
No, I'm just seeing 415 here from the Comcast Business Text line. Justin Verlander, Giants might as well sign Chris Paul. Do not compare Justin Verlander coming off a Cy Young to 38-year-old Chris Paul. Let's relax here.
Dude,
all right?
You had me scared there. Your face, I thought something big happened.
No, still come out that
something
tape.
big happened.
No. Austin Reeves hasn't re-signed yet. Don't worry. I'll let you know when that happens.
All right, what's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Dwight James, Rip City Radio, to talk about the Blazers and Draymond Green and rumors with Dame Dollar. That's coming up on the roast.
The deals are sizzling.
Jeff Van Gundy let go. Jalen Rose let go. A lot of things happening at ESPN. It is very, very tough seeing there. Shout out to everybody at ESPN. Hopefully none of my friends get laid off there. But yeah, good morning to everybody out there on the YouTube chat. Good morning to everybody out there on Twitch, the Comcast Business Text Line. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to everybody getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is happening? All the teachers, all the students, everybody celebrate anniversaries, weddings, all that stuff.
It's a holiday weekend for a lot of people. A lot of people got 4 days off. I'll be here Monday, though.
Including?
Oh, your boy?
You. And the professional dancers.
Oh, well.
It's a big weekend for them.
Big weekend.
Big.
4th of July. Fireworks. In more ways than one.
Dwight James. Let's go to bring some dynamite to the show here.
Yeah.
620, Rip City ready. I love me some Dwight, man. Him and Chad doing the damn thing up in Portland. And he is Mr. Portland. You know, I love Chad, but the real king of Portland is Dwight James. All right? Come on. The Oregonian, the Portland Tribune, NBC Sports Northwest. He's done everything in Portland. Dwight, good morning, man. Long time no talk.
Yeah, good to be with you, Bunte. It sounds like I just can't hold a job, but I was wondering, how are you guys doing there in the Bay Area after that humiliating defeat yesterday in the match by Stephen Clay? My goodness, it must be terrible down there.
Well, no pun intended, but it's par for the course with the way this season has went down with the Golden State Warriors. I mean, Steph, Clay struggling, Draymond Green chirping, not really shooting. I mean, come on. I mean, it's been a rough one for us, but hey, we're hoping that some people are hoping that Draymond Green re-signs with the Golden State Warriors. Or maybe he goes up to Portland. Dwight, what is going on up there? Let's start with that. Is there any smoke to Draymond Green? And I know you debunked the rumor that they were having dinner. Draymond and Damian Lillard was having dinner up there in Portland. I know you said that didn't happen at all. But is there any links to Draymond Green becoming a Portland Trailblazer?
I don't think so, Bunte. They've been friends for a long time. They're friendly. I don't know that they're friends, but they're friendly, and I know they spent some time together. I fell victim. You know, I forget how the aggregators are on the internet nowadays, but what I did is I read a tweet that somebody sent me, and all of a sudden, all over the world, there's people saying, oh, courtesy of Dwight James, Draymond Green and Damian Lillard rented out a restaurant and they're having dinner together. You know, as far as I know, it never happened. It did not happen. And I don't see Portland with no cap room. It would have to be a complicated sign and trade or involve a third team. And I don't. Why in the heck would Draymond want to come to Portland? I can't really put my finger on any legit reason, but I think he's going to be back with the Warriors.
Dwight, Joe Spadoni here, first time, long time, and I want to get into Damian Lillard here. What's going on with this guy? Is he staying? Is he going? It feels like this is the new Aaron Rodgers, but the NBA version. Like, am I going to leave? Am I going to stay? What's going on with Dame up in Portland?
Joe, that's the question we're all asking themselves. This thing has not been handled well from the start. You know, he leaked something to my buddy Chris Haynes, like a year ago about being a little upset that they haven't gotten better players for him, and that's the kind of thing you keep in house. You don't take that to the media, especially when you're kind of talking down about your teammates, and nobody's ever called him out on that, but it's true. And he I think he's turned into kind of a drama queen at this point. Yeah. I honestly, I don't know that he's going to leave, even if they don't make some sort of deal. I just get the feeling he likes the attention. I think he's one of the ultimate big fish, little pond guys. He was kind of in high school and in college, and I think he likes it here. He's building a new house. He's got all his family up here, at least part-time. I'm not so sure anything's going to happen, but I know one thing. They don't have the weapons or the inventory to trade for somebody who could actually help him get where he wants to go. You know, I mean, if you talk about landing it, say Pascal Siakam, hey, he's a good addition, they'd be better. But that's not going to get him to the NBA Finals or even the conference finals, most likely. So I'm not sure at this point what this is all about. They go out and draft Scoot, and Scoot's got to play. But now they're saying they're going to try to have Dame and Scoot on the team, which is, kind of derailing any thoughts of rebuilding this team, which is going to have to happen very soon.
No doubt. Dwight James here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game, 620 Rip City Radio in Portland, alongside our buddy Chad Doing. We love Chad down here in the Bay Area. So would the city of Portland be okay if Damian Lillard left or found his way out? How's the city of Portland feeling about Dame Dollar?
Oh, God, Bonte, it'd be mass depression if he departed. It's like his loyalty has been rewarded with undying love from Blazer fans, and that's fine, and he deserves that, I think. But, they wouldn't be happy with it. They've been just as unhappy as Dame is with the whole idea that they haven't put the right players around him. I think, though, there is somehow a misunderstanding of how difficult that is. People expect these general managers to just, it's hard to trade an inferior player for a superior player. Right. You're asking the GM to trade a guy who's not as good as the guy you're getting back. And, it's only, the Danny Ainges of the world and guys like that who can swindle people on trades like that.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Go ahead, Joe.
Well, I was just going to say, Chauncey Billups has been the guy. He replaced Terry Stotts, and Terry Stotts, hey, listen, he had a lot of success, but unfortunately he ran up against a Golden State Warriors juggernaut many times. What's the feeling on Chauncey up there? Because it felt like when they made that hire, it was an interesting one. Maybe it was to appease a guy like Dame, but what's that relationship been like with that team and organization with Chauncey Billups?
Well, Joe, the jury's still out on it. It's kind of, I don't think he's done anything in his first 2 years that would lead you to believe he's going to be a great NBA coach. But the problem with evaluating him is, right in the middle of the season, both years, they make the decision on the front office level to tank. And so now you can't, you're taking weapons away from him because you're asking players to sit down who aren't really hurt. And so you can't judge him on that. That's not fair to him. And I don't think he's really had a chance to coach even a halfway decent team through a whole season yet. So it's really difficult to tell whether he can get the job done or not. He's a good guy. He's well-liked and good with the media. I like him. I think he's a good person, and I think he knows the game. But he just hasn't had a lot to work with so far.
Yeah, Dwight, I know you know the game very, very well, so we get you out of here with this one. How do you view the Warriors from afar with the addition of Chris Paul? They're a better team now with Chris Paul as opposed to last week with Jordan Poole. What's your thoughts on the Chris Paul deal?
Bonte, I just thought they got him to trade. He's an easier trade piece than Poole was. And I don't think he necessarily makes them better because asking him to play the game the way the Warriors play it would be a real stretch for him, I think, at this point. I still like the idea of giving your core guys one more year to see if it's still there, and I think that's what they'll do is just move forward, get Draymond back somehow on board, and just let these guys have one more go at it, see if they can stay healthy and maybe load manage them all a little more. But I don't know that Chris Paul impacts any of that. Maybe he will, and I have been wrong so many times I've lost track on that, but I think I like Golden State's team. I love their coach, and I think there's probably one more good run in them. I don't know if there's anything more than that because Father Time's undefeated.
No doubt about that. Dwight, man, have a great holiday weekend. Love listening to you guys up there in Portland, 620 Rip City Radio. It is the premier show up in Portland alongside Chad Doing. Dwight, take care, man. We'll talk to you soon, man. Going to be very interesting to see what happens during the NBA free agency period.
Yeah, no
Thanks,
kidding.
Dwight.
It was an honor to be on with you guys. You have a great show, and I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Dwight. Appreciate the kind words there. Dwight James, man, he's done everything in
An
Portland.
honor. Wow.
An honor. That's the first time anybody's ever said that.
I just come here and you just get your honors.
Yeah,
right here. Wow.
Usually people just are quick to hang up. They'll just say bye-bye. It's like, dude, get me off of this damn
Dwight's
show.
an OG. You can tell in his voice, dude. The guy's been around.
Dude, he's been around NBA basketball a long
All-time
time.
Dwight, Mount Rushmore there. The Dwight Moore. Him, Dwight Schrute, and Dwight D. Eisenhower.
And the fact that he's calling us our first name, Joe, Bonte getting it right. Look at Dwight.
Huge.
Dwight, that is huge. They have a lot of fun. Dude, and that's the only show in town in Portland. You heard what he said. If Damian Lillard got traded or they moved on, it will be nothing but depression in that city.
Well, what's there to talk about there if we're just going to keep it a buck?
Portland Timbers?
Oh, boy.
Portland State Vikings.
Oh, no.
Portland Pilots.
Oh,
home of Eric Spoelstra and Terry Porter.
Clearly, you're a big Portland guy. You hang out up there or what?
Yeah, I did go to Portland once. I was blown away by Portland.
It's pretty cool.
Dude, you get to the strip clubs for $5 up there, man.
Always back to the strip clubs.
It's not with the great hiking spots. No, seriously, great hiking spots. We went out one day. My guy Josh and Garrett and Mo Money went up there on a road trip to Portland. And my guy, the mayor, we called him the mayor because he knew everybody in Portland. We're going from club to club. They had the big food, of course, Voodoo Donuts. Everybody, we cut the line there.
A little overrated. I'm going to say that.
I think it's a little overrated too, personally. I'm not a big donut guy anyway.
Yeah.
They had this taco truck.
Oh boy.
They had the best nachos I've ever had in my life.
In Portland?
It was like 3 a.m, too.
That's sacrilege.
It was hitting
And you're a
hard.
San Francisco guy, man.
It was
Mission
hitting
District.
hard. I don't know what they put in those nachos. The chips were just salty enough. I mean, it was popping. And Portland kind of reminded me of the city a little bit when you drive through there or whatnot. Portland's a great little town, man. And they love their Blazers.
Well, that Dame's the guy up there, right? Like, he is that dude in the Pacific Northwest. They don't have the Sonics anymore. So it's just them. Sweet. And if they lose him, I mean, I don't know how good Scoot Henderson's going to be. I don't watch the G League, so maybe he's going to be good. Who knows? But to lose a guy like that, when you had LaMarcus Aldridge, you had Brandon Roy, what could have been with him? And then you think about...
They should have drafted Kevin Durant.
Brandon Roy was sick, though, man.
No, but see...
His knees gave out on him, but
here's
he was
what I was
sick.
thinking, though. So they had Brandon Roy.
But Greg Oden, to your point, like... so.
They had a young platoon. You had Brandon Roy. You had Joel Prisbilla as your 5 and LaMarcus Aldridge.
I have not heard that name in a
Joel
decade.
Prisbilla. Yeah, Minnesota. Big Joel Prisbilla. It was like, you don't need Greg Oden. Go get KD. It's going to be the next wave. I don't know. Even Tyler Miller, he knows. Tyler Miller's like, I'm not going to lie. You know, Tyler Miller loves his food. He came into the studio a couple weeks ago.
I miss Tyler. I was out the one day.
You were out that day?
I know. I wanted to hit up with Tyler. Yes.
Oh, man.
I wanted to get that Lakers smoke because he was all about it. Me and him go back and forth in the chat. What's up, Tyler? Love you, buddy.
Well, Tyler said, no lie, Portland's got great Mexican food. No cap.
Okay. All right.
So he's backing me on that.
I'll believe you.
You know, Tyler and I, we know our food.
West Coast got the best Mexican stuff. I know people like the Southwest,
Right.
the Mexicali. No.
No, listen.
It's West Coast, best coast.
Listen. You know, what's funny is the 510, way back when, the early morning roast days. He goes, you know, Bonte loves food, and food loves Bonte.
Hey.
And there was never a truer text than that.
But we love the soda weight loss right now. There you go.
We're on it.
You don't need to work out. It's got the weight loss attributed to it.
I got my protein bar ready to go for the 9:20 break.
Huge.
Caramel sea salt protein and fiber bar.
Ooh, I like the caramel sea salt. I use the pure protein bars. They have that because they're getting it's pricey now. They used to be kind of cheaper, but now that they're pretty popular at Target, pure protein I love. But shout out SOTAweightloss.com. You're crushing it. You're looking good, man.
I'm trying to look
You're
good.
looking good.
I'm trying to look good.
Slim in the face, pretty in the waist. How's it go? Pretty in the face, slim in the waist. Whatever it is.
Like that.
Looking good, man.
Trying to get my summer body. Goo's looking great.
Dude.
He's fitting the large shirts now.
People, and lay off my guy Goo on the text line on the YouTube chat. He's looking good. All right, look good, feel good, play good. Shout out Deion Sanders. And as we talk about that, it's the NBA trade deadline, not trade deadline, but free agency.
Free agency period.
And we're thinking of the wish list, right? You want to make a big blockbuster.
No
the
doubt.
big trade is, Chris Paul coming here. Is there another big splash for the Warriors as we bring it back here? What does that big splash look like to you, Warriors fans? What do you want? Is it a guy like a Dario Saric? Is that a big splash? A Jay Crowder? A Dennis Schroeder? I don't know if they're going to go small there too. Austin Reeves? Stuff like that. Like, what are you looking for, Warriors fans? Or is it a big name like another James Harden? It's a wish list day. You can do whatever you want. I don't care.
Dream
888-957-9570.
Dream away. Torrey Craig's now a name that everybody's bringing up. Torrey Craig, Dario Saric.
2 first names. I don't know how I feel about
Jason
that.
Battle, who's on Twitter, and he's listening to 95.7 The Game. That's how you know he's a P1. He doesn't even tag us. He just tweets. Steiny said this. Bonte said that. I kind of agree with them. I disagree with them. Well, he's all over Torrey Craig, Dario Saric, and Josh Richardson. That'd be a nice little coup for the Golden State Warriors.
Okay.
Nice little coup. I mean,
I'm not mad at that.
With Chris Paul and his team, Kuminga, and of course the starting 5, our poll question, do the Warriors need to make another splash in free agency? Do they need to make another splash in free agency? 888-957-9570. So far, 442 votes.
Wow.
76%. The percentage is going down. 24% say no. 76% says yes. But early on in the polls, it was a lot of yes.
I mean, and we're talking as if Draymond's already re-signed. He hasn't yet. So technically that would be a big splash but it's a re-signing. So it's not like when you think of splash, you think of, man, Aaron Rodgers to the Jets, right? That's a splash. Hell, CP3 to the Warriors. Bradley Beal to the Suns. I don't know if there's a move out there like that. But then you look at, and what we've been talking about the last couple hours, Look within for that splash. Look within.
Could it be
Moses Moody.
Kuminga?
Could it be Kuminga?
Could it be Moody, like you said? Moody,
could it be
Kuminga.
those guys?
Yeah.
Because if you just give them some run, and they're going to get some run this year, I do know that. Unless they're part of a package. Like, do you want to see those guys move on? Do you want to just go full old vets and stuff like that and really push in these next 3 years? Because that's what it feels like. If Draymond gets this deal done and it's 3 years, and you'll see what happens with Clay, this is the final stretch. And as a Warriors fan, this is the first time in the Steve Kerr era you're feeling truly vulnerable.
Yeah, no
There's
doubt.
a team out there in the Denver Nuggets.
They're coming. They're here.
They're better than you right now. They're better than you.
And Mike Malone's talking that talk.
Yes.
He already guaranteed back-to-back, and he said, we're not satisfied. Moments after winning the championship, the first time in Denver Nuggets history, Mike Malone saying, we're not satisfied with this one.
He was talking
we're going to
get
get greedy.
In game 1 of the Western Conference semis when the Lakers made a run.
Oh, yeah.
You guys are talking about the Lakers should have won this game and should have been feeling great. We did win this game. I love the confidence he has, dude.
Rui Hachimura guarded Nikola Jokic for 6 possessions, and everybody's talking about the Lakers adjustments. They're fine. Yeah, we're going up 2-0. By the way, Raider Drew, Brook Lopez or bust. Brook Lopez or bust. It's another name that a lot of Warrior fans like here. Let's go to OG Fillmore. OG in the city. OG Fillmore. What's up?
How you doing, fellas?
What's up, OG?
Oh, it's all good, man. I just wanted to chime in, man. And I just wanted to say, hey, man, that I think that we ready, man. We got to let the training wheels off of Moody. Moody's ready, man. And I also want to say that Chris Paul is a sigh of relief. Already, we don't turn the ball over half the time we do. And we just got to tweak our concept on how we play.
Yep.
You know, so I think it's a big deal with Kerr on how he tweaks the lineup and tweaks his concept of the game. You feel me?
I like that. I like that, OG Filmo. I'm kind of with you there. I've warmed up to Chris Paul running the second unit. I think Chris Paul could bring out the best in Moody and Kuminga. I really do. You think about every stop he's been to. He brought the best out of those youngsters in Oklahoma City. You know what I'm saying? Lou Dort, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. Can't tell me that some of the wisdom he imparted onto those youngsters helped. Look, I can't stand Chris Paul and the antics. And it's going to all drive us crazy next season, forever how long he's a Golden State Warrior, whether it's 1 year, half a season, 2 years, who knows. But Chris Paul does have knowledge of the game, and I think that pick and roll with Kuminga with that second unit, getting Kuminga in the right spot alongside Moses Moody, I think Chris Paul's going to bring out the best in these two youngsters.
Well, let's keep it a buck. He turned the Clippers into a relevant organization when they made that trade. Now, I should have gone to the Lakers. We'll get to save that for another day. It's one of the all-time screw jobs in the history of the NBA. Chris Paul should have been a Laker, but he ended up being a Clipper, and he went with Blake Griffin, and that's when that rivalry started with the Warriors and with the Clippers, and obviously the first-round series and matchups and what have you. But Chris Paul is that dude. The question I have is, if we blamed the dark cloud, and now that quote-unquote dark cloud was the Jordan Poole, obviously, and Draymond Green Punchgate, you remove Jordan Poole now. I think a lot of Warriors fans feel, with the addition of Chris Paul now, that JP was the problem and that they'll be right back in the Western Conference Finals. Do you feel like that, Bonte? I think a lot of Warriors fans are feeling like, you know what, the problem's gone, we're going to be fine.
Well, it was very intriguing to me the last 3 weeks whenever I would run into people and they say, you got to get Jordan Poole's bad attitude out of here. And I'm like, you know the cause of the bad attitude, right? You know what caused it. But anyway, the bad attitude and people want him to be a pro. He's gone now. No matter what, we all agreed it was going to be hard for Jordan Poole and Draymond Green to share the same locker room.
One of them had to go. One of them had to go.
And and I can't blame the Golden State Warriors if they gave Draymond Green the bag because, one, the guys helped you win championships.
Yeah.
And I get sports evolved, and it's at some point you need to move on. But I know it's a hard deal to do, to say, hey, we're going to break up the guys who've played together for a decade, who've lost one series in the Western Conference under Steve Kerr, who basically lost one series in the postseason while being healthy as starters. It's tough to break that apart. That's not an easy decision. So I get it. I get wanting to run it back with these guys. And we showed glimpses of Draymond Green. We saw him when he's aggressive offensively. I think the Warriors are damn near unbeatable. Yeah. But he's got to be consistently aggressive offensively. That's the next wave I want to see from Draymond Green. And can he do that at this age? That's a huge question that's going to get answered at some point.
Well, and in the Western Conference semis, he pick and chose his spots, and that was a big storyline. Is Draymond going to go hard at his boys, right? Yeah. And that's the other team in this scenario, the Lakers. Yep. They beat you. Yep. Like, are the Lakers going to improve in this free agency period? Do you think they're going to retain some of their younger guys? Do they go get a big splash? Do they get a Kyrie Irving? Like, these are the things that the Warriors have to think about when you think about other big splashes from them. It's not just the Warriors getting better.
No.
It's everyone else trying to get better, too.
No doubt.
They're coming for the Nuggets. Yes,
Sacramento.
The Clippers. Yep. Phoenix already got Bradley Beal.
Yeah, no doubt. And Bradley Beal said, this is Book Nation down here. It's Devin Booker's team.
How's that going to work? Real quick on the Suns. Is that going to work?
I don't think so.
Are they going to move Ayton? Like, what can you get for that guy?
I would move Ayton.
Yeah.
Jack Londale was better against Jokic than Ayton.
There was a play with Ayton where he just gave up on and Jokic is doing his thing where he's tipping and getting offensive rebound, and you saw Ayton standing under the bucket and out of bounds, giving up. Like that was a sad way to go out. Back-to-back years, they get punked by the Mavericks and the Nuggets. That's a bad look.
No doubt about it.
And they had to move on from Monty after that, I think, too.
Yeah,
Frank Vogel, NBA champion. We'll see.
Yes, we'll see about that. By the way, our boy Oakland's Finest on Twitter. What up, Oakland's Finest? You know who you are. B. Tavares 510. Check this tweet out before we get to our main man. Wait till this next call, Spud.
Oh, boy.
He goes, I want to see Lob City hit Chase Center. So get Blake and Jordan on the vet minimum and have the gang back together in the second unit. I think Blake's he's cooked.
He stinks.
He couldn't play for the Celtics. DeAndre Jordan got a sympathy ring with the Denver Nuggets.
He's done.
BT, I love you, man. That ain't happening.
He was injured. He had to have a redshirt rookie year.
Yeah, I know.
And by the way,
they're done. They're done.
I hate that. By the way, the redshirt you're still rookie eligible. I understand the concept of it, but there's benefits to sitting out a year when you're saying you're not a true rookie, Blake Griffin.
Spadone.
Oh boy.
I don't know if you're ready for this call, but we're going up I-80 and we're going up to Vacaville. It's our main man Javier. Javier has called.
Let's go.
Javier, I love you. Javier, real quick, good morning. I love you. But I haven't heard from you since the first round beatdown that the Sacramento Kings suffered to the Golden State Warriors. I haven't heard from you.
Hey, respect the Golden State Warriors. You guys got the championship pedigree and won 7 games. I'm not going to ever discredit a winner. I'm not a sore loser. I want you to talk a little bit today. How you doing, Mr. Spadoni? And of course, my brother, Mr. Hill.
I love you, Javier.
What's up?
Good morning.
I was just going to say that simply, like I said last trade deadline, the Warriors' biggest blunder, it didn't happen or it's not going to happen in this free agency. It's the fact that they go James Wiseman. And this is my point. You get Chris Paul, you traded Jordan Poole, the contract that inept, the inept signing of him, extending Poole, not be able to afford and allow Wiseman's contract to then, extend for what he's going to do. You keep Jordan Poole at the deadline? No. What you do is you keep James Wiseman, you trade Jordan Poole for what you got in Chris Paul. And I'm not I don't like Draymond. I love Draymond. But if you're like, the salary, you're telling me that Chris Paul can't teach James Wiseman how to play pick and roll basketball or how to play offensively proficient and put some confidence on the bench? And you say, I can't afford all 3 of them. Okay. Kuminga, now you're our starting forward. You're our starting forward. If not, you go and play the Kyle Kuzma Spain signing and put him at the 4. You think Gary Payton right now could be had for nickels on the dollar right now?
Well, let's relax here, Javi. Javi, you're breaking up a little bit there.
Javier. You're kind of breaking up there.
Against it too.
Yeah, you're smashing out there. Call us back.
I'll ask Bonte on the other side here about the whole James Wiseman thing. I want to get your thoughts on that because that's a name we're going to continue to hear out forever. But it's valid when you look at the lack of size and lack of shooting sometimes around the rim. Like you would like to have a James Wiseman. The way that things are going with the young guys, I'm not seeing it. We'll discuss more on the other side.
Let's discuss that. And I'd be sponsored by Save Mart and Lucky, California.
Your 4th of July is
Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
The legal tampering period is going down today in the NBA, of course. 3 p.m. West Coast time. We got Joe Spadoni in for Joe Shasky. Spadoni doing a great job. Killer Cam back behind the glass alongside Big John. We're rolling here on the roast. 888-957-9570. Big poll question on YouTube. Do the Warriors need to make another splash in free agency? 489 votes. We're going to get over 500. No doubt about that. Maybe even 1,000 by the end of the show. 76% says yes. 24% says no. If you do want to see the Warriors make a splash, what's the name you want to see them go after? What's the splash move you want to see them make? Or the Warriors right now good enough to contend for a championship? 888-957-9570. One move has gone down. A couple moves have gone down, actually. Last night, Harrison Barnes re-signs with the Sacramento Kings. 3 years, $54 million. Poor KC and D-Lo up there at ESPN 13.
That's KC's boy, apparently. They like it.
He talked himself into it. That's what you do as
fans.
Well, KC did mention on the roast, he goes, I do wonder how Mike Brown didn't play in the last 3 games of that series against the Golden State Warriors. He was MIA after he missed that shot at the end of game 4.
He was cooked. And I don't know how you're, as a Kings fan, you're watching that and looking at that matchup, which could happen again potentially next year. He was unplayable because he couldn't score, dude. Like,
couldn't score.
Defense can only get you so much, and we saw that with the Warriors against the Lakers. Like, if you can't make buckets, you're not going to win. What do you like to say about it? It's about buckets.
It's about buckets.
Always has been, always will be.
Gotta get buckets.
So you got to score. And when you look at the Warriors right now, do they need to go after a guy, another scorer of the basketball? You got Chris Paul. I think you do upgrade a little bit. It's a net plus outside of Poole just for the IQ factor alone.
Right.
And he can score. He can get you the mid-range jumper. He can hit the 3. He's been able to do that. The question for CP3 is always going to be, will he be healthy for you?
Yeah.
Because Jordan Poole turned into unplayable.
Yeah.
Which that would basically be the same thing if Chris Paul doesn't play any games. So that could end up being a net neutral there, but you're hoping overall it's a net positive with the CP3 addition.
No doubt. And they also trade for Chris Duarte, the Sacramento Kings, that is, from the Indiana Pacers, Indiana will receive draft compensation from the Sacramento Kings. Of course, Chris Duarte entering his 3rd year out of Oregon, a 3-point shooter, shot 37% his first season as a rookie. A lot of people liked him. A lot of people liked him in the Warriors organization, but he went to Indiana. And, of course, last year he dipped down to 31.6% from the three-point line. So Sacramento is buying low on Chris Duarte. By the way, Jeffrey Barrera, he's a roaster. He's a P1. He was at the match yesterday.
What?
He sent me some videos on Instagram. He was at the match. He was hoping to catch somebody from 95.7 the game at the match yesterday in Vegas. I was trying to get out there with Joe Shasky, Matt Neehan, but, we're balling on the budget here at Odyssey.
That's tough. I will say this, and I know it's cool as a celebrity, and they do the thing at Tahoe every year with all the different celebrities. I'm sure Mahomes and Steph and all the stuff are going to do that. I grew up near Pebble Beach, so I grew up in Pacific Grove, so there's a lot of AT&T programs, lots of golf events over there. Watching golf as a spectator, if you're not like in the bougie area, like in a lounge on like an 18th or a 17th hole or something like that, it's tough to walk around. And I could imagine in that Vegas heat, even though it was twilight, that's got to be tough. That's not one of the sporting events I do enjoy watching if I'm a live spectator, is golf. It's got to be basketball. It's got to be football.
Yeah.
Golf is a tough one to sell, even if you're a player. That's me personally. Yeah. It's tough. It's going to be toasty today too, Bonte. I'm not feeling it. I'm going out to the Alameda County Fair.
Pleasanton?
Yeah, it's gonna hit.
Horses are racing out there?
Maybe. We're going with the fam. Benny's out of school. Baby girl. They got a lot of sunscreen. And it's gonna be hot. Jade, if you're listening, I know we already promised it, so sorry. We're going no matter what. It's gonna be hot though, and there's gonna be some kicking. There's gonna be some screaming. There's gonna be some good food there too. There will be some great food. That's the thing.
But it's gonna be hot.
It's gonna be hot.
It's not a fun place. Big John, get in here.
Horse races indeed are happening out there.
Ooh, so you can battle some horses.
Trifecta. I was raised at horse track betting location. My dad used to work off track betting. Still does part time over at the Monterey race place down there. You can bet on the ponies. So I've made bets since I've been about 5 or 6 years old. I've been betting on the ponies.
Yeah, my uncle Dexter and my dad, Michael James, they basically, the family outing was to go to the racetrack.
Hey, Golden Gate Fields is fun. It's really fun. I enjoy it.
I remember just most of my memories as a child, my dad was, we were going to the horse races. We're at the horses.
Here's a hot dog. Let's go bet on some ponies.
He still bet on horses, betting on ponies. And shout out to Uncle Dexter who just celebrated his birthday. He's not a good bettor. See, Uncle Dexter's one of those guys where he gets ahead. He doesn't know when to stop.
Dexter's Laboratory right there, man.
He doesn't know when to stop.
Yeah.
Got to know when to stop.
You
got to
know. Well, that's
like last week. I hit the roulette table. I turned 25 into 275, and I just stopped. It's like, you know what? I'm done. I could risk my luck. I could chance my luck. Maybe I'll win a little bit more, but I'm good. I made up my money. It paid for the night. I'm good.
And that's why Vegas is in business, because they're in the business of making you lose. And people have been losing a long, long time. They're continuing to the tune of, hell, maybe the A's are going to be the fourth professional franchise. The Aces, by the way. WNBA, real quick.
They're
rolling. Kelsey Plum, balling.
Dude, they whooped on the Liberty yesterday.
Did you see
Sabrina Ionescu did not have a great game.
Did you see Mark Davis and Darren Waller sitting on opposite ends?
Oh,
and
yeah.
So awkward because Mark Davis,
awkward.
the owner, Darren Waller obviously getting traded. McDaniels didn't really receive a lot of love. He was in the building, Josh McDaniels.
They booed him?
A little booze there.
Little booze in Vegas for Josh McDaniel?
He hasn't won.
Damn.
They were about winning in Vegas, Bonte, as you know.
Wow, they are about winning. And they had a parade. The Golden Knights had a parade. A lot of fights there. By the way, next month, Errol Spence versus Terrence Crawford, a mega fight there.
You're big into boxing, huh? You're a big boxer guy.
I love boxing. Love boxing. I don't talk about it a lot because nobody's really into it, and boxing's kind of did themselves. But I still like prize fights.
I like the heavyweight fights. So a lot of people I still think like me, like the Tyson Furies, Deontay Wilder. Those get me up. The big boys, the flyweights, the featherweight.
Welterweights, I do like the welterweights because it's quick hands, fast hands. 147. You got the 154 weight limit as well. Junior welterweights and junior middleweight, I should say. Then middleweights, of course, 160.
And obviously that's the second fight to the one that's going to be at the Italian Coliseum over in Rome.
Oh, yeah. Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg.
Come on, let's go.
They're going to do UFC style, right? They're going UFC.
Would you pay for that?
I might.
Speaking of odds, what do we got on that one?
Maybe Elon Musk is 6'2". Zuckerberg is, I think, 5'7".
Really?
Or like 5'9".
I think it might be the opposite. Let me check.
Check the weight on that. As I read this from Brian Windhorst, the Clippers are not offering Paul George in any trade package for James Harden. So the Clippers want to hold on to Paul George. What did they do with Kawhi Leonard? James Harden obviously wanted to be a Clipper. He opted into his deal with the Philadelphia 76ers with the hopes of being traded. So that marriage between Daryl Morey and James Harden, they're going through a divorce right now. Sam Amick from The Athletic wrote about it last night, did a good job with that one. James Harden just wants out. He actually took a pay cut last year. From the Philadelphia 76ers in hopes of building around him. He doesn't like the way things are going. Enough of James Harden. I mean, you wanted out of Houston. Houston gave you everything. You went to you got traded to Brooklyn. You won out of there. You go to Philadelphia. All of a sudden, you start complaining about that. He had the good game against the Boston Celtics after game one.
Yeah.
And Embiid was out. And they asked him questions about it. He goes, well, I could play like this, but they don't ask me to do it. So, I play. And it's like, James, get a clue.
They shouldn't ask you. You've been in the league how long now? You've been part of a team that's gone to a title with the Oklahoma City Thunder. You've been a part of this. You've been a sixth man. You've been an MVP. You've been around this long, and it's something weird. And I'm over a couple players here because I know we love Kevin Durant here, but it's kind of sad that we're seeing guys like Kevin Durant, Kyrie, James Harden. These are top 75 players of all time. They made the top 75 team.
Yeah.
And they're going to be journeymen.
Yep.
Like it's kind of wild to think about. And it makes you appreciate a guy like Stephen Curry, a guy like Dirk Nowitzki, a guy like a Magic, a Kobe. Like, it makes you appreciate these guys even more. And I think it's hard, as we tie it back here to Draymond Green, it's hard for fans to accept guys like that, the core three, moving on somewhere else. And I think at this point, you got to marry yourself with Draymond Green if you're a fan, because you moved on from Jordan, you're going to need Draymond. That. Like, if you miss out on Draymond and he goes somewhere else and he gets paid a boatload, $150 million, whatever, you're screwed. Yeah, no doubt. You cornered yourself into this.
Done. 650 Comcast Business Text Line. Bonte, what the hell is up with the long wait time at Bay Hill Starbucks? No, you got to order online, man. Sometimes, it's mobile. Yeah. But also, man, sometimes it gets backed up a little bit there. Shout out to Iris. And I met Mrs. Bologna, Shasky's partner. She was like, Bonte, what are you doing? You got a show in 10 minutes. I was like, don't worry. You'll probably get there from San Francisco in 8 minutes. There you go. Don't you worry about
it. You crush it. No, it's pretty surprising how you're like, oh, I'm going to be here. I'm going to be here. And then, lo and behold, you're here. You're good.
Boss man thinks I'm here at like 5:15.
Oh, you are. That's what I was alluding to. I was saying you're prepping. You're joining me on the pregame show at times. I know Nahegan's a P1 at the pregame show Monday through Friday.
Bonte Hill, the crossover.
The crossover. Let's go.
No. Back to Wiggins.
Back to Wiggins.
Back to Wiggins. All right, back to Wiggins. Poll question here. Before we get to the poll question, Actually, I'm going to read the poll question and go back to the Comcast business text line because we have another question. Do the Warriors need to make another splash in free agency? 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. Do the Warriors need to make another splash in free agency? 76% says yes. They need to make another splash. Now, the 415 on the Comcast business text line. Shout out to the 415. The real question, do the Warriors think they're good enough to win a title? They always seem to rely on their previous appearances, but never talk about how locked in they are. And are they ready? Never. The real question, do the Warriors think they're good enough to win a title? The way Draymond and Steph and Clay was interacting yesterday at the match, with the way Steve Kerr's been talking, with the way Joe Lake, his confidence, and making a move for Chris Paul, trading away Jordan Poole, not only for basketball reasons, but for financial reasons. You want to get under that luxury tax apron that has everybody freaking out, which you saw the Atlanta Hawks give away John Collins for basically nothing to the Utah Jazz to fix their cap. Do the Warriors think they're good enough to win a title? I believe down there in that building at Chase Center, they do believe they're good enough to win a title. They believe that the chemistry that they'll have with removing Jordan Poole, it's not to blame Jordan Poole for the chemistry because Draymond Green has to take accountability for that. They do believe their locker room's in a better place. They believe that they'll have that cohesion, and they believe that they'll get a big boy in Chris Paul that will help them with that second unit stabilize things because Draymond Green touched on that last season. So we don't need the second unit to play like the first unit. We need the second unit to come in and calm the waters down, to maintain the lead, to not try to include, but just maintain the lead. Or if we're struggling a little bit, hey, let's stabilize the game and flip that momentum. And that's something we know Chris Paul can do.
Absolutely. And the real question is, does Mike Dunleavy Jr. and does Joe Lacob believe this team can win another one? Yeah. Because I think that's that's going to end up coming down here. They traded Jordan Poole, which signals to me they're going to re-sign Draymond Green, and they're going to believe in this core three, at least for another year. We'll see what happens with Klay Thompson. But at least for this next year, they're going to believe them. Steve Kerr, 1 year left on his deal. They're going to believe in him. They're going to try to get this thing one more time at the very least. And I think that's all Warriors fans are really asking. Can we get another shot at just one? I want Steph to get that number 5.
He gets 5.
He surpasses LeBron. He ties Kobe. Duncan. He ties Duncan. And he gets up there. He ties Magic. Yeah. He gets up there. Yeah. And some people are already saying he's better than Magic. Like if he gets that 5th, then we can start having that conversation. You're 1 behind Jordan. You're in that conversation of top 3, top 4, hell, 2.
Yeah.
Bobby Marks, our guy over at ESPN, thought he was the greatest ever, even after winning last year. So there's people like that, but that's what it is. This is a very trying time if you're a Warriors fan because you're starting to feel the energy. You're feeling nervous. There's a lot of nervous energy right now because you're starting to see it fade a little bit. Yep. And you're starting to feel like, man, is this really our last run?
This and with the addition, it's definitely the final chapter.
Dude, this is
definitely the final chapter.
It's the final chapter. And I understand fans wanting to get this big splash because they want to go all in on Stephen Curry. Listen, we can sit here and say, hey, we love Clay, we love Dre.
It's about Steph.
It's about Stephen freaking Curry getting that number 5.
Marianne Bologna is a legend.
Let's go.
At Starbucks at Bay Hill Community Center. She was there early. I'd never see her there this early. Grab a cup. She goes, Pate, what are you doing? It's like, oh, Miss Bologna.
Shout out Marianne, my mom's name if you're watching. Mom, love you. Marianne Bologna.
Your mom doesn't even know what station we're on. I met your mom.
God bless her.
She's a Mets fan. Probably not now.
She's not even a Mets. You know what? If Marianne's listening, she claims the Mets. She claims the Yankees. She claims the Jets.
She's got a little Fronte in her.
She's from North Jersey. She claims every single New York team. I was like, you can't do that, Mom, you fair weather fan. She was rooting for the Giants when they were beating the Patriots, going back to the undefeated Patriots. I was like, no, you can't just hop in here in the Super Bowl. No, but she's always been like that. My dad's been the sports guy. Their first ever date was a Raiders game, actually. My dad had season tickets.
I know, she told me.
Back in the day, he had season tickets.
That's a hell of a date.
It is.
That's a hell of a date.
Jim Plunkett, like that was a Super Bowl season. My brother Sam was born that year. They won the Super Bowl over against the Philadelphia Eagles.
See, my first date with Anna was a free VIP pass to Outside Lands. Hey, boy, it was balling on the budget, man. We got that freebie.
VIP, though?
VIP.
Who was performing that year?
That year was Chance the Rapper, Jadena, J. Cole.
Oh, J. Cole's a good one. Chance kind of fell off a little bit, didn't he, Chance?
Yeah, he did. He did. Kind of peaked.
Yeah.
Kind of peaked.
Not going to talk about that.
I want to say Kendrick Lamar was there, too.
Okay.
I could be wrong. It could have been a different Outside Lands.
No. Outside Lands always has some good ones. I remember seeing Red Hot Chili Peppers there. They were on What Music Quiz last week.
That?
Whoever. Red Hot Chili Peppers, RHCP.
Snitcher Music?
Oh, please. Come on. Californication, Bonte, they bleed California. SoCal, NorCal, they're all about Cali. Put some respect on Anthony Kiedis and Flea, the great actor and bassist.
Only Red Hot Chili Peppers on one is on my burrito. Listen, the new CBA, according to Bobby Marks, the new CBA requires each team to spend 90% of the salary cap. 90% of the cap by the first day of the regular season. So here's 5 teams that need to spend in free agency. These are 5 teams to watch. The Houston Rockets, they have $50.5 million in cap space. Now, who wants to go to Houston? Apparently, James Harden wanted to go back to Houston, but the Houston Rockets have kind of pivoted, saying, yeah, we don't know if this is a good fit. We don't know if this is a good fit. San Antonio has $26 million. Who wants to play with Wemby? Sacramento, $24.5 million.
Real quick, Wembanyama not playing in the Cali Classic after I bought
disappointed.
I'm very upset. I went for Benny anyways because the Lakers are playing. He gets to dress up. It's a low leverage. Right. I've never been to Golden One either, so I'm excited about going up there. Wemby not playing there is kind of weak.
Yeah, I had to cancel my trip up to Sacramento.
Absolutely. Brandon Miller do anything for you? No.
I watch him on TV. Indiana, $18.5 million in cap space, and the Detroit Pistons have $14.5 million there. So they got to spend that much to get to that 90% of the cap there. Yeah. Those are teams to watch as ESPN has a lot of layoffs. That's not the only news in this world of sports. Jeff Van Gundy let go. Jalen Rose let go. Max Kellerman and Keyshawn Johnson also let go from ESPN. Susie Colbert and Steve Young may be let go as well.
Wow. Max has been there a long time. You're starting to get the picture that they're trying to shrink these shows down and just kind of give it a couple weeks.
You already know Shannon Sharp's going to end up with
Stephen A. Stephen A. he's getting half all those people's salary. Like, he is ESPN at this point. He's the guy, and he's going to get even more stretched thin. Like, Stephen A., I love you. He's on everything, man. Yeah. He's on everything. He was doing the pre and post for ESPN. I don't need the hot takes in my pre and post games in the playoffs. I don't. I love Stephen A. too. Shout out, your lower extremities are compromised. I get it. Porn star Jimmy. Guy's hilarious. I don't need the hot takes every single time.
No, I don't.
I don't. By the way, real quick on the YouTube chat,
go ahead.
J86, is it me or does Spadoni look like Super Mario? I've gotten that. He's Italian.
Spaghetti.
Big nose.
They're calling you Spaghetti. They're calling you the GOAT right now.
The nose is real and it is spectacular. Shout out Seinfeld. But it's funny he says that because Benny, my little boy, we've been watching Super Mario movie. I don't know if Baby Chaz has seen that.
No, not
I
yet.
highly recommend it. And you like Super Mario. You played that, I'm sure, as a kid.
I love that video.
You probably would love this movie then, too, because it ties in a lot of stuff. Super Mario movie, very, very underrated.
I got to watch that out.
It's a good one.
Baby Chaz is on Little Angel, Princess Power.
Princess Power, okay.
Boss Baby. What else?
Boss Baby.
Little Elmo.
I love Elmo. No, Elmo's good. I hooked you up with the brushing the teeth Elmo video.
But she's moved off of that, though. She likes other brushing the teeth videos now.
Okay, that's fine. As long
she played the Elmo out.
As long as they brush their teeth, that's all I care about.
The teeth.
People can try to screen shame all you want. Right. If it gets my kid to use the potty and brush the teeth, so be it.
We're going through potty training right
It's
now.
tough. It's tough.
And yesterday, 2 days ago, she did a great job. Gave her a couple stickers. Bought her the ice cream toy. She's got a little ice cream set now.
Oh, that's
But
fun.
yesterday, I was like, hey, do you have to potty? Do you have to potty? Do you have to potty? And she basically was like, no. And then I saw her face, and your boy grabbed her, and she just started urinating down my arm.
Oh, my God. As I'm trying to fix my mic, I've already broken one mic at the station.
Don't break that mic,
This stand is not, it's not doing well for me. So just vamp for me for a little as I fix this thing.
Steve Austin, Mo Bamba. No, now we're just throwing names out of there. Do you really want Mo Bamba? I don't even know if Mo Bamba loves basketball. I don't know about Mo Bamba.
And he didn't really do anything with the Lakers. He was hurt, didn't do anything. Everyone kept saying, like, Mo Bamba series, you can play against the Warriors, you can play against he's not doing anything.
No.
I did retweet something that they compared Mo to Dwight going to the Lakers and then Shaq going to the... I was like, stop. What's Mo Bamba done to get compared to Dwight Howard and Shaquille O'Neal?
Dwight Howard.
Great song, though, Mo Bamba.
Another name, Dwight Howard.
Oh. Still? Are we doing that? He's
Dwight
like
Howard.
40 years old.
Remember his father wanted to call into the show. He was advocating for Dwight Howard to be a Golden State Warrior. He wanted to be here. He wanted to be with the Warriors.
Speaking of guys that have turned into punchlines like Charles Barkley, you're talking about Dwight Howard had a stretch where he was, if not one of the top 2 players in the NBA.
Yeah.
He was 4-time DPOY. He took that team to the finals. And listen,
he's a Hall of Famer.
He's a Hall of Famer. He should have been a top 75 player. Like Dame getting in over him, and Dame getting in over Clay.
Getting in over him.
That bothered me. And AD's won a title, I get it, but Dwight's gotten done a little dirty, and I understand the antics, how it went down in the end, and with Stan Van Gundy and stuff like that. But put some a little respect on his playing career. He was really, really good.
Let's go to Frank up at Chico.
Frank,
shout out to Chico.
It's a strong
Frank.
Italian name.
Frank, what's happening, man? You're on the road.
R.I.P. Uncle Frank.
How you doing? Hey, look, I know there's been lots of talk about the move with Chris, and I know that there's been lots of talk about, hey, what are we going to do? We're strapped for cash. How are we going to improve this roster? I just want to remind Warriors fans, and that's all I'm talking to, is that the biggest thing, if you were to ask what makes our dynasty unique, I would say it's our culture. And last year, that was disrupted. Now, I think Chris Paul is going to make Kuminga a better player. I think Chris Paul is going to make a couple players on that second unit a better player. I think we're one Swiss Army knife big away from being good, just like a Bielitsa, away from being right where we were 2 years ago, going and winning a title. Mm-hmm. I think people need to take a deep breath, understand that we just need to reignite this culture, and understand that Chris Paul, he's going to help us in the fourth quarter in playoff games. Last year, we could have easily won that series 4-2 if we execute down the stretch last 5 minutes, a couple of them fourth quarters against the Lakers.
No, I'm kind of with you, Frank. I'm kind of with you there. I can agree with a lot of that. I think the cohesion and the chemistry will be a lot better for the Golden State Warriors this season. And it's unfair because it makes it seem like we're blaming Jordan Poole. And I think Jordan Poole's getting the raw deal out of this poor guy.
He's been the scapegoat, and it's been unfair.
He's been the scapegoat. It's unfair, and I've spoke highly of Jordan Poole. I think the dialogue around him has been totally unfair. You don't know what happened in the locker room. You don't know what it's like being punched and being embarrassed all over the world. Yeah. It's tough. I don't care how much money you make. You have to live with that every single day. You become a punchline. So he gets a change of scenery. And maybe we knew that it wouldn't be able to work with both of those guys in the locker room at that point. We saw that with Jordan Poole unfollowing Draymond Green right away as a trade. He's in London right now.
Well, the thing is, when you refuse to punish the guy that punched the teammate in the face, that sends a tone to your locker room that, you know what, there's certain guys within this organization that can get away with anything. Getting away with punching someone in the face. And you know what? If I'm Jordan Poole, if I'm a younger player on that team, Kuminga, Moody, Kevon Looney was talking about accountability with Draymond Green. There's still some ramifications left after that punch, even if Jordan Poole's gone. They got to sort through this dark cloud that we think is just magically lifted off. There's still a little bit of fog left over, if you will, if we're going to use that analogy.
No doubt. By the way, Donovan with a nice little joke. Bonte, you're dressing like you're from 1982. Well, Donovan, I was born in 1982.
There you go.
And it's morning radio.
Come on.
Rock the Nate Thurman. Respect the Nate Thurman shirt. Rest in peace, Nate Thurman. Hey, Nate the Great.
We got Nate and we got Jordan on here. I like that team.
Come on.
Come on.
You want me to be wearing polos at 6 in the morning?
No.
Want to be crispy out here? Come on, man.
It's also hot. How are you wearing? You're probably sweating through that thing. You're losing weight with that sweat. That's
SOTA,
million degrees in here.
Waiting for that protein bar. Your boy's getting hungry here.
To Frank's point, though, Bonte, it does seem interesting. I want to gauge the Warriors fan base here. They like to say a lot that, we were a couple plays away from maybe going to a game 7. We were a game away. We're this, that, and the other. Lonnie Walker, the 4th game away from, you know what? We're in the Western Conference Finals. But you were also in Harrison Barnes' 3-point shot away from probably getting bounced to being down 3-1 in the first round. So, what is it? Is it in between? Is it one? Is it the other? How do you feel about the Warriors? Is it, you know what? Jordan Poole's gone, CP3 in. We're right where we need to be if we bring Draymond back. That's the ultimate question today, as it is, the free agency period, the legal tampering period today. Do the Warriors need a big splash? Or do you feel like Frank felt, hey, let's get a Danilo Gallinari type in here and we're fine. A Saric.
Torrey Craig's being rumored out there. Is that good enough? Is that good enough for your rotation? My boy Christian, Golf Shop. Shout out to Christian, man. What is it going to take to get Brook Lopez? I think it's going to take a little more cash than the Warriors have. I don't know. Maybe he wants to come to the Bay Area. He is from Fresno. I have no idea. He'd be a nice piece for the Golden State Warriors. Really good defender last year. Made it all NBA defensive team. Brook was really good. I don't know if he's in the Warriors' price range. I'm not sure about that. But the match happened yesterday. And we'll get to Coach Vallejo in just a second. The match. And they had a lot of fun. We're going to play some clips here from the match yesterday where Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes schooled Klay Thompson and Steph Curry. And they let Draymond Green hear it as well. Here's some of the match. Here's Steph teaching Draymond some golf etiquette.
Mathematically, like my guy Draymond. The other thing, too, is you watch your shadow. So you don't want your shadow to be in his line, so you just draw a straight line.
Doesn't help when you're 7 foot tall.
It'll turn a little bit early, but not a lot late. You don't want to get a technical foul out here. Messing out with people's shadows and not replacing your divots and stuff like that. That teaches man some etiquette.
Yeah, so I'm learning too. I was taking notes as well. Steph, here's Curry talk about Draymond in the locker room.
But at least you've had Draymond as a source of constant encouragement.
Oh, you should, if y'all wanted an inside scoop in our locker room, you're getting it full-fledged right now. Full-fledged. 3 more years, baby. Come on, Draymond.
And here's Barkley possibly with the line of the day. You hear Steph Curry, 3 more years, Draymond. 3 more years. Wants to line up with Steph and Curry. Here's Barkley talking about Draymond.
You know, Draymond talk a lot for a guy that ain't got no job.
All day. Even free agency.
He ain't got no job. He should be nice to me.
You gotta leave it there. Leave it off to the side.
Maybe you can break some news for us after this puck goes down there, Draymond.
Yeah, Dre, you going to Detroit on the red eye tonight, or you going back to the Bay?
Draymond's not going from the Bay to having a house in L.A. back home to Detroit.
No, hell no, that's not happening. Even though he's from Michigan, so like there's a little homecoming there. He probably grew up a Pistons fan, stuff like that. A little bit of a homecoming, but to your point, like, come on.
Did James Wiseman turn the TV off when he heard that?
Was he even watching? What's James Wiseman feeling about all this? Real quick, like to see.
No.
You think he was? Hey, if I'm James Wiseman, and maybe I'm not that kind of guy. Maybe I am kind of that kind of guy sometimes. I was enjoying them seeing get ousted in the playoffs after trading me. I'm probably that kind of dude. You know what?
Petty.
I'm gonna get petty a little bit because you know what? They didn't give any of the young guys the run that they said they were going to.
There's a lot more Barry Zetos out there than we think, right?
Yes. No, that's a fact.
When Barry Zito said, when I was inactive during that 2010 run, I was ready to get my own team.
He probably was.
That is insane.
And to a lot, while Warriors fans would probably say, you know what? Gary Payton II actually gave us more in that short period than James did all season long. And to that point, I agree. Like, he showed out in that playoff series. But again, with Gary Payton, a guy like that who's not scoring, he becomes another guy on the floor who's not doing much. And I guess you can go back to the Lonnie Walker game. Should he have been out on the floor? That goes back to Steve Kerr coaching. So there's a lot of different nuances when it comes to Gary Payton II. Could he be part of a trade package for a big splash? You mentioned that name in the past week, Bonta.
Yeah, I don't see it happening. I think they love his defense.
Now that DiVincenzo's gone, maybe you got to keep.
You kind of got to keep him here. He knows the system. Hopefully, he gets healthy. That's a big key there. I was listening to the crossover yesterday with Stein and Goo, JD and Dibbs, and they're talking about bust. Could you label Trey Lance as a bust yet?
That was an interesting question.
Can't do that. Is James Wiseman closer to being a bust? I mean, you could talk about, when I think of bust, I think about players who just cannot play. Like Michael Olowokandi could not play in the NBA. Anthony Bennett cannot play in the NBA. Yeah. There's been bust. Like Evan Turner played himself out of the league. He was a bust. James Wiseman, when he got to Detroit, did average 13 and 8.
Yeah.
I mean, he made basketball plays. Now, he's got a long way to go. But I'd be careful with labeling James Wiseman as a bust just quite yet.
I have a hard time with guys that are hurt or injured or come into the league hurt or injured, like a Greg Oden label. And I understand where they're driving. But if you're hurt, you can't produce at your highest level. No. So how could I critique you when you're not able to produce at your high? That's unfair as a part of the media. Like, I can't do that. That's not fair to the player. Now, if they're Ryan Leaf and Jamarcus Russell and their attitudes are concerned and they got the bag and they're just going to do what they want to do, I'm going to crush you. And those two I view as legit busts. Like, those guys are Anthony Bennett. Yes, he stinks. He is a bust. But Lonzo Ball, am I going to sit here and crush Lonzo Ball as a bust because his knees gave out on him? I'm not going to do that. Brandon Roy, no, I'm not going to do that. Like it's very difficult to sit up here and say that because someone was hurt. And that goes back to Trey Lance. I haven't seen enough of a Trey Lance or a James Wiseman to make a definitive statement on that.
Yeah,
it's not fair.
It's not fair. Not fair at all. Not fair at all. Let's go to Coach in Vallejo. Coach. What's up, Coach?
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning. You know, Bonte, as you are the pool defender, I'm the Jonathan Kuminga defender. You know,
I'm a JK defender too, Coach. You know I love some JK.
Hey, you know, well, what it is, a lot of people keep saying that he was unplayable.
Yeah, I don't agree.
He was only unplayable.
I was going to say, Coach, he's not unplayable. I disagree with that.
Yeah, you know, Jonathan Kuminga, I think what Kerr was missing is that Kuminga is someone you would have to guard on the court where you don't have to guard Looney and Draymond Green. And if he were to put him out there, he would be a lot more impactful. And some of the guys like to talk about his IQ, not realizing that this young guy came over here at 13 years old to this country without his parents, by himself, educated himself, went through the system. So he's a very intelligent guy and a very intelligent player. So I hate to hear the label that he's unplayable or he has a low IQ because he throws the ball out of bounds or he didn't get a rebound. It has nothing to do with IQ. It just has to do with Kerr's preference to give him a chance or not.
Coach, I'm 100% with you there with Jonathan Kuminga. I thought he deserved a little more leeway there. Now, I get it. You blow a playoff game. You got it. These playoff games are precious. They really are. But I just did not think he got a long and left leash after what he did. Without Jonathan Kuminga last year, without Klay Thompson picking up the slack when Curry and Wiggins was hurt, and, of course, J.K. and DiVincenzo, the Warriors don't make the playoffs. They're not a top 6 team without their contributions.
No.
And Jonathan Kuminga was coming on where he's guarding Lucas of the Lucas of the world. He's guarding perimeter defenders.
LeBron.
And you saw LeBron James. And when he got to play 20 to 25 minutes, he got better and better as the game went along. We think back to that Pelicans game on that Tuesday night when Draymond's going crazy. Jonathan Kuminga was awesome in that game. He also helped defend Brandon Ingram and lock up Brandon Ingram at times. J.K. needs to play. And I think that's what they're hoping for. That leap from year 2 to year 3. And I believe J.K. has the talent to do it. Now, will they say, you know what? We think you're wrong, Bonte. We're going to trade this guy. He's going to be part of a package. We shall see. We shall see. But I know Joe Lacob loves him some J.K. Yeah. That'd be a hard one to do for Joe Lacob to agree on.
To your point about trading him for a package, he's still viewed very highly around. Like Jay Billis was on this past week, and he still says if he was drafted in this year's draft class, because he's still considered somewhat of a prospect, if you will, he hasn't played that much, he'd be a top 10 pick, if not potentially a top 5 pick. Like, that's where he would have him slotted in this year's draft. So he's still highly, highly valued around the league. And you just look at his skill set. That's the kind of player you want in today's NBA.
Right.
And it was frustrating if you're a Warriors fan and you're watching them get ousted by a big team like the Lakers. You had a compromised Andrew Wiggins, and we still couldn't see the guy play, right? We still couldn't get him. Like, I couldn't get a touch. Like, at that point, I understand it's game 6. It's do or die. It's do or die. Balls to the wall. Let me see the kid play. You trusted Moses Moody to guard LeBron, and God bless Moses Moody. He did his best. I couldn't see Jonathan Kuminga, who's actually shown to be quite a capable defender at times. So it's just, again, it goes back to Steve Kerr, his willingness to trust some of these guys. And could that potentially be the big splash the Warriors are looking for? Just playing the young guys. It's within you all along.
So since from January 20th through the end of the regular season for Jonathan Kuminga, and you look at this data here. And now, obviously, there's more to the box score, right? Just don't want to look at the box score. You see the 12 points, you see the 4 rebounds, but you also see the 56% shooting from the floor and the 45% shooting from the three-point line.
Mm-hmm.
That's efficiency, folks, in 23 minutes a game. 23 minutes a game. That's not bad. And you saw the way he defended. He started to understand his role, his shot discernment. You know what I'm saying? His shot discernment when, okay, there's an open 3. You know what? Let me get the pass, and we could possibly get a better shot. And let me trust the ball will get back to me. You can't teach that athleticism. That's God-given talent, man. And he gives something the Warriors don't have. Somebody who could finish in the paint. Somebody who could get to the free throw line. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like so I don't want to hear this that Jonathan Kuminga got worse and worse and worse. He actually got better and better and better. Now you get into the playoffs. It's his first postseason run. Look at the minutes. 9 minutes, 45 seconds. All right, 3 minutes, 56 seconds. 13 minutes, 2 minutes. Don't play. 3 minutes, 2. He just didn't play much. And he got to play garbage time a couple times, but that's it. I would at least like to see him throw a body on him. Let him guard AD. Now you may say, man, that's barbecue chicken, but let him get some seasoning there. Now we're going into year 3, not really knowing who Jonathan Kuminga is as a basketball player.
I guess, and here on free agency day, that might be the question at 888-957-9570, you know? Do you trade Jonathan Kuminga and the young guys for another big quote-unquote splash? Do you do that? Do you just go all in on some veteran players and try to maximize this, 3-year window if Draymond Green doesn't indeed re-sign a 3-year deal?
Right, no doubt. It sounds like now the question is how much money is Draymond Green going to make per year as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you could also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game and be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Big day here at 95.7 The Game with the NBA free agency legal tampering period beginning at 3 p.m. Some moves are happening here. Harrison Barnes re-signs with the Kings for 3 years, $54 million. They also the Sacramento Kings trade for Chris Duarte from Indiana for draft compensation. But our poll question on YouTube and the question of the day, do the Warriors need to make another splash in free agency? Is that splash Draymond Green re-signing? Is that splash trading Jonathan Kuminga and Andrew Wiggins?
Yeah.
What's going on with two-way Wiggins?
So you'd have to package the young guys with a guy like a Wiggins or a guy like a Clay, and I don't think they're doing that. You saw how buddy all three of those guys were yesterday. They're playing another year together.
Right.
That's all I know for a fact. Draymond Green is coming back, folks. He's coming back.
Now, is that good enough to win a championship?
That's the question. Is that good enough to beat the Denver Nuggets? Is that good enough? Like, the depth is the factor at this point for me. How much depth do you have? Because I saw it in Miami and I saw it in Denver. Those two teams had the depth. They had the IQ. They had the health. That's another big factor. You're getting a guy like Chris Paul. Say what you will about Jordan Poole and his defense and stuff like that. He played every game.
Right.
And I know we were talking about Harrison Barnes re-signing earlier. Say what you will about Harrison, and he does come up short a lot. I'll give him this.
He does come up short a lot.
He does. But he plays every game.
$220 million. His career.
He comes up short a lot.
He comes up short a lot. He came up short, or it was a little long in game 4.
Quarter of a bill.
The shot to end the dynasty. That was a shot to end everything.
Yes, and he couldn't do it. He had the shot to
at Chase Hitter.
And he had the shot to,
it looked good too.
Not the shot. He had a lot of shots in that game 7 and 2016 finals. We don't have to go back there. He had a lot of chances.
32 last 3 games.
Oh my God.
5 of 32.
Kings wanted that, I guess.
They did.
They married themselves to it. And listen, that was a big player. That was the one team if Draymond did go to, I think would really piss off Warriors fans. And
Sacramento Kings?
Sacramento Kings, right?
Yeah,
and it just didn't really make sense. Like, how's that going to work with Sabonis? He stomped on the guy's chest, all that S-talking, him riling up the crowd. That never really made sense, but that would have scared me as a Warriors fan. Him going to the Kings, like, oh, Kings just got better. But they chose Harrison Barnes.
So Dub Nation, 888-957-9570. How are we feeling on this day where Draymond Green can re-sign with the Golden State Warriors? Do you like the move? Or are there any Warrior fans who still want Draymond Green to just walk or be involved in the sign and trade? 888-957-9570. How is Dub Nation feeling on this day? Do you want to see the Warriors make another splash? Can they make another splash? What are some of the names you're looking at here as we will be talking about the free agency period all day long here in 95.7 The Game? The Giants lose 2-1 to Toronto, lose the series, but I don't think anybody cares right now. It's not even July yet. Nobody cares.
We'll get excited about the trade deadline as that approaches and whether the Giants will be for real, because I do believe they are for real a little bit. But
I see Brooke Lopez.
A
lot of Brooke Lopez here from everybody. 925. What is Brooke Lopez's market?
I think it's more likely to get a Robin Lopez than a Brooke Lopez. I think from the reports I've seen, the Bucks really want that guy back. He was clutch for them. He was a big part of what they were doing last year. Now, does he get played off the court at times because of his size and limited offensive game? He can shoot a 3. He's got some post-up moves, but it seems like they might get priced out here. Price is a factor. You got to start going bargain hunting here. If you're Mike Dunleavy Jr. and go, he made a big splash to CP3, but he's making a lot of money. Making a lot of cheddar here. So you got to pick and choose your spots with some of these dudes.
One thing I want Warrior fans to keep in mind is that you cannot trade Chris Paul until mid-January.
No.
Cannot trade him right now. So any trade idea that involves some of the youngsters will not be able to happen until we flip the calendar to 2024 and get to January. He cannot go anywhere right now.
Warriors fans still having a hard time accepting him. That's what that tells me. They're having a very hard time. Can we just move off this guy? I don't want to root for him
so fast.
They do.
510. Comcast Business Text Line. We need a Nas Reed type of player. Unfortunately, Warrior fans know we have champagne tastes and a beer budget. It's in a Natty Ice budget. It's a Coors Light budget.
Coors Light, the bank.
Schumer Pills budget.
There you go.
I don't know.
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
They don't have much. They don't have much of a budget right now.
Natty Ice, Natty Light. Oh, God, that stuff is horrible. Shout out that Coors Light. Draymond going hard yesterday at the match. Can't even chug that. Can't even do that one, Draymond. Come on. Not a big beer guy, tells me. Lobos tequila only. Surprised he wasn't just hammering that stuff.
Some people are saying ESPN is trying to get under that second tax apron.
That's good. That's a 4.
Trying to get up under the tax apron.
Hey, Stephen A's a Max guy. I get it. Max Kellerman was not.
He was not.
No.
Let's go up on the cave. Sponsored by Fremont Bake, full service baking, no compromises. If you're on hold, stay on hold. We see your calls 888-957-9570. What do you want to see the Warriors do today? It's simple.
It's Christmas, folks.
Christmas in the
Christmas
NBA.
in the NBA. What do you want? What's your wish list? What could happen? Hey, Genie in the lamp. We can make it happen for you.
We can.
Santa's here. Ho, ho, ho. Christmas in July.
Hey,
Frosty and Rudolph.
Don't expect that Super Nintendo, though.
No.
Don't expect the new pair of J's.
No.
You got to think realistically here when it comes to the Golden State Warriors.
A nice cashmere sweater, perhaps.
Oh, I like a cashmere
That's too
sweater.
pricey. Maybe a Lacoste sweater, something like that.
That's pricey, too.
That is.
Things are expensive.
Okay, well, let's go Mossimo. They still make that at Target. Let's go there.
Kohl's. What's the shop over there at Tampa Ray? Is it Kohl's?
Oh, yeah, Kohl's Cash.
Kohl's
there you
Cash.
go.
Yeah, you get the
Kohl's
Kohl's Cash. I got some polos for Cole.
There you go.
I feel like we're going to be, for the Warriors, we're going to be at Ross.
Oh, dress for less.
I'm not mad at the bargain basement dressing. You can find some sleepers
they
there.
They got Puma there.
They got some diamonds in the rough up there. Yeah, no doubt about that. What do you want to see the Warriors do? 888-957-9570. Our poll question as well. Do the Warriors need to make another splash in free agency? We're coming back here. Brought to you by Fremont Bake, full service baking, no compromises.
My cheddar biscuit breakfast sandwiches are made with 2 buttermilk biscuits with real cheddar baked into them, plus freshly cracked eggs, plus your choice of bacon or sausage.
Bonte and Shasky.
Sorry not to cut over the voice over the guy there. Oh, I'm doing the rejoins for you real quick, Bonte. We were just filming the little bit we like to do with you and Goo. Shout out Soda Weight Loss. Rocking the Cowboys polo. I respect it. You know what?
He went to that team store and spent all his money.
Listen,
He spent the check there.
I became enemy number one. As most of you know, I'm diehard Laker fan.
Don't admit that.
I'm admitting it. I'm not afraid to shy away from it because you know what? Goo gets a lot of flack. But you know what? He threads that needle perfectly, and it's very difficult to do it. You know, did I do any trash talking, Bonte, during that series? Was I very calm? Was I very objective?
You know what you did after Game 4 is when I came in here and Alan Styles filled in for Shasky.
What's the Lonnie Walker game?
The Lonnie Walker game. And what did I say every 10 minutes? I felt like, folks, I'm depressed.
Every single time. And it's, folks, I'm depressed, and I hate looking at Spinoni's face right now. Because that's all you see.
And Spinoni was just looking down with a little smirk, covering his mouth with his hands. It drove me crazy.
I was very respectful, though, and I don't rub it in people's faces.
Now, it was tough to look at Guru during the playoffs the last 2 years, knowing that it was Cowboy Niner week.
But you guys knew you had that one in the bag. Like, everyone knew the Niners would win that one. When Dak Prescott's the guy, you don't have Amari Cooper and it's CeeDee Lamb. Come on.
Everyone didn't know they had it in the bag. Because when I ran into Joe Shasky in the parking lot before the game, he goes,
oh, was he scared?
I don't have a good feeling
He was, of course. Well, he's like me. He's like me. Like Bob Spidoni.
It's 3 hours for the... I don't like this game. It's not going to go well. I feel like we're losing this game.
That's me 5 minutes into every game.
I was like, dude, get away from me, man. Because I'm like the overconfident one. I've become the guy. It's like, dude, we're winning the game. Don't worry.
Team goes, Warriors go on a 10-0 run. It's over.
Yeah.
We're done. Opening drive touchdown. It's over. Breaking glasses. I'm out of here. It's very tough and difficult. I've had to quell it down a little bit now that I have two children. But Benny sees it. Benny's like, Daddy, stop getting so mad at the TV.
Does he say that?
He said that before. I was like, oh, my God, now I'm going to be a terrible dad because I'm yelling at the TV. I was like, son, I'm not yelling at TV. I'm yelling at the team.
You know what Baby Chaz does? She starts laughing.
Oh, she thinks it's funny.
So my guy, Philly Zoo, when the Sixers lost to Boston in the regular season, Tatum hit a game winner. No, oh, my God. And she was looking, she goes, Papa, Uncle Sean crazy.
Oh, my God.
So when I do it at the house, she looks back and goes, Mama, Papa crazy. He said, oh, my God. So she kind of likes it.
Baby Nora, 9-month-old, she laughs at Jade's face because Jade works from home, too, and she watches the baby girl. So when she's trying to, you know what, get her to sleep. No, I got to do this. She just laughs in her face. And she's at that age now where she's recognizing everyone. She's happy-go-lucky. She's a little troll. She's got a little bit from her dad, though, so it is what it is.
You know, it's funny, too, though. Like, you see these videos of people getting mad at the TV. Like, to me, that's a straight up.
Some of it's fake, too.
But, like, come on, you get mad, you just break 65
I was like that more with video games as a kid. Yeah. I would break controllers.
I would break controllers, I would slam the controller.
Like, if there was a glitch or a lag in my internet, I would get so pissed, especially, like, in Warzone or something like that. And that's why I stopped gaming, because once Benny, a couple of years ago during the pandemic, he started walking, he would just turn off the console.
Yeah.
I would be in top 10 in a singles Warzone. Yep. Dad turns it off, looks at my face as I'm getting. I was like, all right, can't do this anymore. Can't be emotionally invested anymore. Stinks. I had to grow up. That's when I had to grow up. I officially grew up. I can't play anymore.
Yeah. I don't get mad as much anymore. And sometimes I'll just drop a F-bomb. But I got to be cautious because Baby Chaz will repeat everything I say.
Yeah, well, and you're talking to a bunch of other 10 and 12-year-olds on the other side that are probably whooping your ass. That's just how it is.
Probably some 14-year-olds whooping your ass, which is sad.
It's sad.
Makes you feel old.
Thus is life, right? Yeah. Like, you have all the time in the world when you're young, and then when you're older, you're only playing like a couple days a week.
So the 510 Comcast Business Text line. Again, Brooke Lopez getting a lot of buzz here. A lot of buzz. Now, I don't know sure if that's real, but from the fan base, that is. Brooke Lopez is buying like David West did. Imagine Brooke and CP3 coming off the bench. That'd be nice. That'd be really nice. Bonte, thanks for explaining the CP3 rule. I just wish it was said more often. Again, CP3 cannot be traded until January, so mid-January. Cannot be traded from the Golden State Warriors. Also, some other things to know about the new CBA. Every team has to spend at least 90% of their allotted salary cap. They have to spend at least 90% of their money.
How are you feeling about all these salary cap rules, which are basically, without saying, directed entirely at Joe Lacob?
The second apron, you can't go through the repeater. It's complicated. It's nauseating, but you see a lot of these teams trying to get under that second apron to reset the books here. And the Atlanta Hawks basically just gave away John Collins for nothing. You try to get under that second apron.
And he was in trade talks for years. It feels like this is rookie year. It feels
you see the Clippers get rid of Eric Gordon. Basically just waive him to get under this second apron. So the days of seeing 4-backs players,
that's a name.
5-backs players, Eric Gordon.
You're not mad at that one?
I don't know if the Warriors need another guard, though.
Yeah, what is he, like 6'4"?
6'4",
Yeah.
needs the ball in his hands. I don't know if
God,
that
he was
works
so
out.
good in those Rockets series against them, though. That's who I think
was
of.
tough.
I know he's older
He was
now,
tough.
but he's a grinder when it comes to the playoffs, man. He'll make some shots for you. I know that.
No, he will. 888-957-9570 is the phone number here in our poll question all day long. Over 640 votes. Do the Warriors need to make another splash in free agency? Yes or no? 75% says yes. Now, we was watching the match yesterday, and Curry had some fun talking about Draymond Green.
But at least you've had Draymond as a source of constant encouragement.
Oh, you should, if y'all wanted an inside scoop in our locker room, you're getting it full-fledged right now. Full-fledged.
You'll pick it up.
3 more years, baby. Come on, Draymond.
Here are the big financial figures for the 2023-24 season. The salary cap is $136 million. The luxury tax, $165 million. The first apron is $172 million, and the second apron is $182.5 million. So the salary cap is the amount of money that every team has available to spend on their roster. Teams below the $136 million cap can create cap space that they could spend on incoming free agents. Teams can go over the salary cap by using cap exceptions. For instance, the league has created bird exceptions to make it easier for a team to retain its own free agents. Most teams go well over the $136 million salary cap using these exceptions, but try to stay under the $165 million luxury tax line. Penalties begin at that luxury tax line. The first are simply financial fines, which are distributed to the non-tax-paying teams at the end of the year. As teams go further to the tax, they approach the apron where roster-building penalties are added in. The first apron hits when a team's payroll exceeds $172 million. At this point, the following restrictions are triggered. Teams cannot acquire a player, decide to trade if that player keeps them above the apron. Teams cannot sign a player waived during the regular season whose salary was over the $12 million mid-level exception. So the penalties for the second apron this season, if you exceed that $182 million second tax apron, no access to the $5 million taxpayer mid-level exception. And starting at the end of the 2023-24 season, even more restrictions will be added to that second apron. And it could be frozen draft picks. A team's first-round pick is moved to the end of the first round if they remain in the second apron for 3 out of the 5 seasons. So, yes, it is the Golden State Warriors rule. And I know it's a little complicated, folks, but basically you want to try to get under that 182 second apron tax.
Yes.
It's okay to get under the first apron. You're going to have your tax penalties, but under that second apron, $182.5 million, that's where the penalties kick in. Frozen first-round picks, mid-level exceptions. So the Warriors are kind of screwed here, which is why they had to move off of Jordan Poole before that contract kicked in, the 4-year, $123 million contract that Poole signed last offseason.
Absolutely. And they got Chris Paul out of it. And listen, we'll see what happens with him. As you said, they can move off him next year if they wanted to during the season at the trade deadline. I just don't see a huge splash for this team right now. You got to give up something to get something. Andrew Wiggins, I just can't see them moving off him.
Yeah.
If we're just going through the roster.
Team-friendly deal.
Team-friendly deal, and he's a premium player at a premium position. Offense, defense, both legit. He was the second best player in a championship run for the Golden State Warriors just a year ago. Look at Klay Thompson. I don't think they're going to move off of him, and I don't know how much better you get if you do move off of him. Then it's Draymond Green. Is he going to do a sign-and trade somewhere else? Why would he do that? I know he has a good relationship with Joe Lacob, Dunleavy, presumably. I know with Bob he did.
Right.
But if he's trying to go to another contender, like let's say, I don't know, the Lakers, if they end up doing that, why would he want to do that and make the team that they're going up against better? So there's lots of interesting nuances here when it comes to the of this free agency period. I just don't think there's a lot out there. Now, what we're talking about for most of this show, you look at the young guys. Can Kuminga and Moody make that big next step? Because they're going to need to, because presumably you're not going to get another big name.
No
Those
doubt.
are the guys that I'm looking at to make that big step. And I'm looking at Steve Kerr. Looking at him. Talking to you, Steve. This is the season. This is the one where everyone's going, oh, Steve Kerr, anyone can coach that team. No. This is the year you prove yourself to this organization, to this fan base. He may say he doesn't need to prove anything. He's won 4 rings. Well, this is the window now. This is it. Michael Jackson, who likes to say that one a lot. This is it. Steve, all the egos, Chris Paul, Draymond Green, Kuminga, Klay, all these guys, X's and O's on the court. What is he going to do this season? Now, I'm fascinated, Bonte. There's so many interesting storylines throughout the league and throughout this team. I'm excited. This is an exciting day for a lot of fans.
No doubt. 3 p.m. the legal tampering period begins.
Legal tampering,
NBA,
what a
legal
dumb
tampering.
word.
It doesn't make any sense right now. All these teams are talking. All these players are talking. But the 510 the Comcast business text line said the NBA started to sound like California and living in California.
Taxes, baby.
Taxes. What I'll do too is I'll share it on my Twitter page at Bonte Hill, the NBA second apron. It's a very simple explanation because it is very confusing. Reading it is very confusing. To the common NBA fan are like, what the hell is a second apron? What the hell is a first apron? What's the penalties here? I'll send that tweet out in just a second here. We got a super chat here, Mac Life CEO.
Oh.
Spent $5 to say this. They made the cap to try to make sure no more dynasties happen. The NBA wants teams like OKC to win, for example. They just don't want the mega teams. They don't want the money. They don't want the Steve Ballmers and Joe Lakers spinning like George Steinbrenner did in the MLB. They want to kind of limit them because there are some unfair advantages for big market teams like the Clippers, like the Lakers, like the Warriors. And you have Chase Center that is a cash cow. Gives Joe Lacob a lot of revenue to spend on his basketball team.
It's kind of ridiculous, though, because, you'll have those teams, but then you'll have the Knicks. Huge market. Always in the top 5, top 3, top 2, whatever, because of that location when it comes to evaluations of franchises. 4.8, 5 billion, whatever it is.
Right.
So, yes, you'll have the Lakers and you'll have the Warriors, but you know what? You'll have really bad big market teams too.
Right.
The Dallas Mavericks, that's another one. Like Texas, like you think of these markets. Chicago Bulls. When was the last time they were good, Bonte? Like legit. Derrick Rose?
Yep.
Like that, so I understand that aspect of it. And to Mac Life CEO's point, I don't think the NBA wants teams like OKC to win because you know what the NBA wants? They want ratings.
Yeah.
You know who draws ratings? Big markets and big teams, big players.
No doubt.
That's what they want. So the whole this conspiracy theory, the Thunder, I'm not buying that one.
No, not at all.
They want money. That's what they're in the business
of.
Money.
At all. According to HP basketball, Hartwood, he is saying that the Pistons are seeking 1 first-round pick and multiple seconds for Bojan Bogdanovic.
It's an interesting name.
He's perfect, Bonte. Give up a first and not Kuminga to get this guy. How? I don't know. Well, yeah. And he just signed a deal last year with the Detroit Pistons as well. Bojan Bogdanovic, he's an interesting cat. 3 guy. I don't know how much of a D guy he is, but boy, I don't know. I don't know about that.
34. Again, that's another older guy, 6'7". He's got got some length there, but is that a splash? Honestly, it's a little dribble. It's not too bad. A ripple effect, if you will. I'm not mad at that, and not to be confused with Bogdanovic, right? Who has no relation to him. Is that guy still in Atlanta?
Yeah, he's still in Atlanta.
I always get those two confused.
He's still in Atlanta. That's Bogdanovic.
Yeah, Bogdan, not Bojan.
And then not Bojan. So you got Bogdan in Atlanta, and you got Bojan in Detroit. By the way, we got music quiz coming up at 9:40.
Huge
music quiz.
Oh, you're gonna love this one. I'm so excited.
Why are you so excited?
I'm just excited.
This? You guys get excited about nothing. Big John's excited. Killer Cam's excited.
It's a Friday.
You guys are all smiling ear to ear. What do you guys got cooked up, man?
We're fun. It's great. It's gonna be hot out there. We're having a good time.
Things are percolating.
Percolating. Thank you, Stephen A. Taking out all these other ESPN employees.
Here's one of the funniest lines from the match yesterday. I almost went for a tweet by Buck Crack Sports, but it's Buck Crack Sports.
Not to be confused with Ballsack Sports.
Yeah, but Buck Crack Sports saying Kendrick Perkins has been fired by ESPN, but that's it's a parody account. Here's Barkley. Barkley with a nice little one-liner.
Draymond talk a lot for a guy ain't got no job.
All day.
Even free agency. He ain't got no job. He should be nice to me.
You gotta leave it there. Leave it off to the side.
Maybe you can break some news for us after this putt goes down there, Draymond.
Dre, you going to Detroit on this red eye tonight, or you going back to the Bay?
Charles Barkley, going to Detroit
he was in his bag, man. And actually, shout out Charles because he surprised Ernie Johnson with the right before the match started with the Sports Broadcasting Hall of Fame, or it was just the Broadcasting Hall of Fame.
Yep.
And Ernie was getting choked up a little bit. That was actually a really cool moment. I was happy to see Ernie Johnson. He's a pro's pro. Yep. He's a legend in the sport of basketball. So love Ern Dog.
Before we end the show and give away to Steiny and Guru here on a Friday, I'm sure they're going to be talking a lot of NBA free agency as it begins at 3 p.m. Yeah. A lot of trades could go down in the afternoon. They'll probably get a lot more news than we do on the morning show. What do you want to see the Warriors do? 888-957-9570 before we end the show here. Been a fun show with Joe Spinoni filling in for Joe Shasky. Do the Warriors need another splash? Do they need to make another splash in free agency? Nearly 700 votes. 75% says yes, they need to make another splash. 25% says no. What is that splash? Define a splash for the Golden State Warriors. Is it a big name player or is it a mid-level guy? Is it a guy like Dario Saric, Torrey Craig? What's a splash for the Golden State Warriors? Do they have that splash within their own roster with Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody? Define a splash. What's a splash move for the Golden State Warriors?
At this point, I think they're just looking for a name that they know. Like they're like a Duarte, for example. That's not doing anything for a Warriors fan. A Bogdanovich, maybe a little bit. I know who that is. Joe Ingles, maybe. I know who. At least it's a name I know.
Right.
So it's going to be interesting. I think a lot of Warriors fans and fans in general, not just Warriors fans, but every team during this period, they think that they're going to get every single big name. They think there's this player out there that fits every single thing they want, whether it's offense, whether it's defense, whether it's passing. That player doesn't exist. You're getting a guy that's good at one of those things or two, not all three. All three, that's when you have to give up to get something.
Right.
That's the superstars. Those are the stars in the league.
Right.
Those are the Bradley Beals. And even those guys.
Right.
Like Bradley Beal, great scorer, playmaker. He ain't giving you anything on defense.
No.
Like that's why I'm looking at some of these deals. I'm looking at some of these teams, and if you're the Warriors, I think you are right there. And Howard Beck,
you're right there.
You're right there. Howard Beck was on yesterday, and he was talking about it. Howard Beck knows his stuff. He's been along the league a long time. Ryan for GQ right now, national NBA. He really knows his stuff. He thinks they're right there, and it was a net positive for the CP3 deal. The Nuggets, sure, they're the best team right now. That's fine.
But are the Warriors the second best team in the West right now?
No. They're right in a mix of other teams.
3, 4, 5.
Sure, I put the Lakers slightly ahead of them. Slightly though, like they're a LeBron James foot injury to be done. Like they're old.
Right.
The Warriors,
Anthony
they're old
Davis
too.
Is
Anthony Davis,
street clothes.
Like Clippers, they're old. Like there's all these teams there. It's actually really fascinating now that I'm thinking about it.
It's Denver and then it's the rest. But
Denver's young.
How
and
wide
they're
is
athletic.
it? But how wide is that gap between Denver and the rest of the Western Conference?
I think it's
if the Warriors are healthy. Can they challenge the Denver Nuggets with this new team?
It's a gap. I'm going to say it's a gap. Not a huge one.
Not a huge gap. Not a Grand Canyon-sized gap?
There's a medium-sized gap.
All right.
There's an Evil Knievel-sized gap here. Like, that's what I'm thinking about. Because you have to give the Nuggets credit with this. They got these guys locked up at least next year.
Yeah.
Like, I know Bruce Brown's probably going to be gone, but KCP...
Well, that's a big loss if they lose Bruce Brown.
That's a loss.
He was in their closing lineup a lot.
It is. It is a loss there. But KCP, he's there. Gordon, he's there. Porter, is he going to get better? Because he was pretty lackluster in the finals. Like, we're not talking about that. Although he did get some offensive boards here there, his scoring was god-awful. He looked like a god against the Lakers for some reason. Of course, that happened. But Jokic isn't going anywhere. Murray's not going anywhere. Like, that tandem, you could start looking at that tandem now. They just won a championship. But they're top 5 in the league.
Mike Malone's talking dynasty here. Go ahead, Big John.
Yep.
What about the Phoenix Suns and their move with Beal? Are the Warriors better than the Phoenix Suns right now?
That's a great question.
I think they're right on par with. Like, I don't look at that deal and automatically put the Suns over the Lakers.
I don't fear the
Warriors.
Suns.
I don't either.
Defensively, I think they could be had.
They got popped in that last game. 30 points.
Well,
and that's a franchise back-to-back years.
Back-to-back years are down 30.
Is Frank Vogel going to cure all that?
And is Kevin Durant slowing down?
Yes.
He's had a lot of injuries over the last couple of years.
He's getting older.
I think Bruce Brown off the Denver Nuggets could be a big move for the Western Conference. I think Denver gets closer to the pack. And I think the Warriors are sitting back here. If they bring back Draymond Green and add a couple nice little role players, I think they're a contender in the Western Conference. Right now, Spinoni, call me crazy if they're healthy. And I know they're going to load manage, but I'm not expecting Andrew Wiggins to miss 2 months next season if he's on this roster. I'm expecting Andrew Wiggins to play at least 70 games, which he's done basically throughout his entire career. He's never played less than 71 games with the exception of last season. If I know he's playing 70 and they won 44 games last year, despite all the drama and everything that was happening with this team, the turnovers, and you bring in Chris Paul, who doesn't turn the ball over, I'm warming up to this Chris Paul deal. I didn't like it. A couple weeks ago, I ripped Shasky's head off for even mentioning him. The Warriors, I think, are a better team than last year, and I think they're right back in the hunt. I truly do.
I think a lot of Warriors fans feel like you do too, Bonta, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that they felt like they were a better matchup for the Nuggets. The problem was the Lakers are a bad matchup for the Warriors. Whatever it is, LeBron's always gotten his AD. Like that size and length of that squad specifically was just not a good matchup. Even during their big years, the Lakers have always seemed to be, whatever it is about Crypto, which is gone, by the way. I don't know what naming it. They go back to Staples, by the way. If they
Staples afford it? Staples broke?
That was easy.
Is there even a Staples store?
Office Depot? Are they still around? Are those stores? Yeah. R.I.P. Amazon. Speaking of, going back to Bezos and Zuckerberg and all those guys, taking those out of business. But do Warriors fans feel like they were just a bad matchup for the Lakers? That they're right there with the Nuggets, because you saw what they did a year prior, and I get it.
Mm-hmm.
No Porter Jr. and no Murray. That was a way different team. I think a lot of Warriors fans may have been jaded by how badly.
No, it is a very different team.
It's a very different team. Jokic with those guys is much different. He has eyes in the back of his head. That guy is an owl. He can find these guys all around the rim.
I will say this: Looney and Draymond do as well of a job on Jokic as anybody in this league. They do. You got to give them credit for that. You're not going to shut them down, but. We'll see what happens.
They're getting older. He's young, though. That's the thing I would say.
He is a problem.
He's young.
He's figured it out.
And his game is not predicated on athleticism. It's going to age very well.
No doubt.
Jokic's game, he's going to play into his late 30s.
Let's go to Cassie in Piedmont. Cassie, good morning. You're on the roast.
Hi.
What's up, Cassie?
Hi, we're talking a lot about the Warriors making a splash. When they brought on DiVincenzo, I don't think anyone thought it was a splash. When they brought on Gary Payton initially, no one really thought it was a splash. Same for Otto Porter. And yet all of those players, they had a significant impact on our winning. So I think there are hidden gems in places, and the Warriors should be able to cultivate that talent.
Cassie, let me ask you, who would you like? What's a name you like out there? You follow the game. You know the game very, very well. What is the name out there that you like to see the Warriors go after?
You mean as a
mid-level? Some of those diamonds in the rough.
I don't know. I don't have a name at my fingertips. I don't. But that's what the experts are supposed to know.
Hey, Cassie,
there may be people in the G League. There may be undrafted people. There may be European players. I don't know who they are.
Hey, Cassie,
go to Euro,
I love
Barcelona.
your honesty. I love your honesty, Cassie. Good call there. She made a good point.
To Cassie's point, Dunleavy Jr., how are we feeling about him right now, Warriors fans? He literally traded for a player that is more hated than he was as a player. CP3 was more hated than Mike Dunleavy. And that's the first move he made. It was a big move.
He's playing chess, boys.
He's playing. Is that what it is, or is it checkers?
How's Killer Cam feel about Dunleavy Jr.? He's a diehard Warrior fan. Well, what's up, Killer Cam?
I mean, we have to give it a little bit of time, honestly. I mean, that's just the first move of many to come. I'm not too stressed out yet. Chris Paul, I feel comfortable with it so far.
All right, see, there you go.
He's a rational fan.
He's got the voice of God.
He does. It's a beautiful voice.
He does. Listen, Dunleavy Jr., I like the move.
People out here, Spadoni sounds like he talks like he needs a glass of water after.
I saw that.
You see these bottles? I've gone through 3 of them. Shout out Captain America.
By the way, I leave my Yeti here, and I love the fact that nobody's touched my Yeti. It's kind of cool. Nobody steals around here.
No, we don't. Steiny just gets 50 mugs and leaves them over there, but other than that.
Yeah,
and then we spill it on the console. Love you, Steiny. Hey, want to do some music quiz, Bonte? You want to play some?
Let's get some music quiz here on a Friday. Let's go. Let's roll. Let's get this going.
So, all right, Bonte. If there was one song that I would say represents the mood of fans, Warriors fans, that is, right now, this would be it. And all I got to say is, hey, Alexa, play music quiz. Oh.
Is this NSYNC or Backstreet Boys?
Let it
Gosh. Breathe. Oh, boy.
Oh, so good. This is, what, your high school time, the boy bands?
Yeah.
You're in high school? Speaking of snitching music, was this one? Was this all-timers?
Yeah, this is snitching music. This is probably in the Hall of Fame for snitching music. First ballot Hall of Fame. Was it Backstreet Boys or NSYNC?
Which one? You got to pick one.
Backstreet Boys.
No, NSYNC. It's JT right there.
They all sound the same.
No, Justin Timberlake.
They sound the same,
You're
man.
a Timberlake guy. Come on.
I'm not going to lie. JT solo album. What was it? Just Listen?
Oh, what goes on?
No, that's Music Soul Child. What's JT's first album? It has some bangers on there.
Timberlake.
Crimea River? No, it wasn't that one. I'll pull it right here. See, you know I wasn't bumping no NSYNC, man.
No? Justified.
Justified it was. Not Just Listen. I'm thinking of
Justified.
Justified. Has some bangers on there. Has some bangers on there.
So there you go. It is. It's right there. You got it. NSYNC. All I want.
They got on my nerves because all the girls would have like their little cards in their binders. You know, you had the plastic outside the binders.
Totally.
You know,
Chris Kirkpatrick. You had Eminem dissing him and all these boy bands. Oh yeah.
Oh,
so you're more NSYNC than Backstreet Boys, you would say though, then, right? If you had to pick.
I'll say neither. I would pick. But I'm a JT guy. JT, he grew on me.
Okay, fair
JT's
enough.
not bad.
So the song, obviously, we're tying it to Warriors fans. Draymond Green, we want you back. You're all I ever wanted.
You're all
I ever needed. Baby, I want you back. That's how a lot of Warriors fans are feeling.
Yeah, no doubt
Because they've
about
tied
that.
themselves into it. Dunleavy Jr. made no choice.
Boy, the Draymond Green cycle, it's been unbelievable. We've gone from driving him to the airport, get him out of town. We're tired of this guy. And now we're like, you know what? If they re-sign him, you're back in championship contention. It just drives me crazy. By the way, if you think you know your music, just ask your smart speaker or Alexa to play Music Quiz. And boom, you'll be ready to go. It's free to try out, and it's super casual and fun for all ages. Again, just say, Alexa, play Music Quiz.
There you go.
And the fun will begin.
Sorry, not to cut you off there in the read. Shout out Alexa. 408 Comcast Business Text Line. I literally just pulled up to work with the windows down to hear NSYNC, and now everyone in the parking lot thinks I was jamming out to them. You're welcome, 408. It's a banger on a Friday. This is a fun day, man. This is free agency talk. This is Christmas Day in July. Yep. Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July. What do you want, Golden State Warriors fans?
What do you want?
Do you need a big splash? Well, you got to give up something to get something.
Big Mike in Daly City wants something. Big Mike, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, you guys, I was thinking if you guys get a big, you might as well get rid of Kuminga because a lot of his minutes when GP2 and Wiggins came back, they were gone. So I don't see Kuminga in the rotation if they get another big. If Draymond goes to the 5, Wiggins or GP2 plays the 4, I don't know if Kuminga has the handles to play 3. So that's my case for that.
Yeah, does a big hurt Kuminga. Does a big hurt Kuminga. Is Kuminga on the move?
But you have to package him with someone.
Are we sure he's here? Is it Wiggins that are? Because again, we know Wiggins left for personal reasons. Listen, man, you think everybody was on board with that in the Warriors organization?
No, but you can't say anything though. Like that's the thing. Like you can't 2 months and they're giving him person. Like I will give the Warriors credit here. Bob Myers, he navigated that situation very, very well. That was a very delicate one. Hell, you tweet something out that's the wrong thing, you'll get crushed.
Yep.
Like that's the thing. So they handled it as well as they could. But to your point, it had a lot of ramifications. It did with Dante DiVincenzo, Kuminga, Gary Payton II. Had a lot of ramifications come playoff time that eventually ended up in their downfall.
By the way, Morelli, we want Bonte to tighten up his squad for the Warriors World Championship.
I'm not going to be on that
Bonte
squad.
should be in his bag.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Big John, I heard you got some game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm tall, good rebounder, but I got a wet jumper that you won't see coming.
I don't even know if you're making a roster. I didn't like how that sounded. Didn't sound like a confident guy to me.
He said he's tall. Did you like that part? I'm tall.
I'm tall.
That's happening.
You need some boards. You need some boards, and I'm that guy, dog down low, that's going to get you some boards.
Big John, I'm tall too, and my ass is planted in the seat, not on the patch.
We had our guy Ryan Williams. Shout out Ryan Williams, pick and pop at KSFS. He's 7 feet tall and he couldn't do anything for the team. So
he
you know
shot us
what?
out the games.
You know what? Shoot or shoot.
Big
I
Melvin.
respect it. I shout out Ryan.
Ryan Williams
Love
shot
you,
us out the
buddy.
game. He shot us out the game, man. Big Melvin. I love you, man. He's getting engaged right now.
He is engaged. Shout out. He's got both his teeth back.
All these people around me getting engaged, dude. It's unbelievable. It's
crazy.
It is kind of crazy. What a concept. What a concept. We got our Fast Five coming up in just a second here. Been a fun Monday or Friday show here on the Morning Roast. We're going to be off for a few days here. Spadoni and Evan Giddings will be back Monday in the morning. 4th of July, we're all off, and then we'll be back Wednesday, full squad here with Sam Lubman, Joe Spadoni.
Draymond going to be back. He's going to be back, right? This time.
By Wednesday, we'll be talking about.
By the end of the day, it might be.
How will Joe Shasky be feeling with Draymond Green back?
He's going to have to live with it like he's going to have to live with Chris Paul. It is what it is, right? And it's funny because during the playoff run, we would do a lot of crossover segments. Shout out the pregame show, 5 to 6, Monday through Friday, right here on 95.7 The Game. And Joe Shasky be like, God, can't stand Draymond. Next day, can't move this guy. You know what? I love him. And he'll admit that. That's how it is with Draymond Green. It's love-hate. It's love-hate. It's just what it is at this point.
It's love-hate.
You love him when you love him, and you don't when you don't. And that's just what it's going to be like.
Somebody, Xavier said, the casuals want Draymond gone, but the real ones no.
Oh.
And you know what? I'm not going to lie. The other night, I was like, you know what? You need Day back. You can't just let him walk.
No.
I kind of want to see the core just age out together, see how it is. I want to see what the last chapter looks like.
There's some out there that believe even without Draymond, they can still be a championship because of Steph. Do you believe that? Do you think they're a championship team without Draymond? Can they be?
Not if you let him walk. He can't be.
Okay.
You need Draymond Green on this team.
Okay.
There's something about IQ. We keep talking about IQ. He knows every set. He knows everything. Now, can he add a little something to his offensive game? That's my thing with Draymond Green. Can you be a little bit more aggressive offensively? Can you? Can you work on your game offensively? Because he's still, no matter what, if Chris Paul's in the final lineup and it's Chris Paul, Andrew Wiggins, Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, guess who's going to be open? Draymond Green.
Yeah.
It's going to be wide open. What are you going to do with it?
He could score in his early days, and then he just sort of just...
Well, Kevin Durant came, he took a back seat, and I get it.
But still, man, like you got to revamp your game. That's something I will say that's just underwhelming throughout his career. The inability during those off years to retinker and retool. You had the opportunities. You weren't winning a finals for a 2-year stretch, Draymond. You couldn't have worked on that, right? You couldn't have worked on that part of your game. And then, again, wants to play in championships. He doesn't worry about motives. He doesn't get up for, what are the games? He doesn't get up for March games against OKC or whatever like that.
Well, he'll be getting up for games. Yeah, I don't get up for games against Sacramento and OKC on a Tuesday night. Yeah, it's probably not the best.
Not the best thing to say.
No. And OKC remembers that, so does Sacramento. So does Sacramento. So, look, there is something about the Last Dance when I was watching it with Jordan. I would have liked to see them running back to defend their 3-peat championship. You know, like I felt like the Lakers.
The first iteration?
The second one. The second one. Because the first iteration, Jordan retired, but they came back. They won 3 in a row. And I know Steve Kerr said, we were maxed out, we were gassed. But I would have liked to see them run it back. Yeah. Jordan said that. I want to go out on my shield. We won the championship. Something about the Dallas Mavericks when they made all their moves after winning the championship in 2011. They didn't bring the same roster back.
You would have liked to see what they did with the Lakers, at least. The Lakers went for the 4-peat. They tried. And then you know what? It blew up in their face. Talk about dark clouds over an organization, Shaq and Kobe. And then they both went on their separate ways. Could that happen with the Warriors here in the next couple of years? It's going to be very interesting to find out because it does feel and have a last dance kind of feel to it with this Golden State Warriors lineup.
The final chapter. Draymond Green. What will that contract look like? If you had to guess, is it 3 years 90, 3 years 100, 3 years 80?
Yeah, people are saying 3 years 100 sounds about right. That's what they're going to do.
3 years 100 million.
I don't think fans care about the money though.
Yeah,
they just want him back or
you
not.
Know what?
They don't care.
I've seen a lot of texts, and I'm kind of with that. The owner's going to pay them. Hey, players, get your money. The owners are getting money. They're getting paid. Billionaire owners. They got the, they fixed the CBA to help some of these owners here. I'm all for players getting their money. Now, some players are overpaid. We can say that, but how are people going to live with Draymond getting 3 for 100? Well, you know what? I'm not going to pocket watch. He'll be back here. We'll see what happens there. With that said, we're almost done. We're running out of time.
Got a couple minutes for final thoughts, huh?
Final thoughts. Let's get it, Cam.
Let's go.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast 5. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
Spinoni, start us off. Final thoughts.
This was a very special day for me. This is kind of full circle. Bonte was talking at SF State just, 5 years ago to my class out at Becca. Shout out Jeff Jacoby. Radio 101, Radio 1, whatever it's called. Love you, Jeff. But man, being here, I got into this business about 5 years ago with the station, promotions. And my dream was to be on air and talk on the radio. And, I worked at it. It got difficult at times. I wanted my spots. I didn't get my spots. I tried to work up, and slowly but surely, I got here and I got to do the show with you. And you know what? It's all downhill from here, but
no, it's all uphill.
It's all uphill, but but in all honesty,
I set a low bar, but
it's been really awesome. I've had a great show today, and shout out all the promotions people that helped me get to this point. Shout out Robbie. Shout out
Bobby Spang.
Shout out Bobby Spang. Shout out my guy A Scott. Shout out everyone I worked with. Shout out Gmo. Shout out Derek Morales. Shout out Tony Caffarelli for giving me out. Jesse Moore. Shout out Danny Fry for giving me a producer job here. Shout out Matt Nahegan, Lucas, all these guys. Everyone, if I didn't know your name, if I didn't say your name, shout out to you. Shout out Jade for believing in me.
Yep.
Listen, I don't know where this goes, but I'm having a good time, and it's very special. Thanks, Bonte.
5 to 6, Joe Spinoni. I'm happy for you, man. I remember you in the class. I remember you being in the promo intern, just chopping game. Hell, you was at the first draft show I did at the Paramount Fox Theater. When it was a wild time there.
Hey, Gary and Conley, get after that.
Yeah,
Tough.
well, Solomon Thomas, and I had to sit there and try to talk myself into it. He took a business class with John Lynch. I think it's the right move. Anyway, Killer Cam, get in here for some final thoughts. What you got, Killer Cam?
Final thoughts. I feel like the Warriors should be good for next season. Chris Paul is a solid pickup for their team. Defensively, he should give them some extra juice that they may need. And also, shout out to Jeff Jacoby, SF State over here on Mines as well. And, shout out to everyone on my journey who helped me along the way. And I hope everyone out there is doing well.
No doubt about that. Good stuff, Killer Cam. What you got, Big John?
Yeah, Spadoni, congratulations. Great show today. I would like to turn my final thoughts towards the holiday weekend. Whether you guys are having a hot dog, a hamburger, having a cocktail, or maybe some sweet tea, be safe out there. It's going to be a dangerous weekend. The drinks are flowing. It's going to be hot. Hydrate. And don't blow your digits off with fireworks.
JPP.
Yeah, JPP.
Oh,
Yeah, don't
fireworks
do that.
super overrated. If you're listening to me on the pregame show, they stink.
I'm kind of with you there with
Fireworks are
fireworks.
so
The older
overrated.
I get, the older I'm just like, all right, I'm going to bunch of fireworks, blow some stuff up. I want to get some sleep.
Yes, that's
stop with the fireworks.
Yes.
I remember, being in Oakland one time, I was dating this girl, and it felt like I was in Iraq or something. Man,
Every Thursday, you hear
Oh
'em.
my God!
Oh,
I was
my
like,
God.
man, what's going down in the town, man? Get my ass in the house.
It's wild, dude. I live in East Oakland, and it's nonstop. New Year's is worse, but 4th of July is pretty bad. You see our guy Filmo? He has all the ones
Filmo
too.
Mike,
He's
yeah.
all about it.
Yeah,
shout out
Filmo
Filmo.
Mike. Yeah, shout out Filmo Mike. My final thoughts, man. It's going to be a wild weekend in the NBA. That's where my mind is at. I know the Giants are in New York City playing the Mets. We'll get to them soon. We got Trey Lance talk coming around the corner with the 49ers. We all know that. But the NBA is on the top of my mind. That's my final thought. What the hell are the Golden State Warriors going to do to add to this roster? Cannot wait to see it. Cannot wait to talk with everybody about it on Wednesday. But Spadoni, Evan Giddings will be here holding it down on Monday.
Let's
Spadoni,
go.
hell of a job today, man.
Thanks,
the show
bud.
flew by. Thanks for
man.
carrying me all day here on the Morning Roast. Killer Cam, good job. Good job, Big John. That was a Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny and Guru here on 95.7 The Game.
Prime Day is coming, July 11th.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
What is this? You can't hear me?
I got you now. What's up, baby?
Hold on.
What is what?
I just got a text from you, I think. Or from somebody. I've just been invited to a party. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Milan's birthday graduation party.
When is it?
July 29th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Evite, exciting news. Steinmetz. You're invited to Milan's 18th birthday graduation celebration. Let me and Daryl know if you can make. Yeah, I can.
Oh, yeah. You can with a CAN or C-A-N-T?
Yeah, I'm out. No, I don't know. What 29th?
Yeah, the 29th.
Maybe.
It's her birthday, too.
16 or 18?
18.
Nice.
Yeah.
And this is the one that's going to Grambling.
No, that's changed. North Carolina AT&T.
Oh.
Yeah.
But that's still an HB.
Yeah, it was HBCU. Just more expensive, Steiny.
Is it?
Yeah. I need some shit.
Well, now, what was the reasoning behind it?
To be honest, she won't admit it. A couple friends are going there, and that has nothing to do with the decision, but wink, wink. Yeah, right. I want her to be happy. We want her to be happy.
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
Happy Friday, Steiny. I'm juiced, man.
Yeah,
well, really, I'm not.
What?
A lot of people getting laid off. We'll get to it. I'm a little melancholy.
Okay. Well, go ahead and start. I mean, we got.
Well, ESPN. We come in here. I tell you every day, we're blessed to do what we do. I've growing up. ESPN has just been a part of my life. And Steiny, it's not. It's anybody's getting it. Van Gundy. You're telling me he's no longer with Bream and hand down, man down.
Nope.
Little Flim. And then a shout out Dave.
Flim,
yeah, there you go. And then Max Kellerman. Come on, what is going on in the world?
Young?
Steve Young.
Steve Young's the best football analyst out there.
Susie Colbert.
Susie.
I know.
I didn't like that. Who played Gone?
Yeah, he continues to work.
Yeah, right.
But he continues to work. That guy.
Man, that just shocked me. Yeah.
How about the way Evan was telling me this? It's going to be a random Friday. So my New York Yankee announcers didn't get to call the perfect game?
Right.
Oh, you hate to see it.
Or mess it up. Or mess it up. Shout out Sterling.
Oh, man.
Not our Sterling, but yeah, John Sterling.
Hey, I went home yesterday, and, man, you were a saint yesterday, man. I was annoyed all day, man. And I was just trying to pick at you all day.
Wow, man.
I just...
The sad part is you were the same to me.
No.
I told Evan, what did he mean?
I threw up my hands.
That's the same Steiny I get every day, baby.
No, I threw up my hands about 4 times because I was like, he's not going to get mad.
Dude, maybe it's the soda. I don't know. SOTA. Weigh in tomorrow.
Oh.
Yeah. But I think I'm making gains. Yeah, I got it in Texas, but... Okay. Forget the shirt because it's 2X. I think I'm ready to cheat now, Steiny. Like I've earned a little cheat. Like,
and how does
going
Mia
good.
feel about that?
This is my journey. But dude, she's like you.
Oh, you're talking about food.
Oh, I mean, that's a 5. You know I'm honest, Abe.
So what are you saying? You might take.
I'm gonna have one for the 4th.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, about 201.
And let me tell you something about weight loss and dieting and staying in shape. And I hated to see it with Bonte. And it's a damn shame. And this is the danger.
Oh.
Okay? When you're kicking ass and you're losing weight, okay, and you're doing a great job, and you slip. Don't beat yourself up over it. Poor Bonte, he's gone 2 months.
Yeah, more than that.
He's been disciplined.
Yeah.
One day he had as a burrito or something. He comes in and he's like beating himself up. I don't want that.
Yeah.
What about the other 57 days that you were disciplined?
You preach it now. You earned it.
Get right back. Yeah. Get right back to where you need to be and proceed. Hey, it's free agent day today in the NBA.
I'm disappointed.
How come?
Because stuff usually leaks out. I was waiting for last night
to info.
Okay, do tell. Yeah. But other than that, nothing. Draymond celebrated. Like, we got to get to that.
Get to what?
To the golf match. The grass was perfect. And what is that course called? Next time I'm in Vegas, I don't know when. Next time I'm in Vegas, Steiny, I want to get to that course. I'd like to play that course.
Yeah, how much money you got to play it? I played that course
about
$85, $90.
Try like 300.
Try like 700.
Dude,
it was 550 when I golfed at the Wynn about 10 years ago.
Dude, that view.
Dude, I thought the guy I was going with was going to pick it up.
And you got snookered.
I get there and he goes, "Yeah, I checked in. Go ahead and check in."
I'm
goodness. Like, "Are you kidding me?" It was $500.
What did Susan say about that? Well, you wear the pants.
She's fine with that. She was just like, "Oh, that's tough."
Did you even tell her?
Yeah, she knows.
She saw it.
I'm not one of those guys that has a separate account.
I am.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm giving it real.
Now she wants to, now there is
$200 for the caddy tip. They're playing with that, right?
What do you mean?
On the Comcast text line with $200 for the caddy tip. So if you go play there.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't have a caddy.
Okay, gotcha.
There.
I got one.
But that's the other thing.
2019.
What's 2019?
My caddy.
That's a...
Okay. Go ahead, Stein.
Harrison Barnes is going back to Sacramento so that Warrior fans can breathe a sigh of relief because that probably means that Draymond's staying.
Dude, you saw him celebrate. That was an inner celebration yesterday. And I wanted.
Think he knew something?
There's no doubt he knew something, but he deserved that moment. How the hell are you going to go on that trip?
What? He didn't even belong there.
There's the picture. Go ahead.
We used to call it horning in.
They're boys, Steiny.
He's horning in. It's not. He's not in it.
It's the next announcement's going to be. He's shout out.
He
Milan.
had nothing to do with the event last night.
But the story
is
okay.
Get out of there, Draymond. Get
now
you're
going there.
It's like
get out of there. And he's talking crap.
It's like my. I told you the story about my little nephew,
Johnny.
Little nephew Johnny. We're at a family reunion, and little nephew Johnny. We said, "You can say grace, little Johnny," and he said, "Dear Lord, thank you for my mom, thank you for my dad, thank you for my grandfather, thank you for my nieces."
I love this.
My uncle. And the grandmother said, "Hey, what about me? You forgot me." And little Johnny said, "Yeah, you're not in this one." So,
I've never heard that, man.
Hey, Draymond, you're not in this one. You weren't asked to play golf.
But the story's him, Steiny. It's bigger than, Kelsey.
Actually, the story is, hey, Steph. Let's talk about your so-called handicap.
Oh, boy. You won't say it when we see it, Steiny. He would not.
He did not play well.
He missed some birdies. I mean, some putts.
And Clay, he's all right.
Kelsey shocked me, and he was supposed to be the weak link.
He got on the course right after the football season ended, he said. He said, "I knew how to play in this event, so after the season was over."
It got ugly early on the scorecard. Curry missed a few bunnies. Yeah. Clay hitting them in the in the rough.
Let's go to Chucky is in Oakland. What's up, Chucky? How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
What's up, Chucky?
Hey, I'm just calling, man. I listen to you guys all the time, man. I look forward to listening to you guys. I haven't seen chemistry like you guys, man, since the 73-9 Warriors, man.
Wow.
You guys got chemistry, man. And the reason why I'm calling is because this is the first time, I've heard somebody get a 5, man. That was just perfect timing when Sonny said that, you can cheat. And you was talking about girls, and you said, man, no, not that. You said that was a 5. That so was a 5, man. So you guys have a good day.
Thank you, boy. Yeah, appreciate the ranking system, Chucky? You all right?
Yeah, just a little phlegm. I don't get fireworks either.
Well, you live in the town, so you had no choice.
My dog's already.
Dude, the illegal fireworks that go on in the Bay.
Can I ask? Because 88895. What is the freaking infatuation with fireworks?
I have.
Now, hey, we're gonna have some fireworks over the Bay, July 4th, sanctioned. Okay.
Yeah. Coliseum, A's game. I'm with you.
I'm not a miserable SOB. It's not that I don't like fireworks, but Leave it to the professionals.
And how many Jason Pierre-Pauls are there that have blew their digits off? Remember the football player, D lineman for the Giants? Remember he had the 4th of July fireworks, blew off some digits.
I was thinking of the receiver. Shot himself.
Oh, Plexico. Plexico Burris.
Yeah, exactly.
How did that happen?
By the way, I've got a new list of 5 guys that I no longer care about in the NBA. I no longer care about these 5 guys.
What made you say, I'm going to go write these guys down?
I'll tell you why. I went and I started looking at, I started reading up on sports of the day, and I saw this guy's name, and I'm like, who cares? These guys, I'm sick of them.
Wow.
And also, they're no factor anymore. No
I like
factor.
this. Are you teasing this, or are you going to go now?
James Harden.
Steiny,
joke.
I'm on a divorce.
Russell Westbrook.
No.
Joke. Kyrie Irving. Joke. And I'm throwing Paul George in there.
What has he done?
They're no factor. Those guys are no factor. Oh, where's James Harden going to end up? Who cares? What does it matter?
The world cares.
What does it matter?
It does, Steiny.
To whom? Not to the team that gets him. He's not a winner anymore.
He won you 2 games in that Eastern Conference Finals, and had Embiid been on his A game, that should have been enough, and Embiid wasn't on his A game. Harden, I get you, because I want a divorce. I'm tired, but James Harden single-handedly won the Sixers 2 games, and Embiid was supposed to take him home, and he turned into Larry Bird from the outside. So I am turned off that he doesn't look at Philly and say, this is my last spot to try to get a chip. So I'm with you. But Paul George, he's done nothing to be on that list. And Kyrie Irving, you're a little too hard on him, Steiny.
James Harden shot 39% in the postseason.
Okay.
That's 2s and 3s. That's not 3-point percentage.
That's 3s.
That's worse than Iverson.
He won you 2 games.
Yeah.
Okay.
Last year in the playoffs, he shot 40% in the play.
All right, there's going to be a line around the corner for him. And
no, there's not.
Well, why is
Who wants him? Who wants him for $35 million? It'll be one of 2 teams.
He opted in.
Let me tell you, here's the other thing. And you can play this back tomorrow or the next day if something changes. He doesn't have the guts to go to Miami. He does not have the guts.
I don't think he's Pat Riley's type, though,
It says Miami's interested along with the Clippers.
Well, because Miami needs one more thing. They do need something, and he's in Portland. What would you tell Dame? Because he's on my list. Why are you loyal to these people? Go win your chip, son. You got people beckoning for your services.
Who? Nobody's giving up anything for Dame Lillard. You can't even get Bam out of bio from Miami. You say, hey, we want Lillard. And they said, well, what about Bam? Hit the pike.
Look at you, Caleb Martin.
Yeah.
That's Vincent.
Yeah. He's a free agent, too, by the way.
Yeah.
Mike's in San Francisco. What's up, Mike? How you doing? What do you got?
Hey, fellas, how you guys doing this morning?
Hey.
Hey, I just want to let you guys know, hey, man, y'all compliment each other well, right?
Thank you.
And I also want to tell you this, shots was fired yesterday because my man went in on old Merle yesterday, right?
Yeah. Do you know Merle?
And one other thing. I don't know Merle, but I don't think Merle going to be calling no time soon.
Oh, man.
Hey, I wanted to say this, though, right?
Yeah.
Hey, man, the basketball is simple, man. You got the pick and roll, and you got the way the three-pointer game. And we got the potential to play both ways now with Chris Paul. And we got these 2 new guys, and I want to know if anything you think that both of these guys are left-handed, right? So, I want to know about that, what you think about that. And also, man, with Poole, he was broken, man. Draymond broke his spirit, man. It was good for him to move on. And I wish him well. But and we right there, man. We got what we need. These guys are pro ready. These guys we just drafted, man. So what you think about that?
I appreciate it. I'm gonna tell you something.
Go ahead, because I got something for you.
Tell you what I think. Well, you go ahead first.
I was watching the match.
See, that's what I was doing.
And Bonte asked me a question on our little video style. You can find it at 957thegame.com. Maybe I overreacted.
Probably.
Maybe I'm disrespecting the Warriors and their IQ in regard to CP3 and this fit. And we do know Chris Paul does not wear Stacey Adams on the hardwood, Kenneth Coles. So he's not going to fall. And maybe that's what they need is some structure coming off the bench or with the second unit, or if he start. Why would Steph Curry and company, when they know what time it is, bring a guy in that they thought would make them worse? So from that vantage point, people, I'm not going to rescind how much I miss Jordan Poole, but I'm going to give this a try. But Steiny, they need size. They need youth. He doesn't have those attributes, and that's what scares me. Those two lefties that got drafted, who I'm going to see Monday at the California Classic in SAC at Golden One, Steiny, we don't even know if they're going to make the big club.
Oh, is this Shams' tweet? I can read it from the text box. That one I haven't heard. The Indiana Pacers are nearing a trade sending guard Chris Duarte to Sacramento for draft compensation.
He could play. That Harrison Barnes, HB gets paid. He stays getting paid. So I'll say this. They needed, if they could have got OG Anunoby, but we could say that the Kings. If they could have got Siakam, but we could say that for every team. I thought they wanted to make Harrison, get a better version of Harrison Barnes. They didn't, and to his credit, he remains a king.
You're doing it again.
What?
You're coveting guys on teams that didn't even make the playoffs, thinking they're big boys.
The two that I just mentioned, Toronto, they're champions. They won before.
Oh, okay.
And you know who they beat? Our own Golden State Warriors.
Well, no, you didn't count that, though. Remember, you count the Warriors have winning 5 in a row because they got hurt that one. So they didn't really beat the Warriors.
They beat the Warriors thoroughly.
Jocko's in Spain. What's up, Jocko? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, you guys. I'm living it up here on the coast of Brava right now. Loving these Mediterranean waters. Listen to it on the Odyssey app. You guys sound great.
Wow.
There you go.
Hey, and Steiny, before I get to my basketball take, roundabouts. You are absolutely right when you talk about roundabouts. It's a thing of wonder over here. There's no stop-and-go traffic.
Thank you.
A little bit of a slow-and-go at moments, but everyone gets around and everyone knows what they're doing, and it's a marvel.
Yep, I agree.
Dude, he's a P1, yeah.
On to basketball. James Harden to the Clippers looks like a match made in heaven. It's a guy who comes up short in the playoffs and two guys who can't stay healthy for the playoffs. So I don't fear him going at all. And then, Kyrie, I think he's going to end up staying. And then Dallas, I don't really see much of a market and teams having money to pry him away from there. And then I don't know if you guys are talking about the layoffs at ESPN.
Yeah.
Never really a fan of Jeff Van Gundy and Mark Jackson, so I probably want those guys. Jalen Rose, I thought he did an okay job, but I was never a Van Gundy fan myself. I know you guys had him on. I enjoyed his interviews, but just like Jackson and Van Gundy complained most of the game about the rules and the way it was called.
Yeah.
Anyway, love listening to you guys while I'm over here across the Atlantic.
Yeah, thanks,
happy
Jocko.
4th.
Appreciate it.
So does that mean where are we at? Can we play the Van Gundy? I don't care.
I don't care.
That stays. He'll be back. TNT will hire him by tomorrow.
I don't care.
Why do people? I think Van Gundy's great.
Well, of course, that was from this interview.
We didn't have to play my question.
Well,
damn.
No, it was a
Y'all cutthroat back there, Evan and John.
Were you just on the phone, Goo?
Yeah, the wife called, and I thought,
whoa.
Yeah, she called. So where do you go when the wife calls?
Well, I know why she called.
I got 3 kids. No, that might be a 6.
I think it might be.
Hey, but I just said something's wrong with the kids.
Okay?
No, she forgot I was on air. She don't listen anymore.
How do you? That's like my dad. But he's 97.
Dude, I got Norm's car. He had the competitor station on. We had a little talk about it. I said, boy, what's going on, Norm?
Norm?
Yeah. He said,
so wait, is everything fine with your kids?
Yeah, she got it mixed up.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
Or she forgot.
Did you love or hate Jeff Van Gundy?
I loved him with 2 L's.
Okay.
I'm hurt. I am hurt.
Why?
Jalen, because
Mark Jackson should have gone.
No, listen, I told you they were the best thing going. Bring Mark Jackson and Van Gundy. You said something in the boss's office this morning. Evan and I like to fell out because Evan is going to be a future Van Gundy or Breen. Steiny, I watch games back, and sometimes I watch them back with the pleasure of listening to the commentary. It'll be I get the 2-for-1, I call it. The commentary and the game. But he was himself. He said what was on his mind. He talked about the game, what they needed to fix. Why are the layoffs happening in Matt Steinmet's opinion? Because I don't have any inside sources. I don't know if you do, but when you look at this in totality, Steve Young, Susie, Jalen, why do you think this is happening all of a sudden? But yet the McAfees, the Stephen A. Smiths, who we love, friend of the show, they're making buku money at this same company.
I'm not a business insider.
Andy Dolich.
So I don't know. I bet, you know what, though? I have a sneaky feeling it might have to do with money. What do you think?
Yeah, you're on the mark.
Yeah. My question is, what do you like in an announcer or a commentator or a play-by-play man or an analyst? I liked Van Gundy because I just liked the way he approached the game. He didn't lionize these players. He didn't. The only problem I had with Van Gundy is he sticks up for every coach under the sun because he's a coach. He never thinks any coach has any responsibility for being fired. You know, a guy could go 20-62 and go, what'd you want him to do? Anyway, but Van Gundy I think's great. He knows the game. And I actually do think him and Mark Jackson are terrific together.
That's what's going to hurt.
Well, I don't know who's going to.
Well, Breen will be with Mark Jackson most of the time. That's still the A team.
Yeah, but they need another one in there. They need a Van Gundy to keep it.
Dublin Marge says, Guru, they're doing this just to change it up on YouTube. Ernie Chavez, Guru, it's about digital content now. Well, no, it's not, Ernie, because you still have to have somebody call the games. And they were the best trio. I hated, TNT. I couldn't, when the playoffs were on TNT, some of the games, Warriors playing TNT, I was like, can I just get Van Gundy and the gang to do the Warrior games? But now he's gone.
Ken Wiegand says, I turned down the TV announcers and sync up Tim Roy.
Well,
best play-by-play guy in the NBA. Yeah, why do I have trouble syncing it up?
That's how I am. One's
it's
faster.
Always like Tim Roy's like Curry from 3, good.
Yeah,
and then you look up and he's at half court getting ready to shoot a 3.
Talk to me. Tell us how to fix that.
So I don't know. I don't know.
Max Kellerman let go.
Yeah. It's a shame.
I got a prediction.
Oh.
I think Skip has found his new partner. He's been off 3 weeks, Skip, trying to find a new one. I think I'm putting cap. Jalen Rose will be his next partner.
All right. And do you have any sources?
No, I just know Skip needs a big boy in there.
What about Nick Wright?
I have no sources. That's a great show he has. First Things First with our guy Broussard and the
What about Kenny Achu?
Emmanuel Achos.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, that show needs a little help. Yeah.
Bless you, Steiny.
That show is, yeah.
What
our
about,
guy Bucher's on there. I text him to try to get him on.
What about, Jameel Hill?
Jamel, she's very into the politics now. She'll say what it is.
Yeah,
she had a lot of thoughts on this affirmative action getting flushed down. Dude, if we could do politics, I'd get fired. I'd be out here by 11.
Well, you don't know enough about politics to do a show on politics.
Norm
you barely
is
know
my
enough
dad.
about sports.
Norm is my pops. You better learn me, man.
I did learn you. I've learned you like the back of my hand, and you don't need a political show.
No, I'll just tell you what I think about stuff like that. Yeah,
I know. You're a Law and Order guy. I can tell.
Talk about
SVU.
gas.
Huh?
SVU.
Yeah. Dude, that show never got me.
What show? What?
Law and Order.
Yeah, I never watched it.
Special
What is
Victims Unit.
SVU?
Oh,
Special Victims Unit.
Oh, my God. You guys. By the way, if anybody's thinking of going to Tahoe this weekend, don't.
Why?
It's going to be a zoo up there. Poor Willard.
All the reason to go. Oh, he's already there. He's posting pictures.
But it's all bad up in Tahoe, my sources are saying.
Why are you hating?
Because there's too many people up there.
That's called a party.
No, it's called stuck in traffic.
Oh, stop. He's probably on the water. The pictures I saw, the lake.
Yeah, with boats everywhere.
It's like the Ozark.
No. Look, read the San Francisco Chronicle, like
I
Clay
do.
Thompson, and you'll
I
see
heard that
that
yesterday.
Thompson and you'll see that Lake Tahoe is very crowded this weekend. So if you're up there,
You sound a little jealous.
if you're up there, I'm going next weekend. If you're up there, be safe and be careful. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Oh, by the way, I saw something yesterday, a proposal of sorts, and it's a joke. And I guarantee you, it's such a joke, and it's so ludicrous, and it's so dumb. I guarantee you my partner loves it on 95.7 The Game.
Watch yourself and know who.
source of constant encouragement.
Oh, you should, if y'all wanted an inside scoop in our locker room, you're getting it. Full-fledged right now. Full-fledged. 3 more years, baby. Come on, Draymond.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
So he's staying, right, Draymond? Did you read anything into last night, Goo?
Yeah, it was a celebration. But before I even said another word, well, you got to fix what you messed up early. Before we went to break about our brethren. Mark Willard is not in Tahoe. He's in Hawaii, Steiny. Get in the game. Your boy is across the... How did you butcher that?
He's probably not in a lot of traffic if he's in Hawaii, come to think of it.
Oh, my gosh. I'll send a text to him. We just butchered you. You were asking. It was a celebration last night. Dre ain't going nowhere, Stoney. Come on, that's what that was about. They're probably partying right now, probably just going to bed.
So I guess he's not in the lab working on his three-point shot.
It's called the off season.
Oh, now it's called the off season.
What about Barkley's dig? You ain't talking a lot for a guy that ain't got no job. To Draymond.
I didn't hear. I saw like half of it.
Yeah, it was 4 hours long.
Yeah, it was all right.
I'm sorry. It won me over. Evan had a whole, hope I'm not telling your business, a watch party. No invite for your boy.
For what?
The match yesterday.
A watch party?
At his crib.
For the golf?
Yeah.
You did, Evan, or?
Well, it wasn't a large watch party, but, we invited some people over, me and my brother. Had a couple of pops.
Yeah,
How many people were... Hold on, Goo. How many people were over?
Yeah, like 5.
That's a party, Snotty.
People coming in and out. It's a popular place.
Ever tell you about the time Evan said I could sleep over at his apartment?
I was with you, too.
And then the night came, and I was ready to crash at his apartment. He said, oh, by the way, you can't crash at my apartment.
Dude, I was like,
You want to tell him the reason why?
Because your brother was in town.
You got kicked out.
Planning for that party, I guess. So
I used to be single and host parties. Everybody get out. That's how I'd come out the bathroom. Everybody got to go. Dude, it's just pressure when you're a single bachelor, man. Men and women. Y'all got to get out. But anyway, go ahead.
888-957-9570 is the number. Just Steph Curry, Klay Thompson in the golf. It was fun.
I can't be disappointed in the golf. That's a rat on the table. Sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. I got to be honest, Donnie. I thought, we talk about handicaps. I thought I'd see some more spectacular golf from the Splash Brothers.
Well, not from Klay. I think I'm better than Klay.
You think so?
I think so. I'm a 16.
Duh.
Well, no, but Klay's got a pretty good swing.
There were some
Klay
Curry
could be
missed
good.
some bunnies.
What's new? Never could finish.
Dude, okay, I'll give you a 1.
He couldn't.
But, dude, I'm talking
Kyrie.
about the putting right there.
Guru, you can't do this. You can't, you can barely criticize people.
Because I'm not good at it?
Yes, you don't even know what a bunny is in golf.
Oh, I know
it's hard. The game's harder than you think. It's harder than you think. Why don't you say it? Did he choke?
On a couple putts. If next time we see him, I'm gonna say, Steph, give me a letter grade for the match. He'll be like, that was a C-, Goo. And they took the L.
Yeah, they did. Hey, all right, I saw something. And you know what? The other day I said this.
Better be careful,
I said this. And people were like, they thought, everybody thinks I troll. And I don't troll. I bring up stuff that makes you think. And here's what I brought up.
That's what makes you sleep at night. But go ahead.
So, I saw an interview with, who was it with? A college coach. Do you know that they're thinking of expanding the NCAA tournament to 96 teams?
Yeah, see. Go. I'll let you finish.
It's 64, then it goes to 68. First of all, it used to be 32. Then it goes to 64. Now they want to go to 96. 96 teams in the big dance. 96 teams, and I've said it before. They should do what my high school, they do in high school sports in Pennsylvania. Just make it an open tournament. If you want to go into the tournament, Just go into the tournament.
Then what is the regular season
Thank
for?
you.
Then?
What is it for now? What is it for now? They have a regular season. They've got a postseason tournament. It's like give everybody as many chances. Just let anybody.
That's too
in.
many, Stein.
Oh.
Now I'm your guy that I like
Hold
it all.
on.
And I want to give you
Curly
a little
hit
nugget.
the pike, man.
Who?
Curly.
Oh, our
He's in
guy.
here.
Did you give him a wedding gift?
I say
I didn't get invited to the wedding.
You still can get him a gift. And we did get invited. We couldn't make it.
We
It was a late
we got
invite.
invited late.
Yeah.
I was
like
gonna
the
go-
All-Stars. Remember, you got to replace.
Exactly.
But look, every conference doesn't have a conference tourney. So I bring that up because
Most of them do.
Yeah, but some don't. So you
Most
gotta,
of them do.
You
Like
got to
9
win.
out of 10 now.
Well, I'm
so
just.
in other words, they have.
I'm trying
the
to defend the regular
season.
season.
Then they have the postseason tournament, and now they're going to let 30 more teams in.
I'm with you, Stein. That's just too damn much right there.
Oh, I thought you'd disagree. So I don't know what we're going to do for the next hour now. You know what I'm saying?
I like it.
Why?
Do tell.
More the merrier. That's what the
You're
NCAA tournament is all
you're
about.
Just doing this.
No. I'm very serious. This is the 1 month, the one thing that I am okay with broadening.
So
to
the
just about
tournament's going to be
anybody.
2 months long, Evan?
Yeah. What about March Madness?
Does it be March and April Madness?
No. Well, that doesn't work.
Or Madness.
No, that doesn't work. It's been trademarked.
Mega Madness.
It's been absolutely trademarked.
You're telling me more opportunity to go? Actually, I think you would like this because there'd be more opportunity to put some chicken down on teams that you know nothing about, which is the whole point of the tournament.
Now I'm in.
That's a 3.
But yeah, I'm in, but that's too damn long, Stoney.
I'm with you there.
100. Damn.
So, we were talking a little bit about this ESPN laying off Van Gundy, Steve Young, Susie Colbert. You know what it's telling me, Goo, is people want to hear more opinions. People want to hear more rumors.
You going hot take?
People want to hear more hot takes. Yeah.
No, well,
I got a question for our
Van
audience.
Gundy was giving us hot takes during the 3 hours that we watch a basketball game. So,
But I don't think any of his takes were particularly hot. Like, he's opinionated. But I don't think honestly, what is a hot take?
See, I got to be careful here.
Let me ask Bay Area fans. What's the difference between a hot take and what's the difference between a troll,
okay,
a hot take, and what else?
That's it.
Okay.
A hot take is something, it's not about right or wrong. It's about you believe everything you're saying with that take. To me, that's a hot take.
Okay.
A troll is Skip Bayless, who I spent half my life watching. Now I've come to the realization, Skip, if you need me, he don't believe half of the stuff he's saying. He's doing it for you to tune in. So to me, it's not authentic. And I could be wrong. He could be like, you don't know. But to me, a hot take, Steiny, I welcome him, is anybody that has that passion behind this is how I see it. But I believe that you believe what's coming out of your mouth. A troll is you're just doing that to get reaction. Welcome to Twitter.
Yeah, I'm just I'm just curious because look, a lot of times people will say that I'm trolling or I'm hot taking, and I'm like, what's a hot take? Saying, maybe the Warriors should pivot off Draymond Green. Steiny is the hot take master.
I saw that. Brandon Ayuk.
I'll tell you what, Brandon
Not Ayuk.
You give me one hot take of mine. What's a hot take? What?
I'm your partner. I got it.
What,
and
what would
nothing's
it be?
wrong with a hot take.
Go ahead, Evan.
The Warriors are done winning chips. Go ahead, Evan. My bad.
Well, I don't think that's his hottest take. Probably something like, well, I don't know. I mean, would you consider this a troll, like your conversation surrounding George Kittle, like the last couple of years? Would you consider that trolling or a hot take?
Oh.
That's a great comp.
That's
but you've admitted to you were playing with
No,
that.
I'm not. It is not a hot take to say George Kittle might be a better blocker than pass catcher. That is not a hot take. That's a legitimate take.
Trent Williams is a myth?
I do think Trent Williams is overrated. He got called for a lot of penalties last year.
He's one of the best to ever do
Why?
it, though.
You know what? And this is why. You cannot show me any film.
Oh, there's some where he's throwing the guys to Hayward.
No, you are taking the word of other linemen.
No, he was a Redskin, Steiny. I watched his career.
You didn't watch an offensive lineman's career.
Steiny, stop. He's one of the best at that position, man.
You cannot tell the difference between offensive linemen. Goo, come on.
What
now.
are you saying, Steiny? How do you make the Pro Bowl? How do you watch a game?
Because it's a popularity
You're
contest.
talking about a left tackle, which is the most important position on the O-line. The quarterback's life. Trent Williams has mastered it. Is he what he is now? No.
Exactly.
But he's still pancaking dudes left and right.
No, he's not.
Steiny.
No, he's not.
Gosh.
Where's Mark Ibanez when you need him? Where's Mark Ibanez when you need him?
And I'm not here to Evan, help. I need you to, what's the referee, the boxing ref, Richard Steele. But I'm not even here to argue. But when you say that about Kittle, the way you say it,
Williams had a good
people
year.
Receive it as you're trying to diminish George Kittle like he's not good.
Well, that's because you guys can't understand basic freaking English. And because you guys all have an agenda behind something, he might be a better blocker than pass catcher.
And he could be great at both.
That's right. But see, like, you can't handle it. It's really weird. People just can't handle stuff that are said in a certain way. Like, you have to. No,
I'm just trying to get George Kittle his propers, just like I'm trying to give your boy Williams his props. He's up there with Munoz. He's up there with some of the greatest offensive line, Munoz, some of the greatest offensive linemen to ever do it, Stoney.
He did not have a good year.
I'm not saying that.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm just saying the whole enchilada and why he was brought in.
You like that? You like that?
That's who he blocked for.
This is where, now I am going to. I said, you can tell the difference between a good offensive lineman and an average offensive lineman.
I'm not telling you I'm Ron Jaworski.
Thank you.
I'm telling you.
So say you're wrong.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you offensive line. I know line play.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do, Stoney.
You do not know line play.
What do I need to tell you about Rolf William?
He played for the Saints.
Okay.
Even I know that.
All right, but
Willie.
He was one of the greats, the greatest to ever do it. Larry Allen in Dallas.
I can name great offensive Conrad Dobler.
Well, but I'm just telling you.
Jim Otto. I mean, I could do it too.
The offense don't function on the ground or in the air without some badasses.
It's the offensive line is very important.
Trent Williams is one of the best to ever do it. What he is now and last year, I'll give you that win. Yeah. If you want to say he slipped.
Yes.
He's a beast.
He was.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a hot take.
I don't think so. I don't think it's a hot take to say that Trent Williams has slipped.
Well, that would be the truth.
But that's the opposite of a hot take.
He was first-team All-Pro last year, though. I mean, it's got to be good for something.
It's good for something. But it's just like Draymond Green. If you go from Defensive Player of the Year to Defensive Player second team, it's like, are you still a good defensive player?
Yeah,
you're great. But you're not as good as you were because you're not Defensive Player of the Year.
So Steph's not MVP.
Uncle Looney. Somebody put a poll up. Someone put a poll up.
For?
Steiny can never admit when he's wrong. Yes, I can. Of course I can. Just prove it one time. Prove it.
What happens daily?
Yeah, right. I'm just saying. All I'm saying is, and all y'all on the YouTube, stop thinking you know line play.
Yeah.
Stop it.
I do have a hot take that has been uttered on these mics.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Chris Paul is washed.
Hold on. 888-957-9570. Sorry about it. I'm going to set you up again. I'm going to do it right, Evan. We're going to do it live. 888-957-9570 is the number. Okay, what's a hot take that one of us had on the radio?
Well, it wasn't you guys. It was one of our brethren who's actually in Hawaii, not in Tahoe. Chris Paul
was
is washed.
in this camp. Yeah, you could say me too. I was with him.
I feel like that's kind of a hot take.
I think it is too.
But I don't think there's a lot of people out there that would disagree with you, Evan.
Yes.
There's some that would, but that's 50, 50, 60, 40.
The argument was very simple. Chris Paul was called washed. I said he's not washed. And then the definition of washed changed so as somebody didn't have to be wrong. Because the definition of washed turned into, well, I'm talking about a guy who was an all-star and now he just comes off the bench and plays 20 minutes a night. Well, to me, that's not washed. It's like being a pretty good sixth man. So, no, Chris Paul is not washed. How can he be? Like, he averaged 14 and 9 last year, 30 minutes a game. What do you got on your mind, bud?
No, I'm just that floats your boat. It don't float mine. It's like the Draymond thing. He's not. I can't see. He'll
Wait
never
a minute,
be.
do you think Chris Paul's washed?
He's not at the top of his game.
You're right.
And you know what? It's not his dribbling. It's not his shooting. It's not his percentages. It's to me. And I know here you come. You're in the cop car, but Steiny, it's his body. Like, I don't trust him to last. Like, you're gonna say this. Everybody gets hurt. But his just seemed to be at the most inopportune time. That's why I'm so out on Paul. But I'm not going to call an NBA player washed.
Well, I didn't say you couldn't.
Well,
I just don't think Chris Paul's washed.
James Harden, I'm being honest, he washed?
No, but he he
can't
win with them. You can't win with
Embiid
them.
let them down. He gave you 2 games, Steiny.
Okay.
He gave you 2 games.
Are you serious?
I'm being hella real.
So James Harden can win a title as the second best player on the team.
I'm not ready
Philly
to
could
say
have
he
won
can't.
a title.
I'm not saying. Yes, they could have.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, they could have.
Playing the way they play.
Embiid got hurt, Steiny. Embiid got hurt.
So 2 guys could have won it for him.
If they got more, they got Maxey. They had a team.
Tobias
they have a
Harris,
team.
who they're trying to trade.
Yeah.
Goo. See,
They
that's
sent
a
him
hot
packing
take.
just like
That's a hot take.
Phoenix sent CP3 packing.
That's a hot take. Saying James Harden and Embiid can still get it done.
Well, not still. It's over.
Well, yes.
That's why
James
I'm disappointed in Harden. I'm done now with him.
Oh.
But I'm done now thinking that was a perfect opportunity to at least get to the finals, Donnie. And he gave you 2 games. He sucked in the other ones, but Embiid got hurt, just like Giannis did for Milwaukee. But I just ain't falling for, if he goes here now, and talk about Harden, he'll put you over the top.
That's what I'm saying about all these guys. But you know what? I may put Kawhi in there now. Harden,
because
Westbrook.
of injury, not
So
because
what?
of his play.
Well, you just criticize Chris Paul till the cows come home because of injury.
Right, but
if you don't play, you don't play.
But athletically, when Leonard played, he looked like Leonard.
No, he didn't.
He was a monster, Steiny.
He's not. He's lost.
Yeah, I get you, but you could still be dominant where he was at when he was in his prime to where he was at. Dude, he looked like Kawhi Leonard some nights. You can tell he'll never be. The lateral movement is gone.
Okay, but that's important.
Yeah, but for him to, what happened to Kawhi? He's not playing, and it'd be catastrophic. That's what's getting so tiring, and that's why nobody's going to give him a max. I don't believe.
He's doing it again. I can't get a grasp
No,
of
dude,
it.
it's Friday. It's 4th of July. No. I'm a cheat. I'm ready. But I got a question of what you said, the whole how we jumped off on this conversation.
All your takes are hot takes.
No. But about Van Gundy, they're not in position, and I'm not saying you're wrong. You said everybody wants to hear a hot take, and I don't disagree with you. I think it's actually getting the other way, Stoney. People are getting tired because they think everybody's trying to be Stephen A. and these guys that have these strong opinions. But a guy like Van Gundy was let go, and his job is just to call the game, and he perfected it. So I don't get why you feel like he lost something on his fastball. Disney is not doing well. The question is why, Stoney? Why? What's going on with ESPN? How much ESPN do you watch when a game is not on?
None.
I watch it for.
None.
You don't watch SportsCenter?
Why?
Oh my gosh!
I get my sports news other places on the internet and on. I mean, if it's on, I guess I'll watch it to see some scores.
Evan, do you watch SportsCenter? Like, I got to get one a night. I try to aim for more, but it's one.
Well, I did when Neil Everett was on, but his 23-year run is now over. So
23 years.
Who?
Neil Everett.
How's it?
It happens. It's capitalism.
I ain't happy about it. How about that?
You better worry about your own back, as Phil Mike says.
Yeah, no doubt. Wash your back is what he said.
888-957-9570. Free agency starting in 4 hours. And
come on, give us something.
This is bothering me too now about you. It hasn't started yet. Like, stop saying. The Warriors they haven't gotten a big man. That's because free agency hasn't started.
And there's nothing on the vet minimum market that's going to get him.
You don't know that.
All right, give me a prediction.
Jock Lawndale, baby.
Give me a hot take.
The hot take is okay, here's a hot take.
Mo Bamba is not playing for the vet minimum.
Well, they bought him out, so I think he got bought out, right? So he's still going to make the money that he was owed. Mm-hmm. Unless they waived him, but I thought they bought him out, but I'm not sure to re-sign Austin Reeves. I thought too much woke and SJW. Man. What's SJW?
I don't know. I know what the woke is.
Yeah, woke. Here Jose's got some hot takes. Steiny, please get off Guru.
Dude, we got a poll up. Can Steiny ever admit when he's wrong? I just put no. 78-22. 78% said you can't admit when you're wrong. 79.
Tell me when I'm wrong.
Jose!
I'm not taking Jose.
You called for him already.
Yeah, but now I just changed my mind. What's up, Jose? How you doing?
Hey, listen, guys. How you doing? Steiny, you mentioned that list earlier about guys you're not hot on anymore, guys you're sick of hearing.
Yes.
And I heard Harden on there. I heard Westbrook. All that stuff makes sense.
Yes.
But then you take shots at Paul George.
Yeah.
Paul George, where's this coming from? Yeah, he's hurt and everything.
Yeah, I don't like
guy
him.
who's averaged 20 points per game.
I don't like him.
Talk to him, Jose.
Shoot, how long now?
Yeah, I don't like him.
Now?
I don't like him.
Why?
He's not a winner.
8-time All-Star, 4-time All-Defensive Player. This guy's been hurt. Like he's not washed.
I don't like him.
Thank you, Jose.
I never said washed for those players. I said non-factors, and I'm done with them. And they don't change the makeup of a team. That's all. I don't like Paul George.
Do you and Dickinson? Why?
He hates him more than me.
Yeah, but Dickinson gives a read. He says Paul George, he's too cool for school. But I've seen him put it all out there on the line, Donnie. I messed with PG-13. And who was this youngster that said that was his that just got drafted? LeBron wasn't his king, it was PG-13. PG is bad.
And by bad you mean hurt?
Guru. Bad meaning good. Your boy,
it's like
Indiana. Paul
leave
George
Guru alone. It's like everything he says, I got a question.
It don't matter. I'm the boxer here.
Steiny, would you trade Chris Paul for Paul George? Yes.
Oh my gosh, who wouldn't?
See, here's the 510. Now this is a hot take, and I would see. This is what bothers me. Paul is a certified Paul George is a certified loser. No, I wouldn't even say that. I just don't like him.
I appreciate you saying that because that's too harsh for you. Because you don't like language like that. He's a scrub.
That's why nobody can accuse me of ever giving a hot take because I'm too careful with my words. If you listen to my words, it's not a hot take. In fact, what you'll find is it's mostly sensible.
But that's why you are who you are. That's the game. You don't come in here with an agenda to fire up. Like, I believe Skip is like, I don't believe this, but what can be a hot take? I'm going to write 9 of them down and say it.
888-957-9570 is the number. And somebody wants to explain fireworks to me.
I'm with you.
Evan, what? You were pulling the mic down.
He was talking to me. Sometimes it's not about you.
Wait.
You continue with your thought, and he can. Why do you get so threatened by it's? You run the play. He's setting the back pick for me, and I'm coming around. You are so Steiny. You know what? You're nosy.
No.
I just realized that you when I went into Lucas's office the other day.
I don't like that.
That dude, you really didn't. I thought it was just.
You don't want to start this conversation. You don't want to start this conversation, Mr. My feelings are hurt when I'm not in a meeting.
I do get and the bar.
Right.
I do get hurt.
Let me explain this. When I look across and I look into Evan's eyes, and he's our producer, and he's talking into the mic, but I don't hear him. Yes, I think what's going on.
Oh God! I'm like, let us live. We listening.
Well, what were you saying to him?
I was saying help us get to 56.
That's all, Steiny. I told him I got him.
What? That's another thing.
I got him.
And I'll talk to the boss about that at some other time.
Now you
like
snitching.
It's make or break if we get out of 10:55, 15, or 10:56, 17. And you know what? Here's why I'll say that.
That's the game.
Ain't nobody hits brakes at this station like I hit brakes at this station. Boy. And you know why? Because I'm not afraid to do something like this. We got to go. Cars.com. Insufferable.
Steiny, you know what? You're nosy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You don't want to go there, Goo.
I got to read something to you. I'm going to go here because I'm having a good time. People, 707, you two are absolutely killing it today. The energy, this is my favorite word, you never knew this about me, is infectious. I need more than 4 hours. You can't get it unless
you're
you
an
see
infection, all right.
Infectious. From
I'm sorry.
Brina, unapologetically black. Guru, I'm getting tired of Steiny telling you what you don't know. Politics, golf. Not sure if you care, but to me it sounds condescending and like something I don't want to say. Guarantee if Evan was on, he wouldn't say that.
Who said that?
Brina.
Where's she at?
I don't know where she's at. She's on my Twitter feed.
Oh, it's Twitter or is it
it's Twitter?
Yeah, Trina.
Brina, Brina.
It doesn't matter what your name is. Trina.
Brina, Steiny calls me an idiot like 3 times a day. That helps. Just not on air.
Willard just sent me a picture from Hawaii.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. What made you think he was in Tahoe?
He's always in Tahoe.
Oh.
He likes Tahoe.
You'll be there next weekend.
No, not next weekend.
You can go early.
Next week.
I'll miss you.
Okay. Give me your hot take.
I'm going to be real here.
You know what?
Tell me if it qualifies.
Because you do this all the time. You ask me a question, then you answer it. So I'll do it.
My wife says this. I swear.
Yeah, you do all the time.
All right.
But it's okay.
So you go first.
Well, everybody's saying that they don't like hot takes, but that everybody does it. So my question is, why don't let's come up with some hot takes or some takes, and you decide. You decide if they're hot or not.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
I like that.
I'll use one from yesterday. I said this yesterday.
Okay.
You tell me if this is a hot take or not. Goo, I got to tell you, I know the Warriors have traded Jordan Poole, but I don't think for a minute that their chemistry problems are over.
That's a hot take.
That's a hot take?
Yeah, to me it is. Because you're saying there's still something in the building.
Evan? Is that a hot take? It's not that hard. You just say yes or no, even if you don't believe it.
I was waiting on him.
Lie if you're not ready.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider that so much a hot take.
Thank you.
See, we're all different. I do. Because that's heavy. What you're saying is there's still something in that building, personal-wise, that is bigger than basketball. So I'm not saying that Evan's wrong. That's heavy. I like that. Okay,
hold on. We got B in San Jose. B wants to tell us about ourselves.
Oh, okay.
Hey, B, how you doing?
Steinmetz and Guru, you guys are doing a great job.
What's up, baby?
Thank you.
I wanted to sound off a little bit on these ESPN layoffs.
All right.
I did want to give the flexes here, both of y'all, because it's the quirks of you two that brighten my day, and I'm sure literally thousands of others around the Bay. So starting with Steiny, I can't help myself, but every time I hear Woj drop a rumor on television, all I can hear is Steiny's well-crafted Greeny Jazz, who, by the way, are in Salt Lake City. Right? The impression is spot on. And then Goo. So I'm a full-time performing musician, and with my band, we do the song Big Pun, Still Not a Player. And when we get to the chorus, rather than going, I'm not a player, I'm not a player, I just crush a lot, I get to, I'm not a player. I have a wife.
Wow.
Damn. So what kind of musician are you? What kind of band are you in?
Oh, I'm in all kinds, man. Jazz, hip-hop, R&B, rock and roll, reggae. But my bag is kind of within the jazz and neo-soul world.
Wow.
Hey, y'all should come out for some gigs. I'm actually playing in Thrive City later on today if you guys want to come check it out.
What time?
Brewing.
What time?
8:30.
Oh, at night.
Yeah. Darn it. Hey, keep us abreast, man. We're going to make it out there.
You play for a bunch of bands. Is that correct?
Yeah, y'all can come to 55 South on Sunday nights. We play 9:30 till closing.
Night.
R&B, modern jazz.
Well, you know what, baby? I'll
South,
tell you what, this is a Sunday where you can stay out. It's not a school day.
Oh, you're right.
Thank you, Beat. Go, let's do something this weekend.
Come on.
Come on, let's do
I'm not playing.
What are you doing tomorrow? So I'm golfing Sunday and
I'm
Tuesday.
hooping in the morning. That's nothing. I'll be done by 11. You being real? It ain't payday though.
That's all right. That's all right. I'm loaded.
Oh, your scholarship for your boy.
Let's go to. Should we? Hey, Bay Area, what's happening tomorrow afternoon? It's supposed to be a nice day.
Oh, for real?
I'm going to be honest.
Evan, I won't be able to find this
tomorrow?
guy until Monday.
Where's the party tomorrow?
There you go.
About 1 o'clock.
I'm thinking rooftop, like we did when we had the company function.
You know what's funny is the minute there's a long weekend, Filmo Mike nowhere to be seen.
No doubt.
He can
He's
only
gotta
fill
call
up.
us.
He can only fill up a 2-day weekend.
Yeah, he's got to call us before we get up out of here. That dude is a musician.
Okay, give me your hot take.
Steve Kerr is reluctant to develop young guys.
That's not a hot take. That is about as lukewarm a
He
take.
gave me a lock. Evan said it's good.
That is not a hot take. See, he said, this is what I mean.
But it
It's
ain't
not,
a bad thing if it's not.
No, you used a great word, reluctant. Once you used reluctant, then it's not a hot take.
I was going to say what you really mean to say, Goo.
Well, wow.
Just
I was
can't.
not trying. See, but I don't come in here with fake hot takes. Donnie,
sometimes
just,
you do.
You too.
No.
Well, no, you don't. But what's another one? The Kittle one was troll.
No, it's not.
I'm just letting you know. The Trent Williams is troll.
No, it's not.
Yeah. It came out your mouth with a different, you wanted it to hit different.
Ibanez, call me, please. Explain offensive line play to Darryl the Guru Johnson.
I'm giving you the dub for saying he slipped.
All
But
I'm
Trent
saying
Williams is still
Ibanez-
arguably one of the top tackles in the game, even at this juncture of his career.
There's a big year coming up for him. He's got to prove himself.
What do you have to prove that he slipped here in Ninerville? That's what I'd ask. Has he had bad plays?
Okay.
Yeah. Has he been injured?
Yes.
Yeah. But
I want
Steiny,
somebody-
more often than not, your boy is a
I want
beast.
somebody, an advanced analytics guy from Pro Football Focus, okay? And they know what I'm talking about. I guarantee you he had more penalties this year than he's ever had, false starts, and I just don't think he was as effective.
What if I say
And
the
I'll
good
bet you
outweighs
advanced-
the bad?
It does, because he's still a net positive. Oh, El's in Pacifica. What's up, El? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Great show.
Yep, it is.
Thanks.
Nah, we're just messing around today.
You guys are about to...
Oh, no. Go ahead. Steiny, shut up.
Hey, I got a hot take for you. Number one, Warriors do not need Draymond Green at this point. Here's a hot take.
Mm-hmm.
And number two, James Harden is a better fit for the Warriors than Chris Paul. If we're talking about getting a second unit going and getting somebody in here that's just going to help lead the second unit. A little bit more size, a little bit more scoring, but also I hate Chris Paul's guts and shouldn't be on the Warriors. That's all I got. Thank you all. Continue the great show.
Thanks, Al. Appreciate it.
I'm sorry. In my world, because that's what it's about,
no, we know.
the Draymond was a hot take. The Warriors don't need Draymond. That's a hot take. Nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, I guess.
You count it?
Yeah. You know, look, you know me. I go out of my way to try to disagree with you.
Dude,
Sometimes
the
I can't.
fair's here.
The
Alameda
what?
Fair. Alameda County Fair's.
I'm not 11 years old, Goo.
E40 was there last night. What if we would have hit that? Performing.
They have horse racing at the fair.
This is the one in Pleasanton?
Yeah.
By the way, I'll tell you what, something about there's a lot of land out there.
Dude, I was at
It's
when I
open
went to
space
Havana's,
territory.
Walnut Creek was popping. The restaurant Havana's. Remember I told you? It was action. If you know what I mean. Yeah. Yeah.
You tell me what a hot take is on 95.7 The Game. That's what we're doing. I don't think it's a hot take to say Steve Kerr seems reluctant to develop young guys. Now, if you would say Steve Kerr can't, that's more
That's what
of
you're
a hot
looking
take.
for. But I'm not fake. I just say what's on my mind.
Here's a 408 hot take. Klay Thompson should slide to the second unit.
Never
See,
happened.
that's a hot take. See, I think a hot take has to have...
That's a Hail Mary take.
No, see, I think a hot take has to have some sliver of possibility. And that one does a little bit.
He would never go to the second unit. I believe he would demand a trade before you told Klay, number 11, he's got to come off the bench.
Who the hell is Klay Thompson?
Part of one of the most successful runs.
Do you realize
of the Golden State Warriors?
Can I just use two
inception?
Words? Can I just use two words that you do not seem to understand?
Give it to him.
Employer, employee. Klay Thompson's an employee.
Okay.
That means he got nothing. He got no pull.
Draymond Green has all the leverage right now.
No, he doesn't.
And he's an employee.
He does not have all the leverage. It's still Joe Lacob's decision. Now, that Joe Lacob is scared, that he's scared to get off Draymond Green, yes, I guess that is leverage. I'll give you that.
And that's what you want. And the scared is, what are we going to be without him?
I'm not listening.
Yeah.
Steiny, in the beginning of the show, you said you have some information. What is it?
Dude, the beginning feels like 8 hours ago.
I think he was talking about your 96 teams update about the NCAA tournament.
He's used to me not paying off a tease.
Wow. Oh, speaking of which,
Leroy, I was just going to get to your call. You know what, Leroy?
He hung up?
You're entitled. You're just like all the Warrior fans, Leroy.
Slow down, Stoney, talking about Leroy
these
like
MFs,
that, man.
They call.
These what?
And they think they can get on in 2 seconds.
Now you got to slow down.
No, you know what?
Some are VIP.
What did I call that Friday? When they played the Kings. It might be another one.
In the air tonight.
In the air tonight. Didn't I have a name for that Friday? We may have another one right now.
Dude, you feeling that good.
Free for all?
Yeah, it's a free for all.
That was we were singing. Oh boy.
I need another song.
Now you just got
Damon's got a warrior hot take.
You just went to bed.
Hey Damon. No, I didn't. By the way, that's a phrase that needs to be
You came out on
expired.
stage and ran back behind the curtain. He played the drums and you just cowered. Oh my God.
Shout out Colin.
What's your problem?
I was ready to go in and you ran off stage.
Yeah, I didn't want to do it again. I promise.
You said I need a new song, DJ.
I do need a new song.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, R.I.P. Alan Arkin, the actor. Yeah, Alan Arkin.
Really?
Now I'm going to front like I know him. I don't, Stoney. The name.
He was the guy who was told to put that coffee down.
Oh, shame on me.
He's actually the guy who did.
That might be his most popular role.
He did the crime in that movie, by the way.
Oh, you're right.
Scotty! Oh, no. Oh, Damon's got a hot take. Hey, Damon, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? I got a hot take for you.
Okay.
Jordan Poole deserves to get punched. And that's why the Warriors back Draymond Green and not Poole.
Lose him.
Is that no? Hold on now.
He said deserved.
No, hey. There ain't no rules with a hot take.
Yes, there are. We're against violence here.
Well, the violence already happened.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. We can't, even if
the rapper,
we can't let people on the air that say guys deserve to get punched in the face.
No, I told you that, man. But it's out there, Steiny. People on Twitter, Cameron, the rapper, he's got a podcast out of nowhere, and it's getting traction.
Wait, who?
Cameron, Camron, great famous rapper in New York. He's doing a podcast now with the old rapper Mace.
Oh yeah,
you see
Anthony Mason,
and he's the rapper Mace.
Yeah, he used to play for the Knicks, and then he got into the rap
it's not
game.
that Mace. It's a different Mace. But the bottom line is, dude, they're doing their like Steiny and Guru,
right?
But they're putting it on social media, YouTube,
and is it working?
And Cameron is saying verbatim what Jordan Poole, 3 things he said to Draymond that day in practice to get him punched.
What'd he say?
1, why is your Twitter handle Money Green? You ain't getting another contract from the Warriors.
Okay.
Do you think Jordan Poole could have said that to Dre?
Sure.
Is that justification to getting one across the kisser?
No, that's just take your lump, Draymond.
2,
take your lumpia.
Yeah, I got to be careful here. But there's 2 others. I'll tell you during the break. But I'm just wondering, did some Warrior tell him that they heard that?
Yes, probably. Scott's and Hayward.
Get off of Twitter.
Got me all excited there for a second. And thanks for talking about punching the face. So I got a hot take. I think the Warriors should lowball Draymond Green and call his bluff see if any other team steps up to the table to pay him. I bet there's none that'll give him that much money.
Wow.
They're competing against themselves. No other team needs them that much. And, come on out to the fair. Come see Lucky Dog Hot Sauce. I'm working for the next 10 days straight. I need the company.
All right.
Wow, Lucky Dog.
Fair.
Yeah.
They sell beer out there?
Come on, you know that. Where don't they sell beer?
But you know what, though? And I know this is just a little one. I don't want people to get the impression that I complain. Shut up, Evan.
Didn't say anything.
I don't like the places where you got to get the ticket for the beer.
Just please elaborate.
You know, you go to the county fair and you're like, I want a beer. And they're like, yeah, no money. You got to go get the tickets. And then, of course, there's a long line for the tickets. Let the beer vendors accept cash at state and county fairs. That's all I'm saying. It's not that hard.
You're special.
You know what I mean, don't you? Yeah.
Well, I ain't a beer drinker.
I've seen you at a party, Sonny, which involves drink tickets. Of course, no overconsumption.
The rooftop.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I actually think you liked tickets in that case because...
Hey.
You just took other people's tickets.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
You finagled the system.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. I knew the one guy wasn't coming.
That's still
if you know a guy's not if you know a guy's not coming, it's not taking their drink tickets.
I'll tell you what, if we get out, Stanley, I want to dance. So it ain't got to be, it's got to be somewhere we can dance. I'm ready to shake a leg.
I haven't danced in ages.
It's not a shocker either.
What do you mean?
Did you hear the music and you got one in you? Just shake a leg. I'm at the age I don't need a partner. I just dance by myself.
I got a hot take. If Joe Lacob resigns Draymond Green, the Warriors are going to be cursed. I don't hate the fair. If you hate the fair, you hate life, you grump. No, I don't hate the fair.
You're talking about
other
going.
than there's way too many kids there, and you have to get drink tickets. It's usually hot.
E40 was there last night. That was the night to go.
What was he doing?
Performing.
Oh. He's not a headliner anymore?
I'm sure.
He's doing Thursday nights?
He did half times at the Chase Center. So he was doing
Who's doing, but...
40's come on, man.
40's
is a businessman.
Apparently he's a Thursday night performer, not a weekend performer.
Giving back to where he's from.
Okay. Yeah, he knows he knows he's saying it wrong. He thinks it's funny.
Where I'm from, I got my own speech.
Ryan's in Minnesota. They call it the land of 10,000 lakes.
Yeah.
What's up, Ryan? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Where in Minnesota? It's a big state.
I'm right in Minneapolis.
Oh.
Twin Cities.
Prince.
Yeah.
What are you laughing at?
I got a hot take. And
give it to me.
And I will say I am a Warriors fan, not a T-Wolves fan.
All right. It's all right.
I think from a pure basketball roster standpoint, Steph Curry is overpaid. That's my hot take. And I will say that the last, 2-3 years, he's missed at least 20 games. He's making $54 million, and we've got a team of Clay, Dre, Looney, GP2, CP3, and we're saying that's a fringe contender, and he's making $54 million. That's all I'm going to say. He's my favorite athlete. I'm saying from a roster standpoint, if you're making $54 million and you have that roster, you shouldn't be a fringe contender.
I'm going to say this to you. Tuesday nights at the
Ryan,
Improv, they have open mic.
Hey, Ryan, you want to be a sports talk show host in the Bay?
Jesus. And you let him go. Steiny, stop. That was material at the punchline, the Improv.
Of course. Why are you all afraid of Steph?
Dude, speaking of afraid, I can't get over Evan dropping the beat and you just stopped
What beat?
To in the air tonight, and you were feeling frisky, and then just ran off.
I'm not feeling
now it's like kryptonite to him.
I'm not feeling it.
I believe it.
Let's go to.
Yeah. Evan,
let's go to Robin.
Yeah, it died. Our girl.
Hey, Robin.
Hey, thanks for having me on. So, wait a minute. Hey, I was going to tell that guy, I would consider what he just said a troll job. Because if it wasn't for Stephen Curry, we would have championships, and we wouldn't have never got gotten KD because he was the last to get paid. So somebody would call that a troll job. I think trolling is like to agitate somebody.
Yeah.
Go against someone. It's not the real deal. Yeah. But I called in for this. Okay. This might not be a hot take, but Gru, you tell me it's a hot take.
Okay, go ahead.
Steiny, I know you're gonna agree with me, Steiner, because see, Draymond Green is a selfish, narcissistic, self-centered manipulator. He knew that Poole's money was going to affect his money. Now he didn't lay out the plan to hit that boy, but he started in on that boy, and I think it's all behind jealousy. And Draymond, if you look at him, he likes to get a reaction out of people. And each one of his victims he's gotten a reaction out of because it was going to affect his money. Always follow the money. He always gets his way. He squeezed Jordan Poole out. And answer me this. The Warriors never had any intention on paying that boy to begin with. Peace out.
She's pointing at you.
Yeah, well, they paid Jordan, and he got paid after a spectacular year. Now the Draymond Green, I'll tell Robin it's a hot take, but no, it's not a hot take because we all believe it. He has the license to do whatever he wants. And yesterday, I know it was the match you thought you were watching. It was a celebration.
Of what?
Trey was in a great mood.
What was it a celebration of?
Of him about to be back for 3 years.
It's about Draymond. It's a celebration about Draymond.
Stanley, we all have birthdays, and that's your day.
Was it his birthday?
No, but it's about to be his payday.
Oh, okay.
We want to know at 3 p.m. today, West Coast time.
Ryan from Minnesota, not trolling.
Oh, wow.
He's the highest paid player in the league. Is that true? He can't be stuck in the past. The highest paid player in the league. His team
so what's
shouldn't
he want?
be reliant
What's the solution?
I don't know. That's not my hot take.
Yeah, that's the one. He's the 1%.
I mean, Warrior fans do have an unrealistic view of their situation with the Warriors and Steph Curry.
Which
that's
is?
Obvious.
He's worth every cent.
I didn't say he wasn't. I didn't say he was.
I'm just asking, where's the unrealistic?
Oh, a lot of Warrior fans think he's going to be able to play 5 more years at a high level. I think that's
give us 3.
I think that's asking a lot too.
But his legs last night.
Everybody's I didn't.
He's Evan. He's a specimen, man.
I can't stand when
you got this. Calves.
I can't stand when he does this.
He had it all up his leg, and I'm like, that's why he is with dude. Steph Curry
at the gym.
He works on his body.
Well, he's a pro athlete,
and he's got your boy Alfred. You know who he is.
I have no idea who Alfred is.
Brandon Payne, because Alfred to Batman.
I tell you what.
Come on, that's his Batman. That's his Alfred, Stoney.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, did I tell you I saw the movie Flash, and they had fat ass Ben Affleck as Batman? I was offended. I wanted to put him on soda. Steiny, his cheeks were almost like mine. Just get out of the costume, Benny. I don't know what J-Lo's doing at home, but come on, you ain't Batman mode right now. I was mad. My 2 cents. Yeah. That's a hot take. The show dynamic changed when you ran off stage. We were ready.
I don't know. Anything happened yet in free agency? Did Draymond come back yet? Did he come back yet? By the way, I don't. There was only one thing missing last night. Where was Andre?
They say Evan said he was there.
He was there.
Andre Iguodala was there.
They announced his presence.
But he didn't get on the camera.
Who announced it?
I think it was Ernie Johnson who was kind of mediating the whole thing.
Yeah, there's
Andre Iguodala.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I want to clarify something I said about Draymond Green yesterday.
I'll be there when I be there.
I said he's insufferable. I want to change that to he can be insufferable.
When did you decide you wanted to put can in front of it?
Because he's not insufferable 24/7.
Well, you hated it yesterday.
He can be.
Yeah.
Well, I still hate it today, but he's not. He can be. He can be insufferable. That's all. 888. That was Batman, apparently. It looks like you may have gotten something wrong again.
No, they were both in it, and that's what I was typing. They were both in it.
No.
Okay.
Oh, you were. They were both in it. Nobody can hear that.
They were both in it. I said it. We got to go.
You heard the man. We got to go.
That said, I'm a hater.
tell you what, if we get out, Stunny, I want to dance.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I can't see you as a good dancer, actually.
I'm
I see you as a
dancing
little
now.
bit uncoordinated.
I do a two-step, a mean one, Steiny. Yeah. You ever see J.J. Evans in Good Times? Dynamite! And he's just flailing, letting it all go. That's me, boy. And your boy can do the splits.
No, you can't.
I will get up and do the splits
Go ahead
right now.
You do a split right now. Hold on. Go ahead.
We'll do it.
Do it right now. You cannot do a split. And get over here. I want to see it. No, I'm talking about
Oh, man. Please tell me you got that, Lucas.
Dancing
Oh, my
Daryl.
God.
Dancing Daryl.
You didn't rip your pants, did you?
That was my move. Dancing Daryl.
That wasn't,
Lucas, I
by
hope
the
you
way,
got
just-
it.
It wasn't a split.
That was a split.
No. That was more like a Z.
No, I did my little move
You were in
before.
you were in the
Kicked
shape of
leg.
a Z, like Z.
Yeah, that was like the James Brown. Right there.
That's my version of the
You
split.
may have also kicked a hole in the wall.
Did I? Dude, I did it. I dance a D.
No, you tried. You tried. Here's a 4.
Mission accomplished.
Here's a 4 for the 510. Andre Iguodala was there last night. He was paid $2 million, but he didn't play.
I'll be there when I be there.
I'm gonna give you a 1 on that.
It's from the text line.
No, well, I'm gonna give them a 1.
I think that's more.
Snotty, your boy went to the flow.
I can't.
It got up.
All right.
Boy, oh boy.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Free agency starting in 3.5 hours. And Guru is reading the tea leaves from the golf match last night, and he says that Draymond got his money.
Can I read something to you?
Of course.
From Silky Goose on Twitter. They hit us. This is his hot take or hers. Kyle Shanahan cannot close close games. That's a hot take. In my world, I'll give you that because a lot of people would disagree.
Steve Weiss would disagree. He would strongly disagree.
Well,
I've got to strongly disagree.
Boy, you don't forget.
Can somebody...
Can we take that a step further, though?
Okay.
Kyle Shanahan will never win a Super Bowl because he's bad in late game situations.
I would never say that.
I know. That's the whole point of a hot take.
Because you don't say he's... But you don't look at these opportunities that he's, quote-unquote, blown, like the Super Bowl against Kansas City.
That's your
cup of tea.
That's your gig.
Yeah.
You know, that's your obsession.
I still give him credit where it's due.
That's your fiction. What are you doing?
Somebody called me David Ruffin.
Who's that? David who?
Ruffin.
I think, did he used to pitch for the Phillies?
Oh, my God.
That was Bruce Ruffin.
No, Stoney. Come on, man. Motown, Stoney. Lead singer.
From who? For who?
The Temptations.
Didn't you watch the movie?
No, I
Dude,
probably a documentary out there.
Can I be honest with you,
like.
Stoney?
What?
I'm feeling it from the splits. Oh, boy.
Well, it wasn't really, but.
What?
You didn't get down
I
on the
did
ground.
that and got up, and Lucas had it on film. Bam! I did it on film.
The back of your thigh did not touch the ground.
Oh, my gosh. How did I get up?
Because you never went down.
Oh, boy. Those are lies now.
So here's the bottom. What, you got any July 4th plans?
Yeah, we're the family and I are going to the California Classic. That's Monday, so that's before the 4th. I'm done getting ripped off buying fireworks, and the little fuddy-duddies take 2 seconds and fizzle out. So we're going to go, I think it's Cal Expo, and watch their little ceremony. And then the wife will barbecue because, I don't like to smoke. I got some friends that get up, pour them a beer, and they're on the grill sweating. I'm watching a game.
I don't like grilling either.
It's the worst.
Like last night, Susan was like, hey, I can make some pasta with shrimp, or, we could start, you could make some burgers on the grill pasta.
I
don't want to make burgers. I don't want to go outside and make burgers on the grill.
In the heat. It's supposed to be hot.
You. By the way,
we might need 911.
We're looking. Why?
I did the splits.
We're looking for. I'm looking for something to do tomorrow. in the Bay.
All right,
somebody invite me to something. What's going on?
Yeah.
Is there a block party somewhere?
Rooftop party.
Rooftop party?
That's what I want.
Is there a street fair?
How about we make one?
We could do that.
We could just say, meet up here. Evan, come down. Everybody. John.
We could do that.
The whole station.
We could. I want to go to back. We should go down to that place that they had us something a couple months ago, and we didn't go. But we said we were going Los Gatos. We should get to Los Gatos. I bet there's something down there.
It's going to be a lot of traffic, though.
Yeah.
What the F do you got to lose? Evan, I may need you, buddy.
Why?
Going to that ground, boy. Yeah. So to get into my
The only
head.
split Guru can do is a banana split.
I just tried it and did it.
That's a one.
Yeah. Evan, you didn't see it, but I went down and got up, buddy.
How do you not know David Ruffin?
That hurt. I think were you trolling?
No,
I'm
I
giving
wasn't.
you an out.
I
Just
know
say
the No, I know who the Temptations are.
Say you were trolling.
I actually wasn't.
Oh my God. I didn't even answer it because I thought you knew you were playing. Anyway, this ain't hip hop.
Ain't nobody coming to see you, Steiny.
Damn. Who was that? The Grim Reaper.
Xavier W.
Oh, Evan had a hot take. A possible hot take.
Which one?
Barry Bonds does not belong in the Hall of Fame.
Major League Baseball.
And I said,
Hall of
Evan,
Fame.
who told you that? You don't really mean that. He said him.
Original thought.
Do you believe it?
I do.
Why?
And I'm all ears.
What about the guys who are in? Who don't belong in?
Well, you just said it. They don't belong in. Just because someone jumps off a bridge doesn't mean you do it yourself. I think there's
Jeff
only one
Bagwell
way to
should
penalize him.
So Jeff Bagwell should be honored, but not Bonds.
Yeah, and David Ortiz shouldn't be in either.
Well, and what about all the guys that got in when minorities couldn't even play the game? Are we going to do when do we Dibs' his word? When do we draw the line in the sand?
know.
See, this that stuff you ain't ready for, boy.
You're right.
But when do we draw the line?
This wasn't
in the
on the
sand?
script.
Right. Evan, I'm
This
just
was not
saying,
in the
man.
rundown. This
But
racial issue.
Evan, I never knew you hold Barry accountable for that, man. Like,
just trying to.
Well, someone's got to.
No, but you know how good of a baseball player he was in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, he's the greatest player,
Multiple MVPs.
position player I've ever seen.
But he's not worthy?
No, he cheated. So there's only one way that you can penalize him post-playing career, and that is to have him not be inducted into the Hall of Fame. That's the only thing you can do. You can't take away his records, can't take away his MVPs, can't take away his money. I also feel the same way about Bud Selig because he was at the head of everything.
Please turn baseball around.
Yeah, that All-Star game.
Lost a lot of respect for Evan, says Lev. His Dan
Evan.
Patrick interview's dead to me.
Oh,
you see?
You
see what happens when you open your
phenomenal
mouth? Steiny
That's how you know it's a real hot take.
55 South this Sunday night. Hip hop and R&B live band Goo can break out that move again.
Steiny, I'm ready to dance.
Oh, here we go. No, here is a name. Can I be honest with you? There's a name that's being linked to the Warriors, and it was all right. Dario Saric?
I would be all in.
I know
right
you
now.
would
Okay.
be. There's
I've
nobody
always
you're
liked this
against.
game. Chris Paul.
He doesn't. I mean,
he was a little active last year for Phoenix.
Is that who he played
Yeah.
for? I mean, I know who he played for. Dario Saric, though.
A few years ago, he was one of the men in Philly.
And that may be why you get him, because that's where the Warriors were at their best a few years ago.
So and that was my whole thing with the Warriors and this Chris Paul. Why did you get CP3, Steiny?
Because
his team felt like they could still accomplish their goal without him.
Yeah, because they're playing Devin Booker at point. You heard Eddie Johnson. He got you with that one. That was one where
No,
he got you with that.
No,
one.
there wasn't.
Oh no. He
that was a cop out.
He had your head. He had your head.
That
spinning.
was a cop out.
Eddie had your head spinning.
If Chris Paul
Eddie and
was
I
really,
had your head spinning.
Please,
basically, because you can't. You latched on to something, and I was actually like, it's not a bad point. And then Eddie was like, no, that is a bad point. And I was like, no, Eddie, you're right. It's a bad point.
Stanley, I'm hurting.
Why?
That move. Over there.
I know, dude.
It was the splits.
I know. So you didn't even do it.
I
and
did
you got hurt.
Hell with you. Everybody saw me go down and get up. Something happened. May not be hooping tomorrow. No, I'm good. I hope.
No, so
Sarge.
Saric. Saric is a guy who's been linked to the Warriors. Who else has been linked to the Warriors? Mason Plumlee, but he's not taking the minimum, is he? I don't think
that
so.
Mo Bamba really interests me. If you're saying he's going to get his money regardless, would he take it? And they need him, a guy like that. Size. Let me do my fits. Size matters.
Who do you want? Plumlee?
Mo Bamba.
Well, I got you. You can't. What was I going to say? You can't. Oh, you're not going to see. I got a little.
You all right? Whoa. A little heartburn.
No, it's just.
Karma.
You're not going to see Wemby, huh?
Oh, yeah. He'll be in Vegas. I was texting with Ritter. He said, come down to Vegas. Said Steiny ain't coming. Take a little trip.
Okay, we got we got some news.
I already know what it is.
Oh, what is it?
Detroit.
Go ahead. What are they doing?
I'll take the time while you read it.
What are they doing? What's
rest.
Detroit doing?
Trading. I saw it. Go ahead. You tell them.
I mean, why don't you get half the trade out? That's usually what you're good for.
I'm hurt.
Are you?
Yeah. You just tell them.
The Nets are trading Joe Harris.
There you go.
To the Pistons for 2 future seconds. Sources tell ESPN the Nets will create $20 million in a traded player exception and the flexibility to explore more deal making this summer. Joe Harris. Vegas is 114 right now. Is that true?
Oh my good Lord! At least it's dry heat. It ain't that Texas Houston heat.
So Joe Harris is always a player.
I loved him
because he can shoot.
But no, since he got what was it, the hammies, or that year they had the big three, he got hurt, Stoney. He ain't been back.
The Hall of Fame is not a church. It's a museum. Bonds, Clemens, McGuire. Put them all in, including Pete Rose. That's from F. Will.
I like that.
Somebody's got something to say to Evan. Peter in Saratoga. What's up, Peter? How you doing?
Good. I was at the game when Bonds hit 71 and 72.
Yeah.
And he didn't get a strike the whole game. He finally got one pitch close to the plate, hit it out. Got another close to the plate, he hit it out. He had, 120 walks that year on top of 73 home runs.
Yeah.
He was insane. I mean, you got to give the guy, and the pitchers were on the steroids too.
Peter, where are you from? I can tell you're very smart.
Close to Reading. I'm Philadelphia.
Wow.
My man. You're absolutely right. You know what? It's a punk take. That's a punk take on the radio from Evan. I think you're right.
Evan, wow.
I think you're right.
Kidding me.
There's nothing.
By the way, the number he's looking for is 120 intentional walks.
Wow.
Was walked 232 times that season.
Wow.
He would just get one effing pitch, man, and deposit it in a China basin.
Yeah, at age 40. That's how the body's supposed to work.
I'm not used to this from you, buddy. Wow.
We're getting some edge out of Evan. It's edgy Evan.
Man, I didn't know he was anti-Barry.
Tell me the last time any athlete from age 35 on won 4 straight MVPs.
It's starting to get to me now, Stoney.
Well, it should.
Man.
But this is vintage you. You like cheaters. You've made that.
Well, yeah.
I mean, you just have.
You ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Yeah. So anyway, the Nets have $20 million in cash to spend. I'm sorry, they have more flexibility.
And Monty Williams has a shooter.
If he can play, he's been hurt.
Man, he has.
He's been hurt for the last few years, it seems.
I was in the airport and I thought of you because.
Why? Were you in a tank top?
No, that's pretty good. Monty Williams is the highest paid NBA coach.
Not for long. Kerr better get his.
Oh, I forgot that.
Kerr better get his. Joe Harris. Wow, Joe Harris played 74 games last year. What am I thinking of? The year before he played 14. Joe Harris was healthy last year.
Yeah.
But he only averaged 7.6.
And Brooklyn
sounds to me like he's washed.
Who was watching those games? The 14 is what sticks out with me.
Dan Rockins says, "What did I miss?" You know, Dan Rockins is on the YouTube chat.
Mr. Splits.
Living under a Rockins.
Sometimes, you know what? He's a guy who sticks it to you, Rockins, on the text line. Dan
YouTube. Rockins.
Is it Dan?
Yep.
Yeah, he sticks it to you on the on the
So are you telling me you dared me to do the splits? I walk over. I know you're getting tired. I walk over there. I do it, and it's not on film?
I don't know if Fevin got it or not. You want to do it again?
No, Lucas had it. Anyway. 50 and doing the splits, baby. I'm ahead of the game.
How old are you, seriously? Like, I know you like to play that game, but seriously, how old are you really?
About 35, physically. Now, why would you try to bring the party down? That don't bother me.
No, it does, clearly, because you lie
How old's my hair? That's all that matters. Yeah, baby. And you just saw me do the splits. That's 35 right there, minimum.
Evan is a casual.
Oh, wow.
415. Barry Bonds is a goat. You must have crushed it. Yeah.
It's not the hall of good personality.
It's not the hall of needles either.
That's a boy. He's old. Mine was bad. That was pretty damn good.
That's good. We going to the ship today?
I may be going to Kaiser, but yeah, we're going. That's tiny. I don't know that.
Are you serious? Are you hurt?
No, I ain't hurt.
Like,
I feel different. That was my go-to move, but
is
usually
it your growing?
That's pretty good. Dude, that carpet is harder than I thought, man. So don't tell me I didn't drop it like it's hot.
You know what? There was one thing that we've gotten into it before, but why do you want Damian Lillard to leave Portland? I don't get it.
How much time?
So you want him to be like a James Harden, a ring chaser?
It's the biggest compliment to Damian Lillard, Steiny.
No.
He's one of the most clutchest players in the game, and he's rotting away. And he's rotting away because he's not even in the playoffs. And I know you talked about it. Damian Lillard is must-see TV. And if the last image I have is him waving bye-bye to PG-13 and Russell Westbrook in the OKC uniform, I'm going to lose my hair. This is a travesty. It is okay now to say you want out and not be villainized. I don't know what he's doing. And I don't know if he's cutting the albums, the rapping, being a dad. All that is good. But Portland has failed you, man.
Been to the playoffs 8 of 11 years.
And I bet the last 3 in a row. When's the last time he been? It's a shame, Steiny.
21.
He's getting older.
21.
That's 2 years too many. And let me tell you, they ain't making it next year. Dame, just meet with the powers to be and say you want out. Go get it with Embiid. Go get with whoever. Go get with Miami. I want to see Dame play meaningful basketball. Not just drop 40 or 50.
61
and
playoff
lose.
games. 61. They made it to a Western Conference final.
Where did that go? I mean, I love Dame. He's getting older, Steiny.
Thank you.
So you got to do it now. And it seems like there's no urgency. Portland ain't going to get fixed on your watch. And you know what, Bob? He's from the town. People, guys
that
and
means
gals.
nothing.
I'm about to tell you from the town.
Zero.
They want to win. They're killers.
Well, then.
They don't accept mediocrity. And he's doing it. Oh, I'm in Portland. You ain't from Portland. You ain't from Oregon. You from the town. That's why you wear 0 on your uniform. Get out of there.
4 straight double-digit leads versus the Warriors, and they got swept. What more can you want?
His team had no David and Goliath line 1.
He couldn't win the matchup against Steph.
Who can? They had Durant.
You have to. You want to beat the Warriors? Win a matchup, Dame. Win a matchup.
Oh my. Dude, I'm coughing up blood. That is incredible. Even if you won the matchup, you'd lose the battle.
So let me get this straight. You
ran off McCollum.
Somewhere in your house, you've got a top hat with hundreds of slips of paper in it, and you pick out a name, and you just determined off the top of your head who should stay and who should go. Like, it's really weird.
I'm trying to follow you like Twitter. The top hat got me.
Like, only in your world does a guy giving up on a team mean loyalty. Maybe he loves Portland.
No, that's cool.
Maybe he enjoys the city.
I'm watching The Last Dance too much. And the reason I watched The Last Dance is Mike was a killer. And killers want to win.
KD was out that series that Damian Lillard got swept.
They got beat 100 times. Yeah,
I know,
with KD and without.
But when they had 4 10-point leads, and there's their magic number, 10.
I don't
it's
remember
like the 49ers.
that when they had the leads.
The Warriors had 4 10-point deficits. Yeah. Yeah. And KD wasn't on that team.
You got my wife's number?
Why would I have Mia's number?
Dude, I'm good, Stoney.
I
I'll be
have
all
a
right.
wife. I don't.
Yeah, physically, I'm all right.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Joe's and sit. Don't. I don't want to do the rest of the show with Evan.
What happened? Oh.
So I just hang in there.
I'm going to give you a 3.
Joe's in San Jose. He's got a hot take for us.
What's going on?
Hey.
Hey, the Warriors got to get Draymond because he's the only guy that plays physical on this team. And if he goes somewhere else, these guys are going to get pushed around right into the couch to watch the championship game. But in the same sense, Stein, if you can, and Guru, you guys can both go with me on this one. Can you imagine that every channel you watch about the NBA is talking about the Warriors? Where were they at in '87? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's the Warriors have already won to, validate who they are. And now we're going to jump on Evan real quick.
Definitely,
I'll get him.
So the '89 Mets, everybody on the '89 Mets was on cocaine. So the World Series should be given back to MLB because they were doing it. Bonds was doing drugs. Everybody else was doing drugs. Big deal. They told him to stop. He stopped, and things went south. But he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Wait, so he stopped and his career went south. That sounds like a correlation.
Get him. Get him.
It is what it is. But he was doing it. He was doing it when.
No, you're right.
It was all right to do it. It's not like he was. They said don't drink and drive, and he was drinking and driving and getting DUIs.
Thank you.
They said stop, and he stopped. It's simple.
Joe, all you can do is do what you're told. I'm with you, Joe.
There's something therapeutic about when others get into it, like you and Evan, and you're just out. I'm out of it. It's a good feeling.
I love it.
Yeah.
In your face, Evan.
Sorry, did I say something wrong?
Yeah, don't go after Bonds. We're talking about hot takes.
That's the whole purpose
Guru's
of this.
the king of it.
This is a hot take. It sounds like the definition of a hot take is something that you vehemently disagree with.
Yes, exactly. Goo, you going to get it together for the last 2
I'm
hours
good,
or
baby.
what?
No, I'm
You
super.
know what?
Okay,
Here's the thing.
hold on.
No.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
'Cause I got
We hear
something.
this a lot.
Yeah.
Coaches like to know what to expect from players. That's why everyone loves Curry. They know he's going to go out and get him 28 and 9.
I feel like I
don't
got
know
40.
what I can expect from you in the second
I'm gonna
half
tell
of
you,
the
Coach.
show.
I feel like I got 40 at half. So I'm gonna just tell you that
Right,
about
but you're
today.
11 for 37.
Tell the people what you tried to do during break coming back in the studio. You tried to give me the Rick Mahorn shoulder.
Yeah.
Stanley, I felt like you ran
I love
into a
doing
wall
that. I
because
love
I didn't
doing
move at all. You bounced up off me. I'm good, baby. I just did the splits. This is a show I'll never forget. Soda, baby.
I see next Thursday him taking the day off. That's what I see. Hey, by the way, coming up at 12:05, more sports talk. We got to get back into some
the layoffs. Somebody just asked 626. What do you guys think about the layoffs, man? ESPN and where this thing is going.
Steiny is. Well, we'll get back to more talk about Guru and Steiny on the other side. By the way, this upcoming segment sponsored by Lucky California.
tip of that.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Good afternoon, everybody. Matt Stein, Matt's Dow, the Guru Johnson with you, alongside Evan Giddings, Young John.
Yeah.
Lucas is in the house also.
Yep.
I was going to give you a little quiz, but I don't want to make you look bad.
Well, I got some trivia for you.
Hey, that's right.
Speaking of making you look bad, I think you can handle this.
Let me take care of some business.
Take your time
first.
Do it right.
Boss.
I heard some words between you two.
Yeah, he pulled me over for something. A couple names that the Warriors are being linked to. Dario Saric.
I'm in.
Here's a new one. Shake Milton.
I like him.
I know you do. He's got wiggle.
Yeah, I like that wiggle.
Torrey Craig.
Love him too.
What do you like about Torrey Craig? What do you like about him?
He's athletic. He's quick. He's fast. He can shoot the three. He can play inside. Steiny, he's active. The Warriors could definitely use Torrey Craig. And I'm hearing rumors that he was on TikTok with some subliminals about wanting to be with the Warriors or landing with the Warriors. I like Craig.
How many teams has he played for?
I'm going to say.
Where'd he go to college?
The Nuggets, 1.
That's 1.
Okay, Phoenix.
2.
I don't know where he went to college. And I'm going to leave it there.
Milwaukee and
he went to USC.
Indiana.
Oh, Trojan.
Oh.
Upstate.
How much does he stink, Lucas?
USC Upstate.
Mascot? Oh. Wait, what's that?
It's in South Carolina.
Oh.
So Torrey Craig
Man.
is a name the Warriors are now
So
being
all those guys are vet minimum guys?
We'll see. We will see.
Craig is at the top of that list. Shake Milton, he can play too, Steiny, but Craig is taller. He's got size. I mean, man, that would be a win.
Shake Milton. Sources are telling CBS Sports that on top of Dallas and Phoenix, Kyrie Irving will meet today with Miami, Houston, the Lakers, and the Clippers. When he's going to make the rounds, meetings will be in L.A., and in a few cases, they'll do remote Zoom meetings.
You telling me Miami could get him instead of Kyle Lowry at point guard, Kyrie Irving, Steiny?
No, they won't.
You
and I'll
would
tell
get
you
the
why.
best version of Kyrie.
He doesn't have the guts to go to Miami. Kyrie Irving and James Harden don't have the guts to go to Miami. But they're your kind of players.
But what do you mean the guts?
They don't have the wherewithal. They don't have the discipline. They don't have the want to. They don't have the know-how. They don't have the wherewithal. They don't have the gravitas. They don't have the seriousness.
I'd love to see either one there. Even though I'm kind of soured on Harden, I'm still a fan. But Kyrie, Steiny, man. Jimmy Butler could do his thing, and they would have an automatic bucket.
Those two guys that you like are too soft for Miami. James Harden and Kyrie Irving, your two favorite players, are too soft. You cannot win with soft players, and you tend to gravitate toward them.
Well, Kyrie hit one of the biggest shots ever in NBA history, finals history.
Was that in the last 10 years or longer now? I can't even remember.
16, Steiny. God, I hate that you hate talent.
I hate unused talent.
Well, Harden.
I hate guys who leave stuff on the table, and both those guys.
I'll tell you what.
Actually, Kyrie has left more on the table than James Harden. Not even close.
That Boston stint has me soured on. I'm telling you, man, it's almost trying to defend Kanye. I can't. They both are like the basketball versions of like, I mean, what are you doing? But Harden, Steiny, I mean this, he won Philly 2 games in that series, and Embiid got hurt or whatever and just got timid. Everything was from the outside, maybe because he was hurt. But, man, if he would have been on his A game, they could have won that series. Embiid.
Please. See, this is where you do not believe that. You do not believe the Philadelphia 76ers could have won the title this year.
Oh, I'm just saying get to the finals and beat Boston. That collapse was, we saw it coming. Eric Gordon.
Boston's better than Philly. Come on, dude. Come on. Yeah.
I see it.
What?
You can't read it, though.
I don't know what you're
You got to
looking
have
at.
certain cojones to play with Butler in Miami.
You do. By the way, Ben Simmons, his name comes up a lot. He's not going to.
Is he playing?
Oh, heck yeah. We got a little news with Ben Simmons. You'll love this. Hold on. I chuckled.
I mean, man, you talk about SOFT.
He's not playing in the World Cup. He's not playing this summer, Ben Simmons.
Shocker. Thanks. Well,
So, Kyrie is sick on any team, and Trams would benefit. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Well, they're taking a meeting.
So,
that doesn't mean we want you.
Torrey Craig averaged 7.5 points this past year for the Denver Nuggets. 6'7".
Man.
He started 60 games.
Torrey Craig.
You can't get him for the minimum.
And that's where I'm at. Like he ain't to that point. This ain't 3 or 4 years from now. Hell, I gotta believe he is more expensive than that. But the bottom line is, whatever he put out on TikTok, that was a signal. Like Steiny, there was some, not a flirtation, but interest on his part. But if all you can give him is the minimum, that's what has me not getting too excited. But as far as the player and the fit, oh my gosh.
What if he plays over Kuminga?
That wouldn't, he could, I'd love how you just.
What?
Mince.
Well,
I don't think that would happen. They could play together, whatnot. He could be What's up with Jay Green? Is JaMychal Green still a Golden State Warrior? I'm asking.
Wait, what was the question?
JaMychal Green.
What about him?
Is he still a Golden State
I
Warrior?
don't care.
I don't know if you could use that after today.
Yes, I can.
Well, you didn't count Green when we went over the roster. Yeah.
Should I have?
No, that's why I'm asking.
He's got to be a free agent, I would think.
Craig is better than Green.
Craig is 32.
That's a shocker.
32 years old. So he's getting up there too. No doubt about it. By the way, you worried
about?
The Giants have lost 2 in a row. Are you panicking?
No.
It's baseball. You should
told
be really
me that
worried.
yesterday, Goo. They're gonna, but they should handle business in New York.
Why?
The Mets just are. They're like,
but it's baseball.
Huh?
One of the things about baseball is you don't have to be a great team to win. You know what I mean? Like the Mets still have a good shot at beating the Giants, right? Because, like a bad team in baseball is more likely to win in baseball than in any other sport.
Worst to first, I believe, is easier in baseball than any other sport.
Huh. You think so?
Yeah. Evan?
See, I would have thought football.
Well, we saw the Eagles years ago when they came back.
Jump in here, please.
Evan,
sorry, Lucas is talking back here, distracting me.
Hey, Lucas, he's working.
Can somebody tell me one thing Lucas facilitates instead of obstructs?
Now I got to jump in and defend him.
Why?
All the fires that dude has put out that you don't know about. See, you got to keep your ear to the street. That's what it is.
Yeah,
that's why you asked that.
But I'm nosy.
I know.
I'm nosy.
You're a natural nosy.
Let me tell you something. That pissed me off. And I'll tell you why it did. And I'll tell you why it did. Evan, get in here. Because somebody's forgot about something.
Oh, what?
My main man has forgotten about something.
Huh?
Remember when we were in with the boss a couple weeks ago?
This is one instance, man.
And the boss said, "You love it, Goo." He basically said, "You love that." So you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were talking about the time we started a meeting without him and he came in.
That's where I thought he was going.
Oh, that's another
less
thing.
than enthused.
I couldn't believe it.
I love it. You know what? You know what, Evan?
I did tell Norm about that. I could have got court-martialed for that.
We'll meet down at the CAF today, but before we go down, you and me will talk to the boss. We'll meet Goo down there.
Well, then there was Tuesday morning when I accidentally let slip that we went down to the cafeteria without him.
That's right.
And there's about a 5-second rain cloud that was over Goo.
I said, Evan, excuse me. You did what?
I don't know. Why didn't we ask him Monday?
Because I'm on my diet.
Yeah, that's what we said.
So that was your excuse. Yeah. I get tired of you two.
No, you don't.
Please. I deserve hazard pay. The stuff I put up with.
Oh, God. I think
is he in today?
You're harder to work with than I am.
Now that hurt me. Because people know.
People do know. Oh, they know. Evan,
don't force me to pick a side. I love you both.
It's a landslide, Evan. You don't have to be on the hot seat.
I'll tell you something. It's not easy.
Hey, Mom and Dad, quit arguing.
Yeah. It's not easy working with a guy like you.
Yeah, and the feeling's mutual. That's the job. Is you talk into the microphone.
Not with the 24-hour smile. It isn't.
See, the job with you, and I love you, it starts before 10.
Louise Robertson, ban her. She's banned from YouTube. Guru needs a raise.
But my girl. What's Matt Negan's Twitter?
Put up another poll. Put a poll up.
Of what?
Who's easier to work with?
Donnie,
me
you
or
don't
Guru?
want this smoke.
Dude. Are you sure you want that answer?
Yeah, I don't pat myself on the back. I'm not going to do
only
that.
16% think I can admit I'm wrong. So, no, good.
No, it's me. I'm different.
No, it's not. I'll tell you why it's not.
Well, I already know.
It's not you.
Don't be disrespectful.
See, the reason
we're all ears.
I've been voted best work teammate.
And what, man? What company, Steiny? That's all I want to ask. All right, what company?
Our company.
I don't believe I've ever was asked that, it's your world. We're just living in it, buddy. I got it. If you want that accolade, you got it.
That's right. Yeah, Louise, you're banned. I don't know how to ban anybody.
Evan, can we get the game show music?
That kind of bothers me.
I'm tired. I love you. No. Come on, Evan. Can we get the? So I'm driving to work this morning, and I hear this question, and I thought of you, Steiny. So unlike you, I ain't trying to make you look bad, but you said you like trivia. You like Jeopardy. All right. Here we go.
How many questions are there?
It's one, but
one question.
But it's got 12 answers.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so here we go.
All ears.
And I should have ran this by Evan. Currently, in the National Football League, there are 12 teams, and I got to decide how many cracks you get at it because it's a long answer. There are 12 current teams that have never won a Super Bowl. Matthew J. Steinmetz, can you name them? And Evan, I feel like, give them 6 chances?
How many misses do I get?
That's what I was just going to ask Evan. What's the rate? Because the answer's 12.
Yeah, for 12 teams, I don't know, 5.
Okay. Buffalo.
Let's look at my boy. And I'm not saying you can't do this.
Jacksonville.
Look at my man.
Tennessee.
Did you're looking at your, or you're just looking at
all
your teams?
The teams.
Okay, all right. 9 more. You're off to a hot start.
Texans.
Look at my boy.
Bengals.
Oh, my gosh.
Browns.
Steiny.
Chargers.
Sorry, Evan.
Damn it.
My boy.
Nobody in the NFC East. Everybody's won it. Carolina.
Good, my guy.
Falcons.
Oh, my gosh.
Vikings. Lions.
Oh, my boy. One more. Cardinals.
That's surprisingly easy for some reason. Thanks, John.
I got to be honest.
Yeah.
You did it, but I hate you looked at the teams, but that ain't cheating.
You're probably right. You're probably it would have been much harder if I can't look at the team.
Like if Michael Whitey Gleason would have asked us that, you wouldn't have been able to say, "Hold on, Whitey, I got to go." You know what? You would have just had to fire him off. But you got him.
No, but this is an important thing. Like when we say let's say you'll make one of your asinine comments, like James Harden's a top 5 NBA player. It'll be something like that.
Did that. Yeah.
It'll be something stupid like that. And then, I'll be like, well, hold on. Then I'll want to go look at the teams because then I'll see all the players, and then you'll realize that James Harden's the 49th best player in the league, is what I'm saying. So I do like to look at the team.
You got him, though.
You know what? 888-957-9570. You can't stump me with any trivia out there, Bay Area.
Oh, see,
you know it. You know it. As long as you ask a fair question, I'll get it right.
Well, how long do you get?
Put it on the poll.
We got to have a clock.
Well, give me a minute. I don't know, a minute, whatever. The point is I can't be stumped. Now, if you're going to say something like, How many lifetime strikeouts does Barry Bonds have?
Oh, nobody.
And then the answer is 1,290. Hit the pike with that. But other than that, I'm like the Schwab.
Oh, my goodness. You going there.
Unless it's about a sports
how many victories do you have in Jockberry?
Let me tell you something.
You're not.
The last one I have. The last two, I believe I have, actually. I'm on a two-game winning streak.
I just want
two
gamers.
gamers. 2-game win streak.
Yeah, but you're not Dibs or JD or Bonte.
JD's never won.
No, he did the Warrior schedule. Yep. That should have went on Sports Center. I'm sorry.
888-957-9570 is the number.
You're really going there, Billy Badass, today with the trivia. I'm going to get something before we get out of here. But, Steiny, we really need a clock. Like, how long do you get on?
No, it's the honor pot. It's whatever. It's the honor system.
Because when you that visual, you start rolling in. But if you didn't have that, would you have been able to name them?
All these people out here, you know what? I noticed, it's time that you don't know sports. Now you're all shutting up, aren't you?
I think
you're all shutting up, aren't you? Because you know what? You don't want the smoke. You think you want the smoke, but you don't want the smoke from your boy Steiny.
We got that poll up about who's easier
I'm starting to get wound up again.
In a good way?
4-day weekend.
Oh, look at that. That's what it's called energy, Steiny.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Dude, you got me thinking about Craig.
Torrey Craig?
Is he? What did he make last year? That'll tell us if he's taking vet minimum.
I think 1.9 million.
Oh, my God.
Yep.
He'd actually get a raise.
Hey, you know what?
Don't read it. I'm
going to walk right out of this effing place. I swear to God.
How
the hell you know what? Why would you do this? I didn't need a poll like this.
You're on a high. Don't forget. Hey, take it down.
You asked for it.
You know what, Bay? You know what, Bay Area? You think you know who'd be a good coworker, but you have no idea. You have no idea. 86% think Guru's easier to work with than I am.
And I'm kind of shocked and hurt that it's that low. Yep.
You got to be.
I'm thinking of some trivia to get you.
Keep thinking. Keep thinking.
You're fat mouthing.
Keep thinking. 888-957-9570. Thank you, Vince Galvin. I appreciate that.
What'd you say?
Just that he likes my part in the show.
Can I ask you a serious question?
You know what?
I'm being real, man. It's about the 4th. What's your go-to? Mine are links. Like if you got to have
links?
Hot links. Yeah. Shout out 98th Ave. But hot links, Sonny, what's your go-to 4th? Like what do you have to have? I know you ain't cooking. Me, either of us are cooking. But what's that one? Is it a dog, burger, link, shrimp? As my boy says, shrimps. What's the Steiny go-to? Like you're taking too long to answer.
I don't know. I mean, what?
Baked beans, potato salad.
I hate potato salad.
I do too.
I like black beans over, baked beans.
You like Norm?
I love black beans.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I love them. I love burritos. Thank you, PC. Appreciate it on the, like a hot dog.
You make burritos on 4th of July?
Evan, I was going to leave it alone. How did we get there?
Just a question.
The black bean. So you don't care about 4th. You could just have nothing and you'd be fine. Not being real. Like if you didn't taste barbecue this weekend, you're good.
I don't care.
Yeah.
But I mean,
that's why you ain't fat.
Well, I'm not fat enough to need soda. I know that, but I could use a couple pounds.
Now I really want to, if we could just move these tables as long as move some furniture. That's an 8.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Dario Saric, is he moving the needle for you?
I think so. Can he be Bielitsa? Hell yes.
No, he can't.
And can your boy Craig be Otto Porter Jr.?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Snotty, I'm just.
And even if they can, the core's getting older.
And how about Dante?
888-957-9570. We're going to talk about the Warriors core. It's getting older.
Not a hot take.
Oh, man. Nah, Guru.
I'm waiting for Draymond. I'm serious. I want to celebrate him. He celebrated last night.
I can't wait till he doesn't sign within 3 minutes of the deadline, and you're like, what's going on? What's wrong?
Well, we'll know when I see you again after today. That'll be Wednesday. You would think.
You would. You would think.
He's in a place to where they could celebrate real hard if they're not already. God, everything looked great about Vegas yesterday. The grass, Clay's custom Anta golf fit, Curry with his own brand. That's what I'm trying to get to. Kelsey had some tight gear on.
See, there you go again.
Mahomes off Coors Light.
All about materialistic
Give me the margarita on the links.
It's over 100 right now, and it's 110.
Wow.
It's 110
So
in
you
Vegas.
do like deer, Steiny. Deer would come out in the evening when the sun kind of goes down. They don't come out
Well,
in the
not
day.
in Vegas, they don't, do they?
No, I'm just saying in D5 zones. It's hot.
No, Xavier W. Xavier W. Man, am I the only one that has to work Monday? Nah, Dibley's working Monday, too.
That shocked me. Oh, God, the Gipper. That means he's working hard.
I know.
Yeah.
Is Craig a CP3 because they were old teammates? No, the Warriors need players.
Yeah, but I can't believe he's 32. Not that that's old. Stoddy, I just
Not
had
on the
him a lot.
Warriors.
He plays a lot younger. How about that? He's still active, athleticism, can flush it on you, hit the three, play some D.
I think you're just
like
making
him.
stuff up now.
No, I'm telling you, I like Craig. I can't believe 1.7
I don't
is what
think
he
you're
made.
thinking of the right guy.
No, it's him.
You're thinking of somebody else.
Yeah, it's him.
Wait, tell me about his game again.
Shoot the three.
Hold on.
He can guard. He's got length.
34%.
Got a little bounce.
He had.
He could create his. I'll tell you what. He could create his own shot. I can see him right now on the baseline, doing something. I like
Most points he's ever averaged in a season, even with the was 7.
All right,
he's a 7-point per game
I'm just
scorer.
telling you, Stoney. Put some respect on his name.
No, I won't.
You're cranky.
I won't.
You're cranky.
I'm not going to. I still think Kyle Anderson could become an option. I like him.
If we had to stare at that hairline the whole year,
he's going to make more than.
We already got Trey
Lance. He's going to make more than the.
Well, he's got a helmet.
Of course. Your favorite doctor, of course.
Pandia?
Yeah.
What'd he say?
He's worried you're hurt.
No, if you would have looked, I tweeted him back, Doc, I'm good.
I actually muted both of you.
They should take that feature off Twitter. Because you never know who mutes you.
That's why I like it.
I need notification.
That's why I like it. I agree. Huge hype flicks on YouTube, but this is why it's harder to work with Guru than me. Hyperflick says points don't matter. We already have 3 20-point scorers. I know.
I said he could
that's
defend.
That's why that's why it's not easy to work with Guru.
Yeah, he's better than JTA.
He's looking to put up 192 points a game. Defense be damned. One of the things that makes a team good is balance. You want to be good at offense.
That from me.
You want to be good at defense. You want to be a good rebounding team.
That's what Denver has. Balance.
See, I can't stand this. This is what I can't stand.
Tell us.
All year long, Steiny, they haven't done it. They have no pedigree. Now they're the team. Oh. You ought to be ashamed.
Dude, please.
Seriously.
Me and the rest of the world.
Let me tell you what's gutless.
They match.
Let me tell you what's gutless.
That's what balance is.
Let me tell you, you're gutless. Let me tell you why.
I'm losing some.
You're gutless because you will never go out on a limb ever, and say a team that hasn't won it could win it because you're incapable of thinking in that manner.
Oh my
you're
God.
only capable of thinking Denver's never won it. Steiny, they can't win it. You're never willing to say, you know what? I think this might be the year of the Denver Nuggets.
Like I did when it was Dibs, Steiny, and Good.
I did.
And I went on you're trying to get me to do. I know what you're doing, Lou Ferrigno, but it's not working.
No,
Listen,
it is. It's working like a charm.
When I told you the Big Three in Brooklyn was going to win it all, I did that, and they didn't. Remember I said that? I had the guts to say, you know what? This is perfect.
Now I know why you've never done it again because you're 0-1.
I got some others.
No, you got
When we come back, I'll
got
some
nothing.
others.
Okay, yeah. What's the next team in any sport? In any sport that's going to win it, but they haven't won it before.
Oh, I got it right.
Okay, well, save it because we got to go to commercial.
We call
How
it
long
break.
have you been on the radio?
We call it break.
Yeah. It's sponsored by Lucky, California. Lucky.
I'm Joe Montana. I've been vindicated.
I made it up.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, I know how to get people off the phone lines. Lines are clear here at 95.7 The Game, and the reason why is because I said ain't nobody can stump me with a sports trivia question. Hence, the lines have gone dead. That's just an A and B correlation, ladies and gentlemen.
Or you want to know the real truth?
We're also talking about hot takes.
Yeah.
We're telling everything. What is a hot take? Define it. What's a troll? What's a hot take? Everybody's going around and giving some hot takes. And Evan had one about Bonds. Shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame. I got a hot take here.
And you're smiling about it.
Well, I am smiling. I'm thinking if I should go public with it.
Well, you're the author of I'm on the fence. I don't really have a strong opinion, so we would love to hear your hot take.
Since I've moved to the Bay Area,
I'm a man of nuance.
professional sports fans in the Bay Area have gotten worse. They've gotten worse. Fans have gotten worse.
Speaking of A to B correlations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah.
No.
You're speaking about a group, but go ahead. Why?
There is absolutely no doubt that Warriors fans have changed since 1995 till now. There's no doubt about it. It's become more entitled. It's become more demanding. It's become less forgiving. 49ers used to be wine and cheese. Remember? Oh, the wine and cheese crowd, wine and cheese. We go down there lately? There's no wine and cheese down there anymore. You know what it's like down there. It's a tough crowd down there. Giants used to have so much fun at Candlestick watching games.
Dude, right.
And then they built a new stadium, and their fan base got watered down with more casuals. So that's how. That's a
take, though. It ain't Heat Rocks.
It's hot take.
It's not a bad take. It's just
of course it's not a bad take. It's right. It's right.
Not a hot take though, with the sizzle.
I think it is. Yeah, I'll categorize you, Xavier W. You've gotten worse as a fan. I'm talking to you, Xavier W. You used to just go to Giants games, Xavier. You'd watch them. You'd appreciate them. You'd be disappointed if they lost. But now,
social
with
media,
social media, it's created a
platform,
a wave of know-it-alls. For the worst.
Evan, you want to give them? Is it a hot take? It's a take to me, Stoney. It ain't a hot take, and it's not for you to feel bad.
Well, it's also because you got to the Bay around the time that, of course, I started being a sports fan, so it's kind of difficult.
I got to the Bay long before you were ever born.
I was trying to make you sound younger.
I don't want to sound younger. I want to sound knowledgeable because I've seen a little.
Well,
As Gary Radich would say, I've lived a little bit, unlike many of our listeners.
It also sounds like sports in the Bay Area have become more successful since you've come to the Bay.
Yeah, because the Niners never won any Super Bowls before I came.
When did you come?
They won.
1990?
A little after.
So they'd only won one Super Bowl after you got here.
Is that all?
94.
That's so long ago, I can't remember.
Forever. Armin 117, Stein, I think we had a hell of a week, but I got to read this to you. This week has been the most criticism between Steiny and Guru towards each other I think I've ever heard.
No doubt.
I have not.
I can't stand you right now.
For what?
Well, it's really hard to explain.
Calling you nosy.
That bothers me.
Shake it off like Mariah.
No.
Shake it off.
No. And I was telling this to a bunch of my coworkers yesterday.
Dude,
I'll say, look,
this is not normal.
Guru, the way I'll say it is I'll say, like, Guru's getting on my nerves. But I know I'm probably getting on his.
That's what I say.
We're just not clicking right now, And
I've always
clicked. And Nahegan said he agreed. He said something, you've changed or something.
My phone
Something's
ring
going
and
on.
he'll let me know, but he ain't never said that. Because you know what you're getting.
510, trivia for Steiny. Cal football, no. No Cal football.
Well, hey, you're talking like the way you talk.
Cal
greasy.
football. All right, I will.
I'm come up with
as the
one.
other people call it, RBU had a period in the mid-'90s where from 2005 to 2012 had 6 NFL running backs. Can you name 4?
Come on, I'm going to say you can't, and now you can't even go to the computer because you know it's Cal.
4 Cal running backs. Marshawn Lynch.
Damn. 3 more.
Chuck Muncie.
Not in 2005.
Yeah,
what do you mean? Oh, it's
from.
It's not all time. Oh shoot.
Good knowledge with Muncie.
Mike Pawlowski used to hand off to 1, 2, 2. Deshaun Watson was a wide receiver. Marshawn Lynch and
2 more, Stoney.
3 more apparently. Give me some.
If you say Marshawn 4 times, you can get to 6.
No, that was his first one.
Justin Forsett.
Oh,
as if that was off
I know. The guy who
the guy who played for the Detroit Lions.
No. The guy who leapfrogged in the end zone and got his bell rung starts with a J.
I know who you're talking about.
Do you?
Yeah.
Hey, we played for the Lions.
Go ahead.
A lot of concussions.
Yes.
Give it
to us, Stoney.
Javid Best.
There's a star. We can hear John back there.
That counts.
Yeah.
J.J. Arrington.
Oh, DC, I hate cheaters.
Oh, let's not forget C.J. Anderson and Shane Vereen. Thank you, 510.
You need some tissue because look, you get excited.
I said professional.
We got to make oh gosh, we got to make that a segment.
I'd love to make it a segment. Problem is, there just aren't enough.
I feel like if I needed $100 right now, you're so giddy. You'll be like, here, Goo. We got to do it.
Problem is, there aren't enough questions to keep it going. Oh my! There aren't enough questions that I don't know the answer to.
You just failed that one, right? You're 1-1 today.
Steiny, my hot take: the Warriors will not win another championship this decade. I'm totally with you. Totally. This thing is history.
One piece of news to pass on per Ramona Shelburne. The Sixers are not planning to extend Tyrese Maxey this summer.
Yeah, wow. Let's go get him.
Well, she can't afford it.
Oh, he'll come here for the veteran minimum to play with Steph.
So they're going to lose Harden and Maxey?
Well, he can
come back,
sign a bigger contract.
He's going to get some bread. They ain't letting him go. Man.
How many hours till free agency starts? Starts in 2 hours and 20 minutes.
And now all I'm thinking about over the weekend with the Warriors is Craig. Can they get Craig? I'll take Sarek.
Craig who?
Torrey.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And what does that mean?
That they'll have some depth?
And
not stiffs.
Order the rings?
Oh, the bench is not what cost them last year. It was the lack of cohesiveness.
And that's my hot
Which
take.
You say is still in the building.
It is still in the building.
If Jordan Poole had not been given his contract last summer, he'd be a restricted free agent right now. What do you think his value would be?
Well, it depends. Did he have the season he just had, Evan?
Yes.
I'm concentrating on another question. Got another one for Steiny.
Stump Mets.
510. The Bay Area's produced MVPs in the NBA, Major League Baseball, and NFL since 1960. Name 4 athletes, all born or raised in the Bay, who I assume won MVPs. Hold on. Barry Bonds.
This is easy.
NBA. Bill Russell.
You know the next.
NFL.
Come on.
Great football player, but out of the Bay.
Well, Peninsula.
This is...
Oh, Tom Brady.
Oh, Sarah High.
Yes.
What happened?
Oh, he said Bay Area. That's all right. He said Bay Area.
You need one more?
That's
3.
NBA, MLB, and
thank you, Evan.
Jason Kidd ever win the MVP? MLB. Oh, Strat. Willie Stargell. Willie Stargell ever win the MVP?
And nobody gave you that one, huh?
Willie Stargell. Joe Morgan, Ricky Henderson.
Joe Morgan, rest in peace.
O.J. Simpson.
Yep. The Juice. Lynn Swann. I'm just reading that off the YouTube.
Super Bowl MVP, right?
Yep.
He's not from the Bay, is he? Lynn Swann? I really want to come out guns blazing like he's not from the Bay, but I'm not 100. I think that's just another mistake.
Oh, that was on YouTube.
Yeah, I think you're wrong.
You do.
I think you're wrong.
He went to Sarah.
Who?
Lynn Swann.
No, he didn't.
Craig Jeffries, Barry Bonds, Tom Brady, and
Where's
Lynn Swann
from? Just because he went to high school here, but he's not from here.
That's where you're from. Come on, just
exactly. He's born in Tennessee. And people say it like,
if you, where you're from is where you went to high school.
No,
at.
it's not.
It is. That's
He
where
was
you're
raised in Foster City.
There you go.
He was born
Willard Country
in Tennessee.
Steiny, stop.
Clarksville, I think, actually.
I was born in Oakland, raised in Union City.
Would you like a new segment, Stump the Steinmetz? That's a yes.
Well, you're 1 and 2.
Oh, 88%. Yes, he's from Alcoa, Tennessee. Lynn Swann.
Yep.
On 95.7 The Game. Torrey Craig, Dario Saric, and Shake Milton. Those are three names the Warriors have been linked to. Shake Milton played for the Philadelphia 76ers, and they look like they're breaking things up. James Harden to the Clippers. Does that
he's
scare
the
you?
one that says, oh, well, that's rumored, obviously, but what are they doing there?
Clippers?
You exchange Westbrook for Harden?
The Clippers are setting the table for Bob Myers next year. That's obvious.
Well, that would go against what Bob said he left for, his kids, his family.
1 year. He's not going to retire. So you think he's done working forever?
No, I thought it'd be 3 years.
No, it's only going to be one.
Come on,
he's going to squeeze a lot into that year.
Well, look,
he is. They got a lot of vacations planned. He's going to be making a lot of breakfast at home. He's going to be spending so much time with his family. He's going to cram 2 years worth of activity into 1 year.
I would be disappointed Lacob couldn't sway him out of 12 months.
See,
and it's going to be more than 1 year.
If he see, you're looking at it the wrong way.
Then he left for different reasons.
Again,
he's left.
Let me help you.
Too.
If Bob Myers returns after 1 year, what it tells you is that Joe Lacob is a madman. Yeah, that's what it tells you.
And I think that's what we already might know. Remember he said he didn't believe he was leaving. Still can't. Just found out this morning. We love you, Lacob.
It's funny.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Dude, we're rolling, bro.
We're not rolling.
We got an hour and 15 left.
We are so,
Dude, I went James Brown on you. You better put a stamp of approval on this show.
On what?
The splits. And it would have been on camera had you not told me to go over there. That's the worst thing since Nahegan hit flash on our picture with Curry and I looked like rerun.
The bottom line is, once in a while, we want Lucas to do one thing, and he can't. He came in here with a phone.
He had it right
He
there.
had it right there, and he missed it. Damn. Steiny, could you dunk? No.
Play my laugh where I sound like
No.
Give me my laugh.
I dunked a volleyball once. That's it. Not a bad.
Like a little piece of you died.
I didn't need to.
I'm looking at you different.
Why?
But you never got mad at the guys that could dunk.
Why would I? I'm not like you. I'm not envious of everybody who's got something better than me.
Please.
I'm not envious of people who have more money than me.
I congratulate.
I'm
I
not
don't hate.
envious of people that are better basketball players than me. That's where you and I are very different. There's a vitriol. There's an anger. There's an anger inside you that's why you're tougher to work with than me. Because I'm what you see is what you get, and people like that. You have a dark side. And not many people see it, but I have. And it's a scary thing.
I am African American.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
I am dark.
No. It's got nothing to do with it. Steiny, that's a cap. You always ask people how much they make. That's a bit. That's just a bit.
I love the listeners. How did I not have that as the tip?
Steiny, what was your scoring average in high school? What year?
God.
What year? I mean, which year?
67.
Oh,
you know what? Evan.
Going with that.
You're a tool.
Yeah. Because I don't care about my age.
I was 3 years old in 67. I don't remember the exact numbers. 12.6 as a junior, 15.7 as a senior in high school. Oh, you want college now?
I thought you would inflate it. I appreciate the honesty.
15.7 in high school. I was a point guard, Goo. I could score.
He passed. The lab.
I played with guys who. I don't want to relive my high school day.
Well, the game where you missed the free throw
against Eastern York.
My favorite game. You choked, Snotty. That's why you don't like that work. Oh,
I didn't choke.
You missed.
I missed.
But normally you make them. You got lemon
we still
booty.
had 16 seconds left to win that game. Freaking Terry Larkin let his man go right by him at the other end.
And look at you blaming Cap, but you missed the free throw.
I don't even know what happened. College, I think it's senior years. Average more points as a junior than senior because we weren't very.
This is
what you don't get, but I get having played. My junior year, we stunk.
This is college.
Yes.
Okay.
We stunk, but your boy averaged like 15 a game. The next year, I was a senior. I averaged 12 a game, but we were good. You see, it can work like that.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So. And you know what? Here's the other thing I'm sick of you saying. Where are they going to make up Jordan Poole's point? We're talking about 6 points. Poole averaged 20. Chris Paul averaged 14.
Yeah.
So when you give me you give me time to think about some of the things you say, that's when I always come back to he's wrong.
My point about Jordan Poole is he can be a hurricane in 5 of the most fabulous minutes you've ever seen. It can be a quarter. So that is what I love that breakdown about, we're only missing 6. Jordan Poole's a problem. He's going to be. They're going to miss him. How about that? A hot take.
They're going to miss him?
No doubt about it. But Chris Paul wasn't on the team. How many Warrior games did we see kind of spiraling out of control to where Steph wasn't having his best game, tip of the cap to the defense, and you're just like, where are the – and then Jordan Poole would get fouled. Jordan Poole and 1. Jordan Poole 3. Here comes a pool party. He was the third splash brother. So I'm not forgetting that easy. Chris Paul, you got to show me. And it ain't just Chris Paul. Warriors, you got to show me that you're better. Because we know one thing.
So
you're older.
Chris Paul's been in the league 18 years, but he's got to prove something to you. To you this year.
No, just like Trent
Williams
you at this juncture.
18 years this guy's played in the league, but he needs to prove something to you.
Yeah, he's at his Chris. I'm gonna use your own stuff against you. He's at his Trent Williams juncture of his career.
Oh, well, then we do have a problem.
Okay, that's how I look at CP3.
Then the Warriors just got snookered in a big way.
And are they the old? We can't do it yet. Are they the oldest team? With
Probably.
Chris? And if you get Craig 32, which is shocking, man.
I thought you were going to say he's the best player in the league. That's
Who?
Our best offensive player.
Who?
Trent Williams and Chris Paul.
So, question for Steiny. A Major League Baseball question. That's fine.
Oh, boy.
What are the RBI leaders at every position in baseball? Also, home run leaders at every position in baseball. Do you mean all time or this year?
I think all time.
Because this year 18 different.
First of all, if you're gonna
that was wow.
If you're gonna ask a question, ask it right. You know what I'm saying?
Well, we know first base.
Catcher would be.
I already know it.
It's bench or fist.
Yeah, I went with
it's not.
Ivan Rodriguez.
No, either one.
Wait, do you have this? Do you have this up, as they say? Oh
no, I just know it.
You know who the all-time leader in home runs for catchers are?
Yes,
Posada.
No,
I know.
Who? No, you don't.
I said it.
Who?
Bench.
No. Ted Simmons. Hold on a sec here. We stumbled on something fun. American or National League?
No, you don't. That's too.
National League. Played for 2 teams primarily.
Darryl Porter?
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, what
I'm
the hell?
Worried. Catcher.
He's in a Bonds category, but he's in the Hall of Fame.
Ivan Rodriguez.
Same era.
Why do I want to say Jody Davis? That's
I want to say
Cub,
Biggio, but he was obviously second baseman. He started as a catch. Mike Piazza.
Oh,
Damn
my
it.
God. Acme on the back. How
Damn
I
it.
forgot him. First base. Go first base. I got that. We both have that.
First base.
Can I say it first? Yeah, you said it. McGuire. Yep.
Second base.
Joe Morgan.
Joe Morgan or Ryan Sandberg?
I think it's Morgan.
1 sec.
Evan, if you're going to do the bit, stay focused.
I don't know it off the top of my head. Sorry, Lucas came in.
Of course he did.
Yeah. Then we were rolling.
Oh, Bruce has a hot take from Ohio.
All right.
Hey, Bruce. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Steiny. How you doing?
Dynamite.
I mean, I've been listening to you guys for years, big fan of 95.7 The Game, have been since it launched. Normally, I don't agree with your takes as much as I have been the last few months, and especially with this Warrior situation.
Yeah.
I got to say, Guru is sky is falling Blackfield himself here. In my opinion, if we're able to get like a Mo Bamba level player for the veteran minimum, or someone that has size and rebound and can cover some interior space on defense, we are effectively the same starting five that won the championship 2 years ago.
Yep.
With a better bench.
Yep.
And if he's been listening, I was a proponent for Mo Bamba. You didn't say
Well, you're a proponent for every player who becomes a free agent. Everybody.
CP3?
He wasn't a free agent. Oh. He was a trade. Right. Do you have the list, Evan, or not?
Because this was great.
Jeff Kent.
No, we're doing...
yeah.
I thought you said Joe Morgan or Sandberg.
Well, I did.
It is Jeff Kent, yes.
Jeff Kent. Shortstop.
I want to say Alex.
Well, this is
A-Rod.
This is bogus.
Yeah. A-Rod.
Rodriguez. No?
Played a lot of games at third base.
Ooh.
That's the only reason why.
Ernie Banks.
He did play his entire career with one team.
I just don't...
Hold on. Yeah, you're not good at this,
school.
I know. You just...
Either are you.
Nickname
you got 2 wins.
I'm better than you, Adam.
Iron Man.
Please.
That would be Scrap Iron. Phil Garner. Or,
Nick who?
Cal Ripken.
Oh, Ripken. Damn
Yeah, Daddy.
Third base, Mike Schmidt. Thank you. Thank you very much. Are we doing left field, right field, center field, or are we just doing outfield?
Left field. We
Each
know
position.
Who it is. Barry Bonds left.
Center field.
Oh, I got this.
Go ahead. This is...
You got 1 minute left, so I might have to speed this up.
Mays.
Right field.
I got
Guru
it.
has called himself this player.
I already know.
Go ahead.
Sammy Sosa.
That's a fraudulent list.
What's fraudulent about it? Tell us why.
It's cheater central.
Willie Mays?
In the outfield. Greenies.
Well, they're all wrong. Greenies.
I'm just saying.
DH?
Pujols.
Also use steroids.
Harmon Killebrew. I don't.
Big Papi.
Oh, God. How's he in the hall? Big cheater. He survived an assassination on his life. Remember, they shot him. Tried to kill him.
Right.
Way to bring the party down, Goo. I'm sorry.
It's 1 o'clock, Goo.
Yeah.
How you feeling?
Want me to read a text from a coworker of ours?
Sure.
And you guess who it is as we're playing trivia.
Dibley.
Steiny's never made a prediction in his life. And if Evan could hit the ding, you got it right. It was Dibs. Well, I just... Don't let people take your joy. That's what I tell you, man.
Guru, shut up.
Don't let them steal it.
All right. I'm rocked. I'm absolutely rocked.
I wouldn't have read it had I known you just...
I'm rocked.
Dude, stick your chest out.
Try to come up with a topic. Can you?
Oh, I got one.
95.7 The Game.
Wow, dude.
loved him with 2 It's a new day.
On 95.7 The Game.
Man.
Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, is reporting that, I want to get it right, per multiple sources, Dario Saric to the Warriors is high probability, likely, according to one source. And Monty Poole says, why? He's a stretch 4. He's got high hoops IQ with sound all-around skills. 29 years old, and he fits a team's win-now approach.
I like this
Dario Saric.
Yep.
Dario Saric. The only question I have about Dario Saric is why has he gotten less and less and less playing time over the course of his career? He averaged 12-8 as a rookie, 15, 11, 11, 10, 11. Then he's going 8, 6, 5, 7. Dario Saric. He is 6 feet, 9, 10, 6'10"?
Yeah.
Dario Saric. High probability the Golden State Warriors will acquire him, free agents. Filmo Mike.
Our guy.
What's up, Filmo? How you doing, man? Oh, this bothers me.
Well, everything does.
Well, it's Filmo, though.
Yeah, he was about to give us the 411 on what's happening.
See ya.
Yep.
Rich in Fremont.
Rich has been missed.
Wants to stump the grump.
Uh-oh, get him.
Didn't like that. What's up, Rob? Rich?
Up, man?
Hey, what's up?
What's up, man? Hey, so you said I can't stump you. I stumped you before with this. I'm going to bring it to you again just see if you can get by it.
All right.
So my question is, in the history of the NBA, this player is the only player in the history to win a title in his rookie year and his sophomore year. Who is he and what team did he play for?
We'll give you 30 seconds.
So the guy won his first 2 years in the NBA?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? If this is who I think it is, you're banned, Rich. If it's Patrick McCaw, you're banned.
Oh, man. I'm supposed to stop you.
You're banned.
So you got it.
Yeah, you're banned, Rich. You can't do that. You cannot ask a Patrick McCaw question.
He did, and you got it.
I started thinking Wes Unseld, Dave Cowens, Patrick McCaw.
But you lit up, though.
Yeah, just another.
He's a winner.
Hey.
He's still in the league?
I don't think so.
I'm looking now.
I don't think so. But anyway.
Saric, I like it, Stoney. Let's see.
Something's been off with him the last few years.
Well, he was out in the 2021-22 season with an ACL tear.
Yeah. He tore his ACL.
In G League. McCaw.
And then 22. Oh, that was just 2 years ago. So he played 57 games last year, 6.4 per game.
Yeah,
Phoenix
3
and
rebounds,
Oklahoma City.
46% from the field. And he was property of the Thunder, Stoney.
So,
yes, he was.
So real quick, Rich just called back. He didn't want to get on, but he wanted to correct you before you ran him off too soon. It was actually Sam Cassell. Sam Cassell was who he was looking for, not McCaw.
Uh-oh.
Wait a minute. So he said I was right, I thought.
So did I. Or did I say it?
What do you mean?
Dude, how did you get that dub?
You know what? He gets the little T. I guess I get the little T.
Well, McCaw won it his first 3 years in the NBA because he was with the Warriors, and the Raptors.
So that's what's called a good bucket by Steiny. And one.
Rich says no.
Rich is wrong. See, Rich, of course, asked the question
from Fremont
because there were two. There are clearly two answers.
That's what we do know.
There are clearly two answers, and that's what that. We got a couple pieces of news to pass along NBA wise. The Nets are trading Joe Harris to the Pistons for a couple future seconds. They create a $20 million traded player exception. Warriors are being linked to Dario Saric. Dario Saric played for the Oklahoma City last, played for Phoenix and Oklahoma City after last year, played for two teams. 925. Steiny, after ACL, Sarge had meniscus surgery on May 5th, 2022. I'm going to take your word for it, 925. I'm going to take your word for it. I liked him at Philly, but back in the day, but
yeah.
I don't know how much he's played. Let's see.
And with the Warriors' IQ, Steiny, this will be, can we dare say, the easiest basketball for him?
I hate when people just assume that. Was it easy for Wiseman?
Well, he was a pup.
Was it easy for Nick Young?
He was on his way out.
Was it easy for JaMychal Green?
I think when it was all said and done, Steiny, he knew
didn't
what
help.
Well,
He didn't help.
Yeah. Or did they not help him?
It doesn't matter. He didn't.
He
help.
had some games, but you're right. I don't even think he played hardly against the Lakers.
Well,
Nas Reed, you can't get him. There's 408. He just signed with Minnesota.
Lakers and Dubs eyeing Shake Milton. Yes, that one's a good one, 925. That one I heard. Shake Milton, Philadelphia 76ers, and then Philadelphia 76er, and then the Torrey Craig. Torrey Craig is another one. Guru likes Torrey Craig, although I'm convinced he's getting him mixed up with somebody else.
Please. Where's
Actually,
the headband?
You know what?
Too?
I got to stop this, I guess. Poor John comes in.
What happened?
Like, I don't care. Like, John came in and said something, and it's like, I don't care, but I guess he does, and maybe the boss does.
About?
Apparently, a couple people called and said they didn't like the way I was talking to
Oh, good. Dude, I'm 6'4", 230.
What does that mean?
I'll knock your ass out. I'm fine, people. I'm fine.
You know what
On
I would
your way
do
to
you?
200.
Come on.
I would do to you.
A little more than 230. But
I wouldn't let
come
you.
on.
I wouldn't let you do that. In fact,
You've never been in a fight,
that's
so
right.
you're done.
I would do.
It's tiny.
I would do to you what Eddie Johnson said he would have done to Draymond Green, which is hit him in the back of the head with a chair.
That was the greatest sound. I don't think we played that up enough. And if he would have lost, he was coming back.
I've got to strongly disagree.
God, how do you know where that button's at?
But at least you've had Draymond as a source of constant encouragement.
Oh, you should, if y'all wanted an inside scoop in our locker room, you're getting it full-fledged right now. Full-fledged.
You'll pick it up.
3 more years, baby. Come on, Draymond.
That's pretty good.
Was it?
You didn't like him there.
Well, it's that had all the makings of one of those press conferences where everybody laughs and something's not really that funny.
Well, the whole thing.
God
Dude, he was
love Curry.
enjoying himself.
God love him.
We don't even need the news sounder of the breaking news when he does sign. Like yesterday was symbolic in the sense that Steiny, they were celebrating brotherhood and leave it up to the boss. He did say something I liked. The picture of them doing it was Clay, Steph, and Dre jumping up like the fun bunch with the Redskins back in the day. And the boss put the caption of "Where's Jordan Poole?" Like he felt bad for Jordan Poole. Like he should have been a part of that had things went right. I did have that thought.
Doug's in Berkeley. Hey, Doug, how you doing, man?
JP.
Hey, guys. Hey, I'm doing good. I'm doing real good. I love listening to you. I just got done with a bike ride. I'm feeling good.
Sweet.
But I got to take a little issue with something that Steiny said.
Oh!
Get him.
All right.
A little bit. I'm not coming down on either side of the Jordan Poole, Chris Paul deal because, there's pluses and minuses.
Right.
But I think Jordan Poole's got a bright future in the league with the right team. And you said something like, 6 points. 6 points. What's the big deal about 6 points? What's the average point differential in an NBA game or in half of the NBA games? I think it's probably, around 6 points or something like that. I think the points do make a difference. Again, I'm just thinking about what you said, but I don't think we should take it that lightly. I hope Chris Paul, stabilizes us and we'll have fewer turnovers and stuff. But I think none of us really know, right? None of us really know. So, that's all I'm saying.
You know what, Doug?
I don't know what your thoughts are.
Hey, Doug, you know what, man? I don't have a problem with that. You're right. I'm wrong.
Oh, who's this guy?
I mean,
it wasn't a swap. A lot of people act like it was a swap.
Well, a lot of
Jordan
people.
Poole did a lot of good things here.
Now you're on this.
offensively.
Now you're on this one. Okay, that's the avenue you're going down today.
What's
that Jordan
this
Poole
one?
was great. Okay, I just want to know which one we're going down. Are we?
I've been consistent with
No,
Jordan
you haven't
Poole.
been the furthest thing from me.
He's falling down in the dress shoes. We talked about it.
I
Last
know.
year was a bad year for him, but we know why. I believe I know why, and it was the punch.
Well, if you know, then
I don't nitpick and take stuff to
Yes, you
fit
do.
my narrative.
No, you do.
I look at totality, and Jordan Poole, for the most part, was a problem. Now he's in Detroit.
I don't know if a problem's good or no. He's in Washington.
Oh, excuse me.
Get your facts straight. You
Wiseman.
got half of it.
That's
right.
the other youngster, Wiseman in Detroit.
I mean, I still, how'd Kelly Oubre do in the Warriors system?
I got that one wrong.
What's new?
Yeah. But he's still in the league.
Okay, and
I got it wrong.
But I need you to learn from your mistakes.
Poole wasn't Oubre.
I just need you to learn from your mistakes.
You too.
By the way, Madison Bumgarner. How about that guess? Most home runs by a pitcher. Jim Bunning.
I think Ohtani might have passed him up already.
Now, he doesn't count.
I can't even.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here you go. Hey, go ahead, Goop. Give me 2 minutes on Ohtani. Go ahead.
I got the biggest man.
Give me
crush
two
on
on
him.
it. Okay.
I hope to God he sets a trail that I thought Tiger Woods was going to set with black golfers, but it seems to be stunted right now because I don't see him coming. And Ohtani can do it all. He's great at pitching and at the plate. And I hope he just blazes a trail here in the States to where these high school coaches, pony leagues say, you know what, Steiny, Guru, go be all you can be. You can do both. It is incredible. And he's the modern day Babe Ruth. Minute and a half.
Shorter than your question that you asked.
I'm going to give you a 3.
What's his name? Who did you ask that? Oh,
It's Hayes.
Stevie Weish?
No.
CJ Holmes?
Dude, that sounds like Kapler, though. Give me that one more time, Evan. What are you?
That was CJ Holmes, right?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay. Can I get fired? Can I get fired for you? You sounded like a white guy there.
Well, that's why I said it was Kapler.
It doesn't sound like him.
It don't at all.
Give me one more time. That's not CJ Holmes.
That's Kapler, damn it. That's the Gabe Kapler I know. One more time, Evan. CJ is a friend. We love you, baby. But Steiny, you said that's the realest thing you ever said in 5 years working with you.
Is that your hot take?
It sounded like he did.
Mason Plumlee made 3.2 last year. Did he? No, he made more than that. Didn't he?
If they could get their hands on him, but or talk him into taking.
Plumlee wants to win. He ain't coming here.
That's a one.
I mean, that is a question that we can't ask it because Warrior fans get too sensitive.
You think the Poole thing?
But would a ring chaser really come here?
I mean, man.
Mason Plumlee made $10 million last year.
How did that work out for Bielitsa and Porter Jr. ring chasing coming here? And
that was 2 years ago.
But Steiny, but it wasn't. It was coming.
Now they got Saric.
Yeah. Now I need one more, a couple more. Thinking of Bamba.
He was waived by the Los Angeles Lakers. He's available. He's absolutely available. Mo Bamba.
Who would you want, him or Craig?
I'd rather have Mason Plumlee.
Look at you. He's too expensive, Donnie.
Look, I know. But there are, here's the thing about my fandom. People say I'm not a fan of some teams, or I don't have a team. I can have a team. If certain things, like if Mason Plumlee ends up on the Warriors, I will root for the Warriors. That's the way.
That's how you do it. I get you.
What do you want? Like, why does he even get to do this?
But the fact that it's just a read.
The other day,
But it's called show business, Steiny. You weren't supposed to tell the people
Get out of here,
the
Lucas.
person came in here and gave me a piece of. Well, they could see it.
Here we go. Vintage. Chicago Cubs with 9 runs, and Dansby Swanson's 0 for 3.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, there's a double.
Rephrase that. What do you mean?
Watch, that'll be an error. Go, go, go.
You love those uniforms? I love them. City Connect.
Wrigleyville?
Yeah.
Not really.
Dude, look at you. You're going to root for, you're going to be a fan if they get Plumlee.
I'm a fan of it.
So you got Bird, Plumlee. Who's your other one?
Terrence Ross.
That's 3. We need one more for your Mount Rushmore.
I've got players who you'd think I'd hate, but I love.
Ross is definitely
Ricky Davis.
Well,
I love Ricky Davis.
He's out of the league.
Oh, J.R. Smith. Love J.R. Smith. See, I have a handful of guys.
And you hate PG-13. That bothers me.
Him. Well, you know what?
He would probably ask.
He's fine.
I
don't really care.
It's nothing personal.
No, not really.
He's a good dude.
Not really. What? No. See, okay. See, this is. Remember we were talking about Warrior fans and how some of them have become entitled?
Yeah, you said that. Yeah. Yeah, not we.
Let's introduce Filmo Mike, another guy who's
for the second
become
time.
entitled.
Let's see.
No, whatever. Hey, Mike. How you doing, Mike? You ready?
Yes, sir.
Oh, good. Okay, I'm glad.
I'm good.
Glad you're out there ready.
What's up, baby?
Yeah.
What's up with it?
Hey,
How
not
am I
much.
entitled, Steiny?
Well, because you weren't even available when I answered your call 5 minutes ago.
You know what? My boy hit me about some fireworks, so I had to answer that call.
Dude, let me tell you something right now.
They're illegal.
Please
Mike.
tell me you're not a firework guy.
Oh, he might.
Steiny, I'm not going to mention that. I'm not going to talk about that because, like Guru just said there, whatever that he just said.
Yeah, there you
What
go.
are you,
Mike.
7 years old, Filmo? Come on, grow up.
He's known in the
I'm not
streets.
gonna lie. I love fireworks, Steiny. I love them. They're a joy. They're awesome.
No, I like them too when they're over the bay and stuff.
Not in the hood. That's what he said.
Nah, that's whack. That's whack. That's whack. That's the worst way to, like, when somebody said we're going to a fireworks show when I was younger, right?
Mm-hmm.
We used to be in the mall. We used to be in Hunters Point. We go to the town, and then we'll have a real fireworks show. Well, my Caucasian friend, he was like, yeah, we're going to a fireworks show. I'm like, cool, it's going to be lit.
Yes.
They had me somewhere. I'm like, man, this is trash. This is corny.
What?
I swear. I didn't like it as much. Now, as I got older, I started to appreciate it. You know, the big pyrotechnics above.
Don't be Pierre Paul, Fillmore Mike. Watch them digits, baby.
Yeah, you definitely got to be right. I'm actually a licensed member of the pyrotechnic community. It's $100 a year. You get training, you get all that stuff, man. So just FYI.
That sounds like a racket.
It's legit, man. For real, you could Google it.
Hey, what do you got going this holiday weekend?
Hey, we're for real, Mike.
Where am I pulling up this weekend, baby?
So tonight, we got an artist by the name of O3 Greedo. He's at Insomnia tonight. Tomorrow, I'm doing my event. This is my event.
That's the one.
So I have to produce it and everything
Okay.
at Origin in San Francisco. It's going to be a great look, man. Stein, you should pull up.
What time, Mike?
Ladies, make it 9, 10 o'clock. Pull up. I got a link on my bio on Instagram. If you want to buy a ticket, you know, everybody be buying y'all stuff. Buy a ticket from me.
Mike, I'm lightweight hurt. I thought you said for the free ones, but we got it.
No, it's $10 a pop. But look, though,
yeah,
90. This is my hot take. 3 people, and this may get mad. Guru, Steiny, Bonte Hill would be nothing. 95.7 the game would be nothing without them 3 characters.
Oh yeah.
Swear to God, I hope nothing happens to you guys. If you drop it in and jinx your radio career, Guru. But without them 3. It's nothing without 95.7 the game. Is nothing without them 3. Steiny, Guru, and Bonte Hill. Only because I've been knowing Bonte Hill 35.
I'm from the Mo. Yeah, I know. Catch
All right,
from the
Phil
Mo.
Mo. That's the quota. Thank you.
Dude, that just put me in a good mood.
What did?
Just, we're the top 3 on Mike's list.
He also called you characters.
It ain't but 6 of us, but still. Hey, yeah, it's a good. It's almost 2, really.
You know, 3 days ago he called Willard and Dibbs and said those were the heart and soul of the show.
If that's fact, I'm done with you, Mike. It's all good.
Let me tell you what sounds like a derogatory term.
You sound Caucasian.
Caucasian. Caucasian.
Oh, boy.
I mean, that's like a bad word.
Oh,
Steiny, you're a
boy.
Caucasian.
The tuxedo term. That was pretty good, man. But he did. I was like, that's Kapler.
Hey, you ever watched a documentary on the mountains of Caucasus?
No, but I do like to say the word caulk. Like what you do to a bathroom. Like, Guru, you're a good caulker. You can caulk.
They don't want to get away.
What do you mean? No, it's a thing. It's like grout.
I got you.
It's
yeah.
What? You're good. No, Guru's good with caulk. He's very good with it. I've seen him use it. What?
Stop while you're ahead.
He's not ahead.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
CAULK.
Yeah,
Back to Wiggins.
Yeah, back to Wiggins. There you go, John.
See how far we can push the envelope.
So you're just a bully on the mic. You're not fake. You're just a bully on the mic because you got that like little spoiled kid voice. So that's why they worry about
All
me.
right, let's be honest.
Uh-oh.
You can't use that word bully because people think that's serious.
But you can't bully me.
No, I know. That's
it
why
ain't
I don't
about
want you to use it, please.
I'm from the U.
Yeah, but you know how bully, like, now you say bully, and it's like like a felon.
Right. Oh,
and
okay,
I don't,
gotcha,
it's like, do I go overboard? Do I go overboard once in a while? Maybe.
But not.
But it's all in
not
good
outside.
fun.
Yeah. It's like a role.
Guy called me nosy today. That was the worst thing that anybody said to anybody today.
Dude, that stuck with you.
It still does.
I didn't like Mike calling us characters. That's like myself, Mike.
Okay, bro. I hear you.
Thank you. I just don't. I'm not nosy, actually.
But it's bothering you.
It is bothering me.
Like Lucas came in to give me a paper, and you just stop what you're doing.
Well, who walks like the?
You stop the car on the freeway. What's going on in the back? You don't do that. You find out
You
later.
also don't
but you
walk
keep
into
driving.
somebody's office without knocking or without announcing yourself.
Hey, that's you and Luke.
It's unbelievable. This is supposed to be some sacred studio, and it's like a turnstile in here.
Because we had people pop in on us.
How do we feel about Shake Milton, Mr. Gadget?
Hey,
Guru likes him.
Yeah.
He's got some wiggle.
Hey, that's your term of a borrow. Some wiggle. Like I did when I did the I can't wait to tell Diz.
You hurt yourself.
Oh, no, I was just playing. I'll be there tomorrow.
I can't decide.
8:30 hoops, Steiny. Tomorrow, 8:30. I
In the
get to the
morning?
gym. I wake up and I feel like it's Chase Center, the gym. I get my little breakfast, lace them up, watch something on TV, and then go get tired quick. But other than that, I'm balling. I wish you would come watch me play.
No.
That's hurtful, man.
Ask me again.
I ain't.
No, go ahead.
I wish you'd come watch me play.
No chance.
And like a dumbass.
It's like my mom. Like
Mary.
You wonder where it comes from. My dad would come home. It's the kind of family I'm from.
I get it.
I'd come home and my dad would be like, "Hey, guess who I saw today that asked about you?" I'd say, "Who?" He'd be like, "Nobody." What kind of dad does
I gotta steal that one.
You wonder why I'm like I'm at.
No
I am.
doubt. Let me
That's
tell you
just
what Norm would
unbelievable.
do. Daddy, we're hungry. We're driving cross country. Can we stop at McDonald's? He'll see a McDonald's. He'll stop and keep going. I used to want to just do something to him.
Yeah, Norm.
Yeah.
So I love it.
Kids.
Norm's got that little stick in
And then he would
vibe.
smile like, I dare you.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. All right.
Guru would have been an elite tight end.
Who?
Guru. I was a receiver.
Well, you were probably a better blocker than pass catcher. George Kittle.
I had
all right. Coming up next, it's 1:30. And we could talk about Dario Saric. What are you laughing at?
Who's laughing?
Evan and John.
I was laughing too. Go ahead,
All right.
finish.
We're going to come back on the other side and we're going to talk.
What's up? It's your boy Guru on this 4th of July holiday weekend, here to tell you about my friends at Buon Vino. They opened their new location in downtown Walnut Creek. They have the best wine tasting experience in the Bay Area and first-class wine club that knows exactly what you're looking for. Stop by and visit my friend Dan at 1501 North.
Caucasian.
Oh, boy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Stein and Guru with you.
Some people calling you a legend.
Friday before a 4-day weekend, and you can imagine where our heads are at.
Antsy.
What? Who's saying what about me?
Your wordplay, they're calling you a legend. Something you did last segment, I don't know. You're getting love.
I was just, a lot of people, when they have a long weekend, like a holiday weekend, they do a lot of home improvements. A lot of people do work in their bathroom. They do some grouting. They do some caulking.
I ain't good at that stuff.
You're not good caulking?
No.
You're not a good caulker?
Like my wife has a guy that.
All right, I'm done.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
a handyman. I'll come home from work.
Oh, my God, I can't stand that.
And they went to school together and they'll be coming out the house.
You know what's funny is.
I'll be like, what? But I'm not good with pipes and all that stuff.
Well, you know what's funny is we have
wrenches.
We have
I can change oil, though.
Well, I forgot what I was going to say. But I do like to say the word caulk.
Some said your favorite actor is what's my boy's name?
Macaulay Culkin.
Yeah, right. That's a 10.
Now I forgot what I was going to say.
Well, while you think of it, Tour de France tomorrow.
Can you name one participant?
Greg LeMond.
Lance Armstrong.
What?
Greg LeMond.
I was talking to Guru.
That's my guy back in the day.
You know that the Tour de France has stages. Did you know that?
Yeah, that's why I said starts tomorrow.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Again, let it out, Snide. Think about it.
But this is where you are incapable of picking me up.
Yeah.
Like, how many times do you strike out with that one out and I get the 2 out base hit?
Well, I pick you up
constantly.
more than I think you know. So I'm picking. I can't do 2 spills on aisle 1. I can do one. There's 1 spill I got. I can't do 5 spills.
Need a guy to get on to bring home.
Take a deep breath.
Oh, I know what it was. But I'll forget again if you interrupt me.
I did.
It was, I had to use grout. We had a porch, a slate porch, okay? With slate squares.
Gotcha.
And there's grout involved, and you have to mix stuff, and it's a job for professional. Susan's like, hey, any chance you could replace that broken slate on the porch? It's like, what? No. I wouldn't even know where to begin. I'm like, I'm done with, like,
boy.
You know what here's where I set the limit at hanging a painting. Anything more than hanging a painting, I'm out.
Dude.
I shouldn't have to do that either. I'm a white collar guy.
Yeah.
I've done my blue collar work.
Yeah. I'm a black collar guy. My wife will be out there with the sprinklers. I'm like, I don't even want to do it. I don't want to do it, Stunny. But the painting, I'm with you.
No, hang a painting.
Yeah.
Not do painting.
No, hang it. That's about what I do. Hey, can you reach
What were you going to say?
I didn't forgot.
How do you like it?
Pause.
Yeah.
You know what's fun? Oh, you're not going to believe this. You're not going to believe this, but I'm on the golf course.
Somebody said, wow, where have the men gone? Because we like the handy stuff. I'm telling you, man, I just ain't good at it.
I'm not either.
I got the shaky hand.
That's why I'm just not.
I ball.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh, well, you told me to go, so you weren't going to say anything.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I used to, I am totally at a loss here. Oh, I know. Somebody's talking about our radio show to me the other day.
Oh,
and it's like, no, I really like it. And this is a true story. He's like, no, I really like you guys are really good together. And I'm like, thanks, I appreciate that. And the guy says, you know what's really funny is you guys have a really good sense of timing. Like, you're not afraid. He goes, swear to God, he goes, you're not afraid to have a little bit of silence on your show. You know, little. You're not afraid to pause and not have anything said for a while. And I was like,
that's called dead air.
He said it was great, and I was like, the boss has told us about that.
Not us.
Yes, he has.
You.
Why is it my responsibility?
Because I have diarrhea of the mouth. The only dead air is when you forget something, or somebody is talking to me and you get threatened. Hey, I was telling Fourscore.
Let me tell you something. I got to get to the 2-chair.
What did they want?
2 chairs.
You don't want
picnic.
this camera.
The 2 chairs an absolute picnic.
It's been a picnic.
How much we got, Spinone?
Well, you were in the 1 chair. Me, you, and Bonte.
Yeah. Uncomfortable silence. Yeah, I'm not afraid of it. Boss hates it.
Yeah, he does.
Insufferable. By the way, go ahead. Why don't you say what you're saying?
See, this one, D'Angelo Russell on me a couple of times.
Go ahead, bring it up.
We missed a meeting yesterday.
I didn't miss a thing.
I
missed nothing.
We were supposed to go check out the new studio.
Yeah, and let me ask you a question.
And my dad being in the Navy, I like being prompt, and my word is everything. We got a text, and the boss was like, hey, what happened to you guys going to see our guy Tim Jordan's there? I was sick. I was getting off my exit. If I could have drove back.
Right. Remind me to apologize to Tim Jordan, not to my boss.
Please tell me you already have done it.
I haven't done it yet. I haven't seen it today.
Well, you got his number. I sent a text. He didn't respond.
I do face-to-face.
Yeah. I do vacuum.
Mark's in San Jose. What's up, Mark? How you doing, man?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
What's up,
You want to give Goo a shout-out?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Why?
First
Be
of all,
quiet.
shout out to the Steiny, the champ, all the way back from analyzing Troy Murphy's double-doubles back in the day. I really appreciate that yeoman's work. But also, shout out to the Goo, Union City native here, game alum. I just wanted to know, did you ever know Dr. Tommy Lindsay of the Speech and Debate team?
Yes, he's a legend. I call him Mr. Lindsay.
Why weren't you on the team?
Good. Yeah, I'm one of his young disciples. That man out here, he's got like 50 coaches in the game. He's got a strong tree. But anyway, we missed out on you, man. Like you would have been a national.
Hey, real quick, I already
Not
love your brother.
disciplined enough.
Where'd you grow up at, Niyun?
The west side over there by like Cabello, like Regent side.
Yeah, all right. We got.
That's a guy that hasn't grown up in the Union.
Cabello, baby. Yeah. All right. Have a good holiday. Not that Reading, PA stuff. The Union.
Nice job, Goo.
Yeah. Mr. Lindsay, he was. Yeah. They had debate team, all that stuff. Buddy.
You could not have done debate. You're not disciplined enough.
I win debates 5 days a week with a guy.
Right, but you break every rule in the book. You break every rule in the radio book, and I'm not a real host.
Oh, but no,
maybe that's why we work.
It's traditional. It ain't real.
What is?
He said you weren't a traditional host.
He said I wasn't a real host.
No, Snotty, it was traditional. Don't make it that as bad.
You got to let that go.
No, I'm not going to let it go.
Evan was looking like, oh, my God.
I'm not going to let it go.
The show works because he's black and I'm white. Remember that? He said, oh, the black folks was looking at me like, oh, my goodness. That's my boy, though.
One way to lead off.
I'll tell you what.
Read the room.
Got to go.
I'm going to. You know what? No. I dare you to cut me off. I dare you to cut me off. We do not go to commercial until I say go to commercial. You don't have the guts. You're like
I need to pay.
You're like James Harden playing in Miami. You're not going to play in Miami. You're gutless.
debates 5 days a week with a guy.
Right, but you break every rule in the book.
Well,
You break every rule in the radio book, and I'm not a real host.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, this is the crossover, brought to you by California Academy of Sciences. Every visit supports the Academy's mission to regenerate the natural world. Learn more and reserve your tickets at calacademy.org. In for Willard, John Dickinson, along with Dan Dibley. What's up, guys?
You sound a little downtrodden. What's going on?
I just get a little fatigued.
Yeah.
He's been on fire today, your boy.
No, I heard it.
What?
I heard it.
I read your tweet. Thanks for being a part of the show. I read it to him.
I said it on the text line.
Oh,
but
wow.
I sent you one. I sent one to the text line as well.
JD, we were talking about what constitutes a hot take. And it's not right or wrong, just like what's a hot take. And then Steiny gave some of his. I ran some of mine off, the callers. And then I get a text from Dibs saying Steiny's never had a hot take. Cha-ching. And
yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
I mean, maybe.
To me, a
I'd have
hot
to
take is
give me one.
Larry Krueger saying the Warriors will trade Klay Thompson after July 1st.
That's a hot take.
Okay,
That to me is a hot take.
You can say it's a hot take, but if he believes it, like if he thinks that's really possible, which I think he thinks it does, then is it really a hot take? Like to me, a hot take implies
it's not
that
true.
you know something's kind of BS, but you say it anyway.
Or maybe if he said they should trade Klay Thompson, would be a hotter take.
That would be it.
That would be
They
a hot
should
take.
trade Steph Curry.
Right,
Like
well,
you know what?
right.
Like
That's
forget about
scalding.
it. This
no
is a
take.
facade.
That's a dumb take. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So what
Yeah.
do you guys got today? Dynasty's over or Warriors are cooked? We got
it's
today,
been
Steiny.
over. Oh, it's been over. It's been over for a year, Goo.
No, I'll tell you what I like, JD.
Steiny.
I like the Sarge move if Monty Poole is correct, and that's who they get. And Torrey Craig, I would like him on the Warriors, so that's what I like. But I told you,
You know, my first thought is on both those guys.
give it to me.
Man, Kuminga's not going to play as much as people think.
Maybe they're going to move him.
Maybe they are going to.
That's a hot
That's
take.
a hot take. Yeah, and I think who
See, I don't think it's a hot
That's
take
not
to
a hot
say
take.
what's
Kuminga-
Kuminga?
It's a hot take if you say they should move him.
Oh,
Yeah.
No.
No,
and,
but the
and that's
take
why
is,
I came
That's not a
down
hot
your
take.
road a
that's
little bit.
that would be a big deal if they moved him. Not
I'd have to say-
he's an all-star,
But if
that's
Sarge
a
is
hot
a stretch
take.
four, and
Right.
Torrey
Yeah,
Craig's
no
a 3-4,
doubt.
well, whose minutes is he getting?
There's no man.
Yeah.
Oh, he's getting Draymond's because he's going to be in Sacramento.
Speaking of which, what'd you think about last night or yesterday?
Dibs right on the
match.
money. Hey, Dibs,
The match was a
take
joke.
a victory lap.
I
The
was
match was-
disappointed. What part?
Dude, the match was exactly what I told you the match would be. Klay Thompson, he stinks.
He don't stink
As a golfer,
He stinks.
he's terrible, Goo.
He's not very
He
good.
hits the ball way further than me, but I'm a better golfer than Klay Thompson.
Okay.
And I told you that 2 weeks ago. Klay Thompson is a great athlete. He shoots the jumper better than me. He can defend twos and threes better than me.
But you weren't watching for the golf. I thought it was like Larry. It was
I
the
was
entertainment.
watching for the golf. I had it on mute. I mean, I was
Well,
doing a
shame
show
on
with
you.
JD.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the entertainment of like pro athletes like bantering and Draymond doing like a chest
He was
bump.
celebrating this
that's
new deal.
That's really
Yeah.
cute and that's fun.
Right.
But I'm a golfer. So if I'm going to watch golf, I want to watch golfers who are good at golf.
What about
And that's
Curry
just
and the
me.
putting? I had Curry up there with Romo.
He made one putt. Curry stunk.
It shocked me.
Curry did nothing.
I said, JD is
Let me tell you
shocked
something.
me.
His
Dude, they were 4 down after
handicap
6.
is.
I love the
What'd you say?
chef.
What'd you say? Curry's handicap was
He's a +1,
+1. No,
which
it's
means
not.
he should shoot a 71.
No chance.
Well, honestly,
But that's the thing
and
about
it's-
golf, right?
Ooh.
It makes normal people terrible.
Yeah?
Well,
like,
and
He's
the
not
thing-
terrible, but a one.
but he's
plus
also not
one.
great. Like he's like Steph Curry's pretty good
He's
at golf,
great.
right?
Here's
For
the-
a
I had him
normal
up there
guy,
with
he's
Romo.
pretty good.
But
Well,
here's the-
guess what? He can still look terrible
Great.
when he's playing.
if Steph
Like
Curry
everybody.
played with me and Steiny every time,
he'd be the best golfer by far.
but he'd be a 2. You know why? Because we actually make you put the ball in the hole. So when you're Klay Thompson and you're an 11, Clay's an 11 because, oh, go ahead, Klay, that's good. Or, you know what?
But Clay
Hit a
never
second
told you he
ball.
was the best,
Or-
though, Dibs. You got to give, you know what
no,
I mean?
but don't try and pretend that
Oh,
you're an
okay, all right,
11.
okay, all right.
You know what? Steiny's a 15.
16.
I'm a 15 and change. He and I are about the same. And neither one of us is very good. But when we play golf, and if I shoot at 87, I hit the ball 87 times. I didn't pick up a 3-footer because, oh, that's good. If Clay's an 11, you show me you're an 11. you're a 17, bro.
Wow.
And that was my point.
And you were
So,
right. I'll tell you what, though.
anyway.
Did you hear Kelsey? He said that when he found out he was doing this right after the season, he got to the course.
Of course.
He's going every day.
He said he'd been practicing, and it looked like it. He was good. See, he was pretty good.
Yeah.
What else?
Well, again, you got to think that anybody that's played at the level that he's played and Mahomes and all these guys, I mean, you don't want to get embarrassed. That's the one thing you don't want to do.
Right. But you also saw with Clay, after his first tee shot, it was, I haven't seen nerves like that since his rookie year because.
And Dre didn't help Clay either.
I mean, whatever. Dre's going to be Dre, so.
He was celebrating. And
Of course.
it was all for, I get it.
So let
more
me
power
ask
to
you this, Goo.
Yeah.
Does the Draymond news come out at 3:01 or not until next Wednesday?
I'm going to say the 4th of July. I'm going to go Kevin Durant. I think it's going to be part of our deal that day.
On Tuesday.
That news will break Tuesday.
I don't think Draymond is the news dump kind of guy. He's going to wait for the big marquee day. I think it'll either be 3:01 today or it'll be Wednesday. That's my call.
I think that's a good call. I mean, it sounds like he's going to, at least he was intending on trying to take some meetings.
Oh.
I mean, Sacramento doesn't have any money anymore.
No, no.
At least for him. I mean, they have money, but not enough for him.
But they have enough for Kuzma, they think?
Not anymore.
I don't think so.
No, they're
their
down to
Kuzma.
about 14 and a half or so after they
Dude,
with the
Van
Duarte.
Vliet got what, 37?
Wait,
a year?
Van Vliet's
Houston
locked in? Oh, I didn't even know that.
I didn't see that
No,
one yet
I saw
either.
the reports earlier that
2
he
for
was
30.
going to.
Well,
Two
they were
for
ta-
like
They were
78
talking about
or,
it, though, yeah.
But if that happens, I mean, if that's where the price point is for a Fred Van Vliet, Kuzma's not going to be able to sign for 15.
Yeah, and the latest on Kuzma is he might go back to Washington, which I thought was bizarre.
That is weird.
Hey, Dibs, I'll never forget during the pandemic because I got it wrong. I thought it was Steiny I called, but it was you that was my ear.
I heard that
about
earlier.
the
Yeah,
shot.
yeah.
And I'll never forget our conversation. So I value your opinion just like I do with JD Steiny. Yeah. But I got to ask you this. What did you guys think about the layoffs? Because there are a lot of talented people that got laid off.
Right.
A lot of talented people like McAfee. No shade. I just don't understand the appeal. But what is Dan Dibley's computer and Dickinson when you hear that news? Like, damn, why is Van Gundy out? And I know Disney ain't making the money or whatever, but do you think social media has anything to do with just where we're at, this whole medium that we call?
I don't. What I think this all comes down to is the fact that so many people are cutting the cord. ESPN is losing tens of millions of subscribers each and every year, and ESPN is actually looking at going to more of a Peacock model, where if you want ESPN, you got to spend $10 or $11 a month and get it as an a la carte selection. So the whole idea of ESPN as a network, the whole network model is going away. So ESPN is looking at...
What made it go away, real quick? What made it good? Everything else, Twitter?
Turn around and look at these whippersnappers. Okay. It's JT Lucan.
Wow.
It's Evan Giddings. It's Mark Grandy. These people, they probably, none of them have cable like we used to have cable.
Okay. All right.
You know, what it is now is you want to get your a la carte programming. Mark Grandy, I love him. He's a great technical director, great producer, really smart. He loves soccer. So he's going to get Peacock because he wants to watch Arsenal. So he'll spend $10.99 or whatever it is to get Peacock Premium. But you don't want to get like
the whole
I have cable and I love Xfinity. Hi, I'm Dan Dibley and I have Xfinity. But of all the channels that I have, and I've got about 200 channels, I watch about 9 of them. And that's basically where we're going in terms of our entertainment. And ESPN, they're late to the table, but they now realize that many of these companies, they don't want ESPN anymore. So ESPN's going to the a la carte model. And so they can't spend all this money on all this talent. And by the way, the people that they're cutting, Susie Colbert, who I love.
Steve Young.
North of 50. Steve Young, north of 60. Look at all the people they're cutting. These are older people. So it makes business sense for them to do what they're doing. And ESPN's not what it used to be, guys.
Yeah, I like Van Gundy on the broadcast a lot.
Stan, absolutely.
Yeah. I like them both. You don't
Stan
like Jeff?
Greater than Jeff. And I'm in the minority without a doubt.
So you don't like Jeff?
You're trying to make it like I can't like both?
No. It doesn't sound like you like Jeff, so Please explain.
When it comes to Stan versus Jeff, Jeff is too much shtick. He's anti-ref. It's he and Mark Jackson with their Lethal Weapon, like Mel Gibson, Danny Glover comedy.
Sign me up.
It's a miss for me. Jeff Van Gundy is a caricature of what he used to be. I'm out on Jeff Van Gundy. Stan, I like Stan. Stan's not the best, but Stan at least gives you some analysis. You know who I like? The 90-year-old Hubie Brown. Get me Hubie Brown for life.
He retired.
Allegedly.
Yeah, he retired.
I thought I heard him on some games.
This year?
No, he retired this year. Like this year, like one of the playoff games was his last. It was maybe the Hawks and Celtics or something. It was first or second round. Yeah, something like
interesting.
that.
For me, Jeff Van Gundy was too much like, the thing about salsa, green salsa versus red salsa.
It was entertaining, though, Dan.
Might have been Denver Phoenix in the second round. I remember there was one game where the game was getting out of hand and they were doing kind of the spiel, like, hey, this is going to be your last game, da-da-da-da-da.
The only thing I didn't like about Van Gundy is no coach ever did anything wrong. He is just such a cape for every coach. Yeah. Every coach got fired unjustly. Every ownership group fires coaches too quick. It's like, come on, Jeff. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station.
And what did he ever do in the association in terms of coaching? He picked up, he got Pat Riley's scraps in New York and did nothing more with them. And then he went to Houston
Michael and the Bulls a run for their money a few years, but it was Mike.
Did.
I think I think he won just about every single year he coached.
And he took them to the finals, right? Against the
99, 50-game season, 99. Yeah.
Yeah.
And even when he went to Houston, they had a couple good seasons.
And then he got any subsequent job or no? No?
I remember, I want to say... Oh, you mean after that? No. Yeah. I want to say that when
that's part of the reason why, he doesn't, like, a lot of people don't even remember he was a coach.
Exactly.
Right. Like, because it was 2009 or whatever the hell.
I'll never forget this. When the Warriors hired Mark Jackson, Van Gundy's name came up. And
Jeff Van Gundy.
Gundy.
Yeah.
And I was talking to Frank Isola. Mm-hmm. And Frank's like, yeah, he's not coming back to coach. And I'm like, how do you know? He goes, because I'm tight with Jeff, and his daughter's a junior in high school, and he's not doing anything for a couple more years. And I was like, well, why don't you write that? He goes, I don't care. It doesn't matter. Wow. So I was like, well, but you're pretty sure? He's like, yeah. And I could see Isola and Jeff Van Gundy being tight.
Yeah.
And no, he hasn't coached since.
Jay, you think the age thing had it? I hadn't thought of that till Dib said it, because Jalen Rose ain't that old. He ain't 21, but you think the 8 now?
He was making too much money.
Okay,
that was probably a different one. But I think even you look at even Steve Young. It's like Steve Young's a great name, Hall of Famer, whatever. But you think at 28, 28-year-olds were born the last time Steve Young was an MVP.
Man. I guess that's it.
Wow.
Like Steve, you got to think of it almost in terms of you got to put yourself in that. Like when you were 55 or 28, like who was. I'm messing up the way I'm saying it, but it's like somebody that was relevant, 28 years ago when you were 28, if that makes sense. When I was 28, all right, 2009. So it's like who was doing big, big things in 2009,
right.
25 years from now. Like nobody's going to remember that.
And also I think that when you look at like where we are in 2023 in terms of sports entertainment, it's about the content more than it is about the person. And that's where Pat McAfee maybe cuts through noise, man. Because younger people know him from the podcast space. And so now he's somebody you might follow on the other side. Susie Kolber, professional, veteran. But if you're 28 or 30.
NFL matchup.
Any of that, you don't know. Like if you're tuning in to watch ESPN or any of these outlets, you want the content more than you want the personality.
I'll tell you what. Okay.
Well, no, there's one other thing, and this is just a personal side, and everybody's got their own situations, but I don't know. There may be others that were let go, but as far as if you're getting rid of big money personalities that either coach in the NBA or were players in the NBA, it's like, you know what? If you got to cut, I'll just say I'd rather see guys that can handle it or women that can handle it. Like Susie Kolber can handle getting cut.
Steve
She's
Young.
been a legend for 30 years. Like, she's made millions.
Yeah.
So, like, she can handle it in her 50s getting cut.
Dibs, you
Jalen
were-
Rose has made
they're gonna be fine.
Right.
$200 million in his life. He can handle getting cut more than maybe somebody making 150 grand that's a beat writer or something.
I'll just tell you this, Dibs, and you kind of hit me in the cardiac muscle, man. I made it a point to watch Sports Center. Rich Eisen was a part of my life.
Right.
Dan Patrick.
Yeah.
All those guys.
Keith Olbermann.
Berman. No, I mean, it was like Cheers, the episode of Cheers. I would watch it more than once, you know, because of the personality. And now you're just basically, like my kids don't, oh my God, this is torture. What are we watching? Sports Center. And it's not because, and I love Everett and the guys that do it now, but it's not the same.
Well, that's the point. Everett and the guys who do it now. We don't even really know who the guys are who do it now. The one show that I will, if it's going to be on and I'm available to watch it, it's Scott Van Pelt.
Oh, he's
the way he does it with Stanford Steve.
And he survived.
Bad Beats.
Yeah.
It's because he does it differently. And he's on at midnight in the East. He's on 9 out here. But in terms of like highlights, if you want to find out what happened in sports, you're not going to wait until the 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock Sports Center to see what, Olbermann and Dan Patrick are going to say, or Craig Kilborn or whatever. So
Remember him?
that whole modality, it's over. So they have to find new ways of doing it. And ESPN showed you by the fact that they canceled their radio morning show. Mike and Mike was a fixture for 20 years or more in this country in terms of radio. And they said basically, nah, we don't even need to have that anymore.
So that was a signal, an early one.
It's all a signal. I mean, sports more and more is on your phone and local. Like what we do is, luckily, I don't think it goes away as fast as the national, because if you're out here in the Bay Area and you have a radio, you want to hear what local people have to say.
Right. Okay.
And to that point on the highlights, I mean, MLB puts out a tweet every single night with every home run hit that day in a 2-minute clip. They do it every day.
Yeah.
So you can, every team has a clip of a guy that just went deep in their feed. Like, you can just scroll and you can see a lot of what's going on in a given night.
Any big plans for our nation's birthday?
Well,
Dibs,
for
you'll be
me,
working.
working on Monday,
yeah.
which
Soldier.
Well, Soldier, and kind of hilarious because the boss, and I told you this before, he gave me 6 or 7 opportunities to get out of it, but I told him the whole time, I'm not leaving town. Boss, I'll work. It's not a holiday. I'll work, thinking that one of you two or one of the morning roasters, or I figured that I would not be the only one, the lone soldier. But I
think that happened to Steiny last year one day.
With Willard.
I think you were the. Oh, okay.
Me and Willard.
Oh, that's what it was. He put you together because you were the only two. That's right. That's right.
It's a bit of an upset because it's so unlike me, because I'm the one who created the idea of the stretch 4. And this is a classic stretch 4 opportunity, but I'm very lucky and I'm happy that I'm going to be working because we're going to be joined by Joey Chestnut on Monday, American hero. And if you want to talk about the greatest athletes of all time in America, get your LeBron and your Jordan out of here. Barry Bonds, go away. Tom Brady, take a playoff. It's Joey Chestnut.
Do you age in that sport, you think?
Yes. I heard an interview with him. I dead serious.
Well,
like he's
I will ask him that
now.
very question on Monday.
All right, gotcha.
On, like, does he want to keep eating into his 50s? And I also am going to ask him, what is it like the next day or the next 2 days after the fact?
I mean, I got to think it doesn't help you as you get older.
No chance. I think it's harder to recuperate.
Though? How much is it? Not all in his pockets.
Well, no, I just mean damage.
What's he winning,
I mean,
exactly. Yeah.
Well,
he gets not healthy.
Like, what's the lifespan of a competitive eater? Even if you're not.
Like, when do you slow down?
Great question, and I will ask him that, certainly. I think he gets $10,000 if he wins the mustard yellow belt, but I believe he makes about $250 to $300 large on appearances other eating. He currently holds 51 records in the International Federation of Competitive Eating in the association. Yeah, he's got 51 records, and we'll run through some of that on Monday.
Wow, man.
Me and Alan Stiles. He doesn't know it's coming, but a lot of eating on Monday, Stiles.
Yeah.
Bring your appetite.
And Stiles is hurt?
Well,
Achilles, ruptured Achilles.
So how's he getting? Oh, he can sit down.
Yeah, I don't know
he's
if
got one of those
had
little
his
sleds.
Yeah,
You know.
has he had his surgery? I don't know if he's had his surgery yet. Okay, so he had his
He
surgery.
has. And I mean, just real quick, thoughts and prayers go out.
Yeah, that's my guy.
No, not to Styles.
Oh.
Styles' wife.
Yeah.
They had a baby. So they have a baby, their first baby,
like 2 months
ago.
ago.
A month later, this guy blows
I
out.
hadn't thought of that.
So now his wife has 2 babies.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah.
Totally, bro.
Like that
And
is one where Alan, she's got every right to be pissed at
Oh, for months.
Yeah.
Because the Achilles, as we know, that baby's not
I'm
like
gonna
6
use
to
mine
8
tomorrow,
weeks.
8:30 a.m.
like-
at the gym. I'm still going. Jesus, you hate it.
Wait,
huh?
what?
I'm still hooping.
Oh, that's
Who
good.
would have thought the youngster would have snapped the step before the OG?
It can happen to anybody.
I texted him, had some fun with him. But I got to tell you
Warriors
something.
World Tournament.
Maybe you're not moving quickly enough to,
Oh, Jay, I am. You'll see.
And
Yeah.
it's not an elevation sensation with the goo, I'm sure.
Oh my God!
There might be a little
I
ground
play
pound.
above the rim. I'm not dunking. Okay,
This
before
is-
we leave, hold on.
I
Stoney
need
saw this.
video. I need video.
He said something
You're-
about I
you're
couldn't do the
dunking?
splits. No, I said I'm not
Oh.
dunking,
Oh,
but
no.
I'm
Okay.
blocking your stuff.
Okay.
I went over there right where you're at and did the split.
Oh, this actually happened on the air?
Stoney, just tell him what you saw.
All I heard
need
was
you.
that
I need your partner.
all I heard is that your parts did not hit the ground.
I didn't.
You did the splits here?
He didn't do this.
Right over there.
His body,
kicked-
his legs are in the shape of a Z.
What does that mean?
It means it should be an I, but it's a Z.
I kicked a leg
There is
towards
no
you.
I in
It
Z.
went to the ground and dropped it like it's hot and popped up. Your boy's doing okay, Jay.
I'm
That's
not-
all. I'm
yeah,
just
I'm
letting you
not-
know.
I'm
Yeah.
not not really coming down your road.
I kind of am.
He looked surprised. Like he wanted to give me dab. Like you still got it.
Where you got me, Goo, was I thought you said, and I misheard you, but I thought you said you were dunking, and that's where I was like, "You're dunking,
no, yeah.
you're dunking."
Maybe at the donuts.
Well,
I was
not here lately.
So I misheard
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I misheard that.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Oh wow!
I just don't
You
want you to
saw
come.
me do the splits, and
I just
they're
don't want you
in-
to come in
Like
with
today?
one of those
When
braces.
was this?
today I just was feeling good and went over there and let it go. Yeah.
I can actually see it.
Do we have video of this? Is it on the
Lucas had
YouTube?
his
Lucas butchered
camera. What happened with Luke? He went Peter Parker
He's
on us.
ineffectual.
He had the phone.
Oh, that's why the anti-Lucas.
Yeah, there you
That's
go.
why the anti-Lucas hate was coming in.
Correct. Correct.
Because I heard that driving in, I'm like, that's my guy, Lucas. You don't get to
Happy
hate on
birthday.
my guy, Lucas.
Had the camera, the phone right
Yeah.
there.
He butchered.
Yep.
He butchered it.
Man, shout out Joe Shasky,
Lakers,
the butcher boy.
Lakers hopeful to re-sign Schroeder.
Oh, Dennis.
Okay.
Nice.
Well, Kyrie meeting with them. He's got a list. Miami.
Coming up in 49 minutes,
How about
free agency
you know
begins.
what Kyrie's list should be?
Yeah.
Give it to us,
Kyrie's
'cause
list should
Kyrie
be
went off early.
Kyrie's list should be Dallas, and that's it.
Wow.
Because
Would you agree with this? They're linking Harden and Kyrie maybe to Miami, and I say they don't have the guts to go to Miami.
love
No, they
that.
don't. I
Either
agree with
one
that
of those
100%.
guys.
Because Miami would make him play hard and work
Exactly.
hard.
Oh, my God.
They'd make him play.
A
Like-
fight for my life.
Like
What
Miami
about-
would be. I actually would love Kyrie to go to Miami because
I
they'd
would too.
make him play.
Yeah, right.
They'd
Which
make
he
him
can
earn his
play.
money.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be a freaking Bahamas
But he's
vacation
But
where you
Jay,
play every other.
He's different than
2
Harden.
times
He's never
a week.
let his body get out of shape. I'm talking about Kyrie.
I don't know about
it's the
that.
other stuff.
I don't know
Boston
about
was
that.
a blemish. He'll never can
My-
get a stain.
My
You
issue.
downplaying anti-Semitism? Remember?
Oh no!
Posted
that's what
that movie?
That's what. Yeah.
Are you
Kyrie's
really
a
gonna,
problem.
You're going to walk this off with your headphones off? You're going to drop an anti-Semitism
Dude,
on your way
no,
out
I'm
the
just
door?
gonna- We're about to hit
No,
the spot.
Kyrie's got a
Shit.
bunch of. Kyrie's not. I don't think he's a great teammate. I don't think he works hard. I don't think he loves the game.
And as I've always said about Kyrie,
I think he's
Goo,
a divisive figure.
We've had this conversation a lot. I think everything Kyrie's done has been to create reasons for him to not play.
Wow.
From the video to the vaccine
Right.
to everything is let's find a reason why I can get a little PTO or in some cases non-paid time off. Like he's cool with that too. He just doesn't want to play.
And I
Like,
did forget that.
He wants
You
to
hit
get
me with that
paid.
on Kyrie, but
Like Kyrie, let's be honest. Kyrie's looking for who's going to max me,
no doubt.
and then let me play 45
and there may not
games,
be a market for him.
and show up in the playoffs, and then get hurt probably because I'm not in shape, but and then be not the reason why it didn't work out, right? Not my fault, and then like get out of here with Kyrie. He's a loser. He's a loser. He stopped caring about basketball the moment after he hit that shot at Oracle in 2016. He stopped caring.
That's a hot take.
Guru's favorite play.
Ain't a hot take. That's the truth.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
All right. I guess that's it.
Yeah, that's how he does it. Yeah.
I guess that's it.
No punctuation, just an ampersand. Willard and Dibs next.
What a segue.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We are in here on a Friday, and we are 46 minutes away from the start of free agency, and there's no one I'd rather be with than my main man, John Dickinson. It is Willard and Dibs, Dan Dibley in the power chair for one more day. Actually, I 2 more days because I'm here Monday, which, you know what? The more I've thought about it, I've had mixed feelings because, of course, everyone has it off, and I should have taken it off. But I'm looking forward to being here on Monday with Alan Stiles. I'm enjoying my days with JD. Love my time with Larry Krueger. And on Monday, we're going to have a whole slew of news in free agency, and I'm hoping that we can talk to Joey Chestnut in advance of the hot dog eating contest as well. But, JD, we are 45 minutes away now from free agency. What's your level of excitement right now, 1 to 10, on news that might break at 3 o'clock?
12.5, 13.
Okay, good. I love that.
Yeah, 12.5, 13. There's going to be things that are going to happen here 45, 46 minutes from now that we haven't even thought of. And that's a lot of things we have because we always go through every single permutation of what all these teams are going to do. But I would guarantee you in the first 5 minutes after 3 o'clock, there's going to be at least one, if not multiple, breaking news tidbits that make you go, wow, they're doing that, or they got him, or he's going there. It happens every single year, and we're now less than an hour away.
Yeah, and we're waiting to get all the news as it comes through, but little tidbits that have kind of filtered through. We started with the Harrison Barnes yesterday and Shams Charania about 7 hours ago, which would have been about maybe 9 o'clock this morning. The Pacers nearing a trade, sending Chris Duarte to the Kings for draft compensation. So the Kings feel like they're filling out their roster and ramping up what they're going to do outside of Draymond Green. But here, in terms of the Bay Area, all eyes on Draymond Green. And we are now 44 minutes away from the first time where an announcement might come in terms of Draymond Green.
Yeah, as far as Draymond goes, and I think some of the leverage is gone as far as, could he go to Sacramento? Well, they don't have money now. Is he really going to go to Detroit? I know Detroit has taken Joe Harris, I think, this morning from Brooklyn. He ends up going over there. So I think what we already believed was something that was a lock. It feels like it's even more of a lock at this point. And then the questions become, how long do the Warriors have to wait to get involved in the activities and the festivities today? Because they would be a team that in a lot of ways would just be waiting for everything else to take place and rosters to fill out, and basically players that are hoping right now that they're going to get $5-10 million contracts. Warriors are rooting for those guys to not get paid, to drop their price levels down to the Warriors' range where they can maybe make a pitch.
And right now we've got mostly news about players opting in or opting out. You've got a variety of players who are either picking up their option or declining their option. Malik Beasley with the Lakers has declined an option. Bruce Brown with Denver has opted out. So you think about in terms of, the players that are becoming available, other players who are deciding to not be available. Jordan Clarkson has opted in with Utah. Dante DiVincenzo, we know that with the Golden State Warriors, he chose to opt out. Andre Drummond, a target that many Warrior fans were hoping might be one of those veteran minimum guys, he chose to opt in on his deal with Chicago, so he is off the board as well. Danilo Gallinari has been traded to Washington. Rudy Gay reportedly traded to Atlanta. Draymond Green has opted out, and that's where our eyes are as we now sit 42 minutes away. And JD, do you think that the Draymond Green news comes today, or do we have to wait through the weekend? And is he really going to try to play this out, even though it feels like it's already a done deal?
Yeah, I'm more inclined to think it might happen today, now that some of those other spots where he was potentially looking for leverage type situations are gone, or teams are looking elsewhere to fill out their rosters. So I would have said, as we talked about yesterday, I was going to take the over on beyond the 4th of July, meaning at least the 5th or later, that something would get announced as far as Draymond Green goes. I'm feeling like that's more likely to be the under at this point, really, because the main reason for that thought was that he was going to be taking meetings, but now there's no reason to take a meeting in Sacramento, for example, and I don't think there's even a reason to meet really with Detroit at this point, a spot where nobody truly believes that he's going to head.
Yeah, so it feels like Sacramento is going to be full up. The Lakers are making other moves, and if Detroit is not going to be an option, if it's going to be Golden State, you might as well go ahead and make the deal happen now and ink it and stay. JD's in for Mark Willard. It's Willard and Dibs here. We've got the official start of free agency in 40 minutes. One interesting note in terms of the stats of the upcoming season, Udonis Haslem has retired, JD, the oldest player in the association, which now leaves, do you know who now is the oldest player in the league?
I should,
This
but I
player
don't.
was third last year. Haslem out. Iguodala out. It's LeBron James.
Wow.
He's now the oldest player in the association, and followed by Taj Gibson. I don't know if he's going to return. And then Chris Paul.
Wow. That's not surprising as you look at it. Udonis Haslem does have a special... It's a special note and a player that I've kept an eye on. Udonis Haslem is the final NBA player older than me. Udonis Haslem is the final, and there's a couple in the major leagues. I think Rich Hill is one in Major League Baseball. Tom Brady was the only one left in the NFL. But yeah, Udonis Haslem retiring now means that your boy over here is older than the entire
That's it,
NBA.
huh? Wow, because he was born June 9th of 1980, so he just turned 43.
So he had me by 7 months.
Okay, because you'll be 43 coming up here in January, apparently, if I can do my math correctly.
Yeah.
So that's it. Well, JD, how do you feel about that? Because
I feel old. Thank you.
Well, and I'm in a spot where I've been there now, and I'm in a spot now where, and you won't be here for at least a generation because you don't have children, but now I've got a kid who's 22, so I look at a player like, Brandon Podjemski, for example, and he's younger than my oldest kid. So you get to that point. You get to that point where now you've got kids in the association who are younger than your own children.
And I would think at that point you would be a lot more understanding as to why maybe a 22-year-old can't quite be ready to contribute at the level that a fan base the size of the Warriors would expect them to be.
And thank you for that context, because we will talk about Jonathan Kuminga today, who is younger than my oldest. He's older than my middle kid. He's certainly older than my baby, who's now 10 months old. But my younger son, Keon, who is 20, is not quite as old as Jonathan Kuminga. And so I do think in terms of that, when we talk about these younger players and how come Kuminga can't this and why can't we expect him to do that? And when you have a 20-year-old of your own, and granted, my kid, who is 6'2", is not trending toward being an NBA player, but in terms of his development as a human being, what he can do, what he can't do, what we expect him to do, what we don't expect him to do, you have to think about that in terms of these NBA players, because a lot of times we think number 7 in the draft and he's got a 40-inch vertical, and why can't he do all these things? Well, he's a 20-year-old kid, quite frankly.
Yeah, no, that I think says it all. And unless you have that perspective, I think sometimes you can be a little bit quick to, well, why can't it? Why isn't he farther along? Or why isn't, why are certain teams maybe unable to develop a player at the level of other teams and the like? So I do think there is a human component to youth where every individual is different, and some are going to thrive at a younger age, some are going to take a little bit longer, and obviously the situation is as important to each individual. There's a different story tied to everybody.
Yeah, and every player is different. LeBron James, for example, at 18 was far more mature and ready to go than almost any athlete in history in terms of his readiness to come in and contribute. 888-957-9570. What are you thinking about free agency getting underway here in 37 minutes? What do you want the Warriors to do as the period gets underway here at the top of the hour? A little bit of bad news for some of us who had their eye on Jock Landale. He's been given a qualifying offer. So Jock Landale out of Phoenix gets that qualifying offer from the Suns, which means the Warriors can't be a team that matches that. In case you were thinking that maybe Jock would be a guy who could filter all the way down into being that sort of a veteran minimum player. And you've got Chris Middleton opting out. Mike Muscala has been traded, so he comes off the board. Victor Oladipo opting in with Miami.
Yeah.
Good for Victor. If there's any player in the league I feel bad about, he might be at the top of the list because, JD, that guy was on a Hall of Fame track, but injuries have robbed him of prime years.
Yeah, and this is another one that he's going to have to use this year that he just opted in for to basically rehab and return and put himself in a position where he can try to come up with another deal. I think he's 31 right now, so at 32 years old, he's going to have to try to see if he can be somebody that can help another team next year.
More names coming off the board for Golden State in your wish list. Otto Porter Jr. is reportedly opting in with Toronto, which makes perfect sense for OPJ. But as we go through the list of players, and this is going to be tough, JD, for the Warriors in terms of, okay, Draymond Green, he's going to sign. We all expect that to happen. Boom. And then from there, what happens after that? And if you're the Warriors, you got to sit and wait, and you got to wait, and you got to wait to see what filters all the way down to the vet min level. And a lot of people were thinking about a reunion with Otto Porter Jr., and that's not going to happen. He's opting in.
No, he's opting in. One thing to consider, I think, is we all expect Draymond Green to be back. It's assumed he will be. We've discussed for the last 7 weeks since the Warriors were eliminated the desire of Steph, Clay, and Draymond to play together again and make another go of it. I've assumed, and I think we all have for the most part, that Andrew Wiggins and Kevon Looney are untouchable as well, in addition to the big three. I think we assumed Poole and Kuminga were not. Clearly, Poole was not. We'll see about Kuminga. The question, though, to me would be, should Wiggins and Looney be completely untouchable as the Warriors are trying to look to improve this roster back to championship contention? We spent a good chunk of the show yesterday, Dibs, talking about the fact that we both don't think they're quite there yet.
Yeah.
And is it possible with 2 or 3 vet minimum players to get there? That could even be a little bit of a tall ask. So have we made a mistake in basically declaring Andrew Wiggins and Kevon Looney completely untouchable?
I think the Kevon question's interesting. 888-957-9570. How would you feel if they traded Kevon Looney? Because that, to me, and Mark Grandy and I were going back and forth on the show thread, I think that a Kevon Looney trade would be more emotionally damaging than maybe even trading Klay Thompson in terms of what fans feel about Kevon Looney. He's such an absolute fan favorite. 888-957-9570. We are 33 minutes away from the start of free agency. We're going to get into all of the breaking news as it comes up here with JD in for Mark Willard. It's going to be a lot happening here at the top of the hour. Stay with us. We will have all the news for you. We are sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Free agency starts in 33 minutes. All the news, all of the analysis right here. JD in for Mark. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in a car?
Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
27 minutes until free agency begins. What will the Warriors do? We know the one thing that they're probably going to do. Draymond Green will sign for how much and when will it be announced? But after that, how do the Warriors get better? 888-957-9570. JD, with an interesting take there before we went to break about the idea of a trade. Is it Kevon Looney, Andrew Wiggins, Clay? I mean, if you don't make any other deals, JD, are you really good enough to be a threat in the West? As we know that, the Clippers might be getting James Harden. Harden reportedly eyeballing the Clippers, and we know that Phoenix already has a big three. San Antonio getting better with Wemby. Denver defending champions. Zion Williamson with a multitude of children, and if he gets healthy, how threatening is he? The West seems to be getting better all around them. How do the Warriors get better enough to compete?
Yeah, and look, it's not that I'm saying I think the Warriors should trade Kevon Looney or should trade Andrew Wiggins. I personally wouldn't trade either of them, but I've also put them in a category of untouchable. And I found myself thinking today, if this team does want to get better, how do they go about doing it? Because there really were two ways. You could trade Jordan Poole. You could trade Jonathan Kuminga. You were committed to Steph, Clay, and Draymond. And I added Looney and Wiggins to the mix. But I guess what I'm getting at more is, could there be a package, and there's been nothing reported, but could there be a package where Wiggins and somebody, Kuminga, gets you a player that might make you better, or Looney and Kuminga, or Gary Payton II and Kuminga? It's players that have been deemed to be untradeable that, under some circumstances, could they become tradable if you think you could improve the team? I've kind of grandfathered those two specifically, Wiggins and Looney, into the untouchable category with Steph, Clay, and Draymond. And the Warriors have said they have to look at everything. And I know it's been reported like everybody was not available, but nobody was untouchable except for Steph. And I don't believe that. But the only real way they can do something significant at this point is to get creative. And getting creative would be potentially trading somebody that you don't want to trade that's not Steph, Clay, or Draymond. Those are off the board. Yeah, and Andrew Wiggins is making 24.3 this upcoming year, and his contract is very team-friendly over the next 2 years. Then it's a player option in 2026-27. So in terms of a contract that another team might want, Andrew Wiggins, good player, and that contract is certainly a relative bargain. So if you did want to make a bold move, Andrew Wiggins would be the one contract, if I was on another team, that I would look at and say, he's a good player. He's a legitimate frontline player, former number 1 overall pick. And at that salary point, absolutely I would want Andrew Wiggins. So if the Warriors wanted to jumpstart this year, I don't know if Andrew Wiggins, if you could get a player better than him at that price point, but that would be a contract that you could certainly look at. And again, it wouldn't be him. It wouldn't necessarily be him in a 1-for-1 necessarily, right? Because there are a lot of it would be, is he part of a package? And look, Kevon Looney's a bargain in his own right. And somebody that, along with Steph Curry, I mean, those were the best two players the Warriors had in the Sacramento series. I mean, those two basically brought that series home for the Warriors in many different ways. Obviously, Steph going for 50 and Looney doing what he did over the duration of that series against Sabonis and in the games where he started in place of Draymond Green due to Draymond's suspension and then volunteering to come off the bench after that for a couple of games in that series. So, again, I'm not saying the Warriors should do it, but we've all assumed that those two are untouchable at the same rate that Steph, Clay, and Draymond are. Is that fact? Is that 100%? Or would the Warriors look in an attempt to get better and do something bigger to include them in another package that might, with Kuminga, bring back a player that would legitimately move the needle? We are streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957thegame to watch us live. If anyone swears, you get to hear it. Like and subscribe for all 957 The Game content
on YouTube. It's Willard and Dibbs. JD is in for Willard today on 95.7 The Game. One piece of news that's not obviously confirmed as of yet, but Monty Poole from NBC Sports Bay Area tweeted out about an hour and a half ago, per multiple sources, unrestricted free agent Dario Saric to the Warriors is a high probability. Likely, according to one source, and he's a stretch 4, high hoops IQ, good all-around skills. He's 29. He fits the win now approach, and that is a possible fit for the Warriors in terms of a free agent signing. If they can get Dario Saric, JD, at that veteran minimum, how good would that be in terms of an early signing here in the period that starts in 22 minutes?
It'd be really good. That would be a really nice get at somebody that's only 29 years old and can shoot from the three a little bit, 36%, I think, for his career. I think he was 39 last year with the Thunder and Phoenix. And somebody that can score it a little bit, can move the ball a little bit, and provide a complementary aspect to what the Warriors already have on their roster. That'd be a really nice, and somebody that, the Warriors love to go back and try and find high draft pick type players that maybe can become role players. That's something. Wiggins was the first pick in the draft. He becomes somebody that comes over and is a role player. Bogut was the first player in the draft. Like, you can find value. Denver did this in Aaron Gordon, right? Aaron Gordon was somebody that was a 1 on Orlando. You're a mediocre team if he's your 1.
Right.
Let's make him our 4th option. And Denver was able to make him their 4th, and he's a great 4th option and a high pick and a high talent. Saric was somebody that was the 12th pick in the draft and was thought to have star prowess that never quite materialized in injuries and stuff like that. So he fits the Warriors mold without a doubt as somebody that could be a stretch 4, maybe even a little bit of a stretch 5 at times.
Yeah, torn ACL a couple of years ago. He sat out the entire 2021-22 season, came back this past year and played 57 games with Phoenix and OKC. Only about 14 or 15 minutes a game, but a guy, like you said, JD, come in, shoot the 3, maybe grab a rebound or 2. He's a good passer. He's a willing passer. Not necessarily a key piece in what you're trying to do, but kind of a different wrinkle offensively, especially, maybe not the same defender as Otto Porter Jr., who is no longer going to be available, but equally a good shooter, more like a JaMychal Green, but I think with a little bit more of an offensive impact on your team.
And we talked about it a little bit in the changeover, just the fact that the Warriors, if they were able to get Saric, what would that mean for Jonathan Kuminga at that point? Because he's somebody that, at least right now, is penciled in to be the backup to Draymond Green at the 4, was almost exclusively a 4 last year. Now, look, you're going to play different players in different positions, and depending, there might be nights Saric plays or doesn't play, and Kuminga, and it doesn't affect him at all. So it's twofold. It's not so much does it lessen Kuminga's time on the court, although I do think that's something to at least wonder, but it also makes me wonder if they sign somebody like that, would they be more inclined to start looking at Kuminga as a 3 as opposed to a 4? And I think that's something that Kuminga certainly would welcome.
Right, but is his game right now at the point where he can be a 3? And you mentioned it yesterday, he's got to develop his handle, and I think also not only his 3-point shot, but also his mid-range, just his shooting ability in general.
Yeah, and I didn't bring it up to diminish Kuminga. It's just a fair question as to, well, if you bring in somebody that's going to be the backup 4 on a lot of nights, well, then that means Kuminga, if he's going to play and be on the team, has to play somewhere else. And they've been reluctant to view him as a 3. Not saying he's locked into that for the rest of his career, but he would almost have to be somewhat of a 3 to be able to get minutes at both of those positions. So that would be something that in a way, like, he would have to get better in not just in the ways that they wanted him to get better to play last year, but in a different way than he has been. But I also think that's Kuminga views himself as a more dynamic player. I think that's part of where the disconnect is between he and his camp and the organization, is that he views himself as more of a dynamic player than just a backup four who's going to cut and dunk and shoot corner threes and defend on the ball.
And rebound occasionally, but you have to develop that for yourself into a player that the team can really lean on, and you have to show them that in many other ways, in many other contexts, before they're going to give you that sort of playing time in real time, especially when you're a championship level team.
Yeah, and I also wonder, and I also wonder, would Saric be a 5 too for the Warriors? 6'10",
sure,
but would he be a stretch 5 as opposed to a stretch 4? Which then obviously that wouldn't affect Kuminga and their plans of having him.
Right, probably more of a stretch 5. I mean, you think about who plays the 5 for the Warriors right now. It's Kevon Looney at 6'9", it's Draymond at 6'5", and that's about it. You didn't even play J. Michael Green at 5 very often. He was more of a stretch 4 the way that he went out and played on the perimeter. So if Saric can come in and play that 5 role, and defensively this team is always going to be a little bit of a backwards defensive team because Draymond Green at 6'5", he can play the 5 in certain lineups based on who you're going up against. He's going to be able to guard Nikola Jokic better than Dario Saric would, for example.
Yeah, and just a quick little bit of news here, not a major thing, but I know you'd mentioned Jock Landale, and it looks like Yahoo reporting, Jake Fisher, that the Suns are going to pull the qualifying offer.
Oh, wow.
On Jock Landale. So I know it had been reported they were going to give him the qualifying offer, which would allow them to match. Now it looks like they're going to pull the qualifying offer. So he's somebody that would be on the market in an unrestricted fashion, and Fisher writing that the Suns are going to look at veteran centers on this. So they're going to be maybe in the Warriors marketplace as far as trying to find a backup for DeAndre Ayton.
And where are they in terms of cap room to get potentially like Brook Lopez, or are they more going to be in the straight up veteran minimum market?
They'd be in the straight up. They'd be veteran minimum. They might have a mid level. They might have a taxpayer mid-level if they're not over the second apron. I don't have Phoenix's full financials in front of me, but they don't have cap space, I don't believe, at all.
Free agency beginning here in 15 minutes. It's Willard and Dibbs. JD in for Willard here on 95.7 The Game. All eyes on Draymond Green, and when that deal gets announced, it would be an absolute shocker at this point, I think, if Draymond Green does not sign with the Golden State Warriors. And I want to play a little sound from you, JD. This is from a Bleacher Report TikTok. And I don't know if you're familiar with these sorts of content pieces, but there's a spinning logo, and the player is asked to pick a player off each team. So the logo spins, and then Draymond Green will pick one player for his dream starting 5 off each of the logos that spins.
I like it. So it's random. It's random team, but completely. You got to fill it out positionally.
Yeah, positionally, and one player per team per spin. And listen to what Draymond does, especially when he gets to the last team, which is the Wizards.
Cleveland, Darius Garland at the point. Utah, I am taking Lauri Markkanen at the 3. Washington. Who's still on Washington team? Kuz. I'm taking Kuz at the 4. Portland. I'm taking Dalla at the 2. Miami. Bam at the 5. Easy.
How far are they making it?
This team that I just put together, let's see. That team should win, but then they don't have me, Steph, or Clay. So that's an Eastern Conference team. They lose in the finals to the Warriors.
So Washington actually was 3rd. Thank you, Grandy, for correcting me, as always. But he gets to Washington and he laughs. Who's even on Washington? Come on, Draymond. You know who's on Washington. Jordan Poole's on Washington.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
But and he immediately...
I actually forgot about that.
Well, and so did he, apparently.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, and he, so he laughs like, oh, I know who's on Washington, but who's even on Washington? And I love that he's just said, I'm taking Dalla at the 2 from Portland, Dame Dalla, Damian Lillard, but he just, shortens it to Dalla. That's a pretty good team there, when you got Lauri Markkanen in there and he's got Dalla. But the other part of it, JD, is he says, oh, this team, he's asked how far they would go. Well, they must be in the Eastern Conference and they can't beat Steph and Clay. which tells me all you need to know about whether or not he's coming back.
No doubt. No doubt about it. And, Lucas had sent something from Mark Stein. I guess it was from earlier in the week. I'm not sure if it had been updated or not, but he's projecting a contract via league sources, 4 years in $100 million range between the Warriors and Draymond Green.
Man, all signs are pointing to that. 4 years and $100 million once free agency commences, which free agency commences, JD, in 12 minutes from now. 4 and 100. What do you think about 4 and 100? That to me, that feels lower than where I thought that it would land.
Well, I remember that the baseline that I had set of 3 and 75, so basically $25 million a year average. When I heard 100, the first thing that he was interested in getting 100, the first thing I thought of was, well, it must be a 4-year deal, because that's the only way he's going to get to 100. Now, with some of the indications from Sacramento, when they had a boatload of money that they had cleared to potentially go after whoever they want, Detroit, the hometown team for Draymond, then I started to wonder. But I also found it hard, although maybe I got schnookered based on some of the reporting, and we'll see how it ends up shaking out, into thinking that the market was greater for him, that he was going to get more than the 27.6. Like, to me, the one thing I kept coming back to was, why would you get more of an average value? Like, you would get the 27.6 back for a year, or over the duration of the contract, you would get that back, but it wouldn't necessarily mean you would average that, because you were going to be going down over time in all likelihood anyway. So that was just one price point that I had tried to evaluate as far. So the point is, I wouldn't be surprised if it ended up being 4 and low hundreds.
Yeah, low hundreds is different than 100 to me.
Yeah, 105.
I would be very surprised, and especially if that first year turns out to be lower than 27.6, because why would you leave 27.6 on the table? I know you would do that to get a longer term deal, and you'd get $100 million guaranteed, and that's fine, but I'd be hard-pressed to believe that Draymond Green is going to take a contract that is worth less than that on an average annual basis than what he was going to get for 1 year.
Well, you're getting the 4th year, which I think is something that is, that's the give and take, right?
Carrot, maybe.
You're taking less average than you were, and so your number's going to go down from what it would have been had he opted in. And it's going to be a more steady average throughout, but you get the 4th year on top. It's like, hey, all right, we'll do the 4th year. If the 4th year is important, if having a 9-figure contract is important to you, well, the only way that's happening is if it's a 4-year deal. But if that's going to happen, it's going to have to be where you're taking less in the AAV compared to what you would have been if you had played the 1 year out on your deal.
But to get
so that makes sense to me.
It does, I guess, in terms of getting that guaranteed for the 4th year. And I wonder, and I see this on Twitter in the comments, I wonder what the 4th year would be in terms of the option. And I've thought all along that it would be a 3-year deal with a 4th year option that'd be a player option. I don't think that Draymond Green would want to sign on for a team option in the 4th year. And yeah, you'd like to have it guaranteed, but if Steph plays out his 3 years and he decides that he's done, and if Clay's not here anymore, does Draymond really want to be here with Kuminga and Wiggins on a player option?
Yeah,
and whoever else is left?
I mean, who knows at that point? I mean, all those guys could be gone at that point. I mean, so I think what Draymond is thinking is looking at that 4th year. I think he's looking at it as, I can make $25 million in a year where maybe I'm a mid-level player, or maybe I'm a veteran minimum player at that point in time. So I think that that's to me, the 4th year at 25 is a major win and again, he's giving over the first 3 years, and maybe that is the common ground for the Warriors, is that they're comfortable spreading it out as long as it's less per, because less per allows them to avoid some of the tax markers down the line as they try to manipulate the cap and the tax and the different aprons.
And as we mentioned yesterday, then it would give you a better opportunity to bring Klay Thompson back at a number that Klay would be happy with, knowing that you want to stay underneath that second apron. Mark Stein also reporting that he has heard the same as Monty Poole in terms of Dario Saric, likely to land with the Warriors as well. 888-957-9910. 9570. Free agency begins in 8 minutes. It's looking more and more like the Warriors might be done before it even starts. Ty Jerome, they've offered him a qualifying offer, reportedly. Dario Saric is now, it's being reported by Monty Poole that he will be extended an offer for the veteran minimum. And Draymond Green likely coming back. So if the Warriors are basically, JD, done before it starts, I know there'd be one more player out there. Maybe it's a Damian Lee or somebody else on that veteran minimum. But how you feeling about the new look Warriors if it's Ty Jerome back, Draymond back, and Dario Saric in the fold?
Not enough. It's not enough. I mean, they would need a couple of more minimum players at that point. And, Ty Jerome.
Well, only one more they'd only get one more.
Yeah, and that.
If it's Jerome and Saric, there's only room for one more.
Yeah, that's not enough. That's not good. Like I view Ty Jerome as your 11th to 15th spot, and I know they've said they're not going to have a 15, so I view Ty Jerome as 11 to 14 on this team. Saric, I guess, would be a backup 4, 5. Do they need another 5? They probably can't get one at that point. You're right. Jerome would be the backup ball handler. He'd be like the third point guard, the third ball handler behind Steph and Clay. Behind Steph and Chris Paul. As far as guards go, they would need one more wing type player. They need a Torrey Craig or somebody like that to come over. But I mean, as far as is that good enough? No, I don't think it is good enough at this point.
888-957-9570. Is it good enough if it's Dario Saric and Draymond back and Ty Jerome and whatever other player to fill in that blank? Is that good enough? From the 707, the 4-year, $100 million for Draymond isn't that bad at all. I think that's what he's worth. That's from the Comcast Business text line. More of your calls, 888-957-9570. More of your texts, your YouTube as well. We are live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957thegame. Watch us live. Like and subscribe for all your 957 The Game content on YouTube. Your YouTube content, your texts at the Comcast Business text line, your phone calls. Free agency begins in 5 minutes. When we come back, all the deals that happened, the breaking news, all the action, you'll find it right here. We are presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs. JD in for Mark on 95.7 The Game.
The Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton. Open through Sunday, July 9th. Don't miss your summer favorites with the absolute best fair food, horse racing, carnival, the Big O Tires concert series, and more. Fair in Pleasanton. Open through July 9th. Visit AlamidaCountyFair.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Now at your locally owned Big O Tires, get up to $140 in rebate savings on 4 select Firestone or Bridgestone tires with installation purchase. Plus, get a free conventional oil change with purchase through July 4th. Visit BigOTires.com for details.
Since first opening its doors in 1964, Fremont Bank has approached banking with a simple idea in mind. Growth comes one customer at a time. You see, while some institutions might be on the lookout for the next big thing, we like to think that's what you'll be. And when you achieve great things, it leads to success throughout the community. It also allows us to continue our tradition of giving back to the region. It's a strategy that's proven successful for nearly 60 years, and we expect to continue success for years to come. Fremont Bank, putting the community in community banking.
Start screaming now, because this sale is epic.
So epic, it could only come from Six Flags. Save up to 50% off single-day tickets and passes. The Six Flags Epic Mega Sale. All the epic rides you love at mega savings. Talk about a thrill. The Six Flags Epic Mega Sale. 5 days only, ends July 4th. The sale is on. Visit sixflags.com.
It's Ram season, which means it's time to serve with Ram 1500, Ram 3500, and Ram TRX. Hurry in now for great deals on the trucks that are built to serve. And right now during Ram season, get 10% below MSRP on the purchase of a 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn. Don't miss this great offer. Not compatible with lease offers or with any other consumer incentive offers. Residency restrictions apply. Take retail delivery by 7/5/2023.
Golfers, tee it up this 4th of July at the Golf Mart for their huge red, white, and blue sale. Save 20, 15, or 10% on select items in every department. Bags, balls, shoes, clubs, apparel, and accessories are on sale now through July 4th. Come in and register to win a Callaway limited edition staff bag with head covers at every location. And it's all happening now through 4th of July at the Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, serving golfers since 1984.
Baseball is in full swing. The free Odyssey app lets you listen to local coverage for the team you love, live stream your favorite sports radio station, or jump back and listen to the best segments on demand.
Don't forget we talk to the manager every Tuesday at 2 p.m.
Don't listen to some guy from the other side of the country tell you about your team. Live conversations for your local team, no matter where you are. Your season, your Odyssey. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com.
Odyssey app.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We're here, JD, and we're waiting. We're here, and we're waiting for the news to all break, and let's just go, Woj. Come on, Shams. What are you guys doing? Free agency's been underway for 38 seconds. What do you got?
We got a Dave McMenamin.
Wait, is it breaking?
I think so. I think it qualifies.
Do we need the sounder, or can you just give it to us?
I think we could do this. I don't know. Let's ask the guys. Is that worthy of the sounder? The Laker news? I think it is.
95.7 The Game.
This guy's
breaking news.
Got a little bit of a cult following. The Lakers gonna sign Austin Reeves,
the Hillbilly Mamba.
Yeah, Austin Reeves. What, 4 years? Help me out, guys. I lost it on my screen. 4 years, $52 million for Austin Reeves. That's not a lot. And well, we might as well hit the sounder again. Hit it again.
We got more.
Hit it again. We got something bigger.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
All right, Shams reporting that Draymond Green and Rich Paul have agreed on a 4-year, $100 million contract for Draymond to return to the Warriors. Sources tell The Athletic, yeah.
That's it.
There it is. Boom, 301. Draymond coming back, 4 years, $100 million.
And there it is. It includes a player option in year 4, as I had thought that it might. There it is, JD. And we talked about it before, the nature of when this would come. Would it be 301? And in fact, it was exactly at 3:01 from Shams Charania. Free agent Draymond Green and Rich Paul have agreed on a 4-year, $100 million contract for Draymond to return to the Golden State Warriors. Sources tell The Athletic the $100 million deal contains a player option in year 4. So we will get into exactly what the structure looks like and what that 4th-year option looks like as well. With the player option, I thought all along that this deal would be a 3-year deal with a 4th year as a player option. But, man, that number coming in at just 100 over 4 years feels like a win for Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob.
Yeah, I think it's a good deal. And again, it's right in line with what I had put out there a couple of weeks ago as far as the average. I'd had 3.75 as the kind of the baseline. Maybe it's up, maybe it's I didn't think it was going to go down from there for sure. But $25 million a year, I did initially think that it would be a lower average number than the 27.6, but it looks like he gets that money back in that player option for that 4th season now, which may not be fully guaranteed. We'll have to see about that. There may be some incentive money, that he would collect based on how the 3 years of the deal look or the 3rd year of the deal looks. But yeah, all in all, I think that's a nice deal for the Warriors and Draymond Green as they go all in here for these next 3 seasons, really, around Steph and now Draymond, and we'll see about Clay.
And I look forward to seeing exactly what the structure is. Again, if you're just joining us, the breaking news, Draymond Green has agreed in principle, according to sources, to a 4-year, $100 million deal with the Golden State Warriors. It's a 3-year contract with a 4th-year player option. Details yet to be released. And JD, I want to refer to what you said yesterday about the structure of contracts, because you made it seem like you can't do, for example, 27, 27, 27, and then $19 million in terms of the structure. There are certain limits, right, in terms of how much it goes up and how much it goes down.
Yeah, and those limits are set by the new CBA, so it could be something like 20, it could be 27, let's say 25, 20, 27, 25, 23 to get to like 75
Gotcha.
That way. You could start it. I don't know what the starting point is based on whatever Draymond Green's salary was last year. There's a certain percentage. It can go up from there. And then it can either accelerate at a percentage from there,
or decelerate,
or it can decelerate.
He made 25.8 last year, so Draymond could come in and make 26 this upcoming year instead of 27.6, which he said no thank you to. He could be at 26 and then go to 25 and then go to 24 and then maybe have a player option for 25 again.
Yeah, exactly. Something like that. Although I think it does if it goes in the downward direction. It would have to stay
down.
Consistent on the downward direction. But so I don't know that the Warriors would do that, because that would put them in a mode of where maybe they're paying him more this year.
Interesting, yeah.
31 or 32,
and
something like that.
And if you're Joe Lacob, and I don't want to get too into the math, and 888-957-9570, it's now official. Draymond Green is a Warriors, and he's always going to be a Warriors. What do you think about it? 888-957-9570. If you're Joe Lacob and you're going to do this deal, wouldn't you rather do 23 this upcoming year and then escalate it from there, knowing that in future years you're more likely to want to be underneath the apron? Like this year, no matter what you give Draymond Green, you're not going to be outside of that second level apron for the luxury tax. You're going to have that hit no matter what. So would you rather pay him more now and have the tax hit now and hope that it deteriorates over the years? Or would you rather pay him less now and pay less tax now and hope that in future years you can get out from underneath the second level apron?
Yeah, if that's what fits better and Draymond was amenable to it and the CBA allows for it, then I think that would make some sense. Until we know more, it's probably good to assume that it's just 25 across the board. Although usually it's not necessarily the same value straight across the board. Couple other names just off the board here. Drew Eubanks is going to Phoenix. These are some lower level names. Kobe White has agreed to a deal with Chicago.
Sorry,
and Taurean Prince is going to the Lakers. According to Shams. as well.
Yeah, and I'm seeing, according to Woj, that Karis LeVert is getting 2 years and 32 in a contract to the Cavaliers. So some of the names coming out now off the market, hot and heavy, and it seems like only clutch deals coming out. Chris Haynes, did you mention Trey Lyles is signing with Sacramento? He's coming back to Sacramento.
That makes sense.
According to Chris Haynes.
Yep, that makes sense. Josh Okogie going back to Phoenix. He was somebody that was a key rotation piece for them. Good wing defender as well. And another big one. This one's a big one. I think this one we can hit the sounder for. That's just come through here.
I'm just now seeing it, Grandy. If you would please, I love the sounder.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Kyle Kuzma. And we talked about this in the changeover, the fact that there had been indications that he might go back to Washington. Kyle Kuzma's agreed to a 4-year, $102 million contract to return to the Wizards. That per Woj. Kuzma takes a shorter deal, but yeah, $102 million for Kyle Kuzma. There was some reports that he wanted a big max, and it was apparent that either he had decided to go in another direction or the market wasn't exactly what he thought it was going to be. And so he ended up going back to Washington to get his money.
Yeah, and that's good money if you can get it. 4 years and 102. That is basically $25.5 million per year for Kyle Kuzma to go to the Washington Wizards. And you're playing alongside Jordan Poole. And Poole and Kuzma now form a 1-2 punch with the Wizards. So Kyle Kuzma is still at a spot in his career where he can go out there and get another deal after this deal, but that is another piece of breaking news as Kuz goes out there and gets a nice contract, $102 million, of course, guaranteed in the NBA. 888-957-9570. The news has come out. Draymond Green has signed with the Golden State Warriors 4 years and $100 million with the fourth year as a player option. How you feeling, Warrior fans, about the big three being together for another 3 years at least?
Yeah, and just do you like the deal or not? Do you think the deal fits in the right range? I think the first 3 years of it absolutely fit within the reasonable range. It's just a matter of, would that fourth year become a sticking point? But when you look at the average being $25 million a year, I think adding the fourth year is one of those things where it's like, you deal with that down the line. Like the cap's going to keep going up at that point, so it's going to be a smaller percentage of the cap at that point in time. Steph isn't even signed at that point for that year, that fourth year. And so, who knows where things are going to be at that point in time. I mean, all you have to do, and I always say this, in a lot of my conversations with Steiny, he'll want to talk about the future and what's it going to look like. And I said, 3 years is a long time. Like nobody, and all you have to do really at any point is look back 3 years. That's what I always say. Look back
right.
Look at 3 years ago, June 30th, 2020, how the world was different at that point in time.
Hey, Quinn Cook and JaVale McGee and nobody, Mo Buckets.
Yeah, there was nothing going on 3 years ago today because we were right in the middle of a pandemic, all stuck at home, and no sport had come back to play a single game in 2.5 months. So it's just life comes at you fast. The Warriors were 15-50 at that point. Nobody knows what 3 years from now is going to look like. So you worry about the next three and the fourth. It's you figure that out when you get to it. Like there's nothing that $25 million for Draymond in the fourth year is going to prevent you from doing. Whether you're in a full-blown rebuild or whether you're still with another star in the equation trying to continue to contend for championships.
And Draymond doesn't pick up that player option unless they've got action and this team is actually still doing something.
And or he's hurt and he can't play.
Well, then he picks it up. I mean, I guess you would pick it up, although TNT will probably pay him close to that much if he's going to be, on the set of Inside the NBA at that point. Nick J on the YouTube feed, and you can always follow us at YouTube/957thegame. He corrected me, and he was right to do so because I said that the big three will now be here for the next 3 years. And that's wrong because Klay Thompson only has one more year in his deal. But JD, before we go to the phones, and I see all you guys lining up to weigh in at 888-957-9570, what does this mean about the future of Klay Thompson now in his ability to get an extension.
Before we get into that, there are some news from Anthony Slater, our friend of The Athletic, on the details, and this is in line with what we were talking about, and you brought it up, Dibbs. The first year, according to Slater, of Draymond Green's new deal, $22.3 million. Slater writes that was a negotiation key for the Warriors. His decline player option was $27.6, so that slices the repeater tax bill, again, quoting Slater here, about $40 million, just paying him $5 million less this year with the exponential component and the 7.75 or whatever it is.
Makes perfect sense.
So he would be 22. I don't know what it'll look like, but it's probably somewhere in the range of 22, 24 and a half, 28.
Yeah, somewhere
exactly.
in there. But that makes sense because you get that fourth year player option as a way to you do Joe Lacob a solid. You go from 27.6 down to 22.3. That's a $5.3 million hit, and the projected repeater tax bill goes down about $40 million, which you're doing Joe Lacob a big time solid. And so the return favor is to give Draymond Green that fourth year on a player option. And I wonder now what happens with Klay Thompson, JD. Do you foresee, and I'm not saying today, but at some point in this cycle, do they then now look to Klay Thompson to give him an extension to try to make sure they send a signal to everybody? Look, you three, Steph, Klay, and Dre, 3 more years together. Draymond's got a player option for the fourth year. And, Steph, who knows what's going to happen when he makes $60 million in 3 years. And do you now sign Klay Thompson, or do you make Klay play this out?
I would approach Klay Thompson and say, hey, we want to, we're committed to the three of you together. We believe that you're a good enough player to put another couple of years on the deal. But it's not, you're going to have to do what Draymond did, and that is take less money basically for the duration of this deal, or at least in the beginning of that deal, which would be next year. I'm not sure Klay Thompson would be amenable to it. I would ask him. I would go to him. I would say, "Hey, Klay, would you do a 2-year extension?" He probably wouldn't do a 2-year extension at this point. Like, if you were Klay Thompson, would you do a 2-year extension right now? Would you do it like a 2-year, $65 million extension?
I would look for a 2+1 in Draymond Green fashion in terms of what Draymond just did. Draymond got a 3-year deal with a player option. If I'm Klay, I would look for a 2-year with a 3rd-year player option, or maybe a 3 with a 4th-year option.
And if I'm Klay, I'm thinking I can play 1 more year and get 4. Like, I'm playing devil's advocate. If I'm Klay Thompson, I'm thinking I'm playing this year at 42 or whatever it is. I may be off. And then I'm getting a 4-year deal again because I'm still that good to get a 4-year deal. So I don't know if I'm Klay, I'm taking a 2+1
Interesting.
or anything like that. And again, I might be wrong. I think Klay Thompson still thinks he's worthy of that.
And I wonder, though, in the back of his mind, having had 2 career-ending injuries and having fought back from those career injuries, is it better to have the bird in the hand as opposed to 1 in the bush or 2 in the bush, knowing that, bad things can happen to Klay Thompson, and this could be if you have another one of those injuries and you've had 2 of them. What do you do then in terms of a long-term deal? 888-957-9570. The news is out; it's official. Draymond Green will sign a deal with the Golden State Warriors, 4 years, $100 million. It's a 3-year deal with a 4th-year player option. Warrior fans, how do you feel? Draymond is back. 888-957-9570. Anthony Slater reporting that the first year is $22.3 million, and it escalates from there with the 4th year yet to be completely determined in terms of exactly how much he's going to get. 888-957-9570. Warrior fans, how you feeling about the Draymond Green contract?
95.7 The Game breaking news.
I'm kidding with this one. But Warrior fans will appreciate it. And maybe the guys in the control and think I was going somewhere else. But yeah, Damian Lee is breaking news worthy, right? Damian Lee's sounder worthy.
He's a Warriors?
No. Damian Lee has agreed to a 1-year deal to stay with the Phoenix Suns. That, according to Woj, and now Woj also, he's adding it's actually a 2-year deal with a player option. So 1-year player option. So Damian Lee back to Phoenix, not coming to the Golden State Warriors.
Back to Phoenix. And yesterday we did our vet min props, our veteran minimum props, and both you and Larry Krueger this week had said that the Warriors would sign a Curry, quote unquote, either Seth Curry, Damian Lee, or Austin Rivers.
Won't be the right Curry, though.
Right. Austin Rivers' sister is actually married to Seth Curry, so now we're down to just 2, quote-unquote, Currys that the Warriors might sign, and they've already given a qualifying offer to Ty Jerome, and if nobody matches Ty Jerome, he'll be back as a Warrior. Dario Saric is linked to the Golden State Warriors as well, so the Warriors are quietly running out of roster spots, JD, and we do know now that Damian Lee will not be a Golden State Warrior as he re-signs with the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, no more Damian Lee as far as the potential of coming back. I think Warrior fans can rejoice on that one. I think that would have been popular in the Warriors locker room and maybe among the Warriors coaching staff. It would not have been popular among the fan base.
More breaking news coming right around the corner. It's 3:18. We've already had a bunch of bombshells as free agency is underway, headlined by Draymond Green. According to sources, Shams Charania had it first. Draymond Green will sign a 4-year deal with the Warriors, an extension, $100 million. Draymond Green takes a pay cut in year 1, but he gets a player option in year 4. Warrior fans, how you feeling? The questions have been answered. Draymond Green is back with the Golden State Warriors. We got many people who want to weigh in. Let's start with Gene in Oakland. Gene, what's going on? Happy Dre Day.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm thrilled, man.
You sound like
kind of holding my breath there. Yeah. Anyways, no, I'm very, very happy for the 4-year deal. Looks like he'll be finishing his career with us along with Steph, and hopefully Clay along with him. So that's terrific news. I'm also really excited about Saric. I mean, he may be the next sort of Otto Porter, quality player that kind of slipped under the radar because he was injured, played overseas last year. He's still only 29, 6'10". So he might be a real big help too. But like you, JD, I still think maybe we're falling a little short. However, if Kuminga can take a major step forward, if all these experienced veterans play the way we expect them, we might have a real shot.
Thank you, Gene. I appreciate it. We're running out of time in terms of other veterans that are going to sign onto this team. If Ty Jerome does not have any other suitors, then the Warriors qualifying offer will be accepted. And you got Ty Jerome and Dario Saric. We don't know officially. Monty Poole from NBC Sports Bay Area reported that the Warriors and Dario Saric are reportedly close. But is there another player out there, JD, that could get this team over the top?
I don't know that there is a specific name when we start talking about the minimum market that I would put up there. I mean, right. I know people are getting excited about Saric, and we'll see. I mean, if that ends up coming to fruition, it sounds like there's a decent likelihood of that. But again, that would be one box checked for me among 3 veteran minimums, and I didn't really include Ty Jerome in that. I looked at Ty Jerome as kind of an extra to that. And so if you're adding Saric, I guess you got to sit back and wait. Look, when you're on the veteran minimum market, it ain't one guy. It's got to be the combination and how the pieces fit together. So to sit here and kind of go through, different possible names in a glut of what can kind of look like mediocrity is probably somewhat futile at this point.
888-957-9570. The Warriors will sign Draymond Green. They've agreed to a 4-year, $100 million deal. Draymond has a player option for year number 4, which would be the year after Steph Curry's contract expires. Klay Thompson has 1 more year. What's next for the Warriors in terms of Klay Thompson and keeping the big 3 together? Is this team good enough? 888-957-9570. How do you feel about your Warriors now? Draymond Green will come back, and he'll join Steph and Clay and Chris Paul for next year. Andrew Wiggins, Kevon Looney, GP2, couple of rookies. Rumors about Dario Saric maybe signing. Is this Warrior team able to be good enough in this upcoming year to get back and win a 5th championship, a.k.a. one for the thumb. 888-957-9570. Chris Haynes reporting that DeAndre Jordan has reached an agreement to return to the Denver Nuggets. That's coming out as well. And I think DeAndre Jordan would have been a great sort of veteran minimum big, in my opinion, a guy you could throw out there for 10 to 12 minutes, but now he's going back to Denver.
Yeah, I wouldn't have wanted DeAndre Jordan. I do think that would have been somebody that potentially could have had some interest from the Warriors. Bruce Brown going to Indiana. So Denver loses Bruce Brown. I thought it was interesting. You always wonder what moves are setting up other moves. And it turns out the Kings, who had been linked to Bruce Brown and really wanted to get, in a way, they may have helped Indiana get Bruce Brown by taking on Duarte in that deal that went down earlier this morning. And so Denver, we're keeping an eye on everybody in the Western Conference, who's getting better, who's not. I think the Suns, and we can run through some of their moves, have had a pretty solid beginning to the day. They're getting Keita Bates Diop as well. So I think that helps them. They've kept Okogie. They've kept Damian Lee. Denver loses Bruce Brown. Those are going to be some tough shoes to fill. I mean, he was one of basically their 7 playable players.
And Bruce Brown gets 2 years and $45 million, according to Malika Andrews and Woj, a part of that negotiation. Not the negotiation, but the reportage as well.
And how about this note from Bobby Marks? Bruce Brown earned a total of $15.1 million in his career to this point before signing with Indiana. So he's basically going to almost triple that in one sign of the pen.
In 2 years, one side of the pen, and he can triple that. It's a true come up for a guy who's an NBA champion. And something about being a champion, JD, gets you that extra juice on the market, even though, as you mentioned, he was largely a 7th man with the Denver Nuggets. We've got signings coming fast and furious. I am so happy to be alongside John Dickinson. I haven't seen his eyes in 28 minutes because the head right now is buried in the laptop. JD is combing through all of his sources to get you all the latest news on the free agency signings around the National Basketball Association. Some of the headlines: Damian Lee staying with Phoenix, but the biggest headline: Draymond Green has signed an extension with the Golden State Warriors. I thought it might come at 301. It happened at 301. Draymond Green gets a 4-year, $100 million extension to stay with the Golden State Warriors. It's about $22 million next year. Year number 4 is a player option. We'll get into all that and more. 888-957-9570. Draymond Green is back with the Warriors. How do you feel, Warrior fans? Chime in. We've got full phones. Give us a call. 888-957-9570. It's also the Comcast business text line. We're taking your calls next. JD is in for Mark Willard. We are sponsored by Lucky California, and it's 95.7 The Game.
Your 4th of July is about to go off Lucky style with a showcase of deals to light up your star-spangled celebration. Grab bone-in ribeye steak for just $7.88 a pound in the Max Pack. Limit 1 with a digital coupon on the Lucky app.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra.
Ram on the call, courtesy of NBC Sports Bay Area. 95-7 the game, actually. That was one of the games where Tim Roy was unable to come to the post. Draymond Green getting it done as the Warriors get their 4th championship. And now the news is out. Draymond Green has signed a 4-year extension to stay a Golden State Warrior. 4-year, $100 million deal. And thank you to Rots on the 650 on the Comcast Business text line, helping us with the breakdown of the contract. It's $22.2 million in year 1. It's an 8% raise after that. So when you get to the 4th year, I believe it's about what he said no to this year.
Exactly.
JD.
He gets his 27.6 back, but he gets it back in the 4th year, and the Warriors are able to save as they go through it. So I think that was the common sense and the common ground. Warriors save a bunch of actual cash up front. Draymond gets it back at the end, including the ability to say, which I think sounds pretty important. It was important for Draymond to have it announced at 3:00 that he was a $100 million contract player.
Right.
And so he found a way to be able to do that. Whether he ends up getting 100, we'll see. But I think I think this is a good deal. I think this is an everybody wins deal. It's a far cry from what we were talking about yesterday.
Woo.
Could it
be
3 and 100? 3 and 100. Could it be even 3 and 90? I think would have been a gulp and a raise over. Think about that in terms of Anthony Slater had the $43 million in actual savings just on paying Draymond $5 million less roughly this coming season. Think if that number had been $3 million more as opposed to $5 million less. I mean, that would have cost the Warriors another $25 million in actual cash.
No
now
doubt.
they're minus 40 over the. And again, that money, some have said, and I get it. Well, why do you care? That's Joe Lacob's money. Why would a fan care about that? But that's money and savings that Joe Lacob has shown he will redistribute. It doesn't mean they've got that money to go spend on a $40 million player, but that money is going to allow down the line to be spent in some form or fashion.
It turns out to be 3 years and about $72 million for Draymond Green, with a player option for year 4 at about 27.6, as we mentioned earlier. So pay the under on $90 million over 3 years. I had set it at 89.9, a 3-year deal at about $90 million. Turns out the first 3 years of this deal are way less, and if Draymond wants to get the biggest piece of this contract, he's got to come back for year 4, which as of now, if you look at the Warriors under contract in that year 4, nobody's under contract. No, Andrew
Just
Wiggins.
him.
Wiggins has a player opt at 30.1 for 2026-27.
So if he's an unproductive player, he'll be taking that option. If he's a productive player, he won't be.
Well, unless the league revenues go way down, but Andrew Wiggins would project out to being worth way more.
I always look at those player options as I try to put the player options very bluntly, right? Basically a player option is if the player is somebody you want to keep, he's opting out. If he's somebody you don't want to keep, he's opting in. Like, that's the common sense component to it.
Other news, Shams Charania reporting that Jeremy Grant has agreed to a 5-year, $160 million deal to return to the Portland Trailblazers.
Wow.
So
they keep doing it wrong.
Well, I mean, what do you do if you're Portland? You're chasing it now. I mean, you're totally in on Damian Lillard, and so now you got to do whatever you can to surround him with as much as you possibly can.
I don't get it. I just don't get it. I mean, and I don't think that they're necessarily that far away from being able to figure it out. I view the Jeremy Grant deal, not to get too lost in the weeds on it, almost as it's a
desperation sensation.
Well, it's just it's also a make the move. It's a make the move to potentially trade him down the line. Although that's a tough contract potentially to trade down the line for the type of player he is. I mean, does he? I don't know. They have their own 2 timeline thing going. They've got Dame, who they want to keep, and I guess he wants to be there. They've got Jeremy Grant. They've got Shadon Sharp, and now Scoot Henderson, who are, to me, that would be the building blocks of a hell of a backcourt moving forward. And so to me, like, I would have torn it down to the studs and built around Scoot and built around Shadon Sharp. And going to take our lump, but they
Not
don't
quite ready to
and
do that just yet,
trade Dame for pieces that fit around those other young players. Maybe you keep Jeremy Grant at that point and then figure it out. So he's kind of a player that fits in both timelines of it. But I just don't see how they can shortcut their way into being a contender again. So
888-957-9570. The news is out. Draymond Green has re-signed 4 years and $100 million. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Before we go to the phones, JD, do you see another bit of news that is worth breaking here, or can we go to the phones here? I know that Aroldis Chapman has been traded from Kansas City as we cross-pollinate. Aroldis Chapman, a baseball trade has gone down.
Couple small moves. Javon Carter agreement with the Bulls.
Okay.
And Chimezi Metu, who had been a backup big for the Kings, is going to Phoenix. Phoenix, very active. That's a stretch five type of a player, can shoot the three ball a little bit.
JD is all over the wire. He'll keep us updated on all the free agent signings, but now we go to the phones. L in Pacifica wants to talk about the Draymond deal. What's going on, L? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, this busy show. You guys are doing a great job. I think I'm glad to hear that Draymond is back with the Warriors. Just had a couple questions for you guys. As far as like previous NBA players, who does Draymond really remind you of? And looking at the 4-year deal with Draymond, given the inability to score, I know he can play defense, but he's getting up there in age. How can Draymond stay relevant in the next 3 years and help the Warriors, capture another championship? Because I think if you can't score and you're getting older, you're going to be a little bit less as far as the defensive end. So Ron Artest is my comparison, but what do you guys think?
Thank you, Al. It's an interesting comp. Ron Artest was able to change his game in different ways. He became a little bit more of a scorer than he was, compared to Draymond Green. I don't think Draymond's evolution can be into what suddenly he's going to now be able to shoot the ball again.
No, the one thing I will say about Draymond, I do think he projects to be a useful player as he gets older. It might be a useful player in less minutes. Like I just feel like passing and basketball IQ play like that. Like you can almost play with anybody in that respect, especially if you add shooting. And so he may not be part of a big three per se, and maybe the back 2 years of the 4-year deal, but he still would be a capable rotation player at that point. It's not like he goes from defensive player of the year, which I think he's beneath that level right now.
He's second team though. He's top 10 all defense.
Yeah, so he's trickling down a little bit.
Yeah.
So maybe you get 2 more years of that level of play, and then he still becomes just a guy that's a really useful chess piece. And maybe you're going to need somebody better to be in front of him at some point toward the end of the deal. But that doesn't mean that you have to start thinking about, I think, the next phase for really Draymond, and even potentially Clay, as far as what's it going to look like.
34 in March. So you're talking about 34, 35, 36, and 37-year-old Draymond in the spring of every season.
And this isn't an exact comparison in terms of style of play or type of players. I don't think there's really ever been anybody like Draymond. But I think of it in terms of the Spurs model, in that Tim Duncan wasn't Tim Duncan for a bunch of years at the end with San Antonio. He was still a good, useful player. Tony Parker wasn't Tony Parker, but he was still a useful player on championship team. Ginobili was the same thing. He became less useful as he got older. Now, where it breaks off is they had Kawhi, and Kawhi became a legitimate number one superstar in that last title. But what I'm getting at is the other 3 were still good players, even though they weren't the players that they had been throughout the course of their career. Now, you may need to have that Kawhi role if you're still going to be a contender at the back end of this deal. I'm not saying the Warriors have that or will get that, but it's more along the lines of the comparison of the older guys can still be useful even as they decline.
Right. If you can get a Kawhi Leonard
it's not all or
into
nothing.
the mix.
Well, no, but I'm just saying useful players. Like you can be
Tim
a
Duncan
useful
was
player.
16-9 in that final year that they won the title as a 37-year-old. So you're asking Draymond Green at 37. Now, Draymond's never going to be 16-9, but can Draymond be 8-8-8? The kind of player,
Yeah,
the triple
in
single
25
player.
minutes. In 25 minutes as
Exactly.
opposed to 36.
Or can he be 6-8-8 because he's become
Right.
a better passer? His scoring is going down, but can he still be that useful veteran on a championship team? And I think the Spurs comp is interesting because, Ginobili and Parker that last title year were also in their 30s.
Yeah.
And you had young Kawhi Leonard on the scene who was able to carry you. 888-957-9570. That's the phone line. It's also the Comcast business text line. This one from the 510. In year 4, Draymond can opt in and be the head coach, which I thought was a pretty funny way to look at Draymond's future. Let's go to Bill in San Francisco. He's excited. Bill, he's back. What's going on?
Hey, long time listener, first time caller. Love you guys, everyone on there. I'm just happy that they signed Draymond. I love Draymond. I love Clay. I love Steph. Obviously, huge Warriors fan. And I just don't. I couldn't imagine Draymond going anywhere else, Portland, wherever. I still think he would really fit anywhere else, and just that he's going to be finishing out with Clay and hopefully Clay and Steph. Like, that makes me happy. I've gone to a lot of games, and I like seeing them play together. And, maybe he can slap some sense into Chris Paul when he gets into the locker room. Who knows?
Yeah, thank you, Bill. It's going to be an interesting mix, I think, with Chris Paul and Draymond Green. Based on what we've heard from, Ryan Russillo, who joined us a couple of days ago, who knows Chris Paul pretty well, it doesn't seem like the egos will clash too much, JD, but we know this: when things go a little awry, when a team goes through a losing skid, or there might be a couple of possessions that don't go the way they normally go, that's when the veterans will be tested in terms of who has the biggest ego in the room.
It will. I'm just not concerned about that among the stars. Among the Steph, Clay, Draymond, Chris Paul. Like, I think they're all intelligent enough to put that stuff aside and understand that they're. To me, where it could become problematic is how do they handle the young players, and we've already seen, and we've talked about it a ton on this station, the fact that part of the story surrounding the young players and why maybe they aren't farther along and a couple are now gone has been the way that the veteran players handled them. Like, in fairness, they have not carried the torch down the line in a fashion that you would think is on par with Warriors culture, basically. And so to me, it's more about, do they become their own four-man unit plus maybe Looney and Wiggins against the rest of the team? I would be more worried about that,
right,
than
CP3
and Draymond,
yeah.
or Clay rolling his eyes at CP3 and that kind of thing.
Draymond's back. He's going to sign 4 years, $100 million, with the fourth year a player option. We want your thoughts. 888-957-9570. Draymond's back. What do you think? Another piece of news coming out, JD. The Cleveland Cavaliers are signing Max Strus to a 4-year, $64 million deal. So
wait, what? Say that again for Strus?
4 and $64 for Strus.
Wow,
this according to Evan Massey.
Good for him.
So Strus goes from the Eastern Conference winners to Cleveland. He gets 4 and $64. So Strus is going to be a Cavalier.
Good for him. I think he made the most of his playoff run.
Exactly.
I'll put it that way on him. I don't think he's. I think he made the most of his playoff run. I don't want to say something too disparaging of him.
Well, the fact that Tyler Hero was out for the entire playoffs gave him the opportunity to come in and perform as well as he did.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think Cleveland's got enough talent to where that he can probably come in and help them. And
I think Cleveland becomes an interesting team in the East. They're loading up a little bit.
Yeah, they're trying to, for sure. I didn't take them seriously as far as being contenders last year. I thought they were a really good team. I wasn't surprised to see them get beat in the first round the way that they did. But yeah, they are. They're trying to make sure they can at least get out of the first round in what is a pretty top-heavy Eastern Conference.
You guys are talking Cavs, and it's about the shooting that they need. They just signed another shooter. George Niang, former Philadelphia 76er, just signed a 3-year, $26 million deal to go there as well.
Thank you, Lucas. Well done.
Player.
And George was a guy that many in the vet min Warrior market were hoping for. And you said he got 3 and 26, Lucas? Is that the number? Yeah, so 3 and 26 is a little.
Okay.
It's a far cry away from the veteran minimum.
We've got some sounder. We got a sounder worthy news.
Well, give it to us, Mark Grandy.
We got a sounder.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
Another one we talked about in the changeover when yours truly said the only team that Kyrie Irving needs to worry about is the Dallas Mavericks. Forget about this for trying to create a market. Well, Kyrie Irving now, multiple reports, he is agreeing to a 3-year, $126 million contract with the Dallas Mavericks. So he was the only team that could pay him and would be willing to pay him and wanted to pay him. And so Kyrie goes back to Dallas. That's why they traded for him. 3 and 126. May God have mercy on their souls.
Player option for that 3rd year, so he gets $42 million on average. And you go ahead and put Dallas out of your Western Conference picture for the next year.
They need to build around. I mean, look, they gave up their role. The few good role players that they had, they gave up to get Kyrie. They've got a 2-star system now.
Yeah.
And they got to figure out how to build the rest of the roster around those two.
I'm not sold on the 2 stars. I mean, Luka Doncic is unbelievable, but he hasn't taken that next step to where he's a guy who can carry you in the biggest moments.
It's contingent on Kyrie playing like a freaking star 65 to 75 times a year.
As opposed to 16 to 17 times a year.
As opposed to when he feels like it. Or when he needs to, take that PTO for that 42 large a year.
888-957-9570. Back to your phone calls. Mark wanted to weigh in and brag about how he got the deal right, but he dropped off. Mark, if you're still out there, call back. I'd love to give you a chance to gloat. But meantime, we're going to Vince in the city. What's going on, Vince? You got questions? JD has answers.
Hey, what's up, guys? So I know that with this Draymond re-signing, it saves the Warriors a bunch of money. I believe it keeps them out of the repeater tax. But my question is, how much money will be left over before?
How much money will be left, Vince? Is that what you're asking?
Jerome and Lester. Yeah, yes. Because there's qualifying offers to Lester Quinones and Ty Jerome. I'm wondering if there's still going to be enough for Dario Saric, like you guys are asking or saying, and possibly for Brook Lopez.
Thank you, Vince. I
Yeah, there's
appreciate
no
it.
money for Brook Lopez.
No, he's not a veteran minimum
Yeah.
guy, but Dario Saric, as we now know is the correct pronunciation, is he's a guy who might be there. He might be there in the veteran minimum. And Monty Poole of NBC Sports Bay Area has already reported that the two sides are reportedly close on a deal. We'll keep an eye on that if that gets finalized. But Brook Lopez he's probably closer to a mid-level guy, which is $12 million, not $3 million.
Yeah, and look, the Warriors can sign as many minimum players as they want, as long as they're willing to pay the tax, and that's just a Joe Lacob out-of-pocket decision. Money spent out of pocket. They can sign as many veteran minimum players as they want. So it's not a matter of you're saving. It's not a matter of the $40 million in actual cash saved is $40 million to spend in a pool on a bunch of different players. Like that's not how it works. Warriors have no cap space. So they cannot sign anybody that is beyond a veteran minimum player. And yeah, Brook Lopez projects to probably be, I would think Brook Lopez is probably more like a $15 million
right, even ahead of the mid-level, yeah.
Mid-level is probably what he would take as well, the offers are drying up. I guess I'll sign somewhere with a mid-level.
And I think Lester Quinones was more in the range of a two-way deal, if I'm not mistaken.
Possibly. Yeah, no doubt. And the veteran minimum number, by the way, is different
based on years
of service.
Exactly.
And so, yeah, a Quinones minimum or a Ty Jerome minimum is less than an Otto Porter minimum. Don't necessarily need the sounder on this one.
I like how you make these judgments on the fly. Like, Kyrie Irving,
I do think
it's breaking.
Yeah.
That's sounder worthy.
Yeah, and Damian Lee, I kid. Damian Lee was.
I thought you misused the sounder a little bit. I don't want to cheapen the sounder with comedy, but I allowed it once.
On Damian Lee.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's.
I thought you were running material, but I was going to allow it.
I was, because I know Warrior fans love Damian Lee.
We all do, absolutely.
All-time favorite.
But you got more for us, JD. You got more news, but this is not sounder worthy.
I don't believe this is sounder worthy. I think Lucas may disagree with me just based on the
is he a USC guy?
I do disagree.
No, it's just a name that had been linked to the Warriors that is getting a deal. It's Joe Ingles.
Okay.
And,
he's a big Ingles guy back there.
And the Orlando Magic have agreed to a deal. So it sounds like Joe Ingles is going to get more than the minimum.
Yeah.
I think that was one of the players that I think the Warriors were hoping, maybe nobody signs him and he has to take minimums, and then they could make a play among a group of teams that would obviously want him at the league minimum, but he's going to Orlando.
And this is kind of like being the pet at the pet store, where you see all these different pet owners come in and they're picking which pet that they want to adopt, and you're sitting there and you're just hoping and you're hoping and you're hoping. And the Warriors are in a spot where they got to wait until the very end of this, JD, because any of these players who can get more than the minimum are going to get more than the minimum. And the Warriors, it's known that the only players they can get are guys who have no other option, basically. So for Warriors fans, you're going to have to sit and wait.
Yeah, let's hit the sounder. We got a trio of news to update you on here.
It's breaking.
Yeah, it is all sounder worthy, I think.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Threefold and some big names here. Chris Middleton is going back to Milwaukee. A 3-year, $102 million deal. He turned down a $41 million option, so he ends up getting $102 million over 3 years to stay in Milwaukee. I know there was some thought that maybe the Kings were going to be interested in him. That clearly had dried up when they decided to bring Harrison Barnes back yesterday. And Jakob Poeltl has agreed to a 4-year, $80 million contract to remain with Toronto. Poeltl, somebody that had been linked to the Warriors as a potential trade candidate at the deadline. And Cam Johnson went in the Kevin Durant trade from Phoenix to Brooklyn, and he's staying in Brooklyn. 4 years, $108 million for Cam Johnson. Cam Johnson getting the bag.
Pay him.
He's a major bag alert for Cam Johnson.
Yeah.
There. I like Cam Johnson. That's a lot of freaking money for Cam Johnson.
Good trio right there. John Dickinson's in for Mark Willard, and he is crushing it right now with breaking news. More free agent signings coming up. Free agency now 54 minutes old. Let's get the phone call. One more phone call in, JD, before
all those
we
via
dip.
Woj, by the way. Just
appreciate it. You got to give all the Woj bombs. It's like 4th of July with all the explosions.
Yeah,
in
Woj
the air
just came in.
Woj.
Woj just came in. Boom, boom, boom.
I got Woj up 11-6 on Shams right now with Chris Haynes pulling up in the bronze medal spot. Sum it up. He wants to talk about Draymond's new contract. What up, Sum?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Love the show. Thanks for taking the call. But I just wanted to shed some light on the fact that, Draymond negotiating that salary for that first year is in my opinion, a big thing in Dre's belief in the franchise and Mike Dunleavy. In a free agency where Jeremy Grant and Poeltl and all these players are getting big bags, Draymond could have, walked and gotten a big bag himself. But I think he wants to stick by Steph and by this franchise. And, the hometown discount is much appreciated, Dre.
Yeah, thank you. Sum it up. I appreciate it. And that, to me, is an interesting question, JD, because do other teams value Draymond at the level that the Warriors value Draymond? And we're seeing some of these major deals, this major bag alert coming for players that don't have the same credentials as Draymond Green. But if you're another team looking to sign somebody to a 9-figure deal, is Draymond Green really going to command the money that Cam Johnson, for example, got?
Clearly, the answer to that question is no. Given the way that this whole thing is played out. I agree with the caller and the take on Draymond doing this shows that he believes in what this franchise can do over these next few years. He believes that the money that he's helping them save, which he will get back on the back end, and he knows he can, even in that 4th year, he he's buying in on what they can do to make themselves a championship contender, or the belief that they're closer than maybe you or I think they are currently to being a championship contender again. So I think there is some faith absolutely being shown, not only in the organization, but I think a lot of this is, and it's been the truth since May the 12th, a lot of this is the Steph, Clay, Draymond belief in Steph, Clay, and Draymond.
And also the comfortability of knowing, you've played here your whole career. And Draymond did say at the end of the postseason this year that he wanted to ride out with the guys with whom he rode in to the league. And also, JD, Draymond had said previously that 15 years in the association would be his sweet spot. And he's played 11 years. So now this deal, it's a 4-year deal, 3 years with a player option. If Draymond wants to bow out after 15 years, well, he doesn't have to worry about another contract ever again. He signs a 4-year deal worth $100 million, about $22 million this year, and a player option in year 4. Draymond Green will remain a Golden State Warrior. What do you think, Warrior fans? 888-957-9570. We're taking your calls next. We are presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. JD in for Willard. Your calls next on 95.7 The Game.
If new Heineken Silver was at the invasion of Troy. Oh my, the Greeks sent us a big wooden horse.
Oh no, it's full of armed and angry soldiers! And we only have these ice-cold Heineken Silvers to defend ourselves.
Forget plundering. Let's party!
Get all the taste, no bitter endings. Crisp and refreshing Heineken Silver. Only 3.2 grams of carbs and 95 calories. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres? ¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aww. He just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Vamos a tener mucha diversión.
And that means we're going to have so much fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Start screaming now. Because this sale is epic. So epic, it can only come from Six Flags. Save up to 50% off single-day tickets and passes. The Six Flags Epic Mega Sale. All the epic slides at mega savings. Talk about a thrill. The Six Flags Epic Mega Sale. 5 days only, ends July 4th. The sale is on. Visit sixflags.com.
U.S. Bank is ranked #1 in customer satisfaction with retail banking in California. And since California is home to most award shows, we've prepared a thank you speech for such an occasion. To the people of California, we've been proud to help you plan, budget, and save smarter in a way that works for you. Our tools and friendly advisors would have no place to really shine if it weren't for you, and we can't thank you enough for that. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for our many branches and ATMs that are always a helpful hub for U.S. Bank customers. And of course, a huge thank you to our real-life humans because they really go above and beyond for our customers every day. J.D. Power wouldn't have named us best in customer satisfaction without you. To the person recording this right now, even though we just met, you feel important to this journey too. Oh, and to our moms. Hi, moms. This award isn't just for U.S. Bank, it's for you all. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Member FDIC.
Prime Day is coming July 11th and 12th. With 2 days of epic deals exclusively for Prime members, you'll feel like you just won an award.
Oh, wow, I didn't even prepare a speech. I'd like to thank my family for always needing stuff. Also Sam, my delivery guy, for bringing all my awesome deals so fast. You're the man, Sam!
Deals from garden to decor.
It's on Prime Day, July 11th and 12th.
Being a baseball play-by-play broadcaster demands a blend of learned mechanics, intense preparation, and a calm sense of entertainment. How hard is it to do this job? Let's talk to the ones who do it. This is Matt Spiegel. My new podcast, The PBP, Voices of Baseball, will bring those conversations to you as the best working and former broadcasters tell you why and how they do it. New episodes come every Thursday all summer long. Follow The PBP, Voices of Baseball, on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
What we do, we win. Winners win. They'll never understand it. They'll try to quantify it. They'll try to make it about points. Winners win. That's what we do. Straight like that. I said it all. Shut up. That's what I said. I said it. Shut up. That's what you tell them. We don't want to hear it no more. Shut up. Straight like that. How we celebrating this summer? We drinking Lobos and we telling y'all to shut up. Here what you gotta say, mama? I got nothing to say. Shut up. Shut up. That's what we do. That's what we got all summer.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I'm waiting to find out who exactly that was. I couldn't recognize the voice. Oh, wait. Look at... That was Draymond Green?
Day-Day.
Oh, and Draymond's mom, Mary Babers Green.
Love it.
From the parade. Pulling punches as always, JD. Always shy, and now always a warrior. Draymond Green has signed a 4-year, $100 million extension to return to the Golden State Warriors. The news broke at 3:01. My partner John Dickinson broke it right here on 95.7 The Game. Draymond Green going to stay with the Warriors for at least 3 more years with a player option for the 4th.
Yeah, big time. And I think a good deal for the Warriors and a good deal for Draymond. I mean, so often, I think, as we analyze these things, and we've done it lately, we did it yesterday, the two of us together, it comes down to, is it going to be a team-friendly deal? Is it going to be a player-friendly deal? I think this is one of those scenarios where it really makes sense for everybody. The Warriors get some upfront savings on that first year with the $22.6 million Draymond will now make instead of $27.6 for this upcoming year, but then he gets that back in the 4th year of the deal with a player option, which means he can opt in. It's his choice if he's a useful enough player at that point to where he thinks he can get more or get a longer deal. He can opt out just as he did last week, or he can opt in and know that he's got that money coming to him. Draymond knows that at a minimum, he's got $100 million coming to him over the next 4 years if he wants it.
We are sponsored by Off from SC Johnson. It's Willard and Dibs. JD is in for Mark Willard, who's coming back next week, and I look forward to getting all his takes on everything that's going on, including the Draymond Green news, where he signs a 4-year, $100 million contract with a 4th year player option. And shout out to Rots on Twitter, who broke it down for us. $22.3 million in the first year, we know that, and then each raise goes up about 8%, so he gets 24.1 in year 2. He gets 25.9 in year 3, and then the player opt is for basically 27.7 in year 4, which is interesting, JD, because that's about what he was going to make this year. So he is, in fact, going to take significantly less in year one than he would have in exchange for 3 additional years on the back end.
Yeah, and the Warriors able to structure this to where they save when they need to save, and it can help them manage some of the new salary cap rules with the tax penalties and needing to, the aprons, the different aprons.
Oh, yeah, got to avoid that second apron.
Yeah, that second apron that's been so fashionable to discuss. And so it keeps Draymond here with Steph for the next 3. Now we wait on Clay, but again, it gives the Warriors some flexibility. Not that you can directly reallocate that money in terms of a slot to spend on another player, but it does give you actual tangible dollars that are not leaving the organization that Joe Lacob has been more than willing to redistribute, as he has here over these last few years where the Warriors have been in the tax in a big-time way.
We'll go to the phones here momentarily, 888-957-9570. Many people want to talk also on the Comcast Business text line, 888-957-9570. I mentioned it yesterday, JD, that every dollar that Draymond gets is a dollar that Clay won't get. Just looking at next year in terms of salary, Jordan Poole's $30 million, we know 30.9 is off the books for next year. Draymond's going to make 24.1. So that right there is 6.8 in terms of savings for the Golden State Warriors, which according to my math puts them right at about $140 million next year on what you know that's going to be on the books. GP2's got a player option, and other than that, you don't know what you're going to pay Clay. So how much does Draymond's smaller number in year 2 affect their willingness to get Klay Thompson signed for a couple more years?
Yeah, I think it does. I think, again, the real money savings also impacts their ability to maybe use the Chris Paul slot on another player, which again, would potentially be a $30 million player for next year, which would put you in a different tax category. But all of the saving $43 million out of pocket is $43 million that maybe could be spent on tax for a player that you really want to have in the fold that continues to have you be a championship contending team next year and beyond. It helps Clay, but I don't think they were going to be at a point, especially after the Jordan Poole trade, where they were going to be, oh, we kept Draymond, we can't keep Clay. That to me is not it becomes how much does Clay want to get paid? That certainly is part of the equation, but I don't feel like the tax ramifications were ever going to prevent Klay Thompson from being signed once they had Jordan Poole, because Jordan Poole would have been the replacement. Now there's nobody on this roster that can replace Klay Thompson now.
And I guess the idea of not replacing Klay Thompson would only come about if this season went badly and it looked like the dynasty might be over anyway, because we talked about this yesterday a little bit of, is it over already? Is it going to be over? If this year doesn't go well and you've got Draymond Green signed for, 3 more plus a player option, then maybe you make different decisions about Clay and the Chris Paul spot. So this year becomes really pivotal in terms of just how much you invest on anybody going forward. 888-957-9570. Draymond Green has signed a 4-year extension worth $100 million. How you feeling? Are you happy Draymond's back? Do you think it's an overspend? Should they have parted ways with Draymond? Love to hear your thoughts. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Jamie in Vallejo who wants to weigh in. What's going on, Jamie? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Long-time listener, first-time caller. I'll be brief. I'm ecstatic. I'm glad we still have a core. Clay has already said he doesn't want to be anything else for a Warrior for his whole career. And just an added bonus about Jordan Poole. I don't want to say that he's not as good as all the hype, but when they were professing a splash brother, I thought, maybe he'll be a splash cousin. But I'm so glad that we have a team that wants to work as a team and get this next chip, because Poole was not a team player, in my opinion. And that's all I had to say.
Thank you, Jamie. Appreciate you being a listener, and thanks for weighing in on this day of days, this Friday. What do you think about all that, JD?
Yeah, I think Clay wants to be around. That's great. I think Clay wants to get paid. So, is Clay going to do the Draymond deal? Is Clay, and I don't mean exactly, but is Clay going to take less to stay? And that's the point where I don't know the answer to that question. I'd be inclined to believe he probably doesn't want to do that. So that's all fun and cute to say Clay wants to be a Warrior, and Draymond said the same, but Draymond put the pocketbook in line with the words. And so we'll see if Klay Thompson truly does want to do that. I don't think the Warriors are looking to lowball Klay by any stretch.
Right.
But that depends on your definition of lowball. I mean, if Klay thinks he's I'll put it this way. If Klay thinks he's a max player still, well, then there's going to be some difficult conversations that are going to have to be had. If Klay thinks he's a 3-year, $90 million player, that kind $95 million player,
right,
then it probably can get worked out relatively quickly.
And I think the Draymond contract becomes a little bit of a blueprint for Klay Thompson in terms of the way Draymond did it. And, Draymond on the hook this year, he would have gotten 27.6 had he exercised that player option. But Draymond Green was looking at it in terms of a longer term play. And so instead of 27.6, he's getting 22.2 this year. So he takes a $5 million pay cut in year one, but on the back end of it, he gets an additional $78 million. So if you're Klay, and I know he doesn't have a player option for this year or next year. This year he's making 43.2. So maybe Klay gets to a point now in this offseason where he realizes, I got 2 or 3 years left. Let's call it 3 more years of basketball, and I'm not a max player, and I probably can't make $40 million a year and stay with the Warriors. Maybe he does, like you're talking about, a 3 and 100 where he gets 30, 33, and 34 over the course of his final 3 years, and he ends up being coterminous or ending his contract with Draymond the same time.
Yeah, I think that's the kind of common ground that would have to be come to make this thing be able to get done without having it get uncomfortable or potentially contentious.
888-957-9570 is the phone number. JD is monitoring all of the free agent news as it continues to come out. It poured out in the first hour. Reports are that $1 billion in salaries, JD, were handed out in the first hour of free agency. So between 3 and 4 o'clock our time, $1 billion have been handed out by NBA
Major
teams.
bag alert.
Big time. From the 650, don't forget the first discount contract was Wiggins.
Yeah.
Didn't he help set this in motion?
He did, but he didn't. I mean, yes, he did is the short answer to that, but also just the fact that he did that doesn't mean that Draymond had to do it or that Klay has to do it.
Right.
Like he did it because he was comfortable, and he also did it because he had been a max player in the NBA already. And so I think I think Andrew Wiggins was loving the fact that he was a champion and a major contributor, and nobody was talking about him like he was the number 2 option on the team, even though he was kind of the number 2 option on the team.
Yeah.
And just, hey, cool, I'm good. I'll take my discount at this point, but that's not for everybody. And so we'll see.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. What do you think? The news is out. 4 years, $100 million for Draymond Green. It's a player option in year 4. You mentioned Andrew Wiggins. He got paid $33.6 this past season. In the upcoming year, he goes down to $24.3. So Andrew Wiggins' new contract kicks in this upcoming year, and it's for only $110 million, give or take, with a player option in year 4. So he's barely getting more in his 4-year deal than Draymond is in his new 4-year deal.
Yeah, that's a very nice discount that Wiggins gave.
No doubt.
And again, Wiggins is somebody who is, correct me if I'm wrong, he's 28.
28, yeah.
I think. So, I mean, he is not exactly, it's one thing to be given a discount when you're 33, 34. 28, not a lot of 28-year-olds are given discounts, even guys that were the number 1 pick and made max number 1 pick money at a very young age in their career.
He's a unique player. He's a unique individual, and I know that you know him better than most of us, having spent so much time in the locker room, but you don't often come across players of his level willing to do the things that he has done. We're streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957thegame. watch us live. If anyone swears, you get to hear it. Like and subscribe for all your 957 The Game content.
Wish I could give him a
on
taste.
YouTube. It's funny because when I read this with Larry in, it's like, well, if anyone swears, it'd be me. But now with you in the building, it might be 50-50.
Yeah, it might be.
On who lets fly.
Yeah, it might be, but I mean, yeah.
No, you're a pro's pro. Well, and, I mean, you've been known, you work a little bit more blue off the air than you do on the air. And I actually have been caught recently swearing on the air for no reason, too. Grandy loves it. I accidentally let fly with an S-bomb for no real reason. So
intentionally, or it just came out?
It just came out.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was an O blank. And Mark said something completely innocuous, and I was like, oh, snap.
This is actually going to be in alphabetical order.
Oh. He was running.
Was that the actual? That was the actual exchange.
It was a nothing. It was a complete nothing burger, and
he was running down something in alphabetical order.
And I was like,
Gabe Kapler accomplishments,
whatever, or free agent signings from Farhan or whatever. And I was so comfortable in the moment. I was just like, oh, blank. And Grandy was he was stunned.
Candidates to induct Kyle Shanahan into the Hall of Fame?
Who knows, JD? And I swore for no good reason. It wasn't like I was hot on a take or anything, and I got caught up. Whatever. 888-957-9570 is your phone number. Draymond's back. How you feeling? Jay's in Oakland. What's going on, Jay?
Oh.
Jay, you there?
No.
All right, let's go to Al in Alameda. Al, you got your eyes on Dario Saric. What's going on?
Yeah, first of all, thanks for keeping us up to date on all the news. It's exciting. I like the Green deal. And if Dunleavy can swing in and get Dario Saric, that would be a great veteran addition. He's big enough to play a couple different positions. He'll play the type of ball that the Warriors want to play. I think he'd be a great mentor for Trace Jackson Davis also. He'd be a great addition to the team. And also, obviously, help Looney. In regards to at least filling in for Green when Green has to come out, he's a scorer also. So he adds a little bit of scoring punch to different lineups that I think Kurt could really benefit from.
Yeah, thank you, Al. I appreciate that. And that's ultimately what the Warriors are looking for in terms of, flexibility with lineups. And if Saric is a guy who can come in and give them legitimate scoring from the big man position off the bench, that's a sore spot that they didn't have this year. J. Mike had, the one good game against Sacramento, and other than that, not much for the entire season.
No, I think he has the potential to be maybe not as useful as Otto Porter Jr. was. That Otto Porter, that signing, absolutely, it was a huge help. And I think that level of contribution is in line with, in my opinion, what the Warriors are going to have to get from a couple of the vet minimum guys if they're going to be championship contenders. Like they're going to have to hit, if you can go, single, double, triple home run in terms of your veteran minimums. Otto Porter was a home run. To me, you need at least one. You need a home run and a double and a good solid single on, let's say, 3 veteran minimums. No whiffs.
Yeah.
No weak ground balls to short that go 6-3.
And J. Mike was a ground out to second. Would that be fair to say? J. Michael Green?
He might have been a pop up to the the catcher in foul territory. But yeah, so I think Saric, I like the fact that he's under 30. I think that's good. I like the fact that he can hit the 3. He's just a high IQ player and somebody that I think can even get to the basket a little bit. If defenders want to come out on him, he can kind of put it on the court a little bit, get into that in-between ground, and then move it with a pass or hit a little bit of a pull-up jumper. He's a skilled player. Not much of a defender, but a very skilled player.
And according to Monty Poole of NBC Sports Bay Area, the Warriors and Dario Saric are reportedly close to signing a deal. You're shaking your head. You're doing some nonverbal over there.
I am. Yeah, and apologies. I was getting a breaking news tidbit, and I was determining, and the look on my face was whether I was determining whether it was sounder worthy or not.
Okay, I thought you were dismissing
Not
the
at all.
preview. Okay,
No,
I was a little confused about your nonverbal.
For those watching, it was Lucas in my ear saying da 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 to da 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 da.
Okay.
And
is it breaking, or are you just going to say it?
I am just going to say it.
Okay.
I'm just going to say it.
Okay.
And Lucas can disagree, and that's fine. You will be the ultimate judge here on 95.7 The Game.
Only our Lord and Savior can be our judge, but go ahead.
Gabe Vincent has agreed to a deal.
The Miami guy, right?
The one of their I don't know if you heard, they have a bunch of undrafted players that did really well. He was one of them.
Yeah. Steiny talks a lot about the Heat culture.
Yeah, Gabe Vincent, a 3-year, $33 million deal with the Los Angeles Lakers.
Okay.
Gabe Vincent going to the Lakers. Is the
Good
Lucas
signing, but not worthy of the breaking news.
Lucas said
sounder.
Lakers, meaning like
Rivalry.
that made it more worthy.
They got a shooter.
Agreed. It makes it more worthy, but I think that Gabe Vincent, in terms of
Big win, JD.
of a name, I think Gabe Vincent's probably more of a tier 2, tier 3 free agent guy. Not worthy of all the dressing that goes along with a breaking news.
A lot of hype around Gabe Vincent, and to a lesser extent Max Strus, based on their weird fluky finals run.
I don't know if it's that weird or fluky when you think about it.
They just weren't that good.
Yes, but they were better than Milwaukee.
Oh, they Hey,
they were the best team in the West again.
Everybody they beat, everybody Miami. Oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah, everybody Miami beat. They deserved to beat. No, I'm not. But they were. They just.
Well, it's always funny when we get into this conversation because
who
I see
cares,
what you're thinking. I see what you're saying in terms of they're not that good. But then you look at.
I think they're the worst team to make the finals in my lifetime.
But they've made the finals, 3 of the last 5?
No, their 2020 team was much. Their team they had last year, lost to Boston, was better, way better.
But that's kind of my point. Is a lot of times we look at just the names and we don't look at the way these teams actually perform. Because this year, nothing fluky about this year in terms of it was a real 82 game regular season.
Yeah, they won the exact same amount of games as the Warriors, by the way.
Exactly, and then they navigated the postseason. And they were able to make it all the way to the NBA Finals, and nobody gave them much of a chance against Denver. I had it Nuggets in 5, and that's what it turned out to be. But I don't think you could discount the run that they've had over the last 5 years.
No, that's a different. I'm not going to necessarily push back on that. Like it's they've had a hell of a run. Good for them. Are they really that good? No, not really. It's again.
Well, you're only as good as your record says you are.
Sure, and their record said they were. I don't know, average, mediocre,
but their postseason record was the second best postseason record in the association this year. So
it's cute. Be better in the regular season.
It's cute.
No, it was cute. I mean, it was cute. Giannis got hurt. The Celtics wet themselves, and then their most legitimate win was beating the Knicks, who weren't. I mean, okay.
No, they're deeply flawed, but ultimately. For me,
like that was the only series where I thought they were to me, they were not the better team in 2 of the 3 series that they won. They deserved to win.
It doesn't matter. They
deserved to win.
They won the series.
Again, I know I'm like trying to thread a needle here, but it I don't know. I may have been overexposed to the bloviating about the Heat culture. Like
maybe it's
I
all
feel
those
like
texts with your boy Matt Steinmetz because he's the number one fan of the Heat culture, and I do think what they're doing in terms of the undrafted free agents, they are ahead of the curve in terms of how they've created their roster. And you mentioned Max Strus, and now he gets paid, and Gabe Vincent, now he's getting paid, and Tyler Hero got a massive Jordan Poole-like deal.
And they're right to not sign any of them. Like that's the interesting part of all of that. As far as I would have loved. Like I'm not totally down on Miami, but I would have loved to. I'd love to see Dame go to Miami. Like, forget about Gabe freaking Vincent. Like, let's have Damian freaking Lillard go to Miami with Jimmy Butler and Bam and some filler, some of these cute undrafted filler, and let's see that. Let's see that team do something like that. That I'm in on that team. Spoelstra's great. Riley's great. I love those two. I just feel like there's a little bit of. I don't know. There's something off-putting about Miami for me.
I get
people kind of like them
I just like the results. I would love to be a fan of a team
They've had some
that
years
does
where they're pretty
that
bad.
well, but not of late. If you look at what they've done of late,
mediocre,
and they've been fantastic. I mean, they went to the finals in the bubble, and they went to the Eastern Finals last year, the NBA Finals this year. You'd be hard-pressed to find another Eastern Conference team since Cleveland that has had this run of success in terms of consistent playoff performances. 888-957-9570.
Maybe.
Draymond Green is a Warrior for 4 more years, 3 years with a player option. What do you think, people? What do you think about the Draymond Green extension? He takes a $5 million pay cut in this first year versus what he would have made with his player option, but Draymond Green gets $100 million over 4 years to stay with the Golden State Warriors. 888-957-9570 is your phone number. It's also the Comcast Business text line number from the 415. JD is an effing professional. So you've got some fans on the text line weighing in, and also from the 510, there's a fan talking about seeing Clay at Target while he was returning pillows, and Clay being just an absolute stand-up guy. So Klay Thompson is next up, Golden State Warriors fans. What do the Warriors do with Klay Thompson? What do you think of Draymond Green's new deal? We'd love to hear from you. Free agency is underway. We will recap the biggest deals that have gone down on the other side, the biggest of which locally, Draymond Green. 4 years, $100 million. He will stay with the Golden State Warriors. It's Willard and Dibbs. JD's in for Mark on 95.7. The Game.
This is Pre-Tection. Yep, Pre-Tection. The everyday skin protection.
weather brought to you by Staples. Staples stores are a new world of possible with innovative tools for small business and remote workers and learners. Explore more at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
I told y'all don't let us win a championship, and y'all done up and let us win a championship.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Draymond Green from the Draymond Green Show. He said, don't let us win another championship. At least that's how I translated it, JD. And, well, they let him win another championship, not this year, but the year before. And now Draymond is back 4 years and $100 million with the Golden State Warriors. Free agency is about 90 minutes old, and we've got all kinds of deals popping up all over the association. But the big one locally, Draymond Green, a 4-year, $100 million extension. He will remain a Golden State Warrior for the next 3 years for sure, and then a 4th-year option for Draymond Green, which would be a year that Steph Curry is not currently under contract. But as far as the bookkeeping goes, it is a 4-year, $100 million deal. 888-957-9570 is your phone number. We've got a whole bunch of details to recap on what's gone on today. But, JD, you're giving me that look like you may have some action over there, JD.
Yeah, just a couple of quick ones coming in. They're both relating to players that...
Do we need to dress it up with a...
We do not for either one of these.
Breaking news.
One we'd already mentioned and deemed not breaking news sounder worthy. That's Joe Ingles, who's going to Orlando. We now have the terms, though, and thought of by some to be in that minimum category. I think the Warriors were hoping. He got a 2-year, $22 million deal from Orlando.
That doesn't feel like the vet men to me.
So yeah, he would never coming for 2 and 22. Yuta Watanabe.
He was a target.
He is going to Phoenix. Phoenix is having themselves a day.
Busy.
Building out the roster around Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, and Bradley Beal. I feel like they've signed like 6 guys within the last 90 minutes. But yeah, Yuta Watanabe is going to Phoenix. Somebody the Warriors had hoped, and I think Phoenix is in that same boat where they can only at this point sign veteran minimums.
Really? So
I believe so. Yeah, I'm not sure if they're in the first
yet on that deal
or the second apron, but I believe they don't have a mid-level. But if I do get numbers on Yuta Watanabe, I'll pass them along.
Well, I'm hoping that it's more than the veteran minimum because the Warriors were a team and many fans here locally wanted Watanabe to be one of their targets coming in on a veteran minimum deal. And if Utah was in that spot and he picked Phoenix over Golden State, that doesn't bode well for, maybe where the Warriors are in terms of the pecking order.
I mean, would you pick Phoenix or Golden State? I mean, I think Phoenix. I'd probably pick Phoenix at this point.
I wonder. Depends on what kind of player you are. I think if you're coming to Golden State, you got championship pedigree and a pretty likable fan base and a situation with a head coach that's much more stable than Phoenix. Phoenix to me feels like a little bit of a disaster from an organizational standpoint.
Yeah, possibly. I know Ishbia trying to clean it up there a little bit, but the Warriors have some work to do. How much work, I think, remains to be seen. I do think there is a thought that maybe this Warriors team is a little bit closer than their record indicates that they were in terms of the regular season. When you look at the fact that they were still able to get halfway through the playoffs before they were eliminated. I know we were talking about Miami before the break and their regular season versus their postseason. The Warriors played at a higher level in the postseason than they did in the regular season as well. Does that, though, equate for you to a team that was close enough to where it's more the minor tweaks route as opposed to needing more significant changes? Although, again, in saying that, you could characterize Jordan Poole as being a major change.
888-957-9570. And I know Logan Murdoch had a tweet that he put out recently with some quotes attributed to Jordan Poole about his time with Golden State and how things may have not worked out and why they didn't work out. We'll see if we can bring those to you. But Just want to recap before we go to the phones. 888-957-9570. Many people want to talk about the Draymond Green contract, 4 years and $100 million. Are you happy Draymond is back? Is it an overpay? Where are you at, Warrior fans, in terms of that deal? Cam Johnson has agreed to a 4-year, $108 million deal to stay with Brooklyn. All these are coming from Adrian Wojnarowski. Chris Middleton, 3-year, $102 million deal to stay with Milwaukee. Javon Carter signs with Chicago for 2 and 20. And the big one that JD just continues to scratch his head over, Jeremy Grant, 5 years and $160 million with the Portland Trailblazers. Score one for Rich Paul and Clutch Sports as Portland goes all in on Jeremy Grant for $160 million, JD.
He's 29, by the way. He'll be 30 next year, 2024. And so, I mean, you're talking 5 years. I mean, he's getting paid large. I mean, we're talking $50 million. I mean, we're talking over 30, 40 million a year. I mean, that's a lot of money for Jeremy Grant, who is, I mean, he's a nice player, but $160 million?
It's a lot. It's a lot of chicken, without a doubt.
And that to me is that's a desperation move by Portland. I mean, he's not a star, right? You're paying $5 and $160 for a guy who's not a star and has never been a star, and now is 29, and you're paying him until he's 34. I mean, to me, that's the definition of a bad
deal. An overpay, yeah.
Like on every level, and it's a franchise right now that's desperately clinging to this Damian Lillard thing when they should be moving on and probably tearing it down to the studs and building around their young players. It just doesn't make sense really on any level, because Grant is not really he's not good enough to be on the Lillard timeline, and he's not young enough to be on the Scoot, Shaden Sharp timeline. So, yeah, I hate that move.
888-957-9570 is your phone number. We're going back to the phones momentarily, but first, this from the Comcast Business text line from the 510, Shannon and Martinez. Dibs and JD, how many spots do we have left to fill? Can we get our roster update now? Well, here's the roster update.
Yeah, you've got it more cleanly than I do.
Well, it's a 15-man roster, but Mike Dunleavy Jr. has indicated that they're not going to fill the 15th spot. So let's just play with a 14-man roster for now. Draymond has now signed, so Steph, Clay, and Dre are back. Wiggins, Kavan, CP3.
There's 6.
That's 6. And GP2.
7.
That's 7. You've got Podziemski, and you've got Jackson Price.
Yeah, Jackson Davis.
Jackson Davis. I do that every time. I keep thinking about TDP of the Niners.
Right.
It's going to be $1 every time I make that mistake, and I'm flat broke already. That's 9 right there.
Kuminga and Moody are 10 and 11.
10 and 11. So you've got 11. Now, latest rumors now surrounding...
Kuminga and Moody are probably just... Before people start shouting at us.
They're not ranked 10th and 11th.
Kuminga and Moody are probably
8th and
9.
Right.
Okay.
6 is Chris Paul. 7 is GP2.
Yes. 8 is Kuminga. 9's Moody.
Thank you.
Yeah. Before people freak out.
Outraged.
JD said Kuminga's 11.
Totally. No, it's not.
No,
it's not where you said that last year.
We're just counting.
That was JD back in May.
Yeah,
you were saying
and JD was correct.
You were.
I haven't taken that victory lap, by the way. I'm not really a big victory lap guy.
No, I actually gave you the victory lap because
I said he was unplayable in game 2 of the after game 2.
I said that after game 2, after you said it, and I gave you credit for it every time I ripped you off right here on 95.7 The Game.
I didn't know that.
Well, because you don't listen enough. I said, yeah, JD was right when he said Kuminga's unplayable, and he became less playable as that series went on. Now, Dario Saric is going to be player number 12 in theory, although I'm starting to see some whispers around the interweb about the fact that the Jock Landale deal is not necessarily happening, so maybe the Warriors aren't going to go all in on Dario Saric.
I think I'd rather have Saric than Landale. I like Landale. I like Landale. They're different. I mean, Landale is more of a big... But I'd rather have Saric. I think Saric is a better fit.
Okay, but to the point of Shannon's question, that's not a filled roster spot yet. So we're at 11.
And I don't think you're signing both of them. I will say that. I don't think you're signing Landale and Saric.
So if you sign Saric, that would be 12. Ty Jerome's been given a qualifying offer, which means if nobody matches it, he comes back and he's number 13, and then you're sitting with one more spot. Now, Guy Santos and Lester Quinones, these are guys who would be on two-way deals, and they don't count, right, in that 15-man roster construct. So we're looking at 11 for sure right now. Saric appears close to being number 12. Ty Jerome would be a likely 13 if nobody else wants him.
And that's where I just start not good enough. I'm just like in the back of my mind, I go, not good enough.
Yeah, no, I like that.
And just not to jump in and cut you off, but it was
away.
ringing in my ear. Not good enough.
From the 707, what about PBJ? He's a Wizards.
Yeah.
Along with Ryan Rollins.
Exactly.
So that's where PBJ
and they weren't
is.
playing anyway either. So that's
right. But in terms of roster construct, that's where we are. 888-957-9570. Draymond's back, 400. What do you think? William is in Corte Madera, and now he's on the game. What's going on, William?
Hey, guys, it's me here. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm on my car radio. Lovely to see you guys. Yeah, two things. So, Brook Lopez, I always thought the Warriors should have got him. Can't they still get him? How hard is it to get a center who all you need is rebounding, shooting? Can you imagine that? How are you going to double Curry and company when you got him sitting out there? We could have got him. Can't we get him?
No.
And a quick thing on Draymond. He used to be my favorite player in any sport ever, and I'm no spring chicken, 65 years old. I love his defense. But something about the fact that his not shooting ability from outside kind of bugs me. I am glad, though, they ended up getting him back. I love his competition. But maybe if you can comment on the Lopez thing, though, how hard could it be to just get a center who could rebound, shoot from the outside, and block shots like that? Can't they afford him? And that would be a great guy for 20 minutes to spell Looney.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, William.
Not even close.
Well,
he's going to make 5 to 7 times more than the Warriors can offer.
Well, and William's right in terms of what he would provide for the team. So I don't want to be too harsh on William because he is absolutely the perfect big, the perfect player for this team. Now, how hard is it to get him? The answer is it's virtually impossible. Unless Brook Lopez...
Completely impossible.
Well, unless Brook Lopez says, you know what? I went to Stanford. I missed the Bay Area. I want to play for $2.7 million instead of signing a 3-year deal worth about $50 million. Because I think that he's about a $15 to $17 million a year player. He is a 25-minute guy, but he's a big who can rebound. He can shoot. He is the perfect big for this team. But how hard is it to get him? Well, impossible is the answer.
Impossible, yeah, unless he is willing to come for a little under, $2.5 to $3 million. I mean, that's what it would be, and his market may not be the 17 to 20 that he would covet, but it's significant. I mean, there would be a bunch of teams that would pay him in the taxpayer mid-level of around $6 million per year, and probably do it for a few years. So he's going to have some options in the interim, kind of in that mid-ground between being a minimum. Like, he's just not a minimum player. He's just not a minimum player. He's much better. Now, Robin Lopez...
Well, yeah, and that's what I was throwing out earlier in the week. Who doesn't shoot threes,
and, yeah, he's more of a paint clogger and a screen setter.
And that's from the 415 just threw out Robin Lopez instead. Yes, Robin Lopez instead, but... Again, you'd rather have Saric and Landale.
Brook Lopez was basically a 7-foot Klay Thompson the last couple of years. Just stand out on the perimeter and cast off from 3 and hit for 40%.
No doubt. And Robin Lopez is not quite the same player as his brother. He never was, and he's at a spot where he's more of just a big body. And I think you'd rather have Dario Saric in terms of a big who can actually get into your offensive flow and do the things you would need him to do. 888-957-9570 is the number. Draymond's re-signed $400 million. What do you think? Call in. Let us know if you're in favor of it. Is it an overpay? Do you think the Warriors are good enough now with the roster that JD and I just laid out? Because JD keeps saying, not good enough. And I don't think you're necessarily wrong, JD.
Yeah, and it's also, when you shout that, though, as I have, the next thing is, well, why not? And how do you get good enough? And that's the part where I think I have to pause. And that it goes back to the conversation we were having yesterday about how many boxes have to hit in sync for the Warriors to be the best version of themselves. It's got to be Steph is still Steph at the level he's been the last couple of years. It's got to be Klay being as good statistically as he was last year, but more consistently over the 6-month season, not 2 horrible months, 2 great months,
right,
and then 2 months. It's got to be more evenly dispersed to where the bad games don't kill you. Wiggins has got to be a 80-game player again at the level he was 2 years ago. Draymond has to not have a significant drop-off. Looney has to be who he's been. Peyton has to be who he's been. Chris Paul has to fit seamlessly. Kuminga and Moody have to both make a jump because right now they both have to play. You got to get Saric, and Saric has to be closer to Otto Porter than JaMychal Green, and then you still have to sign 2 more veteran minimum guys who click to be named later. If all of those things hit closer to 100% of their potential capacity, then the Warriors have got action. Right now, it feels like that's too tall of an ask, and we still don't know 3 of those potential moves.
You need a lot of things to line up, indeed, in order to be a clear-cut championship contender, but you do have Steph, Klay, and Draymond back, and Chris Paul, if he fits in, you feel good about what might potentially be. From Adrian Wojnarowski, Shake Milton.
Perfect. That's what I was kept looking at. Yeah.
2 and 10 with the Minnesota Timberwolves. So, Shake Milton, another name that comes off the potential board in terms of, Warrior targets, because this is where we are, JD, and you and I talked about this yesterday. Draymond Green, I thought the news would break right about 3 o'clock, and it did. 3:01 today. JD broke it first right here for us, courtesy of Shams Charania. Draymond signs 4 years and $100 million. Well, beyond that, now the Warriors are only sitting and waiting for veteran minimum players. And so all these names that we've thrown out, and the 415 on the Comcast Business text line with the question, JD, do the Warriors have their taxpayer mid-level exception? No, they don't.
No, they don't. And that's part of the new collective bargaining agreement where if you're in that second luxury tax apron, you lose your mid-level exception. So, yeah, they can't even spend on $5.5 to $6 million a year players. Shake Milton might have been a mid-level kind of a player. Brook Lopez, if teams run out of money and can't give him 15 to 17, he could have been in play for them at a $6 million level. Probably not, but if he had dropped from that top tier that he thinks he's in to the next tier, there could have been some potential action there. But that's gone. And remember, most recently, that was how they were able to acquire Dante DiVincenzo just a year ago.
More free agency news, and we're going to recap some of the bigger deals that have come out today. Kyrie Irving to Dallas, 3 years and $126 million. So Kyrie getting $42 million a year. I do believe the 3rd year of that deal is a player option. So Kyrie Irving will remain with the Dallas Mavericks, one of the bigger contracts that has come out throughout the course of this hour and 50 minutes. And the Lakers, JD, what do you make of what the Lakers have done? Gabe Vincent, and they bring back the Hillbilly Mamba as well. How do you think the Lakers have done in terms of, shoring up their team after an impressive run late last year?
Yeah, solid, I think. I think Vincent is a shooter, and you definitely need. They did not have enough of in their first. It was 2 different teams, right? It was before the trade deadline. That team was terrible, probably going to be 13th in the West. They make the moves. They were able to vault themselves all the way up to 7th. They take out Memphis. They take out the Warriors. They end up in the conference finals against Denver. Denver was a much better team. Denver swept them. So I like what they've done. I think they project to be a better version, closer to the version they were the back half of the season next year than the team that they were at the beginning half of the season. I think that's a team that could make a case to be a top 4 team in the West. Now, health and all of that, it sounds like they're still interested in D'Angelo Russell.
Right.
I read reports, I think our guy Rotz was saying they're hard capped. If they're hard capped, then that would obviously change the complexion of D'Angelo Russell possibly.
But they have D'Angelo Russell, right? So don't they get him under his bird right?
He's a free. Well, but once you're hard capped, you cannot go over. There's a certain threshold you cannot go over
even
to sign your own players.
Okay.
You have there is a number, and remember this happened with the Warriors, ironically enough, when they did the D'Angelo Russell sign and trade with Kevin Durant. That triggered at that point a hard cap, which meant that they had to trade Andre Iguodala to make that happen. Basically, Iguodala was making so much money at that point that they had to find a taker for him to be able to acquire D'Angelo Russell in the Durant slot and stay under the hard cap. So that was, they found Memphis, and obviously he ended up never going to Memphis, and that was the infancy of that Warriors Grizzlies rivalry. Set that aside, but yeah, hard cap is a threshold you can't. It's just total money cannot go over a certain line. So
John Dickinson is in for Mark Willard.
Maneuver around that if they want to keep D'Lo.
I appreciate all of the great cap info from JD. He's in for Mark Willard today here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. From Shams a bit ago, I don't know if we mentioned it, Reggie Jackson, 2 years and $10.25 million to the Denver Nuggets. Reggie Jackson, another player that many Warrior fans were hoping might fall down into that veteran minimum threshold. It appears that won't be happening, as Reggie Jackson is going to sign a deal to go to Denver. Phoenix, JD, you had mentioned that you're kind of impressed with what they've done. How much does Watanabe help alongside Devin Booker, KD, and Bradley Beal with an offense that now looks pretty impressive? Watanabe, a 44% three-point shooter last year.
Yeah, and somebody that would have been on the Warriors' radar for sure. I like them bringing Damian Lee back. I like Watanabe. I like Keita Bates-Diop. I think that's a good signing for them as well. I think they've had a hell of a day to this point in really building around their three franchise players now in the Bradley Beal. They've got such a long list. I'm probably leaving 2 or 3 names out. It feels like I was actually trying to, as you were talking, to compile the list to make sure I had everybody, but there hasn't been a move that's come across the board as far as them today. They kept Okogie, who was starting for them as a wing and a really effective player. So I like that move. So yeah, I think Phoenix has been really productive today in building their version of a championship contending team with basically the 3 superstars and minimum type players.
The Warriors now in a wait and see mode, as Draymond Green has signed 4 years and $100 million. The 4th year is a player option, but until
Drew Eubanks, that one I didn't. Yeah,
Phoenix.
They signed Drew Eubanks. Yeah, that was another one that I didn't mention. So they went out on Landale and then signed Eubanks, who I think is a productive player. Yeah, they also signed Chimezie Metu. Again, that's a 10th man, different kind of big.
But Landale now a guy who could potentially be in the Warriors' sights if it comes down to Saric or Landale. It could be one or the other, because Landale, the thinking was he was going to stay with Phoenix, but they declined to retain him, and so now he's a free agent.
Yeah, I could see Landale end up in Sacramento. That's just a thought. I know they're looking for a backup center. I know there have been some thought that they were trying to be in on Brook Lopez. I don't know that they'd have money for Brook Lopez now. Also interesting, they'd want Brook Lopez with Sabonis. Something seemed a little bit off there. Just a wild card. I think the Warriors could have interest in Landale as well. Okogie, Damian Lee, Keita Bates-Diop, Watanabe, Metu, and Eubanks are all the Phoenix signings.
Impressive haul so far for Phoenix, and we're only an hour and 55 minutes into the free agency period, and many comments on the Comcast business text line as well, asking about TJ Warren, and from the 415, reminding you that the Warriors did throw in a top 4 protected pick in the Iguodala trade to Memphis, so the Warriors don't have their first-round pick this upcoming year as a way to facilitate everything that you were talking about when they had to trade Iguodala to Memphis.
That's the 2024. Next
year. Next year's draft, the Warriors do not have a first-round pick.
That's one of those things that in 2019, you're like, oh, that's 5 years away.
Exactly.
So you kind of forget about it.
And here we are.
Like, they don't have it, but you're like, well, why don't they have it? And so thank
you to the 415 for that reminder. Draymond Green is a Warrior.
Don't be a lottery team next year and then not win the lottery.
Well, it's top 4 protected.
Well,
so
that's what you'd have to be among the 4 that get their number plucked
in order to keep your pick.
But you could be a lottery team that's 33 wins.
Yeah, I don't think if you're a lottery team
and pick
if
9.
the Warriors are a lottery team, then all bets are off about Clay coming back and Chris Paul and all the rest of it. The Warriors are all in on this 1 year coming up. Draymond Green has signed a 4-year deal worth $100 million. How you feeling, Dub Nation? Give us a call, 888-957-9570. Draymond will stay with the Golden State Warriors. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. JD in for Mark. It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. The month of June is filled with excitement. With graduations, Father's Day, and summer trips, it's a great beginning to summer adventures. Stevens Creek Subaru wants to remind you of all the opportunities to explore the open road and beyond in an all-new Outback.
But we did what we do. Welcome back to the Warriors Invitational, baby. It's what we do. Welcome back.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
3 more years and a Draymond option for a fourth. Draymond Green is back. And you know what, JD? I'm here for it. It's Willard and Dibs. John Dickinson in. Final hour for Mark Willard. It's been an incredible week. Mark started it off on Monday, and there was anticipation. It was an anticipation sensation, Grandy. You know that.
Cha-ching!
Tuesday and Wednesday with Larry Krueger, we ramped it up. Yesterday, JD and I got really excited about 3 o'clock today, and at 3:01, it happened.
Boom!
The news broke. Draymond Green officially will stay a Golden State Warrior. 4-year, $100 million deal. And now I'm starting to wrap my head around it, JD, because I've been critical of Draymond Green throughout his career for the things that he does that drives you crazy. The flagrants, the unnecessary technical fouls, the carrying on, the arguing with officials, the getting suspended from the NBA Finals, stomping on Sabonis this year against Sacramento and getting suspended. And yet you realize what Draymond does to the good. He's a point forward unlike any we've ever seen. He's the most impactful triple single player maybe in the history of the game in terms of a guy who can get you 8, 8, and 8 and impact a game on both ends of the floor in a winning fashion the way he does. So all the Draymond that drives you crazy, all the Draymond that you love, we're getting 4 more years of all of it, JD, as Draymond Green will retain with the Warriors.
Yeah, and I think the Warriors get him on, all in all, a reasonable deal. I think a fourth year is something that the Warriors probably didn't want to have to do, but paying him $27.6 million in a player option year as the fourth year at the end of this deal came with Draymond Green agreeing to take $5 million less at the front end. So his deal starts at $22.6 million next year and then goes up, I think, 24.9, and then somewhere in the 27 range, 26 range, and then 27, low 26, 27 range, 27.6 at the end of the deal for the 4 years. So I think it's a reasonable amount. It allows the Warriors to get their tax apron statuses in tow over the next couple of years, and it brings Draymond back for the remainder of Steph's contract. And now the question shifts to Klay Thompson with 1 more year left on his deal. And are the Warriors inclined to at least reach out to Klay Thompson and say, hey, do you want to line up with these guys? Would you be willing to do a 2-year deal? I don't think Klay Thompson would. Would he want to do a 3-year deal? I still think Klay's probably at this point holding out for 4. There were reports that he expected a max deal. Remember that report? Night 1 of the playoffs as the Warriors were getting ready to tip in Sacramento.
Right.
That the expectation was that he was going to be getting a max for his next deal.
Well, let me say this on behalf of myself and you as well, JD. You and I both would like the max. And I don't think I need to have that be a sourced report. So for Klay Thompson to reportedly want a max deal, that makes perfect sense. But you're not going to get a max contract. The interesting thing for me, and I'd love to hear fans weigh in, final hour here of the week, 888-957-9570. Where are you in terms of the Warriors and a confidence level, not only this year, but for the next 3 years? Because now you do know this. Between now and the end of 2026, Steph's under contract, Draymond's under contract, Andrew Wiggins is under contract. If you threw Klay into that mix, whatever the money would be, I don't think really matters. Do you think that this championship core has enough to rack it back and get one for the thumb? One more championship for this core. 888-957-9570. You have Chris Paul for this year. You've got Klay for this year. Assuming you sign Klay for 2 more on top of it, in the next 3 years, Warrior fans, what do you think that this team can possibly accomplish?
I think it's on the table that they could win another championship. I don't love how this team looks as it's currently constituted, but they still have a few moves to make, and we've got to let it all play out and find out. I think that Chris Paul option to trade him for a $30 million player and then have his contract go away for the acquiring team a year from now. That gives them an avenue to where if they're still close enough with the big three this year, maybe they don't win it this year, but they still show that they've got that. Everything's basically year to year with them at this point, right? It's and part of why they went all in the way that they are for next year and beyond in signing Draymond and going more veteran as opposed to some of the younger players. Part of the reason they're doing that is because of the way that this last year played out. Like this last year told them that they think they're closer, if that makes sense. And so, if this next year tells them that they're still close, well, then maybe you use that Chris Paul slot on a younger player that's maybe a little bit disgruntled or a team wants to go in a different direction as far as a salary dump, and you can acquire that player. So I think that gives them an avenue as we look at the next 3 years in content. Maybe it's not this year, but it's the next year, depending upon what they do. Harder because of the age of the big three at that point. But if those three still prove to be close to the level of play that they're at this year, a year from now, then maybe you can go all in there. And I do think there could be a 2 to 3 year window as opposed to the just one if they play it right. But again,
if they play well. Right?
And if they play well, saying that it's possible does not mean that it's likely. Like those are two different. Like saying that it's,
saying that it's unlikely doesn't mean that it's impossible at the same time.
Exactly. Like I'm saying it's possible. Where, say, our good friend Matt Steinmetz would say, no chance. Like,
well, he said that it's over for years now.
Right, but that's fine. Forget about just you forget about last year and okay, he was wrong. Fine. But like this year or moving forward, it's he would say it none. I'm leaving the door open that it's possible, but not likely.
Right. And I think more things, and I said this about this year's team, more things had to go right than things that could go wrong. And if we look at next year's season, and we can put health out there for all of them, and it becomes, I think, especially pertinent when you look at a 38-year-old Chris Paul, Steph at 35. Health is the number one biggest determinant of everything. So let's just put health aside, because you could say that about any team, honestly, JD, in terms of whether or not they could actually be a competitive team. Every team needs their stars to be healthy.
No doubt. And this is a different version of the way we ran through it earlier, but is it plausible that, and we can do it quickly, is it plausible that Steph is the same level he was last year this year? Yeah, sure. Is it plausible that Clay is a more consistent version of the overall numbers? Yeah, I
would
that's
put
fair.
those as high probabilities.
Like those two things can happen. That's not crazy. Can Draymond be what he was this last year?
Absolutely.
Sure. Can Wiggins go back to what he was 2 years ago in terms of just being available 80 games a year?
Well, regular season Wiggins. Yeah, I think a solid 17 and 4 is basically what he is.
And playing.
And good
like
defense,
they need him playing. Like the difference between him playing and not playing 75 games and playing 40 games might be the difference between winning 50 games and winning 45 games. Like that's so can that happen? Can Looney be steady? Yes. Can Chris Paul help? Maybe we're getting a little bit down on the likely meter, but can Chris Paul be more of an impactful, positive player than Jordan Poole? In a different way, maybe.
Yeah.
Then it starts to get dicier. What do you get from the minimums? How big is the jump from Kuminga
and Kuminga and Moody? And that to me is the biggest one, is the third-year jump. We saw it from Jordan Poole when he was able to make that jump in his third year, and you need a similar jump from Kuminga and Moody in this season. You need them to take steps forward and be able to be productive members of a rotation, and not just, hey, Moody doesn't play for a month because he's not consistent enough, or Kuminga's no longer in the rotation because you can't trust him enough. You've got to find ways to get those two players in particular able to make consistent contributions throughout the year.
Couple of quick notes here. I know we've been running through everybody. Herb Jones is the latest domino to fall. He goes back to New Orleans on a 4-year, $54 million deal. So Herb Jones staying with the Pelicans. And also just wanted to pass along, we've been talking about Brook Lopez. not a Warrior option. But Jake Fisher of Yahoo putting out there that as everything is unfolded here in the first 2 hours plus, and I'll quote Fisher, Lopez's decision, one of the larger dominoes still that hasn't fallen, and teams are waiting to learn. There was increasing word today that Houston, their offer could exceed the 2-year, $40 million figure that's been rumored over the last few days. So maybe Houston's going to give Brook Lopez the bag, and there's other teams waiting to see if he doesn't. And I'm a little surprised Brook Lopez hasn't been among those that have already agreed. And that is shedding some light as to potentially why. Maybe Houston's going to offer him more than anybody else can at this point.
And that's where you sit if you're the Golden State Warriors, because you're waiting for all these players that you may have an eye on. And we've got a list over there on the wall of all the names that we've thrown out here on 95.7 The Game of dream players, mid-level players, and veteran minimum guys. And more these names are coming off everybody's list. And the Warriors are stuck now in a sit-and-wait situation. The news came out at 3 o'clock. Draymond Green signs a 4-year, $100 million extension to stay with the Golden State Warriors. What do you think about it, Dub Nation? 888-957-9570 is your phone number. It's also the Comcast Business text line. I asked the question of, are the Warriors going to be able to compete for and win their 5th championship between now and the end of the 3-year run? You got Wiggins for 3 more, Draymond for 3 more, plus a player option. You got Steph for 3 more years. I believe Kevon Looney's only got 2 more years, and then Klay Thompson's got just the 1 more year. From the Comcast Business text line, questions about whether or not they can do it. All confidence will be based on how Kuminga and Moody play. That's from the 510. Another 510 number, no bench with big guys or scorers. And another one talking about Juan Toscano-Anderson maybe being a target to come in as a veteran minimum guy.
Not good enough.
Every name I throw out, JD just shakes his head and says not good enough.
Sarge is okay. Sarge is one that I think, Watanabe would have fit. He went to Phoenix. No, I think Sarge would be a useful play. Like I don't think they need 3 Sarge types. I put Juan Toscano-Anderson more in the Ty Jerome. Like I almost put him as like a 4th tier, or maybe it's a 3rd tier. I don't know. I don't know what tier I'm putting him in, but to me, like Juan Toscano, you got to have a really freaking good team to put to be able to put him out there in limited minutes. He can't be one of your dudes. Like he can't be your 10th man,
right? Because you need somebody to be able to score, or somebody in the backcourt who can be that 3rd guard. That
you could carry Juan Toscano-Anderson 2 years ago because you had Otto Porter ahead of him. Like that's. And you had Draymond Green ahead of him, and you had Bielitsa in that mix as well. Juan Toscano-Anderson is your 13th man is awesome, but he can't be your 9th or your 10th. That just doesn't, that's not, no disrespect to JTA, but that's not good enough. It just isn't. And that along with all of these other things that are being brought up are going to be hugely important. And not having, I'm less concerned about the size. And everybody's concerned about the size, and unless the Warriors sign a true big here, and Saric is not a true big. Saric is a 4 who I think could play some 5, some stretch 5. If they don't sign a true big, we're gonna hear every freaking game. We're gonna hear no bigs
every time.
Every game they lose, no bigs, no bigs. It's the 3 things you hear after every loss: no bigs. You hear Kerr doesn't want to play the young guys; it's his fault. And it was also Jordan Poole would get a ton of the blame, which was kind of interesting because
now TJD would be your tallest player, if I'm not mistaken, at 6'9" and a half. Kevon about same size,
and he may prove himself to be playable as a rookie. And if he is, then you're not going to necessarily need another big because he could be a rim protector. That's even at that 6'10" frame, he's a shot blocker. He's a rim protector at his best.
From the 415 on the Comcast Business text line, JTA for the vibes. I like that for the vibes, but
sure.
But go ahead and say not good enough.
If you want to sign 3 other players that are better than him to be able to carry him
For the vibes.
Then by all means do it.
You mentioned Steve Kerr, and I think that this is an unspoken part of everything that's gone on today. Draymond Green signs a 4-year extension worth $100 million, 22 or so million this first year. He'll be here for 3 more years, and then Draymond has a player option for that 4th year. Well, Steve Kerr is, I believe, JD, on the last year of his deal. So Steve Kerr appeared on the Draymond Green podcast, and it was very frank about, how much Miami was doing well because their role players knew their role and they weren't complaining about playing time. And I'm paraphrasing the comments from the Draymond Green podcast, but felt to me like Steve and Draymond were pretty close, pretty cozy during that interview. Does the Draymond Green extension change your thinking at all about what Steve Kerr's plans are going forward?
To me, if you're the Warriors, you gotta bring him back. Like, you have to go to Steve Kerr. And I know Kerr's kind of downplayed it, like it's not a big deal. And I think with this group, it really isn't, because they're so connected. It is a unique situation. I know Phil Jackson coached on the last year of his deal a few times. I know Dusty Baker's done it in baseball, different story a few times. Like, some coaches can do it and not be perceived as a lame duck. I think Steve Kerr does fit in that category where he could do it and not be perceived as a lame duck. But to me, Steve Kerr is right up there with Steph and Draymond and Clay. If you're going to line them all up, to me, you would line them all up and add 2 more years to Steve Kerr's deal at this point, and align it with Steph. So maybe his calmness and not demanding it happens means that it doesn't happen. But if I'm the Warriors, I want to make that happen just to align everything in proper order the best you can moving forward here.
From Raphael on the YouTube feed, and I want to make sure that I get this right, but he says Steve Kerr is the most overrated coach in NBA history.
Okay.
So there is that thought out there, that notion out there. I don't really understand that when he comes in and leads them to 4 NBA championships, and you could say, oh, they had Kevin Durant. Of course they were going to win, but you can't criticize Steve Kerr for not developing young players and not give him credit for developing the young players that they did develop. Kevon Looney and Jordan Poole, young players who've turned out to be pretty good in the association. Where do you come down on all the Steve Kerr hate, JD? Where does that come from?
Yeah, I don't get it. I think it comes mostly from fans who have unrealistic expectations. I think it comes from some of the asinine nature by which there was just this expectation that any team with Steph, Clay, and Draymond was going to be dominant every single year till the end of time. And when they're not, it can't be their fault because they're the beloved stars who took the Warriors from the dumps to the penthouse. And so, not a bad word will ever be spoken about any of them, in particular Steph. And I'm not saying there should be, but it's like you got to have somebody to blame. You got to have a scapegoat. And I think it's partly that. I think it's partly the misconception that young players should be contributing at a higher level than they are. Like, I just think it's unrealistic. Like every first-round pick should be playing 15, 20 minutes a game and averaging 10 points a game and playing in the playoffs. And if they're not, then somebody's failing to get them up to speed. Like, that's just not reality. And look, that's not to say there aren't a handful of coaches that could do a better job with that than maybe Steve Kerr does. But to judge him on one part of his overall job because, another, and Spoelstra is the one that came up a lot with, we were talking about the Heat and the undrafteds and the young players, and look at these contributions. Caleb Martin and Gabe Vincent, all these randos are giving Miami minutes. Why can't the Warriors do that? Well, you know what? Spoelstra may be better at, he may be the one or one of 3 or 4 that are a better coach than Steve Kerr in the league. Like, that's plausible and better at developing those those players. But I think it also comes from an organizational evaluation. It's easier to get a Gabe Vincent or a Max Strus to fall in line and do what needs to be done than it is a Jonathan Kuminga.
And I think that it's more difficult to coach Draymond Green Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and veterans, and now Chris Paul. Steve Kerr's got his work cut out for him coaching veterans. I think that's more difficult than coaching young players who are still trying to prove themselves. I just looked it up, JD, in terms of Steve Kerr's tenure. Do you know how many coaches in the association have been with their current team longer than Steve Kerr?
Isn't it just Popovich and Spoelstra?
It's just Popovich and Spoelstra.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr is the third longest tenured coach in the association. He was signed in 2014, so 9 years and a month ago, right ahead of Michael Malone, who is fourth on that list. Taylor Jenkins is fifth, signed in 2019. 2019
is fifth.
And he's fifth. And that kind of speaks to what I'm trying to convey here, which is be careful what you wish for, Warriors fans, because you've got a coach who's obviously been very successful in his tenure. And, the turnover in the NBA is so rapid. Even, look at Toronto. They win it with Nick Nurse, and he's now gone. Monty Williams wins 64 in Phoenix, and he's gone. Ime Udoka in Boston, for obvious reasons, he's gone, and he now has a new gig. You don't want to be changing out your head coach that often, and if you have a good one, you got to keep him.
And I'd be reluctant, and this is where I do think there's a disconnect between reality and some Warrior fans. I would be reluctant to want to have a different coach Steph, Klay, and Draymond, period. Like, it's just, to me, it's too ingrained in the whole program to, like, he's tied to it now. Like, for those that, like, and that's why, to me, his deal should be extended to the point where it's more in line with those. Like, they want him to be there. He wants them to be there. Like, they are one functioning unit together now, like, for better or worse, till that, not till death do us part, but till, the basketball gods, right, or Father Time do them part. And so, that, like, I wouldn't even want to see another, like, would you want to see would you want to see Jordy Fernandez, lead assistant in Sacramento?
That was a name right there. That was a good pull.
Dealing with Draymond Green when Draymond Green's having a tantrum. You want some random the number 2 on Toronto's bench to come over because he's a better analytics guy and might get a little more out of Jonathan Kuminga, but he's got to deal with Klay Thompson when Klay Thompson wants to hop on the scorer's table and give 18,000 people the bird after every 3-point shot that he makes, like, because he's got that much of a chip on his shoulder. Like, how does he deal? It doesn't, like. Be happy with what you have.
Agreed. For me, the difficult part would be the Draymond part, because Steve Kerr is obviously blessed to have coached a great group of pros and to have won 4 titles, but he's also blessed to have 2 superstars like Steph and Klay, because those guys are about as even-keeled as a superstar tandem could possibly be. Now, Draymond's on the other end of it, and Steve Kerr has done a great job of managing Draymond Green to the best of his ability. And, as a coach myself at obviously a much lower level, when you deal with meteoric superstars, you've got to find a way to get the most out of them while picking your battles. And Steve Kerr has done a great job of that. Now, has he done a wonderful job of getting the young players to play consistent minutes and really develop? I don't know if you could criticize him for that. A lot of that comes down to the individual player themselves, but we'll see this year. Can Kuminga and Moody take the next steps? Can they become real quality members of this rotation? The Comcast Business text line is 888-957-9570. This comes in, JD, from the 510. If we got Saric, Mo Wagner, and Dennis Smith Jr., is that good enough?
God, no. No.
That's a no or a god no?
That's a god no.
Sorry, I don't.
Mo Wagner.
You're not a Wagner guy.
Why would anybody want Mo Wagner? You got the wrong Wagner.
You want Franz Wagner?
Well, Franz Wagner they could have picked.
You want Milt Wagner from Louisville? Milt Wagner from
Franz Wagner. It's interesting. The Magic went and got the older version of Mo Wagner. I think Joe Ingles is the older version of Mo Wagner, or of Franz Wagner. Franz Wagner.
So Mo Wagner is a no.
No.
They got the wrong Mo, too. I want Mo Bamba.
Mo Bamba doesn't mean anything
What
for
about
me.
Bull? I saw a Bull earlier.
No.
You got to give the JD answer. Not good enough.
Not good enough.
Thank you. That's been the JD
Yeah,
go-to.
it's just not good enough. I've seen a lot. Like Dennis Smith? Like, what the hell is Dennis Smith going to do?
Junior. I'm just reading the text, JD. I'm trying to bring the people in.
I'd rather have Dennis.
To what we have
I'd
going
rather
on.
have Dennis Scott to stand out at the 3-point line and knock down threes.
I do have one piece of news. Kevin Love going back to the Heat. He is not a Warrior.
Okay.
That's
too bad.
Not going to be.
He would have been a Saric. He would have been a Saric type.
I thought that it was a stretch that Kevin Love would be available. Would he leave? But the more I thought about it, with CP3 coming, why not get another old guy? And he and Clay, right? They go back to their youth. So I thought that might have been a fun fit for Kevin Love to be a Warrior. But as well as he played for Miami, why would you leave?
Yeah, he would. He fits a lot of places, I think, and he had a good experience in Miami. They liked having him there, so he ends up staying there. That makes sense. I do think Kevin Love would have made sense as a stretch 5 for the Warriors, but yeah, not meant to be.
Joey's in Stockton. He wants to weigh in on Coach Kerr. What's going on, Joey?
Hi. I told the guy who answered the phone. Steve Kerr I just want to make a comment on the person who said Steve Kerr was one of the most underrated coaches. Let's just put it this way. Let's look back to the first championship the Warriors won. They didn't have Kevin Durant. They did have Steph, Clay, and Dre, but they had a core of young players. That's all I got to say. I'll take your comments off there.
Thank you, Joey. I'll call you at home later and give you your comments there. Actually, the comment was that he was the most overrated coach in the league, not the most underrated. I think it's tough to be underrated when you win 4 championships, but I do think that his impact going forward, you can't overvalue how important he is. Now, he's under contract for this year, and you mentioned it before. It makes sense that if Steve Kerr wants to stay, you give him 2 more years. You have him go through the end of the Steph Curry contract, the Draymond contract. I know he has an extra year with a player option, and the Wiggins contract. Klay Thompson, you'd give him a couple more years. But how much does the Bob Myers departure potentially affect Steve Kerr's plans for the future?
Yeah, I don't view Steve Kerr as looking at it like, well, Bob's not around, so I'm less inclined to be around. Like, I think he has developed in the short term a decent enough relationship with Mike Dunleavy Jr. to where that's not. Like, I don't think Steve's looking at it like, well, damn, Bob's gone, now I got to go. Or now I'm not, now it ain't going to be as good for me. You know, if anything, and I don't get the sense that this has ever really happened, but it's been talked about as if maybe it should happen or people think it could happen. But I don't know that there's ever been an instance of, and like Joe Lacob wants Steve Kerr, damn it, to play these guys, and he hasn't done it, and it's caused for like I think there's been instances where maybe Joe Lacob had wanted that, but it wasn't spoken as a directive, and Steve Kerr has the autonomy to do what he wants as far as the day-to-day operation and the night-to-night, you know, lineup and rotation and all of that thing. So I just don't feel like there's I'll bet it's stressful in its own way for Steve Kerr, but I don't feel like it's a deal breaker. Like there's been all this extra stuff that he's had to deal with from the management side of it. Bringing it back to your original question about like Bob Myers.
And I think this year going forward without Jordan Poole around, and this is not to blame Jordan Poole, but last year Steve Kerr clearly was dealing with things that he didn't want to deal with as a head coach. And you saw the press conference when he came out and he was frustrated and he was angry over the fact that whatever happened at practice got out. He was mad at the leaker. When Draymond punched Jordan Poole, that got out. And that, I think, set the year on a course that they could not correct. And the year went a certain kind of way. And well, this year, Jordan Poole's now with Washington. So there is a sense of a fresh start. And you bring in Chris Paul, who's I'm sure Steve Kerr has known throughout his 18 years in the association. And now it feels a little bit more like a grown-up room and a group of professionals where Steve Kerr can turn the page from last year's frustration and focus on getting this team back to where they want to be.
Yeah, I think that's definitely part of it. I mean, the Comcast Business text line, Kerr sat on his hands all year. Like that, you do get a lot of that. And again, it's one person on the text line. It's like, were you paying attention? Like he didn't sit on his hands. I thought Steve Kerr did a nice job for what he had last year. I mean, what do you think of the assessment? Like, there's just this.
I don't know what that means.
There's this
that he sat on his hands.
Like the Warriors were underachieving by what the fan standards were for last year, for really the whole year, and he did nothing about it. Like, to me, that's my interpretation of what they're saying is, hey, the Warriors underachieved last year. They won 44 games, and Kerr did nothing to try to fix it. They were 3-7. They were bad from the start, and he didn't do enough or anything to try to fix it. Like, right or wrong, and I vehemently disagree, but right or wrong, there is a decent chunk of Warrior fans who agree with that.
And they're flying in on the text line from the 559. Kerr said several times he did not have his team ready. No adjustments. And a lot of times when the coach says, I didn't have my team ready, what he's really saying is, my team wasn't ready. And you're not going to blame your
he's
players.
Saying they didn't play hard.
Basically, he's saying they stunk, but Steve Kerr is such a confident and magnanimous coach that he takes the blame on himself. And here's another one where, let me make sure I get this right. I'm happy with Kerr. This from the 415. Happy with Kerr, but I don't understand why Anthony Lamb, J. Michael Green got all those minutes, many before J.K., but he didn't play all out all the time. Feels like a lost season. Same for Moody. I think that's the number one criticism is...
Run that one back for me one more time.
Too much Lamb and J. Michael, not enough Kuminga and Moody. Feels like a lost season for Kuminga and Moody.
I don't think it was a lost season. I think Moody saved his season in the playoffs. Now, I think it would have been had he not played in the playoffs, Moody, or not played well in the playoffs. But I think Moody saved it in the playoffs. It was not a lost season for Kuminga. Kuminga was fine in the regular season. He improved. They carved out a role. Like that's the thing. Like, I get criticized for being hard on Kuminga, but the reality is, I think Kuminga had a good, he had a solid year. But the disconnect, Dibbs, is this thought that Kuminga should be a budding star now. That's unrealistic to think, and that everybody's failing him by either not playing him or not developing him. Like, Jonathan Kuminga should not be a borderline star right now, or even a year from now. If he is, then we'll be having a different conversation about the Warriors' ability to develop players, no doubt. But I don't know. There's this, people say I'm down on Kuminga, but I actually think Kuminga had a fine year. Like, he just wasn't trustable in the playoffs. Okay, he's 21 or 20, and it's year 2, and he'll figure it out.
Unfortunately, many of them weren't trustable in the playoffs, which is why your rotation wound up being about a 7 or an 8-man rotation in the Lakers series. Father Time in Napa. What's going on, Father Time? He wants to talk about the Draymond contract.
Yeah, well, that was pretty quick. Thank you. I've been, we've been talking about Draymond for a while. I said this last spring. We were looking at who to sign, trade. It's no surprise that Draymond Green played well, not great, but well in what is called a contract year. It happens in every sport. Shoot, it would happen with me if I was going to make $100 million. 4-year contract, fellas. Are you kidding me? They'll be lucky if he's on the court in 3 years, and I get it. We're paying for past performance. It's awesome. He's Steph's boy. Steph is the president of basketball operations. I understand that. But I just want to remind people that as great as Draymond's been, every weird thing that has happened on and off the court in the last 10 years has had his name on it. And that's just what we know. Poole may have said something, but back to the hoop stuff, it's just numbers, man. We got 34, 36, 39. Those are the guards. Clay, Steph, Paul, and Draymond's a point guard. There ain't a team in the last 30 years that has won with that. I'll bet you 5-1 cases of wine here in the Valley. They don't even get back to the conference finals unless they, radically change this team. It's a bummer. It'll be interesting drama. But again, you've seen the Giants do this, and Bill Walsh always said, cut them early. Don't keep them 2 years long. Have a great weekend, guys. I love the show.
Thanks, Father Time. Appreciate it. That's a lot of wine. 5 cases to 1 on the line. Back to the conference finals. I think they got a chance to make it back to the conference finals. If I look at where we sit now, 2.5 hours into free agency, I do see a lot of teams around the West that got better. JD, you've mentioned Phoenix. Phoenix is better. Denver defending champs. They're certainly better than the Warriors. The Lakers have improved. They look better. But I'd have the Warriors right, maybe in that next spot, 4th in the West on what we know right now.
Yeah, I think I'd put the Lakers ahead of them, Denver, Phoenix. Yeah, I think it's fair. I mean, Sacramento they're a really good regular season team.
Right.
I think they've earned a right to be at least considered that until further notice based on what they did last year. I wanted to give a couple of names. One, Rui Hachimura is going back to the Lakers, 3 years, $51 million. So he goes back. That per Shams. And then a couple other names, and these have popped up on the text line. I haven't mentioned them, but we've been having the not good enough conversation as far as the vet minimum players.
Right.
I want to give you 3 names that I do like that have popped up, in addition to Saric, which has been the one we've talked the most about, Monty Poole reporting that he was possible.
Do you want to tease that for the other side?
We can tease it if you want.
I would love it, JD. I would love a tease here because we're running down to the final 20 minutes or so of the show, and I want to give you plenty of opportunity to really flesh out what names would be good enough for John Dickinson, because we've thrown out a lot of vetmin names. A lot of names have come off the board, and there's still some players out there that JD thinks might help him. Mo Wagner not among them. Bol has been rejected by JD. I look forward to hearing exactly who John Dickinson thinks is available in the veteran minimum slot, still out there, who could make this Warrior team better going into next year. We are sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Draymond Green signs a 4-year deal worth $100 million. That was the big breaking news right at 3 o'clock. Your last chance to weigh in comes on the other side. What do you think of the Draymond deal? 888-957-9570. We're wrapping up the week with JD's vet min names next. It's Willard and Dibbs. JD in for Mark on 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in the car?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Final segment of what has been a fantastic day of sports talk radio. Free agency, nearly 3 hours old, and the big news here in Warrior Land. Draymond Green signs a 4-year, $100 million extension. And you know what, JD? If he's short on money, maybe he calls his buddy Fred. Fred Van Vliet. Are you Van Vlieten me? 3-year, $125 million? Did I get that wrong?
No, it's more than that. It's 3 and 130.
Oh my God, my bad.
3 and 130 for
3-2-1. 3 and 130 for Van Vliet. Major bag alert. Major.
The first max contract. Now only 3 years, but it's the first player to get max money of anybody. Jeremy Grant, I think, had the biggest deal of the day in terms of
4 and 150. I think for Jeremy Grant.
Yeah, average or 160 maybe. 5 and 160.
Yeah.
So he's in the 30s in terms of his average.
Feels to me a little bit like this is a kind of a down year for free agents in terms of the really, really big names, and yet Fred Van Vliet gets that major bag alert.
Wow, and a couple other just small moves. Rui Hachimura is going back to the Lakers, 3 and 51. We did mention that one earlier, and Cam Reddish is signing with the Lakers as well.
Okay.
Smaller moves, but
yeah, I like Cam Reddish. He's a good player, and the Lakers are improving their second unit, to be sure. I mean, what's happened to Cam Reddish? He was terrific coming out of college, and then spent time in Atlanta and never really materialized into being the player that many thought he would be.
Yeah, good for that. I mean, it is depth at a young guys that are young prime, which I think definitely is what you want. You want to have as much depth in that young prime athlete type category, and so the Lakers are adding that.
And who would you say the Warriors have in the young prime category? Is that Andrew Wiggins? Is he young prime or he's mid prime?
I think
Cavani's mid prime.
I think Wiggins and Looney are the two guys that are the closest thing to that for the Warriors. Wiggins at 20. I mean, 28's prime. 28, I think.
It's prime, yeah.
Yeah, Looney's 27. I think he just turned 27 in February. Both of them February birthdays. But I think, I think the Warriors have the old group. They have the super young group. They don't have enough in that mid group. I do think in a weird way. I mean, Saric is 29. He kind of fits. He's had the knee injury. I mean, he feels more like a 32-year-old player than a 29-year-old player. But being able to get a vet minimum guy at that age range with that skill set and somebody who was a pretty highly touted prospect coming up, I think that would be a pretty good get for the Warriors on the veteran minimum market.
Yeah, and JD teased it on the other side in terms of his vet min targets. So JD, this is your big moment because you've talked a lot. No, this is your big moment. We've talked a lot during the show.
You're overselling it.
No, I'm about to sell it even more because this is what we do in radio,
fine.
JD.
We got
JD
6 minutes to go here.
Coming up here in just moments.
That's not what it is. But feel free. I'm gonna stand back.
I'll turn off the mic and you just drone on for 6 minutes. I'm trying to hype it up. I'm trying to make this our big finish to the week. JD saves the franchise with 3 names. JD's got 3 names that will save this franchise.
It's funny.
One for the thumb. Ladies and gentlemen, John Dickinson. Forget Dunleavy Jr. It's all about John Dickinson and his 3 vet min names. Thank you, Grandy. It feels better.
All right. The reality is
okay. All right.
The reality is it's fine.
buzzkill.
It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Because I don't want to be tied to these. Like I poured over every name. No. The reality is there were 3 names that popped up on the text line that I didn't instantly go, ugh, not good enough.
Okay.
And this may evoke that reaction from others. But I'll give you the 3 names that I jotted down. I was like,
do you want the trumpets again? Or
no, I don't need the trumpets.
Thank you.
I don't need the trumpets.
I had a drum roll planned too, but go ahead.
No, I was also thinking, and I'll get to it. I was also thinking,
I'll take your time.
What would I actually do if you turned the mic off and said, you know what, JD, drone on for 6 minutes? I thought I was like, what would I actually do? And I think I would actually just very calmly take the headset off and turn the mic off grab my bag,
and just walk out,
and just call it an afternoon.
Okay. Nobody wants that.
So
you've been terrific, and I want to end it on a high note.
Yeah, no, and all good. It just my mind, because you and I are kind of wired similarly in that.
Oh, we run
like
hot.
Our mind immediately goes to, well, if he does that, then
F this guy.
Yeah, counter.
Totally.
And so it's like, and I think that's in all honesty, and this is a compliment. It's actually why I like and respect you, is the fact that like there is that sense of like, don't bleep with me,
basically,
or bleep around and find out.
Yeah.
And like I've got a little of that fear of you, but the misnomer is I feel like you've got a little bit of that fear with me,
doubt.
which you don't have with everybody. Like there's a lot of people where you'd be like, you know what, they can come at me.
Right.
I kind of feel like you don't want me to come at you.
I absolutely don't. And I've known you long enough, and I've seen your edginess, and I know that in high school, and I don't want to overstate it, but
he's a competitor.
You played basketball as an undersized 5 against the likes of Matt Barnes in Sacramento, and I know that you had to play a certain way to compete. Not that it was dirty with a capital D, but you're a guy who's not afraid to blow
I laid
the
a hard
lines.
foul.
There's no
I'd
doubt.
lay a hard foul.
And you do it on the radio as well. So one more time, Grandy, give me the trumpets.
Okay, fair
JD's 3 names. JD saves the franchise in 3 simple names. Wait for the horns.
I don't hate the name Torrey Craig.
Okay.
I don't hate the name Eric Gordon.
Feels like an endorsement.
And I don't hate the name Jeff Green.
All right. Walk me through Torrey Craig. And Jay and Danville, we're getting to you here in about 60 seconds because JD's getting tired of the bit. But what does Torrey Craig bring?
I'm playing along.
You're doing great.
Torrey Craig can knock down some threes. He can defend on the wing. He's a veteran presence. He is 32. Been with Phoenix. He was with Denver before that, coming up as they were sorting through their different iterations until they ended up. So I just like he's wing. I think he's 3 depth. Like to me, they need 3 depth.
Gotcha. Eric Gordon, good veteran scorer. At least he used to be.
Yeah, Eric Gordon, I think could be another guy that plays the 3 or the 4. Is sturdy enough to maybe guard some 4s, even though he's a smaller type player. Can knock down some shots. He may be cooked, but all Torrey Craig I don't think is cooked. Gordon may be cooked, and Jeff Green. Jeff Green had a nice year.
Yeah, 36 years of age.
He's older, but he had a nice year for Denver in a limited role, basically shooting corner threes and not mucking the game up. I
appreciate the M. And I also appreciate the 3 names, JD. Thank you.
So
and
those
felt
are
like
3
it was
names
pulling
that
teeth.
were not terrible.
Okay. Jay and Danville, bring it home for us, Jay, as we wrap up a fantastic week. No trumpets for you, Jay, but you're on 95.7 The Game.
I'm going to add one game named to JD's list that I think we have to look at. I'm really scared with Paul and Steph that they're going to miss games. So I feel we need another point guard. And right now, Ty Jerome has to be looked at unless we find someone else that can run the point for the team. That's kind of how I'm looking at it. I mean, there has to be another 3rd point guard when Paul and Steph are not available.
Thank you, Jay. I appreciate it. JD, is Ty Jerome that answer? Or, I mean, can you go to Lester Quinones? Can he be that 3rd point guard?
I'd rather have Ty Jerome. I just think you need better than Ty Jerome as far as these veteran minimum players.
You could say it,
but
not good enough.
Not good enough, but better than some other options to be a 3rd point guard.
Right.
Like, because that's really what we're talking about. Like, I'm almost penciling him as on the roster, and I get it. You went through it. It's like, well, if you're penciling to be on the roster, then he counts as one of the minimums.
Yeah.
And if Saric is, that's 2 of 3. Like, I still tend to look at it as, Ty Jerome's kind of in his own category. I still look at him almost like a 2-way player.
I like your 3 names. I can't believe it took trumpets and 3.5 hours to get there, but I'm glad you brought it home.
They do need a 3rd point guard, though, as insurance to Steph and CP.
Especially CP.
Missing
Absolutely.
games. Because you have to anticipate Steph's going to miss 25 to 27. Chris is going to miss however many, and if they both miss time together, big trouble.
John Dickinson, you were fantastic these 2 days. I want to thank you.
Appreciate you. That was applause for you, not for me.
No, I appreciate it. You were great. And
we had enough hosts who do that.
Today was a monster. Draymond Green signs 4 years and $100 million. Have a great 3 or 4 day weekend. However, you